Hit out into center field and hit well. Lee is on the move, and Lee is off the top of the wall, and Lee is hurt.
Well, he jumped up. He may have landed on the top of the fence, and if that's the case, it could be a separation. Let's take a look at the brilliant effort from Jung Hoo Lee. Watch the elbow catching the chain links coming down. Actually, it was the pad that jarred his shoulder.
Oh, baby, that's how we're starting our morning? The Giants won the series, Fedoni.
Driven out into left center field. Can anybody get there? No! And this game is over. Casey Schmidt, his first hit of the year.
And it's the bottom part of the lineup that makes the difference today.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, that's how we started. Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Shasky's back. That's how you work. Casey Schmidt, first hit of the season, a game winner, walk-off. Don't play the Jung Hoo Lee. He may be out for a while. That didn't look good. That didn't look good at all.
Poor guy.
I mean, the Giants are the walking wounded right now. Shasky, good morning to everybody out there. Get out their graveyard shift if you're at work. Yeah, we could tell Friday when you called in for an hour. But you know what? You helped us out because I don't know. It was starting to become the morning mail-in Friday about 8:30, and Shasky gave us a lifeline and talked for about 45 minutes. Talk for about 45 minutes. No, good morning to you, man. I missed you too, man. Shout out to YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Brought to you by, and X as well, I guess, Twitter/X. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. And shout out to the Xfinity Mobile text line. YouTube, we see you. Giants get the series win. You know, there's a lot of, even when they win a series.
It's insane.
It's just insane. Conforto's got a hammy. Jung Hoo Lee's shoulders jacked up. And what's next?
Blake Snell's wearing two different pairs of uniforms. The top was a San Jose Giant white, like I'm talking that cocaine white top, and he had like the cream pants. Right. I don't know if you saw it.
I did.
He's doing a rehab start. I mean, our pets' heads are falling off.
Yeah, no, it's kind of wild what's going on here. Austin Slater, what concussion?
Okay, so
Patrick Bailey. I mean, what's going on with him?
Illness.
These guys are just dropping like flies.
Don't forget the shortstop, Nick Ahmed.
He's hurt too. That's why Casey Schmidt is up.
It's just, you know what? Here's the funny thing. No, not funny. This isn't funny. No one roots for injuries. Would you agree with me there? Like, nobody with the normal brains, like, yes, I'm rooting for an injury, right? Like, obviously, it's really unfortunate.
I know where you're going here.
The unintended consequence is that we're getting a chance to see some of the young players. And the reality is that none of them was really scalding the ball or earning a spot in AAA. And really the only way they were going to get called up was because of some injuries. And it sucks. It's unfortunate. It's part of the game. I understand all the things that everyone says, the cliches. But like, come on. You saw Ramos on Saturday make some plays in the outfield, and it was like, oh my God, we can throw guys out? Oh my God, there's a pelican in the outfield. This guy's making a diving catch.
Ramos put on a show Saturday night.
He looked
put
awesome.
On a show.
How about with the unbuttoned shirt? I mean, everybody was loving it.
The swagger. I mean, he was looking good Saturday. I loved what he did Saturday. He's forcing the issue. Play him. Slater out, Ramos in. Ahmed out, Schmidt in. And now you got to go full youth movement.
Thank you.
What's up with Marco Luciano? What's up with Luciano?
You know what I think what's up? I think they know that he's not that great. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm reading the tea leaves wrong, and they just want to play him every day. I got a feeling that they've been trying to trade him and package him into something, and I think the rest of the league's like, yeah, you view him higher than we do. That's my sense,
all right.
But I have nothing concrete. That's just my instincts.
Because now with all these injuries, Jung Hoo Lee's going to be off. When you got the arm in the chicken wing like that, that's not just a 10-day injury. To me, that's an injury where you're going to be out for some time, homie.
He's probably going to be under the knife.
Well,
that's not good.
That's not good. And that's like the third or fourth time this year I've seen him misplay a ball in a wall.
Yes,
now, I know a lot of people complaining about the chain link fence and maybe you should get some padding out there, but he misjudged the baseball. And right now they're diagnosing it as a dislocated left shoulder.
Yeah, I heard it's
undergoing
not good.
MRI. Yeah, I mean, it didn't look good.
You know
hear it's not look good. You roll right away when you watch sports. You're like, Oh, that's not good. That's not a 10-day. So now you got a center field problem. Now you got to figure out who the hell is going to play center field for you. Is it is it going to be Yaz again? Is it going to be Ramos? What the hell are you going to do there? Luis Matos?
He got called up. Wade Meckler is like, I don't know. I asked Lubman, what is going on with Wade Meckler? This is a guy that like got brought up out of nowhere.
Yeah,
and I don't think I've seen him in any of the box scores in AAA. I have no idea what's going on.
Still injured.
Tyler Fitzgerald. Oh, he's still injured. Okay. Tyler Fitzgerald will get a look out there. Here's the thing with Tyler Fitzgerald. I think he's a nice super sub, but I don't think you want to play him every day.
No, I wouldn't.
You know what I mean? Like, I think he gets exposed. So right now, you are looking at a guy, Casey Schmidt, who, in my estimation, I think he has an opportunity to be the shortstop this year. I think that the organization is thinking to themselves, all right, we've got Chapman for at least 1 year. He's probably going to opt in. It'll probably be multiple years. We can take a subpar bat at shortstop if you're giving us elite defense. And I think that the organization is viewing Casey Schmidt as saying, here's an opportunity. Do you want to run with it? Now, I don't know. Like, can he do it? I don't know.
Can you risk having a subpar bat in this lineup when guys aren't hitting? Solaire's still not back.
Great question.
You know what I mean?
It's a great question.
And listen, it wasn't like Jung Hoo Lee was called into baseball.
No.
He had hit a little bit of a rough patch.
Yes.
And his OPS was 135th in the league, for crying out loud. His OPS was under 700.
He was
under 650.
He was rolling the ball over a lot, and it's just the hard hit balls that were a big thing in the first month were starting to slow down.
Right. So, look, when Nick Ahmed comes back, and if Casey Schmidt can make some headway, what does it mean for Chapman? What does it mean for the guys who are opted in or opted out? You may have Farhan's job over the next 2 months is going to be very, very interesting, because you may be at a point in the deadline where you may be competing for a wild card spot, but you may still have to trade some of this money. And when I mean trade some of the money, that's the Robbie Rays, that's the Blake Snells, that's the Matt Chapmans, that's the Jorge Solaire's. Because I don't know where they're going right now. I don't know if this team's good enough to compete for a playoff spot. I know the National League is down a little bit, but I'm watching that Reds team. Hey, look, the Giants get credit. They won 2 or 3 in this series. They get a lot of credit for that. Coming back yesterday from 3-0, I thought the game was over.
Yeah.
I thought the game was over.
Yeah,
Harrison, he gets credit for keeping the Giants in the game.
Yeah.
He fought through some adversity. I'm not mad at him. But this team, I just, something's amiss, Shasky. It's just something's not right with this team.
No, I'm glad that you're pointing this out. So, like, I thought they had a good offseason, right? I did. I thought they had a good offseason because they were starting so behind the 8 ball,
right.
and they needed to add players that were big league capable. But haven't we learned in the Bay Area, whether it's Trey Lance, whether it's the Golden State Warriors with their young players, or whether it's the San Francisco Giants currently, young guys got to play.
They got to play.
They got to play. Very few young guys are just going to hit the ground like Brock Purdy and soar. And even Brock Purdy, I would say, Brock Purdy got the benefit of playing 4 years of college football. And clearly that helped him out. I mean, clearly it did. And so I'm looking at what the Giants got going, and I really believe that, like, I don't think we were going to see Schmidt. I don't think we were going to see Ramos or Matos. None of those guys was doing such a job at AAA that was going to force their hand. But because of the injuries, you now have an opportunity. Bonte, in 45 days, they have basically a 10-game gap between them and the Dodgers, and they have the 4th worst run differential in the National League.
Yep.
That's who they are. Right? That's who they are. So this year should be a development year. I know I wanted to compete for the wild card. I wanted in. I like the pillow deals. I understand why they did it. They were behind in the farm. The farm wasn't looking good. But now we're here in the middle of the season, and I'm looking at what they have. This isn't a contender. Let's face the mirror, and let's look in the mirror, man in the mirror, Michael Jackson, and let's just admit what we are. We are not a contender. So if you know that, let's look at Lamont Wade Jr. Is he an everyday middle-of-the-order player?
No. In my opinion, no.
Well,
he's playing well.
He's playing great.
But he's got 2 home runs.
But I want to see him play every single day this year just to make that determination.
Well, see, here's the difference between the Giants and where the Warriors are at and where the Niners are at. The Warriors were, in their heads, competing for championships. You know, and I get it.
Agreed.
The first year you win a championship with Kuminga and Moody their rookie year. The second year you make the second round of the playoffs. We know how murky that got with the Anthony Lambs and the Ty Jerome. But I get it because you have championship players still on that roster. The 49ers, you got guys knocking on their doorstep of the Hall of Fame, guys knocking on doors of all pros. The 49ers as a whole knocking on the door for Super Bowl championships. What is the excuse for not watching Schmidt, Ramos, Matos, Luciano, Bailey, for that matter, Casey Schmidt, pardon me, for guys who don't have the track record of having a lot of success in the majors. LeBron Wade Jr. has not had a lot of success in the majors. You know what I'm saying? Jung Hoo Lee, we're just watching for the first time, and he's on a 6-year, $113 million deal. He's okay. Not bad, but he hasn't blown me away yet.
Well, and I'm glad you bring him up because I'll let you continue. Jung Hoo Lee is like a rookie. He needs the reps, and that's why this injury is really bad for him.
But I look at him in this lineup, and he's bat leadoff. And I'm looking at the Phillies that we just watched on the road. I'm saying he's batting eighth for the Phillies.
Phillies have the best record in baseball.
They do, but he's batting eighth for the Braves.
I know.
He's batting eighth for the Dodgers.
That's the gold standard.
That's the gold standard.
You're right.
So when I look at the Giants and seeing, when Farhan talking to Susan Slusser, I don't know if you got the Chronicle, the article last week in the Chronicle with Farhan Zaidi talking to Susan Slusser, he said there's a lot of stake this year. We're up against it. What was the line he used, Spinoni? He used something like, there's a lot on the line for a lot of guys out there, basically. I'm paraphrasing. There's a lot on the line for this team, And I'm thinking to myself, well, is there a lot on the line for you? Because let's say if they do go this route, and they're not a contender, because I'm looking at them 19-23, and I'm thinking, I don't know what I'm getting from this team. And we got the Dodgers coming in for 3 games starting tonight at Oracle Park. But I'm looking at the team and I'm saying, okay, if you don't pop on the guys you spent all this money for, and then the youngsters don't translate to having any success this season, where does that leave Farhan Zaidi? And I'm not trying to make it, I'm not trying to make this Monster Monday a Farhan Zaidi show. I'm not. But the plan is that he was supposed to develop this farm system and have guys ready to go by year 5, year 6. Well, we're in year 6. And if nobody pops and you trade away all this money, all these guys, the Chapmans, the Confortos, the Snells, then where does that leave Farhan?
It's a great question.
I got to go in a different direction, doggy.
Well, I love that ending right there. I love that. Repackaging my word. I love that. No, I love it.
You're back.
We just got a good look at the Cincinnati Reds. Are the Cincinnati Reds a contender?
No.
But are they a fun team?
Absolutely.
Oh, my God.
And their pitching is getting great experience.
Right? They're coming around.
They're coming around.
Right? And I look at that team now. They have higher-end talent than what the Giants have, but they're a team that runs the bases really well. They're exciting. They've got exciting players, and it feels like to me they're a team that's on the rise and on the come-up. And they're not even in their window yet. I'm envious of what the Reds have going right now because I feel like they've got a little nucleus.
Yep.
And I look at what the Giants have built right now, and it's 6 years of Farhan. I just think the reality is I thought the farm would be farther along.
Yep.
I think it's
not even close.
They thought the farm would be farther along.
It's not even close.
No doubt.
Sure.
I mean, look, Casey Schmidt had a great at-bat to end the game, and he drove that ball into left center. That was beautiful. His at-bats leading up to that last at-bat have not been good.
No.
If we're being fair.
No.
He's swinging at everything. He's still swinging at that high slider, that away in the other batter's box.
0-8-3.
They haven't been good. I'm looking at the rest of the lineup. Chapman is like 5 for 31 or whatever. He's not doing well right now. Estrada is barely hovering below league average.
Just look at these batting averages.
They're not good.
Chapman, 213. Flores, 210.
Flores.
Gas, 209. Schmidt, 083. Wisely hasn't played much.
Yeah, Brett
Estrada's down to 247, but I think Estrada's been okay. He's showing some power lately. That's the thing. Can you hang around this race with the bats? And I just don't believe in the bats. But like Jorge, did you know Jorge Soler? I've done a deep dive on him before, but again, just looking at it, he's had 2 years in which he's hit more than 14 home runs in his career.
Because he's hurt.
He's always hurt.
I know.
He's always hurt. So you spend money on that guy. And look, we all said it looks better on paper because where the bar was for Farhan Zaidi. The bar was he can't sign anybody. Well, he finally did. But Scott Boras used Farhan Zaidi. He knew that at the end of the day, if Snell and Chapman and all these guys inside right away, I've always got the Giants to lead on because they're always finishing in third place in these free agency signings. And he went for the Yoki dope.
But I'm not enraged about what they did in free agency. I'm way more disappointed overall in the farm system, in the lack of being able to pump out players, which is why you had to go free agency. See, that's the part that everyone, I think the big misnomer, because I've seen a lot of people coming back at me on the internet last week. They're like, 95-7 the game. You guys wanted them to sign free agents. Yeah, because they're so behind in their farm development. What team are you watching?
Yeah.
What team are you watching? All right?
By the way, The internet always coming at 95.7 the game. Just a quick aside.
It's driving me nuts.
Well, we have takes. And we stand by. We have opinions.
Because we watch.
Do you want us to have an opinion? Do you want us to have a take? God. Or do you want us to just tell you what you want to hear?
Well, these are sports opinions. And if you disagree, great. Because that's what makes a great conversation.
And let me tell you again, we do not wave pom-poms. We're going to tell you what you like. We're going to tell you what you don't like. It is what it is. The Giants are an okay baseball team right now. They're not impressive. And you know what? We thought the swagger was here. They're not much more entertaining than they were a season ago.
Well, because
I hate to say that.
It's because you're looking at the team. So you bring up Soler, like over 30. Wilmer Flores, 34. Mike Yastrzemski, 34. Like, they're playing a lot of old guys. And so, like, I keep going back to the same thing, right? Like, you got to sprinkle in the young guys, and you have to take the lumps, and you have to just see what those guys are. And if they're not good, so be it. Turn the card over. Let me see the next young player. You can't just give me a revolving door of journeymen.
But the plan, what is the plan? This is what I want to figure out when it comes to the Giants. And we'll talk some Giants. We're going to meet Nick Sorensen, who spoke for the first time last Friday. We'll get our first impressions on Nick Sorensen, a new defensive coordinator for the San Francisco 49ers. And yes, he'll be on the field. He'll be on the field calling the defense. You don't have to worry about press box gate or whatnot. Steve Wilkes, he will be on the sidelines this year for the 49ers. But when we talk about the Giants, Jask, what is the overall plan of Farhan Zaidi? Is it to rebuild the farm system? Because it seems like, just looking at it, it feels like he's done a poor job at that. Is it to bring in veterans who could take this team over the top? And when I say over the top, get to a playoff spot? I don't know. These veterans, we've seen them for the last few years. I mean, I still got 5 for 76 stuck in my head. You know what 5 for 76 represents? That's the middle ground between the Giants and the Dodgers when it came to, like, who was it? Darren Ruff, Mike Yastrzemski, Lamont Wade Jr., Wilmer Flores. We got basically the same guys. The same guys 3 years later.
I refuse to believe that the plan was I sign a bunch of 1- and 2-year veterans who were sitting on the market till the week before the season started in year 6. Wow. I don't believe, that's the nucleus of what's going to make me a fringe wild card team. I refuse to believe that was the plan. So going off that, what did I think the plan was? Was for them to draft and develop better, and they haven't done it.
They haven't done it yet.
I mean, that's the proof is in the pudding. That's why I want to see the young players right now, because they're not playing at AAA. Maybe they play at the big league level. Maybe they don't. But don't we deserve the right to know? As fans, we've been waiting long enough.
So what does that mean for Farhan? What does that mean for him? What does that mean for Farhan Zaidi? Because I'm running out of patience with the guy. Because I'm looking at this lineup again, and look, they won 2-3 this weekend. I hate even having this conversation. They beat a good Reds team 2-3 to come back home in a very important homestand. You beat some good pitching. That Reds team's got some good pitching, man. Lodolo, Saturday, you touched him up. Chapman hits a grand slam early, then you hang off for dear life in that game. I'm not mad at the way they played this weekend, but the overall product, something is amiss with the Giants, and I wonder if it's just Farhan related or if it's player performance.
Let me throw a random idea at you that I've had over the weekend, and I'm watching the pitch clock thing with Doval. It bugs me, and maybe it doesn't bug him because he seems to be very calm. This is going to sound almost sacrilegious, so bear with me here, Giants fans. Their best trade piece might be Camilo Doval. To land them something of significance back. I'm talking about prospect-wise. And I hate doing that.
Are you going to get that for a closer?
But just think about it this way, Bonte. Every team in baseball is looking for what? Bullpen and starters, right? So you have a couple of starters who people might take a sniff on. He is an under team control closer who blows 100+ miles per hour. A lot of contenders would love to have someone like that. I wouldn't want to do it, but I understand that might be the only trade piece they have that can net them back something of significance. That would be something I might explore because I think their situation's that dire.
It's not a disrespect to Camilo Doval, but I don't think he'll get much for a closer. I don't think it's going to be. You
might be right.
I highly doubt Farhan Zaidi gets anybody back for Camilo Doval that makes a major league roster. So with that said, I don't think I'm going to create a hole by trading Camilo Doval. I got to find some strengths on the team. I got to find some building blocks. Right now, he's one of my building blocks. I would not trade. I'm looking at the Rogers brothers. I'm looking at guys like Ryan Walker. And I hear what you're saying. I don't think you're going to get enough for Camilo Doval.
I know.
I just don't think you are.
Well, and I'm just looking at the team right now. Like, I don't think Chapman, on the way that his contract is structured, I don't think he's tradable. And then I look at Blake Snell, and it's like, how many teams? And in a sense, it makes it, you trade Blake Snell at the deadline because he has one extra year after this one. How many people can absorb $35 million in the middle of a season? You know, or the prorated $35 million in the middle of the season.
You don't miss that break, bro.
All right, well, I'll answer that on the other side. That's what's coming up on the game. Brought to you by In at the Tides. Relaxing days, stunning sunsets. Every day is magical in Bodega Bay. The In at the Tides special midweek rates start at just $249 per night and include breakfast and a bottle of wine upon arrival. Book your stay now at inatthetides.com.
Now that spring is here, Golden State Lumber and Building...
Not great. It's separated. So he's going to get an MRI. We'll look at it and see where he is tomorrow, but not great.
What was your view of that play and just kind of the thoughts going through your head as it transpired?
Well, I mean, it goes all out. You never really know with the wind here. Sometimes it pushes it, sometimes it kills it. But when he hit in the wall and he went down, he didn't get up. I didn't have a great feeling about it.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
Hey, Bonte.
That was Bob Melvin talking about Jung Hoo Lee and that shoulder. Hey, you know, Jung Hoo Lee, I said this real quick, Shasky, and by the way, shout out to Steph Curry getting ready for the Paris Olympics. That's like the 4th, 5th different time I watched him play the wall where he doesn't really know the surroundings. And, Dodger Stadium's in my head right away. First series at Dodger Stadium.
He did it at Philly, too.
He did it in Philadelphia. And then when you do it in your home park, you got to get out there a little. Maybe he is getting multiple times in his home park. Getting out there, getting the outfield coach, whoever it is.
You got to shag flies during BP.
How does this happen again? I'm paying you $113 million. Well, now he's only getting 7 this year. That contract gets bumped up. And I don't know who you are, Jung Hoo Lee. You came from the KBO. Well, you know what I'm saying?
This is why I view him like a rookie, right?
Yeah.
He needs these reps. They're dramatically important. What I didn't know, he played every single one of his games in a dome stadium.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, the KBO.
Wait,
he didn't play the outdoor stadium not once?
Not in the professionals.
The KBO, we were watching it during the pandemic. They were all domes?
They said all of the games were in domes. I couldn't
could have
believe
sworn
that.
they had some outdoor games out there.
I thought so, too. That's what a little birdie told me. I said, what? And they said, yeah, dude. So, like, a lot of the, and all the dimensions are very symmetrical. I don't know what the word is, but they're all very similar. They're not like as unique as the way American stadiums are. And so, there's just a lot of learning curve for the young guy. I know.
And so he's out, and he's going to be out for a while. So now your leadoff hitter is gone. And now this is a team that lacks speed, lack athleticism. But you know what? You get credit yesterday because you're down 3-0 right away. And Kyle Harrison didn't have his best stuff. He walked 5 guys. He did strike out 5, gave up the 3 hits and the 3 runs. But he kept the Giants in the game.
Totally agree.
He kept them at bay, and he kept them in the game. So I'll take that. That's another tough, gutty performance by Kyle Harrison, who's growing during his first circuit. And then the offense did wake up. You get Chapman with an RBI single. You get the Jack from Lamont Wade Jr. You take the lead in the 5th inning as Blake Sable to the infield single. You know what I'm saying?
His defense is so bad at catcher.
It's not good.
And I saw people saying, like, well, if Blake Sable makes a couple plays behind the dish, the Jung Hoo Lee play doesn't happen. It's like, I understand when people do that. It's just, he was going to crash into a wall at some point.
Right.
If you've watched Jung Hoo Lee, he's been flying into walls all year. I mean,
flying. It's got to be better.
But Blake Sable behind the dish is a problem. Look, Tom Murphy's out. Patrick Bailey's going to be out. I have a feeling that there's some more to this illness thing. There's something else going on.
Can I ask you something real quick, Shasky? Because I know you're on a roll here. But what happens if Jung Hoo Lee is out for, say, 3 months?
Oh, they're in big trouble.
Like, doesn't that leave an empty feeling in your stomach saying, I didn't really get to watch Jung Hoo Lee. I don't really know who he is.
100%.
And in the first year of a 6-year, $113 million deal, that doesn't look good. Well, that's not money well spent, Chasky.
And he's got a month and a half in the bigs.
Wow.
I mean, look, there's a cultural, immersion that he's going through right now regarding like the language barrier, just like basic stuff, culture, American culture. And then you've got the whole like intricacies of the entire division, intricacies of your own park. All of the pitching repertoires that you have to go up against and build that Rolodex in your brain. Like Pete Rose was talking about this. I love listening to Pete. I know people hate Pete Rose. I love Pete Rose. He's a baseball savant. But he was talking about like, I faced the same guys for 25 years. So I actually thought the majors was better. At least it was easier for me to hit in the majors than the minors. Not that the pitching wasn't better. It's that I knew what everyone threw. Yeah. And so once you get to the bigs, I know what Kershaw's going to throw. I know what Walker Buehler's going to throw. Yamamoto, who the Giants are going to face here.
You understand the tendencies.
Exactly. Yeah, that doesn't mean you're going to have great success, but at least you know what you're going up against. Nothing is worse than like, never seen this guy. I have no idea what he's going to be. So, like, Jung Hoo Lee needs to build that Rolodex of the bigs.
And now it could become a lost year. We'll await the MRI. He has a dislocated shoulder. You're not going to be able to swing a bat with a dislocated shoulder. That's for sure.
I just hope it's not a labrum and all the other. Like, it could be surgery. They could be in trouble, man.
That could be all bad. It could be what if he's out for the year? I mean, what if he's just out for the year?
That would be a big blow.
Would that be a blow to Farhan Zaidi? Would that be the final blow to Farhan Zaidi?
I don't know. I don't know about
because where are we at now? I wonder here, as I want to shout out our friends at Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you'll be flush. Brought to you by Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. I was thinking about this yesterday as I'm watching the game over the weekend. And we're going to have FP Santangelo is going to join us at 9:20. Can't wait for FP. Just thinking about, does Farhan get the injury excuse? Because as these guys are dropping like flies, and we see Michael Conforto with the hamstring on front, you knew it right away Saturday night. He looked around, he looked at that dugout, it was like, oh, that's hamstring.
100%.
That's hammy. And for Michael Conforto, that could be a month, could be 3 weeks. Who the hell knows for Michael Conforto? He's had his history with injuries, right?
It sucks.
So does Farhan get the benefit of the doubt, saying, you know what? The Giants are competitive, but guys started dropping like flies.
Can I answer that one?
Because I'm not buying it, but I'm willing to listen to people make that excuse for Farhan Zaidi this season.
I'm not. And the reason why is that I don't make decisions based off of a singular year or a singular month or a singular moment. It's about the body of work. And I would look at the body of work, and I've been thoroughly unimpressed.
Oh, my gosh.
Right? And to me, it starts with the farm, because the whole reason of why let's go back to 2019. He was brought here to fix the farm system.
Yep.
We've seen Harrison, and we've seen basically 3 or 4 good months from Patrick Bailey. Mm-hmm. What else have you seen? I mean, you get 30 picks every year. You get international free agency. You have an ability to have random guys come up. Like right now, the Giants are going to be facing a guy, just for an example. His name's Gavin Stone. If you don't know who he is, 5th round pick.
Oh, I picked him up and fed Dodgers pitcher?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's dealing right now.
So they're going to face him tonight.
Yeah.
5th round pick in 2020. 5th round pick in 2020. 7 starts. He's a 3-1 with a 3.55 ERA. Listen to his last 3 starts. 7 innings against the Toronto, 1 earned run. Against Atlanta, 6 innings, 1 earned run. Against the Miami Marlins,
Shut them
7
down
innings,
Wednesday afternoon.
1 earned run. Yeah.
Wednesday afternoon.
He's basically given up 1 home run in each of those starts and has been phenomenal. All right, that's their 5th round pick in 2020. Just to give you an idea. So we talk a lot about the Dodgers. And they make moves for Mookie Betts and Freeman. They also find Gavin Stone in the 5th round. And that's what the Giants haven't done. And so, to me, it's the body of work of Farhan that, forget the injuries this year.
Right.
You're so behind the 8 ball, and it's strictly because the farm is not producing the apples that I thought the orchard should provide.
You know, just doing a deeper dive on Farhan, I was observing him at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. And I'm thinking about the way John Lynch speaks. And John Lynch has not been perfect whatsoever. Hell, some people think John Lynch is not qualified for his job to this day, which is not fair. But John Lynch works the room. He makes you believe. Bob Myers, when he speaks, you eat it all up. We all eat it all up when it comes to Bob Myers and Joe Shasky. John Lynch. But Shasky, when I watch Farhan Zaidi and him, quote-unquote, work a room, he doesn't exude confidence. He doesn't exude like, oh, yeah, I believe in that guy. He's one of our guys. He's us. To me, when I look at him and the way he operates this baseball team, and the way he makes his moves, and the way he makes his deals, and the way they go, like, it's just a lot of things. Like, J.D. Davis is out there speaking out. Yeah, Alex Woods, Stripling, the Carlos Correa situation. It's just a lot of smoke. Logan Webb's not happy the other night. He's cursing into a microphone. It's been a lot of little things here that adds up, right? And I'm just thinking to myself, is Farhan a Bay Area guy? Is he one of ours? Is he a San Francisco Giant? And I just don't get that confidence from him. I just don't get that feeling from him. You know what I'm saying?
No, I do know what you're saying. So it's interesting that you say this. I know a few prominent people in the Giants organization, and I'm not trying to name drop. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm just saying, like, I see them around town, and they are in the fabric of this city.
Right.
Their kids go to school here. Their kids play ball here. I've been lucky to coach some of them, and I know a lot of other people associated with the Giants. The Giants are a very San Francisco Bay Area centric organization where the majority of the people that work for them are from here or have decided to make this their home.
No doubt. And by the way, I should add in this detail. Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame last Monday, they were inducting Brian Sabean, which is the big, like, Brian Sabean.
I know.
The guy Farhan replayed. Well, I know he replaced Bobby Evans, but really, that was Brian Sabean's baby for 2 decades. And he was part of 2 rebuilds. And 97-03 was the best era in San Francisco Giants baseball up until the 3 World Series in 5 years.
And Sabian is as East Coast as they come.
Yep.
He made this his home.
Yep.
His boys went to school in this area. So anyway, I want to continue this conversation.
All right, let's do that on the other side. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Have you been in a car accident?
there's a bird in short left center who's suddenly become a star. On the field, just hanging out, enjoying the day, basking.
That's not just a bird, though. That's a big bird.
Is it a crane?
I don't know what it is. That's not a, like, when you say bird, I think like somebody's just flying in, swooping, and getting out of there.
This ball lifted toward left field, falling quickly, and a diving effort by Ramos, tumbling gymnastically to make the catch in the shadow of the bill of the bird.
What up? This is Big Pun from South City. You are now listening to the morning Rose with my boys Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Dude, my girl Tony heard Big Pun. Was like, oh, Big Pun? He's a little teddy bear. I went to South City with him. I went to elementary school with him. What up, Big Pun?
I got a joke for you, Bonte.
What up, Tony? Oh, that was Jason Benetti on Fox Sports 1 Saturday afternoon. Everybody's going crazy over the Pelican. Look at the Pelican. Fly, Pelican, fly.
On, Pelican. I mean, it was pretty cool.
It was cool. They gave us a backdrop. That just shows you how boring the game was. We got locked in on the Pelican.
Well, Ramos did make a hell of a play there.
He did, but no, Ramos was putting on a show with his arm Saturday afternoon. He really did. Eric Harris was in the booth as well, alongside Jason Benetti.
Can you give me this? And you were referencing Kyle Harrison. I feel like you have enjoyed watching the maturation of Kyle Harrison this year, and it has not been a straight line. Like that's the thing. I think a lot of fans like development is always going upward, not down, up, down, up. It's all over the place. But like at the end of the day, we all can see Kyle Harrison's growing. Right.
I like he's battling. He gives up some runs early. And what I want to see is, okay, like Hunter Brown, for example, in Houston right now, the Astros, he's a big-time prospect. He gives up 2 runs right away, and he's done. And his ERA is shot right now. He's not having a good year. You see it with young pitchers. They get beat up early. How do they respond? Do they keep your team in the game? I think for like the 3rd time this season, we see Harrison give up some runs early, and he battles. And he battles, and he battles, and he keeps his team in the game, and that's what happened yesterday. He kept them in the game with a 3-0 lead, and boom, your offense strikes. So I'm proud of Harrison, man. He's pitching well for his first campaign.
Well, and that's where I think I'm going, is that the microcosm of the young guy, it gives them a shot in the arm. And when I'm watching Ramos make multiple plays out in the field on Saturday, you can't tell me that wasn't exciting. And then I see Casey Schmidt. Now, look, offensively, he's got a lot of improving to do. I don't know if the bat's ever going to be consistent. I really don't. But defensively, that dude has a cannon.
No, he does.
He has an absolute cannon.
By the way, something just hit my timeline. Kansas City's going to open the season on Thursday Night Football at Arrowhead Stadium.
Against?
The Baltimore Ravens.
Oh.
Get a little Lamar, and you get Patrick Mahomes to start the season in the rematch of the AFC Championship game. As the schedule leaks are starting to come out.
Did you see the announcement over the weekend? Bill Belichick?
Oh, yeah, he's going to be on a Manning-cast.
How cool is that?
That
first
was
quarter of every Manning-cast.
Yeah, you know what? Sorry, Bucket Aikman. I'm going to miss you for the first quarter. I need to hear Belichick. Belichick is going to be breaking it down, dude. He's going to be breaking it down. Who's he going to coach next season?
Well, I told you, the smartest thing he could do is to stay relevant and be on television because these owners are going to watch, and some owners are going to be like, dude, he still got it.
He's going to get the Cowboys job next year, huh?
Oh, that'd be great. Come on, that would be great.
Would it be the Cowboys job? Will he get the Philly job?
Philly? Well, he's an Eastern Seaboard guy, so I could see him being a Philly guy. God.
AC Eaton.
So it sounds like the Niners are going to open against Cowboys?
I'm a football coach. I'm not a
Sunday Night Football.
The medical staff is the medical staff.
Oh, really?
Sunday Night Football.
Is this the medical hour? Should we get Bob Myers on? Start talking about the 5th metatarsal?
Hey, leave it alone. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Did you watch basketball last night?
Yeah, of course I watched basketball. By the way, the segment is sponsored by Go to St. Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStLumber.com. We'll get back to Sabian and the way he worked the room and got his honor, but the Giants had disrespect to him. I did watch basketball, and I've been thoroughly enjoying these playoffs. Where do you want to start? Anthony Edwards and a loss to Denver,
Indiana.
coming back from 2-0. Indiana and Tibbs running his boys into the ground. Boston. That was a nice response from Boston on Saturday night.
I still don't believe in them.
Something. Jaylen Brown says something at the end of the game Saturday. He goes, We're all serious. We're not here to play around. He goes, you thought we come to Cleveland for the weather? Thinking kid. I kind of like that. Did you hear that? I wasn't mad at that. We came to Cleveland for the weather. All right, Jaylen Brown. I'll see you. But Denver. I counted out the Chav Shasky.
Oh, I did too. I'll raise my hand.
I'll raise my hand.
I thought it was a wrap.
I thought it was done.
And your boy, Gordon, he is so rugged. He made so many winning plays in that game yesterday.
He's a winner.
Yeah, he is.
He's a winner.
He's embraced that role.
He's embraced that role. And you know what? The turning point for his career, I thought, came in that first round loss to the Golden State Warriors.
Really?
Because for the first 3 games, he just was not effective at all. Draymond was in his head. He was rattled. He was missing shots. But I thought the last 2 games, they won game 4 of that series, and then they battled the Warriors. Remember, they had the Warriors down like 10 in game 5, and Curry had to go night-night. They had to battle for that series. But I thought Aaron Gordon found something. He found something at the end of that series, and he carried it over to last season. And think about the guys he's had to defend in the playoffs. LeBron, AD, KD, Karl-Anthony Towns, AE, Anthony Edwards, Jimmy Butler in the NBA Finals, Bam at times, Ben Adebayo. He is their ultimate chess piece. And to see him hit the 3 the way he's hit the 3 in that series and to flip that series, he outplayed Karl-Anthony Towns. And for Minnesota to win that series, that can't happen.
Well, it's interesting how it took one game. It's taken Steph Curry 15 years, but one game for Anthony Edwards, and it's, hey, he needs more help.
Yeah.
I mean, it's taken 15 years for Warrior fans, for the media, for the national media to say Steph needs more help. It took one game for Anthony Edwards for everyone to say he needs more help. It's kind of crazy, isn't it? Anthony Edwards is the closest to Michael Jordan. It's not even close. I hate doing that to him.
Jamal Crawford said yesterday, I didn't think about it. He goes, he reminds me of what he said. He's like Dwayne Wade to me. He would be the 2024 edition of Dwayne Wade.
But he's bigger.
He's bigger. Yeah. He is bigger.
And his shot is better at an earlier age.
Yep. I mean, he is the truth. And he goes, I mean, he's so fun to watch.
Time around the rim and his ability to finish with either hand, he's incredible.
No, my mind is sick. We got sick minds here.
The ball movement from Denver was excellent last night.
I'm looking at Minnesota. If they lose this series.
Yeah, you're doing what I'm doing. Yes.
Cut man do. But if I'm Minnesota, yeah, sure. I'm thinking about Cat. You go ahead and play the Cat. Settle again. Kitty here, kitty here, kitty. Hey, listen, Karl-Anthony Towns. If I'm Minnesota and they lose this series, I'm dangling Cat man do. Meow, 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 meow.
4.
Kitty. And I'm trying to get a big boy. So if
Kuminga?
No. If I'm doing any business, I'm calling around, and if Minnesota calls Warriors, their phone call should be, what's up with number 30? What's up with Steph?
If the Warriors trade Cat for Steph Curry, people's heads will explode.
Oh, I know they would.
And Gobert.
But listen.
Oh, my God.
But no.
Gobert,
and I'm not saying
Draymond, and Cat on the same team
if
with
I'm
no
the Warriors,
Steph.
if I'm the Warriors, I'm hanging up the phone.
I'm not answering the call.
Dude, I'm not answering the call. But if I'm Minnesota, my thinking is, I got to go get a big boy back. So that's Minnesota. So moving forward for them, I think, listen, I got to bitch Gobert. I'm going Naj Reid, Karl-Anthony Towns to start the game. I got to do the Gobert experiment. He's a defensive player of the year.
He had a big dunk, and they put him down 11, and he was talking smack. It's like, Gobert, scoreboard, bro.
If I see him complain about another foul he commits, 30 feet, and Karl-Anthony Towns too, how many times did he foul 50 feet away from the hoop? Now I get what Anthony Edwards is saying. Dude, stop fouling.
So here's the epiphany I came to regarding the Warriors and all these hypothetical trade options that are out there. And this is a hard pill to swallow. You reference Cat. And I'll take Cat in a heartbeat.
I know you would.
But what the hell do the Warriors have in terms of a package that would beat what maybe another team would offer for Karl-Anthony Towns? Like, if we're being realistic in all of these trade scenarios, and this is why the reason I kept, banging the LeBron drum is because LeBron's so uniquely different from the others. He could force his way somewhere, even though the trade package may not be as good as elsewhere. if it's just the deal that you could give up, the package that you could give, whether it's picks, players, whatever, the Warriors are, I don't even think they have a top 10 package of players and draft capital to surrender to get one of these big movers. I came to this epiphany last week, and God, this is going to be hard to say out loud, so don't get mad at me.
Why would I
feel like it's one of two scenarios. Roll it back, complete blow up. It's like no in between. And by complete blow up, I mean I'm keeping Steph Curry and I'm blowing up everything else around him. And praying he's not maligned and wants to leave. Like, I really feel like they're stuck between a rock and a hard place, Monte. I've been listening. I went through so many trade scenarios. Well, I looked at all the options. I listened to you guys. I mean, I've seen it all, and I don't know. But I don't see the path out.
But you know what though? I'm holding out hope here, Sassy, because there's going to be some other teams that make some boneheaded moves. There's going to be some things.
So we're
happening.
Praying for boneheaded moves.
Yes, we're praying for chaos. That continues. We pray for chaos.
Okay.
What's going to happen to Philadelphia? What's going to happen with the Clippers? What's going to happen with the Lakers?
Pelicans.
What's going to happen with the Pelicans? What's going to happen with the Suns? What's going to happen with Pat Riley's Miami Heat? What's going to happen in this league? What's going to happen with Cleveland? I mean, so I don't know what's going to happen around this league right now to know what's what. I'm praying, but I don't know what the Warriors' path is because I'm working under the assumption that Draymond and Steph will be back no matter what. No matter what, they'll be back.
That's not good enough.
Oh, that's not good enough. Not even close, no doubt. But how does the rest of the roster get filled in? That's a difficult challenge here. That is a challenge for Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob. How do you build a winner around them? Now, in the West, is anybody going to dip? What's going to happen to Sacramento? Nobody's even talking about the Kings. What is going to happen with the Sacramento Kings?
Oh, I think they've got, draft capital. They've got ammunition. They've got players that are more desirable than what the Warriors have in terms of a trade package.
San Antonio. How active will they be? They got 2 picks. They got 2 picks in that lottery yesterday.
4th overall pick?
They got the 4th and the 8th overall pick. But from the experts, they say it's the worst draft in the world.
Well, that's why Warriors losing their pick to the Portland deal isn't the worst thing in the world.
Not the worst thing, because, again, they say there's no players in this league.
You know, they always say to you, it could always get worse. Did you see what happened in the very end, the bookend, if you will? Just a little exclamation point on that CP3 Jordan Poole trade.
I did see that.
Did you see? Why don't you tell people what happened?
No, you go ahead.
Basically, the Warriors are giving up their 2030 pick.
I know.
So not only did you surrender a 23-year-old player, not only did you get back a guy that everyone knew was only going to play for you for a year or less than that, you also gave a pick in the deal. I mean, it's honestly, we're going to go back. It's one of the worst trades. And I get they had to move money and they had to get this. I'm pulling on Steiny here, but God, it was such a bad trade. And CP3 was good. That's the irony of the whole thing. CP3 was actually a good player.
He was a good player,
but it was such a bad trade. And this goes back to asset allocation.
Grant Liftman's Atlanta Hawks getting number 1 overall pick. You see Grant Lippman on there?
Was he there? I didn't see him.
Yeah, he was there. Oh, he was there with Legend
Rising Star.
Rising Star.
Oh.
Rising Star. Grant Lippman to the Hawks with the number 1 overall pick.
See Adam Schefter with the joke saying that Atlanta's not expected to take another quarterback.
Oh, that's a good one. Sources are telling me.
The more I think about that, the more boneheaded that move feels for Atlanta. That is just so idiotic what they did.
Well, Penix is going to play all year. That's my if you want my hot take of the year, Penix is going to be.
He gave Kirk Cousins $100 million.
So what?
Think about what Atlanta could have done.
It's just $100 million.
Just $100 million. If you're going to give Kirk Cousins, it's just $100 million.
Just $100.
Jack Peterson's just $20 million.
I mean, they played Desmond Ritter last year.
It's only $20 million.
That is as dumb as anything I've ever seen.
It's only $20 million for a guy with a Pasoi problem.
I hope Brock Purdy does not have a down year. That's all I'm going to say.
But no, listen. You telling me Atlanta gave Kirk Cousins $100 million? Roma Dunze's on the board. I'm thinking that, I don't know what made me think about this. But Roma Dunze, Drake London, Kyle Pitts, Bijan Robinson, and Michael Penix. Holy smokes. You keep telling me you gave Kirk Cousins $100 million and just totally cooked your books? Now, Kirk Cousins with that scenario, if you're going to give Kirk the $100 million, give me Roma Dunze, Drake London, Kyle Pitts, and Bijan Robinson.
I think
why not do that?
Well, I don't know. I mean,
why not do that? Do you take Penix?
But here's what I've learned about the NFL. Like everyone's like losing their mind about the $100 million, and it is $100 million.
It is $100 million.
Trust me, I want $1 million, let alone $100 million.
It's $100 million guaranteed for Kirk Cousins.
No, I get that, but like. Dude, I see teams eat dead money all the time.
I know
so it doesn't really mean much to me.
It doesn't mean much.
Best player will play.
It's just bad business.
It is. I don't deny that. That I don't deny.
You could have had, if I got
you could have had Christian Wilkins and something else.
Right.
For example.
Christian Wilkins. Or if you're going to sign Kirk Cousins, just go draft Roma Dunze. You imagine Roma Dunze in the Georgia Dome or in that new Mercedes-Benz Dome alongside Drake London, alongside Kyle Pitts, alongside Bijan Robinson.
But I just don't think Kirk, this is the other thing. Like, they gave the money to him. I don't think he's going to be healthy enough to play and ready to go. I don't know if you saw Dre Greenlaw's comments to Matt Mayogo.
Yeah, no, we played on Friday.
And it just, not
it's
good.
It's going to be a while.
Yeah.
But you know what? The winter season.
I like when he said, I'm going to play every game like it's the Super Bowl from here on. I was like, Dre, I feel like you've been playing that way the entirety of your career. Love you, pal.
Oh, man. So I was just, I don't know why I was thinking about that as the NFL schedule gets released this week. I cannot wait for that, where the night is going to be playing. Are they really going to be in Buffalo on Christmas Day? Buffalo Christmas? Wow. That's going to be something else. But Michael Penix already better than Kirk Cousins. Can you imagine that if he plays?
They said, the rumor is that the coaching staff saw Stafford-like vibes from Michael Penix because a lot of the guys that Raheem Morris brought in are from L.A. Interesting. I'm just telling you what the staff is saying. Just telling you.
It's time for you to do the legal.
Don't get mad at me.
No, I'm not mad. It's Atlanta's problem. It's just $100 million. You listen to 95.7 the game. That Mark
it's $100 million.
Mark Willard. They signed Jack for $19 million. That's just $20 million. It's no big deal. Can
I ask a question? I was in it. Do the legal, and then I'll ask the question.
Oh, boy. What's going on here?
Well, I saw Guru was like hitting up Mark.
Well, hold on. Do the legal first, then we'll get into the question.
Oh, my God.
All right. This is news to me. You're listening to 95.7 the game. KG and GF and HD1 San Francisco. Adam was too much for me. I forgot all about that. And Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget. Damn, we've had some jobs this year. Don't forget that you can also watch us every day on YouTube, Twitter/X Streets. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. Nobody believed Draymond Green when he told Adam Silver, I'm thinking about retiring.
It's too much for me.
Adam Silver came up, I was like, dude, I'm not trying to talk about that. It's like a presser.
Adam's too much for me.
Go ahead. Oh, man.
Well, no, I gave my wife a ride to work, and then we ended up picking her up. We went to Tony's on Friday. We had a great day. And I'm like waiting around in the car, when you're waiting for your wife or whatever, and you got the car idling, and you're sitting in a nice safe spot. So you start scrolling on your phone, and I see like a Guru tweet, but it's not on his timeline. It's only toward Willard, but because I follow both of them, it pops up, and it's him on, I'm assuming Chase Center floor, cooking Mark. At least that's the way.
Oh, before the knockout game. Yeah.
That's the way I interpreted Guru thinking that that's what happened. I mean, it was a nice move, whatever. And you could see like Mark like trying to defend it in his jeans. The whole thing was just funny. Like just two guys trying to play each other. And I'm like, Goo, why are you posting this? What happened? What's the context there?
Well, the context is he got knocked out first in the knockout game.
Yeah, but why post it on Friday?
Well, because I don't know why he posted it on Friday, but, after the knockout game, he was begging Whitley to post, hey, show me cooking Willard one-on-one before the game. Show me cooking him and hitting the fadeaway over him.
So bucket is cooking?
I guess so.
We go down the tough roads, Donnie. Toyota Tundra. I'm good now.
I haven't heard from Mark Willard. How's he doing? Where's he at with Farhan? Where is he at with Farhan?
He's not been happy lately.
Really? Wow, what a change of heart.
But everybody's happy. I'm not. Nobody's happy. All right, but you want to go back to playoffs because nobody's happy about the Giants. Well, they won 2 or 3. Look at our dialogue. They won 2 or 3 against the Reds, and we're still down bad. I'm actually excited about the Giants. I try to get excited about the Giants. I'm texting you guys Saturday. I'm watching this team thinking, this is painful. This is painful.
No, literally, it is painful because everyone's hurt.
Everybody's jumping every day this week.
Everyone's hurt.
I know we're really grasping. He's like, wow, that was really big for Matt Chapman. Boy, did he need that one.
Yeah,
that's the high mark of the weekend.
Slam.
So can you, as an A's fan, as a long-suffering A's fan,
it's been emphasis on suffering.
So you have a guy who has 10 home runs right now, which is like double what anyone on the Giants has.
Yeah, he's been having a monster 2 weeks.
I think he's top 10 in the league right now. Gunnar Henderson, number 2 overall in home runs right now. But no, as a long-suffering A's fan, you see Matt Chapman and the Giants fan, I guess, the experience with Matt Chapman, and you think?
Well, it's not surprising. Like I said constantly, and I'm going to name a guy that you guys probably don't know. Well, maybe you do because you guys are tapped in. But I always said when there was a clutch at bat that was needed during those final A's runs, I'd rather have Chad Pinder at the plate than Matt Chapman.
Damn, Chad Pinder.
Chad Pinder?
Who's a utility guy?
Damn. I know exactly who he is.
But that's how much I had no faith in Chapman in a clutch situation because he chased a lot. Like his defense, he'll give you those plays, and it's just like,
he had a play coming in yesterday that was. I mean, he looked at he's coming in, Bonte, on a chopper.
And he'll
looks at the third base, the guy running from third to home. I mean, it's like it is a textbook play.
No.
Like Brooks Robinson couldn't even pull off that play.
No,
and he fires to first.
But you go to Simeon on those teams before Chapman. I'm going Olsen before those teams. Hell, I was going Sean Murphy before Matt Chapman when it came to the hierarchy of those guys.
I'm starting to take into account what Flynn told us. Was it last week or the week before?
What's that?
Chapman's putting a lot of pressure on himself. You can see him pressing. He can't, and I'll give him that. I'll give him that. He cares.
Oh,
the guy cares, no doubt. He's a baller.
I'm with you there.
He's a baseball lifer. He cares, but he is miscast as a cleanup hitter.
Totally
it's not
agree.
even close. And we knew this. He was batting 7th for the Blue Jays, 6th for the Blue Jays, throwing 40 runs. I don't care if the finger was hurt or not. The numbers are the numbers.
Yeah.
You go out there and play it. Everything else is off the board. He's a lifetime 240 hitter. This is who he is.
I don't think he's going to get to 240 this year. Now, maybe he heats up. Maybe he heats up. I'm just not seeing a guy drive the ball, and I'm seeing a guy, he strikes out above the letters all the time.
And then I'm watching.
Drives me crazy.
Conforto, hurt. Who's going to be left standing by the end of May?
Bonte,
who's going to be left standing by the end of May?
Bonte, I'm looking at it right now. You're going to get, this is your outfield for the foreseeable future. Yaz, Tyler Fitzgerald, Matos, and Ramos. And then your infield is going to have some combination of Tyro Estrada, Casey Schmidt, Brett Wisely, Lamont Wade Jr., and Matt Chapman.
Wow.
That's what's really good. Now, I didn't even get to catcher. Where it's basically the Blake Sable show.
Yes, it is.
And some guy that none of us has ever heard of. Who hit a home run in his first game and then now
Blake
just
Sable show.
Poor Blake Sable. He had a great at-bat at the end of the game. The guy is one of the worst defensive. I thought Hector Sanchez was one of the worst defensive catchers. I'm wrong. Blake, I love you, pal. You are not a good defensive catcher. It's really difficult.
They win a series. 2 of 3. They win a series. All right, we're coming up on the Russ. Let's get to meet Nick Sorensen, your new defense coordinator for the 49ers. Plus, we'll talk a little more NBA. Knicks, Pacers, 2-2. T-Wolves, Nuggets. How about the heart of a champion? The Denver Nuggets coming back and evening up that series. You got OKC, Dallas tonight. Dallas up 2-1. Luka Doncic, that experience. Oh, my gosh. Luka just wide. Good Lord. Give it a break. All right, that's all coming up. Brought to you by Safeway.
Shasky, I'm just a man.
We're not hard on Brock.
This is Adam in the city, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
I'm back. We're back.
Move on, Joe.
Hey, so Brock Purdy, by the way, has had so many commercials. My guy has been getting it. He got a John Deere commercial where he's in Potrero and, about to leave when the John Deere and the phone keeps ringing. I'm sure you saw that one.
Yep.
He's got some other...
I saw his muscles. You see his muscles?
Yeah, he's pretty jacked.
He's hitting the weight room.
Yeah.
He's getting them up. By the way...
like me.
Ricky Minicamp, like you, looking ball buff.
I was hitting it hard this week.
Hitting it hard. I like that. By the way, Ricky Pearsall apparently was hitting it hard. The reports out of Ricky Camp. I did not read one because it's Rookie Camp. All right. I'm just going to start right there.
I did.
I'm not even going to. I read about it. It's like, oh, that's cool. They're out there. Renardo Green, my guy out of Florida State. He said he may start at the nickel.
Ooh.
He's got a shot to start at nickel corner.
Okay.
Rookie at nickel. I like the young man. He plays tough. This guy's scrappy. That Florida State team was really good last season. I really enjoyed him, but I always get worried about a rookie playing nickel in his first go-round in the NFL. That's Amon-Ra St. Brown territory. You know what I'm saying? That's Jackson Smith and Jigba. That's Cooper Kupp, Puka Nacua. You sure we ready for that for Renardo Green?
Are we saving that one right there? Yeah, that's got to be for mispronunciation of the year.
Puka Nacua. What do you mean? Nacua. I'm sorry. Puka Nacua. Damn it. Nacua. Damn it, don't say that. Don't do that. But you get what I'm saying.
I do.
That's a tough spot to be in. Nick Sorensen?
Well, what do you make of rookie camp? You've been around this for a while.
I've never covered a rookie camp. The players are not there. This is, just get acclimated to an NFL practice. Are we really going to have, oh boy, Ricky Pearsall, he didn't catch a pass in rookie minicamp? Like, come on, man.
Who was throwing?
I have no idea.
Kyle Shanahan?
I mean, like... It is possible he was throwing. Oh, man, Ricky Pearsall, man. We already... First round bust. No, come on, Slick Rick. Like, no, I saw some tweets. I saw some texts about rookie minicamp and, oh, man, we should have took Keon Coleman. Oh, man, we should have took Leggett from Carolina. Like, relax. Like, even Carolina, they posted a picture of Leggett running a route and catching a pass. He almost dropped the pass.
Well, what about Adonai Mitchell? They're posting all kinds of stuff of him, like running through all these guys.
Right.
He does look phenomenal.
He does. He's wearing number 10 because those are the receivers.
How many people were selected ahead of him?
I did like Adonai. I do. I wonder if we're going to regret that one. That does worry me a little bit. Not going to lie. But Ricky Minicamp, you taking anything away from that, Shasky? Come on.
Well, I do think that if you're struggling to get off man coverage or press coverage in rookie camp, probably going to struggle again, against the big boys, right?
Don't do that.
What? That doesn't mean you can't play.
Ricky Pearsall struggling to get off man coverage?
Well, look, guys have strengths and weaknesses, right? and they have things that they need to work on, right? So I think of someone like Deebo Samuel. Is he a guy that's going to burn you? Is he going to get crazy separation on a basic route? No. But he's a great football player. So, are there other things Ricky can do? We'll see. I mean, I'm not losing my mind over it.
Listen, it depends on who you follow on social media. One guy will tell you Ricky looked great and the balls were overthrown. Another guy will tell you Ricky can't get off press coverage and he looks like a bust. So it depends on who you cover. David Lombardi covers the Niners for The Athletic. And he says that Ricky, boy, looked really good. Crisp routes, but the balls were overthrown. Now, if you go to other media members, and they say he doesn't look like a first-round pick, so I don't know what. I don't know what's what.
The greatest wide receiver of all time, Jerry Rice, had a spotty at best start to his rookie season, and people thought he was a bust. And it ended up being the greatest player of all time in a 49er uniform, outside of maybe Joe Montana. All right, so let's let the guy play some games.
187. Oh, you two. The book is out on Rookie. Man, come on, Rookie Camp, man. I was like, I was sitting there over the weekend, Shask, and I'm thinking, boy, these are the dog days of sports. Now, there's a lot going on. I don't think we're in any shorter time because we talk NBA playoffs right now. We talk what's going on in football, the schedule, really. There's no shortage of content when it comes to sports.
Absolutely.
But I'm saying to myself, looking at all the rookie camp reports, I was like, all right, this is low. This is as low as it gets.
Well, the one thing that I've realized is that now there's so many places where you can get 49er coverage. It's everywhere. It's all over the place. Dear God, everyone who makes 49er content, take a deep breath. It's okay. It's okay. You can let a couple practices go by without having sweeping proclamations on everything. It's okay.
Ricky Pearsall can't get up there. Come on, man. I did see that. I said, oh, dear God. We don't even have pads on. This is what we're doing? Like, the Chargers Twitter account. Somebody said it was Lab McConkey running a route. And they were like, boy, it looks like the Chargers have their Cooper Kupp. And then Ted Wade for the Athletic was like, well, Cooper Kupp's 6'2", 215.
Yeah, it was completely like 5'10".
Yeah. Like, come on, man. What are we doing? And he ran some weak-ass pivot route and looked slow. It's like, stop.
Here's what I want to know from the Niners. What is Brandon Staley doing?
I don't know.
Like, what exactly is he doing?
Is that your biggest thing?
He's a guy that I don't like.
Yeah.
I don't like him. I never liked him. Thought he was a fraud. Doesn't mean he can't be a good football mind, just not my head coach. Like, you could be a really good number two. Norv Turner, great example. I think he's one of the great number twos in the history of the game. Hate him as my head coach. Love him as my offensive coordinator. Right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of guys that are Monty Kiffin, one of the great architects of defense. Don't know if I like him as a head coach. Vic Fangio, who we've referenced many times, great defensive coordinator. Don't think I want him as my head coach. So Brandon Staley not being a head coach and not even being a coordinator, we're going to talk a lot about him. What's he doing? They asked Nick Sorensen, is he going to be on the field or in the booth? They asked Staley about Staley. Sorensen about Staley.
Here it is.
Really just how I said it. It's more holistic. He's been kind of helping me overall. He's been involved with pretty much everything, as far as we did this. I've been kind of talking him through how we play certain things, watching stuff throughout the league and what other teams do, some of the things that he did. Would this fit? Would it not fit in our defense? And some things I was already familiar with just watching different defenses. You naturally see other defenses do things. And he's been more connected with the DBs and the nickels and, but he also has experience elsewhere with DNs and outside linebackers. But with the staff that we have, I think for me, it's going to just be really helpful that he's done it before and he's had success and he's been a head coach as well. So it's just, like I said, it's been great.
So they don't know if he's going to be in the booth or on the field. But I like having guys who have experience being a head coach. I know Brandon Staley, the way he coaches, drove a lot of people crazy, going for it on every fourth down, and some of the things he said.
He's just making no adjustments on defense when that's his side of the ball.
But not only that, just the way he handled losses, pressers, going at media members.
Smug.
He needs to take this is the perfect role for Brandon Staley right now. So I don't mind having him on staff because he was an okay DC.
But Bonte,
he'll see some things here. I like it's just like the Warriors, right? I'm looking at the Warriors. I'm saying I wouldn't mind Frank Vogel being on the bench next to Kenny Atkinson and Steve Kerr.
Frank's getting a raw deal, dude.
He is getting a raw deal.
I mean, come on.
But I would that's how I think.
No, I'm
more
with you.
Experienced and better.
But Frank Vogel actually knows stuff. I think Brandon Staley got elevated. If you just look at his resume, it's not like he's been in the NFL forever.
No doubt.
He's kind of a short-term guy, and I just think that he wowed everybody in an interview. He's got a lot of Nick Mangini vibes, if I'm being 100% real.
So you don't like him in the building?
Eric Mangini?
Eric Mangini. What did I say? Nick Mangini. Eric Mangini. Mispronunciation.
There you go.
No, it wasn't mispronounced. Just misfirst. Yeah. You're good.
But I remember when the Niners were going to hire Mangini as the head coach, and everyone was like, absolutely not.
Well, that was a terrible style.
And then they're like, well, we'll bring him in as an advisor. It's like, okay. And then he's going to help on offense. What? Remember that? So weird.
He was coaching tight ends.
Donnie, you're laughing.
He coached the tight ends.
I swear to God, that's what they were going to do.
He coached the tight ends. What didn't Eric Mangini coach the tight ends with the 49ers?
Right. I remember Eric Mangini getting a lot of commercials when he was the New York Jets coach.
Sopranos.
He had remember the Razor flip phone? He had that phone in a commercial, and they were roasting because he was streaming. He was like, "Oh wow, you could stream on your cell phone," and then he takes the Razor and he throws it, and it sticks right into the car. It's like our sharpest razor ever, and it's the Razor phone. There you go.
Sure, it's a good commercial.
It is.
Remember he coached the Cleveland Browns for a year?
I do.
Too. Now he's out the league. Now he's on television.
I think he's with Skip Bayless still on Fox.
when I was with Belichick, this is what we did. It's like the amount of
that
people.
That was a 4 for your Mangini. That was pretty good.
The amount of people eating off the Bill Belichick tree is just unreal. It's so supple. I mean, you've got Charlie Weiss, you've got Romeo Cornell.
I like Romeo.
I mean, you've got Mike Lombardi.
Yeah,
Mike Lombardi. I was around Belichick sniffing his farts for a while, and let me tell you, this is how we got it done, dude. You were there 5 seconds.
Let me tell you, when I was with Bill Walsh and the way we did it down this Redwood City.
Al Davis once told me, it's like, oh my
Al Davis
God.
once told me, and Al Davis would just click on me, just hang up the phone. The fact that he worked, think about Michael Lombardi. He's been so lucky. He worked with Bill Walsh, Bill Parcells,
and now he's
Belichick, Al Davis. What did he do to get those gigs? All right, Sorensen, what do you want out of this defense? What will the identity be of the 2024 49ers defense?
I want them to see that we're still the standard of what we've always been, an attacking defense that plays fast, we play violent, we play with speed, and we finish.
It's pretty cliche.
One more time.
I want them to see that we're still the standard of what we've always been, an attacking defense that plays fast, we play violent, we play with speed, and we finish.
All right, Nick Sorensen, what do you think got you the job?
I think you'd have to ask Kyle and John and ownership. I think I was here. I understand the defense, familiarity with it, with the guys, and how we play, what's expected. I think we all know what we expect out of the defense and our team, so probably have to ask Kyle about that.
So speaking of Kyle Shasky, I'll play this right now.
Yeah, because I have the real answer.
Because I want to know, because we know Kyle and Steve Wilks, that relationship soured fairly quickly.
Yeah.
And it may have happened on the Minnesota game, Monday Night Football, when you ran a cover 0 blitz right before halftime.
It's the worst call I've ever seen in my life.
It's one of the,
in a regular season game.
It's not a good call. It's not a good call. Turin Addison goes to a touchdown. It's a cover 0 blitz. You give up a touchdown. It was 16-7 at that point. But what's your relationship like with Kyle Shanahan right now, Nick Sorensen?
Yeah, now I'm more connected with him. We talk a lot more. You have to. I mean, he's very busy being the head coach and running the offense and stuff. I think now you have a little bit more free time. It's been cool, especially with what we've done with the draft, having just going through the draft and kind of talking through, even before that with free agency, like what our team looks like and what we need it to look like and who we want to target. So in that respect, it was a lot more connected with him.
So far, what are your thoughts with Nick Sorensen? Because we got a few more cuts.
Well, I think
we've got a few more things.
Let's start here. Like, why is Nick Sorensen the defensive coordinator? Players like him.
Yeah,
I think to me. That's me reading between the lines. It's the players like him. Clearly, Nick Bosa, Fred Warner, the high-paid defensive guys that are the leaders on this team, specifically on that side of the ball, didn't like the way Steve Wilks went about whatever it was, calling plays, front end connecting to the back end, specific blitzes in specific spots. The calls that were being made didn't mesh with what these guys are accustomed to doing.
Right.
And this guy has familiarity prior to Steve Wilks getting here and understands what these players want. And I think that the players clearly like him. So that's number one.
So speaking of his relationship with Nick Bosa, here it is.
Nick's great. I mean, you never have to question how he's working. We hope to get him here in a couple of weeks, for, like he always comes back here towards the end. And relationship's great. I mean, he's one of the best in the league, and he was, Defensive Player of the Year for a reason. I think a lot of the stuff that gets overlooked is how he plays in the run game. He's real physical. He's not just a guy that can get to the quarterback and affect it, which he does that at an elite level also.
All right, what about the lessons you learned from last year, Nick Sorensen?
Taking it, and it was also about protecting it too, our offense and special teams involved in that too. Kyle does the meetings on. Well, I think you learn every year. I think for me, it's more just getting prepared for the season and getting our players prepared and our staff and everybody prepared that we're playing and presenting it to our players in this, with one voice, and we're doing it all with the same direction. And that, again, like I said, speed, violence, and finish is what I want it to look like.
Speed, violence, and finishing. I like violence. I love speed. I love when they finish a tackle or finish a play. So far, I'm not mad at him. He's answering everything, Nick Sorensen. I've been dying to get to know this guy. What does he sound like? What does he look like? How does he wear his hats? I get supervised from him, but you know what? Guy came off well. Seems like, all right, let's see it.
I actually think he has a really difficult job this year, and we can get into this later on as the as we gear up for the season. I mean, we're in May, and the real season doesn't get rocking and rolling until about August 1, So they hit the first two DCs. And I think the second one, even better than the first one. Robert Saleh ended up being a hit.
Right.
It was really rocky at first. I think the personnel upgraded. He got better. He grew. I mean, he did. He grew into the job. But D'Amico Ryans was clearly an outstanding hire. Clearly, the guy has chops to be a head coach. I mean, he's a special human being, D'Amico Ryans. The third hire didn't go as well. And although they still had a good year, and although a lot of the metrics would tell you that they were still a very good defense, it didn't mesh. And I think there was a human, personal touch, whatever you want to call it. The players and him didn't vibe. And I think on the biggest stages, at the biggest moments, there was some huge gaffes. Huge gaffes. Now, I would say some of the players need to accept some responsibility on some of those gaffes. I think that the personnel department should look at some of the backups that they had playing in certain spots. But whatever.
I also thought you missed Hufanga last year in that back end. That was a big losses.
On the Super Bowl.
Tashawn Gibson regressed last season.
Yes.
He regressed mightily. I thought you got good years from Diamondor Lenore. I really do. Travis Ward was really, really good. But the defensive line, and that's what I wonder about the defensive line, and we're going to play a cut from Sorensen in a second about the D-line. That was the biggest regression for me because as deep as they were, they did not play well against the run or the pass. That was a very subpar unit a season ago, the defensive line. That's why I go to Chris Kosaric and I go to Nick Bosa and I go to those big boys up front saying, you did not play well.
Yeah.
Hargrave did not play well. He didn't. Kinlaw, it's okay. Armstead got hurt. Gregory, MIA. Drake Jackson got left in Pittsburgh after having 3 sacks in the opener. Who else did they trade for? They traded for Chase Young. They got 2 games out of Chase Young. 2.
Well, I thought the best game of the year for the defensive line was the first week against Pittsburgh.
And the Super Bowl.
Yeah. And everything else was kind of like, you know what I mean?
Yep.
So, I'm with you on that one. It's just, I think that he's got a difficult job ahead of him. I don't think this defense is as good. You're missing Dre Greenlaw for, let's just say right now, a quarter of the season, and could be half the season.
Could be 10 games.
He could come back and not even be close to the same player. We'll see. I remember Michael Crabtree came back the year of the Achilles.
He wasn't the same.
Just wasn't even close.
He was a little overweight. He was a little overweight.
Just wasn't
just
the same.
tough.
Just wasn't the same. So, I don't know. You losing Dre Greenlaw. Dre Greenlaw is one of the tone setters of the organization. He's one of the best linebackers in the league, period. So, that's a huge gaping hole. I think this defensive line is nowhere near as good as it used to be. And I'm looking at Nick Bosa, and I'm saying to myself, Nick Bosa, this offseason, you better be at everything. I paid you the richest contract in the history of the game at that position.
Yep.
You better be at every weightlifting session. You better be at every film session. No, I'm serious.
No, I know you are.
When you pay someone, when I give Patrick Mahomes $300 million, I know he's going to be at the facility before everyone, after everyone leaves, and he is going to set the tone for the entire organization. So I know, if I gave Purdy that money, say what you want about Purdy, right? Is he worth $50 million? I know if I give him the money, I feel pretty good that he's going to be.
He'll be there.
He'll be ready to roll for everything.
Yep.
All right, Nick Bosa, I better not hear a peep about you missing anything. All these what do they call it? Involuntary workouts. You better be at every single thing setting the tone. Because you know who can't come out slow this year?
Nick Bosa.
Nick Bosa. So as much as we're talking about Sorensen and I made a big joke about the other guy, Staley, who they brought in, I'm looking at Nick Bosa and I'm saying, hey, Nick, hey, bud, love you, pal. Last year was about getting the bag. You know what this year's about? Proving you're worth it. And setting the tone for the entire organization, because we've got a revamped defense, and I got a new guy calling plays at the head, Sorensen, and you better be there. You better be ready to go. And I'm not talking about August 1 for mini camps. No, everybody said last year, don't worry about Nick Bosa. He's going to be in great shape.
No.
I'm serious on this.
Hold on.
Nick Bosa better be at everything this offseason.
But it started with his mother. When she called Willard Dempsey, said, oh, don't you worry about Nick. She told the entire 49er fan base. And look, I don't care about you not coming to training camp. So I was talking to some players at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame about this.
Yeah, what'd they say?
Said, look, it's fine if you hold out.
Yeah, but you better show up.
But when you tell us you were working out.
That's what I'm saying.
And you were going to D-line coach. And I'm saying to myself, and I hear from players, D-line, it's really not that sophisticated to play. Okay, you're going to learn some stunts. You're going to learn some loops. But it's really about your individual moves.
Winning one-on-one matchups.
Winning one-on-one battles, your rip moves, your swim moves, your power moves, your speed rushes, all that stuff, containing the quarterback, keeping them inside the pocket. So there is no excuse to come back and not be in shape and say, but Nick Bosa's mom, and I don't want to put her on blast. She said, don't you guys worry about Nick. He's been working out, and he's been doing 2-a-days out here in Florida. Remember that? She was basically saying Nick Bosa was ready to roll. So it gets to Pittsburgh. We have Baldy on. Baldy, I don't care if he signs Saturday night. Be on that field on Sunday at Heinz Field or whatever. What is it called now? It's not Heinz Field anymore. Acrisure, I think, Stadium. Anyway, you know me. I got to get the name of the stadium right.
Correct, Acrisure.
Acrisure Stadium. Be ready to go. And he came out. There was no talk. And then around the bye week, he's like, yeah, you know, me not coming to training camp. And all the excuses started. And I'm not here for that.
No, that's my
Nick
point.
Bosa. I'm not here for that.
But forget the shape for just a second, because that is an element. I just am a believer in this. When you are making the most money in the organization or on the team currently or whatever, you are getting paid to set the tone. You are, directly or indirectly. That's just like, the reality is, the Patriots, and as much as we talk about Belichick, Brady set the tone. Yep. Brady set the tone for the organization. Yep. All right? Aaron Donald. You don't think Aaron Donald didn't set the tone for the Rams for a decade? He absolutely did. All right? So I'm looking at Nick Bosa, and I'm saying, you have to set the tone, and you've got to get this entire organization in line behind you. I'm not saying you got to be vocal and be something you're not, but in terms of showing up and being there every day for all of these mandatory and non-mandatory events, dude, I better not hear a peep about you missing anything. That's just my opinion as a Niner fan.
That was my problem with Bosa last year, though. You know? Having Bosa back, or having Bosa, you know, look, 10.5 sacks. He got some pressures. I thought he played better in the Super Bowl. It wasn't his best year.
Come on, just call it what it is.
But my problem with Bosa, it wasn't so much the play. It's him throwing the defensive coordinator on the bus left and right.
I agree.
You're blaming him. Well, if you would have got your ass to training camp, maybe you would have got to know Steve Wilks. Maybe you could have prepped Steve Wilks in August during training camp about running that defense and what you like and what you don't like. Instead, you complain all throughout the season, saying, yeah, we weren't prepared for this play. Well, I wasn't ready for this. You watch film, dog. You know what's coming down. So I'm with you with Nick Bosa. You got to set the tone.
He's one of my favorite players. Like, I want to make like the record show.
Right.
I love watching Nick Bosa play. He's one of my favorite players.
Oh, he's a beast.
But again, when I think of the all-time Niners, Willis, Gore, I put Fred Warner in this category. And Bosa is one of those guys. Part of being the highest paid player on the team is you are there no matter what. Frank Gore lived at the facility.
Right.
Patrick Willis lived at the facility. Wow. So I want to see Nick Bosa do the same.
Listen, 510 Xfinity Mobile text line. He's not lying. I forgot about this.
What?
There's so much stuff happening. Remember 4 or 5 games in, Bosa said the reason he wasn't popping was because he was trying new things since he missed the practices. I do remember that. He said he was experimenting. Remember that? He said he was experimenting.
It's ridiculous.
I mean, the gall to say some things like that. Experimenting with what? Not getting to the quarterback? Figuring out new ways to get blocked? To not shed a block?
Well, it's
to blow your outside containment? What are you talking about?
It's ironic because I think Baldy said he's just doing the same power move over and over again.
The same move.
What new thing was he doing?
Yeah, I don't know what he was experimenting with, but hopefully we see those new moves in 2024. Here's Nick Sorensen on the defensive line. And what he's trying to add to this 4-man pass rush.
Well, we always are looking to evolve in certain ways. I think there's things throughout the league that you see, and it's like, will this work? Will it not? But as far as what we do, our bread and butter, we're going to do that.
All right, on changes along the defensive line.
Pro sports, the NFL, it's tough. There's changes all the time, whether it's coaching or players, and we're fortunate to have a lot of these guys like Eric for a long time and did a lot of great things for us. But we did replace him and JK and some of the guys that we had last year with some guys that we're really excited about. Floyd and Malik inside, and then getting Jordan Elliott as well. Yetur Gross-Matos. We got some young guys mixed in with some veteran guys that really have performed, and we're really excited about also that we have them for a couple years. It's not like last year where we had gotten the guys that was kind of 1 year and gone, and it's someone that can get in our system with Coach Kasarik, and really just be aggressive and attack. As far as changing things, no, we're going to be aggressive. We're going to do what we do and be an attacking defense.
We'll be an attacking defense. We're going to do what we do. So the additions, Leonard Floyd, Malik Collins, Javon Hargrave. As much as we'll talk about Nick Bosa, second on that list is Javon Hargrave. When you get to $40 million guaranteed, and we see Philadelphia just say, basically, you could walk. We're going to draft Jalen Carter and be even better on the defensive line. Javon Hargrave, this is a big year for him and his 49. He could either be remembered as Gabe Wilkins
on
the Green Bay Packers, or he could do something this year and become a legit pass rusher and a legit defensive tackle inside. Javon Hargrave did not play well last year. Let's just face it.
It sure feels like this is a one-year deal now.
Yeah,
for
now.
him. It feels like
this is it.
Yeah, it does. It absolutely does. So, no, I think you're 100% correct on that. I just don't know, like, what are they going to do different? That's the question I have.
Schematically?
Like what?
Still running the cover 3, still running cover 1. He's still, I mean, the wide 9, you want to see an adjustment there?
I just think without Dre Greenlaw, you're just fundamentally a different team. He is so fast and he's so violent.
Can D. Winters step in?
What?
Can D. Winters step in and fill the void?
Jalen Graham, D. Winters? I don't know. Why do you keep saying specifically D. Winters?
I just remember the young man at TCU.
Yeah. I like Jalen Graham.
Kind of reminds you of Greenlaw the way he played at TCU.
Well, they've done a good job finding these random linebackers,
right.
you know.
We didn't know who Drake Greenlaw was until he popped in the Dallas game. You're like, who's I like this Drake Greenlaw guy. I'm like, Chasky's over pursuing everything.
Al-Shayer,
but you could rein him in.
You know, Al-Shayer was good too, you know, randomly. So we need speed. Oren Burks wasn't cutting it. I mean, let's just call it what it is. Dominic Flanagan fouls, they aren't cutting it.
As he said, they won't be going all out blitz with the second left in the half. That's for sure.
Who was the guy? Who was the guy number 20 that he had to have on the team? Not 20. That's Thomas. Who was the 26 that Wilkes had to have in free agency?
Oh, Isaiah Oliver.
Oliver.
My God.
Had to have him.
Oh, my God.
Had to have him.
Oh, my God. But you know, I don't want to say I feel bad for Wilkes. He's going to be all right.
Is he working this year?
No, well, he got fired so late in the process, there ain't no jobs available. Got fired after the Super Bowl. Every job is filled up. He's going to probably be a consultant somewhere, like Mike Vrabel's a consultant in Cleveland.
Mike Vrabel, yeah.
I mean, maybe Steve Wilkes is a secondary coach consultant with the Carolina Panthers. I don't know. I'm just throwing.
He's not going back to Carolina, that's for sure.
That's done. That's done. But I did feel for Steve Wilkes because a lot of people made the point that he's a D coordinator hired who could bring his own assistants that knew his defense. And when he said after the Minnesota game, I'm still learning this scheme. I'm not familiar with this scheme. I said, oh boy, we're in trouble. He's done. Well, you knew he was done.
Do you have the Chris Sims sound from last week basically saying that Kyle Shanahan is the GM?
Yes. Don't you think he is? And by the way, not only is he the GM,
that's here we go.
Eric Crocker. Remember last year, Crocky? Yes. Oh, Shanahan's a defensive coordinator, and I can't get it out of my head.
Well, let's just call it what it is. John Lynch is I think he has influence in the organization. I do think that he could talk Kyle out of certain things. I think he has his own football principles. But make no mistake about it, Kyle Shanahan is the Niners czar. In the way that Mike Holmgren ran Seattle for a couple of years.
This is Shanahan's baby.
And it should be. Like, you're the head coach. You're the offensive play caller. You've been wildly successful. No one is saying that, like, he's running them into the ground. Now, there might be a day where, you know, they have back-to-back, subpar seasons, and we start having a different conversation. But, like, as of right now, he's earned a lot of this.
Yes.
And he's done a great job of turning what was a dormant organization into one of the most successful teams in the league.
So, it shouldn't be a surprise that we'll play the Chris Sims sound in just a second. But he was hired first. And he wanted to meet with John Lynch 2 weeks later. And then when they made the hire to make John Lynch the GM of the 49ers, kind of knew that Kyle would have the final say in a lot of these picks and a lot of these free agent signings. Now, how's divvied up? Who gets credit? Rand Carthon, Adam Peters, John Lynch? I have no idea. But at the end of the day, the bottom line is this is Shanahan's baby. This is Kyle Shanahan's 100%. Baby. And Chris Sims, he's been wrong a lot about the 49ers. A lot. But I kind of do believe him when he says this.
This is much respect for John Lynch, right? Big part of the organization. Now, this is the thing where I tell people this sometimes, and I still think they're shocked about this, or they don't understand this, right? Kyle Shanahan's picking the players. Kyle Shanahan is the GM of the 49ers. He has absolute total power, right? So it's not the way to take away anything from, a John Lynch or just like a Brett Veach with Kansas City. Andy Reid gets final power call, right? There's a few of those in the NFL, right? So it ain't Peters or Lynch. It's Shanahan, then it's Lynch, and then it was Peters when he was there.
So to me, Sims is not saying nothing that we didn't already know. It kind of reaffirms it, right? It's just, okay, we understand. It's Shanahan's baby, especially now with Peters now gone to Washington, Rand Carthon starting the second season with Tennessee, many others in the organization that have moved on. This has always been Shanahan's baby, and it will always be his baby. That's why I think he's the GM. I actually do think he's the defense coordinator. And maybe one day he allows somebody else to call plays, because at some point we're going to start having a question, or we're going to bring up the question, is there too much on Kyle Shanahan's plate?
That's going to happen at some point. But he references the Kansas City situation, and I think this is interesting. I listened to Brett Veach explain that he actually thinks it's easier to draft with Andy now than it was when they first got together. Now, they've known each other for 25 years, okay? And they've been working together, I put air quotes, every day on the Chiefs since 2017.
Mm-hmm.
It should get easier over time. When you understand what another guy likes, like you and I, we've been working together for quite some time. I kind of know what your wheelhouses are, and I know certain things that are going to push your buttons. You certainly know some of the things that are going to push my buttons. And I think that as John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan work together, you're not going to take a player that this guy is never going to like. You just know that's not conducive for anyone. So, yeah, I do believe Kyle Shanahan has a ton of influence, but at the end of the day, I do think Lynch has some input on things.
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah, no doubt. He's right there.
I do. I don't think it's all Kyle, but I do believe at the end of the day, Kyle does have final say. No, and he should.
But I also think Kyle, like you just said, he values the hell out of what John Lynch sees.
Agreed.
He says.
Agreed.
He values John Lynch. He's out there. He's John Lynch's frontman. When Shanahan is sitting back at the combine saying, I'm not attending Indianapolis, it's Lynch out there doing all the footwork for the 49ers and kind of figuring out the lay of the land. He's at Patrick Mahomes' pro day as a decoy. He's that guy for Shanahan. Shanahan's like, hey, John, I need you to do, you know what I'm saying? It's like our boy Sosa when he said Al Pacino, hey, Al, in Scarface, I need you to go do this. I need you to kill this guy. You don't get it done, you're going to get clipped. But that's what ended up happening. But come on, Pelican. I could see Shanahan basically, hey, Lynch, I need you to go visit this player. All right, I'll come along for this ride. But you know what? You go do Indianapolis. You go to the combine. Let me know what this guy does. Let me know what this guy is saying. When you go to the bar, let me know what the conversation is all about there. I could see a little bit of that happening with Shanahan and Lynch, but there's no doubt this is Shanahan's baby. He's a GM, DC, OC, head coach of the San Francisco 49ers. Whatsoever. Now, what I want to know is Sorensen, is he going to be on the sideline? Is he going to be in the press box? How will he call plays? Where will he call plays at?
Yeah, I'm excited. Like I said before, for me, it's...
Where you will call plays on game day and why?
Yeah, I'll be on the field. I like being on the field. I was a player, and it feels good to be on the field, and I want to look the players in the eyes and talk to them, and I feel like that'll be the right thing.
What's your style? Is it like a solid DeVito kind of on the sidelines? How are you on the sidelines now that you're in charge?
I don't know yet. We'll see.
We don't know yet. We'll see.
Are you serious?
What's your style, Nick? That's all we asked. Hey, do you get fired up? Do you show your veins and your neck muscles? What do? Because I don't know yet. You don't know what type of coach you are? Or, do you get animated? Do you fist pump? Do you slap guys in the helmet? You say, hell yeah. Are you jumping for joy? Are you clicking your heels like Charlie from Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory?
We need to go watch the 2021 Jacksonville Jaguars where he was the special teams coordinator just to see how fired up he gets for the block punts and the fake punts.
Now, has anybody saw that yet?
I have not. But talk about a dumpster fire season to be a part of. That one with Urban Meyer.
Ernie Chavez, do your work. Somebody go out there and check out Nick Sorensen on the sideline in 2021 with the Jacksonville Jaguars. How you feel about Nick Sorensen so far?
I mean, we'll see. No, but how can anyone have a sweeping feelings on the guy? I don't know.
I know.
I was open to Steve Wilkes, but I did say to you before, hitting 3 consecutive DCs is really difficult. Hard. It's the law of averages are gonna play favor.
Did we know that Wilkes was just a different type of guy? He's a blitzer. He loves to blitz. Now I don't think his blitzers are creative. That's another conversation. And it proved to not be creative. I don't know how many times they didn't get home on the blitz. But kind of knew it's like, well, he never runs this defense. He's never ran this defense. He doesn't know anything about this. And he still took a chance on him. Then we knew he was kind of going to be the built-in scapegoat for the Super Bowl loss. When the defense played their ass off in the Super Bowl. But, it is what it is. We do that. Now we move. Nick Sorensen, first time DC.
Real quick on Steve Wilks, as we wrap the story. He knew what he was signing up for. I mean, he got compensated. I have a hard time sitting here feeling, tremendous empathy for Steve Wilks. What was he making? $3, $4, $5 million a year?
Empathy for him.
He knew what he was getting into.
But it was like, damn. We piled on him like he was the reason why we lost all these games.
No.
It glossed over a lot.
No.
Steve Wilks took a lot of heat. He took a lot of heat last season. You know it. He took a lot of heat.
He did.
They should have just fired his ass after the Minnesota game.
Yeah, again, when you get hired by Shanahan and you're replacing DeMeco Ryans, you have to also be self-aware enough to understand this is a tough job. If we don't win the Super Bowl, someone's got to go. And Kyle ain't going nowhere. So, you kind of had to know that. Wilks has been around long enough. He's a big boy.
He got chopped.
You know?
His defense played his ass off, but again, in overtime, you see Shanahan throwing his headset because he had to burn the timeout. Remember that? It's like, oh, Steve, that was it. That was like, yeah, he's definitely gone.
You see Shanahan? I'm like, of course I saw Shanahan.
I go, you see Shanahan just throw his headset?
He's like, he's mad at Wilks. It's like, you think?
He's mad at Wilks for the 400th time
had they lost to Jordan Love in that first play?
Oh, my gosh.
The fire on Wilks would have been unreal. He might have been fired at before he left that locker room.
Well, they did come up with 2 interceptions.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean,
the fourth quarter happened.
I mean,
for everyone, for Purdy, for Shanahan, for everyone.
We all know
because look, Debo got knocked out in that game. If they lose that Green Bay game, I'm telling you,
there's fire sales.
It would have been chaos.
Debo's not a 49er.
I was watching. It was on.
Was on
NFL Network last week.
The Packer Niner game.
Yeah, I watched that whole thing.
Did you watch it again?
Boy, Purdy was really off in that game.
Hey, did you see the clips?
He was really off in that game.
For the first 3 quarters, right? Tell me they remind you of Jimmy Garoppolo.
And then Kittle had a huge drop late in that game, too. Huge drop.
We don't want to talk about that. We're not going to talk about what happened in that Green Bay game because they won.
And also,
nobody wants the truth.
Drake Greenlaw, go down,
dude.
Oh my God, he had the interception, and I'm saying to myself, go down,
dude. Purdy in that Green Bay game, he should have thrown at least 3 picks, and that's coming off the Baltimore game in which he should have thrown 7 picks. I'm not even being hyperbolic. The guy should have thrown 7 picks on Christmas night. Ain't that some stuff?
He didn't.
If we're going to talk about Jimmy Garoppolo's no throws in which he almost threw, we can do that with Brock Purdy. It's fair.
Unacceptable.
I'm telling you. All right, injury report.
Thank God they won.
We're not hard on Brock.
Ow.
Brock was fine. First 3 quarters. Go listen to Greg Olsen and Kevin Burkhardt on the call. You listen to him.
Oh, his fourth quarter was way better.
Fourth quarter was great.
Way better.
First 3 quarters.
No one's denying that.
And then the third quarter?
I also thought his first half against Detroit wasn't great, but that's okay.
No. And then he almost had the no throw in the third quarter. Remember he threw it across the field?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yes, indeed. Well, another thing, as we talk about Kirk Cousins getting $100 million from the Atlanta Falcons, and then you draft a quarterback anyway, which is dumb. Could have had Roma Dunze alongside Drake London. I don't get that whatsoever if you're going to give Kirk Cousins $100 million. But Jed York, is he going to regret saying that we're going to reset the quarterback market with Brock Purdy? We're going to do that before the year? With all this stuff going on, Ayuk Smuddy, Debo, Ricky Pearsall, we sure we want to do that?
Niner land, there's always something.
It's always something.
Ricky Pearsall can't get off press coverage.
Well, it's always
practice.
Well, it's always something with the Giants to stay healthy. Because Jung Hoo Lee suffered a dislocated shoulder yesterday, misplaying the ball in the outfield for the 15th time this season. He's going to undergo an MRI today. Odds are that Lee's absence will not be a short one. And good injury news. Blake Snell threw 4 perfect innings to single-A San Jose yesterday, including an immaculate inning in the first inning, as Lubman writes, as he takes one step closer to returning from a left abductor strain. Injury report brought to you by Boxer Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. It is a Monday, my favorite day of the week. 888-957-9570 is the number. First impression, Niner fans, of Nick Sorensen, your new defensive coordinator for the 49ers. What's your first impressions? How you feeling about him? Anything to take away from rookie camp? Plus, we'll get back into the NBA playoffs and our overall thoughts on the Golden State Warriors. All that stuff coming up here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game.
It's Jeep 4x4 season. Your chance to find out what true freedom feels like with great deals on your favorite Jeep brand vehicles. The Grand Cherokee is the most awarded SUV ever, providing luxury and comfort.
Shasky's back. So you get a special old baby. Shasky's back. Shasky's back. Shasky's back. I do miss you, Spadone.
You know, they got KD, but we got Jaden McDaniels.
We got they got Shasky, but we got Spadone. No, that's what some people are saying. Spadone, you did a great job. They got KD, but we got Jaden McDaniels.
Yeah, I know you're big time.
I can't believe Anthony Edwards said that with a straight face. But Shasky's back in the saddle. He's back, and it's good to have him back. As we're talking a little Giants, talking a little Niners, talking a little NBA playoffs, got all that stuff. Good morning, everybody on YouTube and Twitch and Twitter /X. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open day First NorCal First Class Money Market today. It is a Monday, my favorite day of the week. And no, that is no cap because it sets the tone, Shasky. It sets the tone for the week. And how are we setting the tone this week? Well, the Giants won 2-3 against the Reds. Now I got the Dodgers in town. And you got no Jung Hoo Lee. You got no Nick Ahmed.
Let me give you.
You got no Jorge Soler. It's a who's who. The Dodgers.
So basically, it's the Phillies and the Dodgers are the best. I don't know. Do you like run differential?
I don't buy it because you can have a game where, for example, the Giants can win today 19-0.
Yeah, early in the season, I get it. But at the end of the year, if you look, typically the teams with the best run differential really are the best teams.
They are the best teams in the league. They really motorboat teams.
Yeah. So like I look at Philly and I look at the Dodgers and I'm saying like they are that good, right? Let me just give you some Mookie Betts numbers.
Yeah.
He's batting .375 against lefties this year. .375. He's got a .340 batting average right now, 6 home runs, 27 RBIs, a .980 OPS with 8 stolen bases. This is a guy who's potentially going to have 50-plus stolen bases and 30-plus home runs and bat well over 300.
Easily.
Unbelievable. They're 27-15 right now. They're 5.5 clear. 45 days into the season, they're 5.5 clear San Diego for the second spot.
Yeah. It just lost 2 and 3 to the Pods, though.
I know.
Pods played them tough. Luis Ariz,
well,
coming over from the Miami Marlins. Here come the Padres.
You know he has the slowest swing in baseball?
Who's that?
Luis.
Yeah, but he gets contact.
I know. It just goes to show you that everybody trying to hit dingers, right? He's doing it his way. I like it.
Bothers me.
And then this is who the Giants are going up against. So you've got tonight Gavin Stone, who I referenced earlier today, against Jordan Hicks. This is a big start for Jordan Hicks. Yep. I think this is a really big one. We'll talk about him in a second. And then you get Yamamoto, who after the first start has been pretty excellent.
Yeah.
4-1 with a 2.79 ERA. Keaton Wynn, scuffling his last two.
Last two scuffling. Coors Field was not pretty.
No.
That was nasty.
And then you get Logan Webb on Wednesday, and I don't even know who the Dodgers are going to pitch. So
Logan Webb's got to get right.
Yes.
He's had 3 straight. Well, the East Coast is just horrendous.
Yeah.
Friday night, not his best stuff. Not his best stuff in the loss to the Reds Friday night. So Logan Webb's got to be better. These are the games against the Phillies, against the Red Sox, against the Dodgers. These games, they linger with East Coast voters. Yep. They're all watching to say, okay, Logan Webb, is he this Bonte Hill kid, this idiot out there in the West Coast tweeting about Logan Webb being the best pitcher in the National League? Let's see if he is. The last 3 outings, he has not even been close to that.
No.
He's got to get back on track. He is the ace of the staff. He knows it. We all know it. I got faith in Logan Webb. I do believe in him. He's a big game pitcher, but he's got to step up against the Dodgers Wednesday. If anything, I don't care if they lose the first 2 games of the series. What is Logan Webb going to do? But you mentioned Jordan Hicks. This is a big game for him.
It is.
He's going to wear down. You're going to face this lineup. And you brought up Mookie Betts. Now, Shohei may play. I know he had some back tightness. Mm-hmm. Anyway, you still got Will Smith. You still got Freddie Freeman.
So Freddie Freeman's an interesting one. This is where, like, you almost wish that you could have set the rotation up to where the lefties, and they obviously don't have Snell. He's hurt. But, like, Freddie Freeman, just let me give you a quick one here. Now, Betts is raking lefties, 375. Yeah. Freddie Freeman versus lefties, 231. Mm-hmm. Versus righties, and that's who he's going to be facing this week.
Right.
352?
Yeah.
So to your point,
and he's gotten off to a slow start overall.
Yes,
he got hot by his standards. Yes. He's been hot over the last few weeks. Will Smith, who I think he reminds me so much of Buster Posey.
He is.
Maybe he's not the better Posey behind the dish defensively is probably better than Will Smith. But with the bat in his hands, Will Smith may have more power than Posey.
I think he does.
But he goes to all fields. Yeah. He hits for average. He hits for power. And he's batting right there, cleared up with the Dodgers. Last year, he wore down towards the tail end. I think he had some injuries later in the year. But Will Smith is a baller. Look at his numbers, Shasky. What's he doing this year?
I will look that up for you.
Because I think he's batting well over 300, if I'm not mistaken, Will Smith. And I can look it up right here as the Dodgers and Giants get ready to meet for the second time this season, first time at Oracle Park. Go ahead, Shasky.
Well, no, I think this is a big opportunity for some of the young players. You know, I think about Casey Schmidt going to get some run here with the Nick Ahmed injury at shortstop. And then you're going to see probably some combination of Yaz with Tyler Fitzgerald and Ramos, or maybe Matos and Ramos, or maybe one of the other and Tyler Fitzgerald. Like, you're going to get some of those guys in the field. Catching, can you stop the speed of Mookie Betts once he gets on base?
Wow. So check this out. So Will Smith down to 306, 4 homers and 26 RBIs. Now listen, in March he was batting 455. In April he was batting 337. In the month of May, just 103. Wow. Last 15 days, Will Smith, 5 of his last 36, he struck out 9 times, batting just 139. And yet, batting 100 in May and batting 139 over the last 15 days, he's still batting 306 overall. Got out to the monster start.
Incredible.
So this lineup is tough, the first 4. Yamamoto versus Hicks. Oh.
No, tonight's Gavin Stone.
Gavin Stone, excuse me. See, I'm seeing here, ESPN says Yamamoto.
Oh, MLB.com.
I have Gavin Stone in the fantasy league. They don't have a pitching. I'm looking at my fantasy team. They have a schedule for today and tomorrow, so I don't know what's going on. I think it's Gavin Stone, though.
Okay,
it is. I think you're right.
Either way, you're getting Yamamoto in this series. Yeah. And he's the other high-priced free agent. And everybody goes, oh, he got rocked on opening day. Yeah, since then he's been excellent. And so, I mean, when you pay a guy $300 million to pitch, I mean, right now he's looking worth it.
And another guy who the Giants missed out on.
Well, I didn't think they had a legitimate. Quite frankly, I don't like giving a pitcher who's never thrown a pitch in
I don't either.
Major League Baseball.
I don't either.
$300 million.
But the talk around his parts, this media market Spadone and Lubman was that the Giants are in out Yamamoto. How many tweets did we see? How many retweets I saw from Sam Lubman? Yamamoto, we're going to get him. We're the favorites. We're going to land him.
God. Well, if not him, then it was Shota Imanaga, who's also balling. He looked like the Rookie of the Year and the Cy Young in the National League.
Damn.
Yamamoto, that was supposed to be Farhan's white whale that he spent all this time kind of prepping for. That was the guy that they did all the work to get ready to jump in on him. Like, that was their guy. They circled years in advance. The same way the Warriors one time circled KD years in advance. Farhan tried to have that same thing, and
do not.
There's the difference right there.
Do not.
Why is Spinoni laughing?
Because he said the way that the Warriors circled KD.
That's my point, though. They tried to have their little KD moment, and because it's Farhan Zaidi, he face planted.
No, the KD moment was, we're bringing the big boys to the Hamptons. Let's seal the deal.
They put rings on the table. Right. They put rings on and got Jerry West, the closer, to come in and put his rings on the table. Yeah. And then they said, do you want to win rings? Because we're going to win them without you or with you. The Giants were sitting here panhandling. Shine your shoes? Shine your shoes? Would you come to us? Are you kidding me? That's the worst analogy I've ever heard. It's actually more like when the Warriors were trying to court Ronnie Turioff from the Lakers, and they said, could you be our Ronnie Turioff winner guy? What are you talking about,
That was right after they fell flat for Elton Brand, right?
You're right,
Elton Brand, Kevin Garnett.
Elton Brand had no ACL, and the Warriors were like, we'll give you $200 million.
We'll give you no problem whatsoever.
Well, it's like
just take our
Dwight
money.
Howard.
Just take our money.
Oh, my God. Remember the Warriors being in the Dwight Howard conversation was a big deal?
What? They're like the Giants now. Yeah. They were like the Giants now. The present
The Warriors, they circled Dwight Howard years in advance to try and target him.
So wait a minute.
They still want him. We're asking Joe Lacob about him. Circling Kirk Cousins.
We've got Joe Lacob fresh off the championship here in the studio. We're going to go to the lines.
When are we bringing DeMarcus Cousins back?
When are you going to sign a big man? Boogie's out there.
Joe Lacob looked at me and was like, really, Bonte? And I was like, hold on, I promise he gets better. And then Horace in Texas calls him out Dwight Howard. And Joe Lacob just rolls his eyes about Dwight Howard. And the Warriors actually brought in Dwight Howard. They brought him in. It was like, yeah, I think we're good. Yeah, this confirms everything we thought about you. Yeah, we don't want you. It's just not worth it in our
Can I ask a question, Lubman?
Hold on, real quick. The Kevin Durant analogy
was the worst.
I'm thinking about it. No,
the worst analogy ever.
Hold on. I'm going to defend this analogy because the whole point was that. No, I'm going to go first. I'm going to go first.
I'm not going to rip you. I promise you, I'm not going to rip you. The Warriors go to the Hamptons, right? They're in the Hamptons in this big old mansion. And they meet Kevin Durant. And you got the logo. You got all the rings. You got Steph coming off 402 made threes. You got the 73
Jerry
wins.
West.
You got all this stuff happening, right? The Giants go and court Yamamoto with who? Farhan?
At the Courtyard.
I'm pretty sure Larry was there,
too. At the Embassy Suites. They were at the Embassy Suites in South City. They weren't even in the Hamptons. They're at the Hampton Inn around the corner from the Embassy Suites. Come on, love.
Who are they bringing in to court Yamamoto? You didn't even ask Barry Bonds to go to Japan with
you guys, you don't even listen to the analogy. But the analogy was they circle the guy years in advance. The difference was the Warriors were actually in a position to actually come through and sign that guy. Whereas Farhan, he thinks he's going to have this big moment where, I'm going to show them. I put all the work into it. But no, because you're a total fraud, you fell flat on your face, embarrassed yourself, and you embarrassed this organization. And then tomorrow night, we're going to get embarrassed again when Yamamoto twirls a gem. That's where the analogy stops. The analogy stops after the circling. Everything after that, that's where they diverge a complete different path, where you got the Warriors with their light years ahead approach and the Giants with their fall flat on their face approach. So that's the analogy. That's why it holds up.
He said the airport Embassy Suites, South City.
Am I wrong?
Even when they had Aaron Judge here. The Warriors had 2 games at home.
Can I let it be known? I like the Embassy Suites.
I like Embassy Suites.
I do too, but it's not the Hamptons, right?
It's not the Hamptons.
I was trying to make a joke.
Yeah,
I like the Embassy Suites. They might be a sponsor one day.
Wait a pivot. I stayed in the Embassy Suites at LAX, and let me tell you, that was some experience.
Continental breakfast.
They did have a lot of bacon. Listen.
We love Hilton around here.
They courted Aaron Judge. And I'm thinking, we had to pitch. Take him to a Warriors game. Courtside. Steph's played. Video tributes. Left and right. They didn't even
This station did more to recruit Aaron Judge than the Giants did.
No, Aaron Judge was recruiting himself back to New York with the planted photographer, camera woman person as he jumped out of a moving vehicle to go through the front door of a hotel that he had access to the back of so he could be like, yep, I'm in San Francisco. Cashman, give me another $100 million.
Remember the old Senores when you got off in San Bruno?
Yeah.
See, Aaron Judge, he knew.
He took Yamamoto to the motel that has no name next to it to go meet him up. Right when you get on the freeway, go to the
I know exactly.
Do you think Aaron Judge circled the Giants years in advance? I'm going to play those guys in a few years to get more money.
Those are the honeycomb hideout motels. You know, when you creep in left and right, you go to the hotel. I'm driving by there all the time. I always see some weird scenes over there. Like, boy, what's going on at that one? Let me shut up before I get them shut down, man. But basically, it's a difference when
honeycomb hideout. This is an Andre Nicotino.
Seriously,
it's just different when you got Jerry West, Steph Curry, Klay, Iguodala, Draymond, Lakem, Bob Myers, Steve Kerr throwing all the rings on the table, and you got Farhan Zaidi circling Yamamoto,
throwing the stats on the table.
They got Mookie Betts. We got Austin Slater. Like, I'm not even trying to be disrespectful, man. But
it's the truth. This is what Farhan's built. Farhan built this, whatever you want to call it, and then showed it off to Yamamoto and be like, oh man, we circled this well on our calendar years ago to show you this that we have, this amazing Mike Yastrzemski-led Giants team.
So I'm still in this.
I got a joke for you, Bonte.
Yeah, I got a joke too, Big Pun.
It's the farm system for the Giants.
That's what Farhan said to Yamamoto.
Listen, San Jose Jazz fan, I'm still in this for him. You guys always say radio Bonte, TV Bonte. Well, we got radio Lubman and dugout Lubman. Radio Lubman, Farhan's a fraud. He can't do anything. Dugout Lubman, hey, Farhan, what do you think about jumping on the Color Fries and Baseball Guys podcast? I really like what you're doing. I see your plan with the farm. Oh, I'm really feeling what's going on in San Jose. I like the way you're approaching Luciano, giving them at-bats every single day, not calling up Matos or Ramos until they're ready to go. Oh, Dugout Lubman. I like that.
Farhan, I really like the amount of care you put into preparing for Yamamoto. You know, it didn't work out that well, but you know what? Hey, it happens. Then, you know, on the radio, you fell flat on your face, you little egghead.
Dude.
So people are out on Farhan, huh?
Something like that.
It bothers me.
Is there a different feel in that clubhouse this year?
I mean, so far, it's kind of like the early part of the year where everything's still like fresh and new. So everyone's still kind of enjoying each other. I wasn't in the clubhouse after yesterday's game, but a friend of mine who was in there said it was kind of low-key upbeat after the game. So, yeah, I mean, the darkness hasn't fully set in yet. The downfall is not quite near.
The downfall is near, and it's coming hard.
415 Extreme Bold text line. I circled Holly Berry in my 20s. dot. Oh, well.
That's good.
You got to plop those rings down.
That's really good. No, but like, honestly, like, Lemon, at one point.
I'm laughing through the page, dog.
No, I know, but I think this is a seminal moment.
Full of baloney.
Like here's the irony. I actually enjoyed this weekend, and look, the injuries suck. I'm really hurting for Jung Hoo Lee. It sounds like he's going to be out a long time, right? That sucks. Nick Ahmed, I don't have a lot of familiarity with him, but he was playing okay. You know, not perfect, but okay. Now he's 34. You know, you replace Crawford with a guy almost as old as he is, not as good of an arm. Whatever. Okay, whatever. Put that to the side. No one's rooting for Slater to get hurt, right? But we all wanted to see the young guys. So the silver lining, the unintended consequences, you get to see the young guys. And after watching the Reds this weekend, who run like crazy and have a very exciting lineup, even though they're kind of a couple years away, it's like, man, that's a really fun roster. And I look at the Giants roster and I say, like, okay, although nowhere near as good as the Reds in terms of promise over the next couple years as prospects, I enjoyed watching Ramos for one weekend.
Oh, it's a great Saturday.
I enjoyed watching Casey Schmidt play shortstop. I'm optimistic to see what Luis Matos might look like this time around. I know, we'll see with Brett Wisely over at second base. Like, I don't know, it feels like a stopgap. But, like, there was some optimism. Will that dissipate if these guys struggle for 2 straight months? I'm sure it will.
Absolutely.
But for the short term, I felt a little something different this weekend. So I'm ready to take on the Dodgers, even if we get boat raced. Let's see if these young guys have a little fight in them.
No, I do. I want to see it.
I want to see it.
I mean, you got to show us. You got to show us. Call Luciano while you're at it. Get Matos is back. Ramos is back. I'm happy with that. Center and right field will be taken care of. You can scale back a little bit with Mike Yastrzemski, even though he's not playing terribly. But Mike Yastrzemski, you scale back with him because I'm with you. Yaz is not part of the future. He's not. He's not, but he's playing a lot better than Alton Slater.
No doubt.
You know what I'm saying?
No doubt.
He may have to play left now or Ramos will probably play left and Yaz will play right because Conforto may be out for a while.
I think he's going to be out for a while.
Hamstring. I think he's out for a month.
Well, the oblique thing that I circled, and we talked about, like, baseball oblique injuries is about a month.
Not
hamstring?
Good.
Yeah, it's a minimum of 3 to 4 weeks.
Could be 4 to 6.
Yeah.
So you're going to see a lot of youngsters, and I'm happy about that. Can the pitching keep them at games? Can the bats start to fly around? Hey, look, there's a lot of pressure on Chapman, and when Soler gets back, there's a lot of pressure on him to start to deliver, especially with Jung Hoo Lee. Now, I worry about this too, Shasky and Lee.
What's that?
That is emphasized speed. The Giants' lack of speed on the base pass is alarming. That still wasn't addressed. Out of all the issues they had last season, we identified, hey, you need to become more athletic. You need more speed. They still seem to be one of the slowest teams in baseball. How? Because they built a roster of a lot of slow players. I mean, that's just what it is. Like, they don't covet athleticism. Like, why? There's the lack of shifting now. You put rules in place where you don't shift as much. You're watching all these guys steal bases left. The Reds are stealing bases left and right. It felt like everybody had a green light on their team, starting with De La Cruz. The Giants, for some reason, have not embraced what baseball's becoming. Okay, not everybody's hitting home runs, but you can still manufacture runs by having big-time speed on it. We just saw the Durant kid in Boston. It was a one-man wrecking crew for the leadoff spot. I know. So I think that when I look at just their farm as a whole, like, part of why the Padres are in on a guy like Arraez who's available is they have an entire farm that other teams covet. And people around the league are like, oh, well, if you're in the Padres system, I know you're going to be a certain type of a player. Dodgers, same thing as well. I think that the book is out kind of on the Giants farm, and I don't think people covet them. I look at Luciano as a great example. He's 22. By baseball terms, it's not the oldest, but it's certainly not 20. Right. We just saw Jackson Merrill, is it Merrill Jackson or Jackson Merrill for San Diego? Padres. He had 3 hits yesterday.
Yeah, he's 20. 20. okay, playing right now. Gunnar Henderson was 21.
Yep.
21. I believe Jackson Holiday, who got brought up and then came back down and is now struggling in AAA, 19? Like, the age of these young players is younger and younger and younger and younger. And yet I look at the Giants farm system, and some people aren't, but I'm like, no, Bryce Eldridge just might be a great draft pick, but the fact he's already a top 5 prospect in your system tells me the rest of your farm is very weak. He might individually be very good, and that might be an outlier. Great, and I'm happy for it. But, like, really? Like, they promoted Reggie Crawford, the two-way player from UConn that they drafted a couple years ago, to AAA. I'm excited to see him. We saw Mason Black yesterday. I liked it, or was it 2 days ago?
2 days ago.
2 days ago. I liked it. I liked what I saw, but he's still clearly a little far away.
I haven't heard much about Wisenhunt in the farm yet.
A lot of their guys are struggling.
Yeah, it was a hot name last season. The Giants dead last in the league in stolen bases. Shasky, they have 13 stolen bases on the season. The Reds have 72. The Brewers have 53. The Nationals have 68.
See, that's an organizational philosophy to me. So, like, they have clearly said to themselves, like, we are going to try to put an emphasis on it. The other part of this is defensively, the Giants can't slow the running game down.
No, they can't.
Right now.
That's what I'm saying.
Like, so there's this two-way thing there.
So they don't have team speed. They don't have a lot of athleticism. They don't run the bases well. They just don't. That to me is the biggest disappointment of the season, because I thought they would be more athletic.
But why?
I thought we would get more from Jung Hoo Lee.
Chapman's not a base stealer.
Maybe I'm a fool.
Lamont's not a base stealer.
But I wanted to see more speed.
Yeah.
I want to see more speed.
I just don't think
that's why I wanted to have Jung Hoo Lee and Tyron try to bat 1-2. At least I can emphasize my quickest guys who can steal some bases. But even Jung Hoo's not stealing bases. So I don't know, man. They're just behind the times in terms of pitching, athleticism, stealing bases, running their bases. We could ask FP about that. FP Santangelo, he'll join us at 9:20. But until then, let's pivot. Let's talk a little NBA. We got some sound from Stephen A. Smith about the Phoenix Suns. There's going to be some chaos happening down there. Maybe, just maybe. But that's what's coming up on the game, brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
area is Draymond Green. The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky is live on YouTube and Twitch right now. Time for you to like and subscribe.
Boom, 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 boom. I love when that beat comes on. Love when it comes on. Playoffs, baby. Kyrie Irving and the Dallas Mavericks. I'm going to say Kyrie instead of Luka. It's Kyrie and the Mavericks. Kyrie's actually the leader of that team. If I see Luka every other possession, dear Lord, just play basketball, dude.
B, I can't argue with you.
Guys tearing Achilles one play, hitting step back threes the next possession. Back is blown out from game number 3. Oh, you blew your back out. You come up and you hit a layup. Like, he is just out of control with this stuff. Jason Kidd doesn't even reply. He don't even react to Luka no more. It's Kyrie and the Mavericks, not Luka and the Mavericks, but they're up 2-1 against OKC.
I broke my back.
It's going to be a very good game 4 tonight. It's going to be a very fun game 4. And Josh Giddey's not playing much. He's going to probably be on the block this offseason. But what about Kevin Durant and the Suns? Is that ship has that ship sailed? We had Eddie Johnson on Shasky. Shasky's back. He was out last week. It's good to have him back on the roast. Of course, he called us Friday for about an hour. Saved us because, boy, we were running dry on the Friday. No, we weren't. But we did need that lifeline, and it helped.
The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
But that make you feel good.
It does.
It does make you feel good. Look at you smiling. Shad's so happy to be back.
I am.
He's so happy. He's so happy.
I was rooting against Bonte.
Guru sounds like a lot of people rooting
So
against
Kevin Durant.
Kevin Durant. See, you know what? According to Stephen A. Smith, Kevin Durant is not happy. I'm going to just let Stephen A.
The new Chili Pepper song. Stephen away, Stephen away.
Stephen away, Stephen away, Stephen away now. Stephen away, Stephen away, Stephen away now.
You better be careful.
Stephen A. Smith says KD isn't happy.
Wait, can you name one member of Red Hot Chili Peppers?
The dude.
I think you can. I think you can name one of the members.
I do too.
The guy Flea.
There you go. Nice. He's the bassist. Good job.
Always at the Lakers games.
He was also Needles in Back to the Future.
Yes, he was.
Yeah, he was Needles. The way he was Needles?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I learn something new every day.
What's the matter, McFly?
Yeah.
Chicken?
That was him? I would have never known. What a character. Damn.
Bonte and him under the bridge.
Man, I had no idea. Needles? Wow. No, serious, man. I learned something. I'm blown away by this.
You love Back to the Future, so that's why
I do
it's
love Back to the Future. It's like the Pelican, right? And it's Saturday. I'm watching the game. Like, wow, look at the Pelican fly. Like, I got a kick out of it. Like, look at the Pelican. Come on, Pelican. I was like, I have fun with those little things nowadays. Maybe I am turning into an old white guy. All right, Stephen A. Smith. KD's not happy.
Here's where Mike Wilbon didn't go into the details that all of us covering the NBA are fully aware of. Kevin Durant in Phoenix is a problem. It is a problem. We don't see it because the stats are there. Him and Booker average 27 points per game and what have you. But they say Kevin Durant is never happy. They say that he went more than a month without even talking to the head coach. They say that he doesn't look happy there. And all he wants to do is play when the game starts and tip-off time arrives. But when it comes to ingratiating yourself with your teammates and getting along with everybody and stuff like that, he just lives in his own world. He's not hated. He's not despised. He's not doing anything negative. He's not being somebody that's two-facing and behind people back doing stuff. No, that's not who Kevin Durant is. But keeping to himself. Why does that matter? It's similar to what he was doing in Golden State before he ultimately departed, which is what was driving Draymond Green crazy, which is why they ultimately got into it on the court in that Clippers game and what have you. Because you hear stuff, you hear about the level of unhappiness, et cetera, and you get tired of it because when you don't want to talk and when you don't want to answer questions, and you don't want to lead in a very visible way, well, that forces other people to have to step up and take on a level of culpability that they don't want to stomach. And so because of all of that stuff, that's the untold stuff that's going on in Phoenix. There's more than that. Make no mistake, it's not all on Kevin Durant, but that's a big, big part of it.
Shasky.
I mean, has KD ever been happy?
I think he has.
When he won the MVP and gave it to his mom?
Yeah, I think he was happy under Scott Brooks.
You think?
I think he was happy under.
Well, then why did he leave?
It's time. Couldn't win there. It's Oklahoma City. I mean, he gave 8 years of his life to Oklahoma City. When he was drafted in Seattle, he thought he was playing in Seattle.
Well, also, didn't he not like Brooks' system there when he was there? It was.
I mean, his system got the Thunder to the finals. They got to the NBA finals with Scott Brooks. And then Billy Donovan, they had some great teams. And he won an MVP.
Is he going to be happy with Coach Bud?
Who knows?
No, that's a no.
Who knows?
Let's come on.
I mean, Vogel, obviously,
he wasn't happy in OKC.
No, he wasn't.
He was partially happy.
I think he was partially happy in OKC. Come on.
Okay, so he's partially happy in OKC, partially happy in Golden State, clearly unhappy in Brooklyn, unhappy again in Phoenix.
He was happy at first. But, I mean, are we even believing this, though? Because he's going to come out on Twitter and say it's cap. Why do you do this to Kevin Durant? We should be asking this with LeBron James. Is LeBron ever happy anywhere?
Well, I just think that
all these guys,
but
man.
Kevin has a history of it. I mean, where there's smoke, there's fire.
I mean, they all have a history. Harden, Westbrook, Kyrie. I mean, these superstars get on my nerves sometimes, man.
KD has
really
played
do.
with James Harden, Russell Westbrook, Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, Kyrie Irving, James Harden again, Ben Simmons, Devin Booker, Bradley Beal. Like, how many All-Stars does this guy have to play with and not get along with them?
I mean, it wasn't his fault James Harden wanted out of
I'm not
Brooklyn.
saying it's his fault, but I'm just saying there is a common denominator.
It wasn't his fault that Kyrie Irving went off the deep end for a little bit in Brooklyn.
Do you still want him?
Who?
KD.
Hell yeah, I'll take Kevin Durant. Hell yeah, I'll take Kevin Durant.
All right, so I'm going to make you choose. Both are equal. You're giving up the same amount for both. Would you rather have LeBron or Kevin Durant?
Kevin Durant.
Really?
Yeah, I'm taking.
You think KD has more left in the tank than LeBron?
Yeah, I'm taking KD.
Why?
He may not be as effective as LeBron James, but you ain't getting much. You're not getting as much baggage as you are with LeBron James. Kevin Durant, we're psychoanalyzing him, saying, "Oh, he's not happy. He's not happy." Well, look at LeBron James. He's passive aggressive. He's talking about coaches, payroll. He's wearing Knicks towels at their Madison Square Garden game, knowing he's trolling.
I mean, this guy just went a month without talking to his coach, apparently.
That's what they're saying. I mean, is that true? I don't know.
I wonder how many people agree with you. I wonder how many people would take Kevin Durant back and not have LeBron. I wonder.
Who said the whole thing about coaching? I mean, I guess I don't know, man. I don't know.
I mean, they're both old players, clearly. I think LeBron's got more left in the tank.
And then this stupid question I'm seeing on First Take: did joining the Warriors do KD's legacy more harm than good? Like, how does winning 2 Finals MVPs and 2 championships and going to 3 straight NBA Finals do your legacy harm? Like, this stuff about Kevin Durant, we treat him differently than any other top 15 player ever. Now, some of the Brooklyn undoing was his fault. You got rid of Kenny Atkinson and Steve Nash, and then you and Kyrie on Instagram Live talking about, oh, yeah, we're all the coaches. We coach, you're a coach, this a coach. And we all knew at that moment, yeah, your days are numbered, Steve Nash. They're numbered.
I don't see, and again, we were going all these hypotheticals and, these, I would call them last grasps at trying to salvage whatever the Warriors' current dynasty thing is. Whether we're on the last step of it or it's already dead. I don't even know. I mean, I feel like it's already dead. But going down the Kevin Durant rabbit hole again, as much as I'm tantalized by it, I love KD. I've always loved KD.
Would do it.
If there were no other options, yeah, I would probably do it. I would.
I would.
But I also realize that it's probably not even anywhere near what it was. It's nowhere near what it was 5 years ago, but it's not anywhere near what it needs to be. I'm watching that Minnesota game last night.
Right.
Minnesota's got a lot of firepower.
They do.
They came up really small.
Yep.
Against Denver. I felt like Denver was playing with them in the whole second half. They had a 10-point lead basically the entire second half. I feel like a KD, Steph, situation, running it back with lesser parts around them as they're significantly older, still isn't good enough to be in the top 5 of the West.
Now that we agree with.
Okay.
You asked me KD or LeBron. We didn't get to pecking order in the Western Conference. I think you have to get younger. Getting older is not the option. It's not. It doesn't, to me, even bringing in, say you brought in LeBron, and we've had this conversation back and forth, I don't think it's nearly enough. With what I'm seeing in Denver and AG and Jokic and Murray, by the way, can we get the Kevin Harlan call? That sequence before halftime, one of the most insane sequences I've seen in playoff history. That was insane. And Minnesota ends up losing by 8. They give up an 8-0 run in the last 20 seconds of the first half. I don't think any LeBron or KD gets the Warriors any better. I don't. And that's the problem with the Golden State Warriors right now this offseason. Is there any lane for them to move into that tier 1 hierarchy in the Western Conference? Can they move into tier 1? No. Can they move to tier 2? Can they move to tier 3? Because right now they're a tier 4, tier 5 team.
The only way that they're dramatically different, and I view them dramatically different, is if they just do away with the Eastern Western Conference and we just have one giant bracket. Because I look at the East, and the East feels so different from the West.
Yep.
It's so different. I mean, Boston was a juggernaut all year. God, do they feel vulnerable, don't they?
But you know what, though? They beat up on the Warriors.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, below them, everything feels up in the air.
And even like Cleveland, right? They smacked the Warriors twice in a 6-day span. It wasn't even close.
Yeah, but do you believe in Cleveland?
I don't, but I watched the way they matched up with the Warriors, and they had their way.
Well, they're going to probably make changes. I mean, doesn't it sound like Donovan Mitchell's angry with the situation there, and the Miami Heat are monitoring him and wanting to bring him in? So, I don't know. I just, to me, the Kevin Durant situation in Phoenix, I do feel the Warriors they're gonna definitely reach out to him.
Why wouldn't they?
The only reason that they wouldn't is because they don't have whatever Phoenix is looking for.
They probably don't, but you have to make the phone call.
What does a package for KD even look like at this point?
How could Phoenix sell that? You're getting multiple picks. But what type of player are you getting?
Kuminga?
Coming back. See, do you really want to trade Kuminga for Kevin Durant?
To get Kevin Durant, you're starting with Kuminga.
You're going to start with Kuminga.
Wiggins and Kuminga?
But
that doesn't feel like enough.
No, it doesn't. And KD, no. And then does KD want to be back here? Does he want to play with the Warriors again? Does he want, if he's going to be playing with Steve Kerr at the Olympics, does he want to play with him and go to state for 82 games?
And get back with Draymond.
That's the elephant in the room. Draymond Green, you had some strong opinions about him Friday. I still believe, I'll think about this. Do I still believe Draymond Green could be a factor on a winning team? Yes, I do. I thought he played well on the floor last year. But that was the problem when he was on the floor last year. Problem was he got suspended and he got ejected from multiple games. You miss a quarter of the season and the Warriors miss out on the playoffs or a top 6 seed by 3 games. And how can we not look at Draymond Green? He's podcasting left and right. He's got comments on everything. This is right. He doesn't. I'm not telling anybody to shut up and dribble. Do your thing. But after the last 2 years, what do you do with Draymond Green? What are the Warriors going to do here?
We can all see that they're not a championship contender with him. So to me, process of elimination is you have to make a decision. And to me, it's not even about the player anymore. It's about the stigma of how you view yourself. When you keep Draymond Green, you still believe that we are a championship contender, right. And then every roster decision we make around, Draymond right. has got to fit this championship window and all that. I just don't think that's who you are. And I think that once you finally, and even though you'll still have Steph, barring he wants to stay, I think you'll be able to breathe in the room and make roster decisions and build the roster around Steph Curry and everything else that they have without this guy hanging over your head that has zero tolerance for young player mistakes, that has to have the ball at the top of the key even though he's not a threat to shoot, that has to play off ball and really is a small ball 5, but demands that he has to play 4 because you got to play another 5 alongside of him because he's going to wear down and he wants to play the help defense. Like, there's the on-court product, and then there's the hierarchy of the organization, and then there's just oxygen in the room that you need. And I feel like he sucks up all the oxygen, metaphorically, and I just need to move on.
So you're ready to move on?
Yes.
I hear you. Change is not always good. And I do believe when you look at this offseason for the Warriors to get back in the championship contention, that's the premise I'm working on, Shasky. Joe Lacob, we know, wants to win championships. He wants to be in the championship business. He wants to contend. What's the closest way to contending for a championship? Right now, my big old gut tells me that taking a couple steps back before you move forward is the best path to get back in the championship contention. Now, are Warrior fans ready for that? I don't think they are. I don't think they are because of Stephen Curry. Because if you have Stephen Curry, you take a couple steps back. You got this superstar, the greatest superstar you've ever had, the best player you've ever had in franchise history. And you take a couple steps back with him, and it looks bad. Now all of a sudden you're gonna get a lot of people saying, "Hey, we got Steph Curry. We didn't maximize the window. How do you win with Stephen Curry?" Now I scoff at that too.
They won 4 championships.
Listen. I scoff at the notion that they didn't maximize the window. I'm with you. I don't buy it. Like when people say they didn't try. When people say Joe Lacob didn't try to win during the year after the pandemic. Well, he traded for Kelly Oubre Jr. the moment they found out Klay was going to be out for the year. They pivoted right away, trying to get a starting 2 guard. The Kelly Oubre Jr., guess what? He didn't look bad in Philadelphia. He had a solid season. In Philly. So I just don't know what you do. If you got to go all in. If you're going to go with the rebuild, you got to go all in.
You said people aren't ready for them to take a step back. They've taken a step back in consecutive years. They went from championship to fringe playoff team in the 6th spot to not making the playoffs. That is 2 steps back, literally. The other part is this. I would just ask Warrior fans this. Was last year fun? Did you enjoy the team last year? As like a product, as just a product we're consuming as a product? No. Did you enjoy the season before that? No. I don't think a lot of people didn't enjoy it. Now, were there seminal moments that stick out of enjoyment? Yes, absolutely. Last year, it's hard for me to drum up a handful of moments.
I can drum up some. Maybe it's because I'm in it.
Yeah. What are
TJD dunking over Wemby and TJD popping.
Great moment.
Brandon Pajitsky, who went 5-5, have some moments. Had a very stellar rookie season.
Notice how team achievement had nothing to do with that.
Well, yeah, I'm just going down the list here. Team achievement, there wasn't much team achievement.
That's what I'm saying.
You got to the play-in. And you lost to the play-in tournament.
Now, the year prior, I would say...
You won 46 games, but we don't celebrate wins like that anymore around here. After you win 73, you win 67, and you're winning 58, 53, and 67, and 65. We don't celebrate 46 wins. That's just... It is what it is. Those are the standards now. But Steph doing his thing, Klay Thompson averaging 19, moving up the leaderboard in threes, alongside Stephen Curry. He had some Jonathan Kuminga, right? It's a great bright spot. CP3, what do you know? CP3 went through a season without any drama.
He's not even going to be here.
I know he's not going to be here. Remember going into the season, it was all, Chris Paul is not going to want to come off the bench. It's going to derail everything. And it wasn't even a story. There's a plethora of other things that was a story. Like Andrew Wiggins, a story for the wrong reason, right? Not playing well. 13 points a game, 12.5 points a game. Yeah, so overall, I don't think nobody's going to throw confetti over in the air because of the way they played. 46 wins.
I just think they've earned equity with the fans to retinker a little and for people to allow whatever their tinkering is or resetting or however you want to phrase it, for it to just kind of like play itself out a little. You got a couple of year runway here, and I think that obviously still having Steph Curry, well, they have him now. We'll see what ends up happening. That's the ultimate.
If they run it back, how will you react if they run it back?
Well, if they run it back, then I understand where they're at. We're just waiting for that thing to run its course.
How's that going to fly with the fans?
I don't think that's exciting. I think
I don't think it's acceptable at all.
Well, no, I just think if that's what you're doing, then that to me feels like, hey, it's a retirement tour for a couple years.
It's got a little Giants feel to it.
Well, more sexy because people really want to go see the big three play each other. But I mean, if you really want to be better, if that's what you're doing and you really want to be better, well, you're probably going to have a slightly worse draft pick than had you kind of really bottomed out. And we see how this works out. Having the 2 pick as opposed to the 1 pick does matter. Having Anthony Edwards would have been a hell of a nice consolation prize.
I don't see the Warriors running it back. You can't do it, but here's the deal too. If they do run it back, that means you're re-signing Klay Thompson. And for Klay, I just know what's going to happen on the show. I know what's going to happen on these airwaves. I know what's going to happen in this market. If the Warriors don't win, for some reason, Klay's going to get. And I don't really care. At the end of the day, who gets to blame or who. That doesn't matter. But we know what the pecking order is. Draymond Green, God bless his soul. Jordan Poole ended up getting blamed for getting hit in the jaw. Draymond Green got suspended for 18 games and ejected out of 4 other games, Shasky. And I don't even think he's on the top 3 pecking order in terms of the quote-unquote blame game. Because we go to Klay and Wiggins. Remember the first half of the season was all Klay. All Klay. And he wasn't playing well at all. And I ain't even concede this. Yeah, sure, bring him off the bench. Whatever. I just want to win some games. This is like my theory on the quarterback with the 49ers. I don't care if it's Purdy, Trey, Jimmy, Brandon Allen, Darnold. I just want to win a damn Super Bowl. I'm going to see a Super Bowl win. I don't care who's playing quarterback. It's kind of the same thing with the Warriors. I don't care who's starting. I don't care who's seeing 30 minutes. I just want to win basketball games.
Yeah, but those guys care.
Their egos do care.
They're big time.
But Klay checked his ego. And he came off the bench, right?
Okay. If we're going to have that realistic conversation, you have to also say he checked his ego after multiple sit-downs with the coach. And his emotion was baked into a lot of the conversation about the Warriors.
He checked it.
Eventually.
He checked it eventually. Because my thought process was, well, who's going to start for him? Nobody's playing well enough to start for him. And then Paz started, and then all of a sudden that ran its course. And then, I just don't know. They're in a tough spot. But that's why you need the playoffs to be chaotic. That's why these teams being chaotic. Because we were talking about this on Friday, Shasky. There's going to be a team that makes a blunder, that makes the wrong move. And if the Warriors, sometimes it's not about making the right move. Sometimes it's about not making the wrong move, Shasky. Don't make the wrong move. Don't panic. Don't just trade Kuminga for peanuts thinking you're going to just all of a sudden become an instant contender. Wait it out, because I feel like with the Clippers, the Lakers, the Heat, Cleveland, Phoenix, somebody's going to make a blunder. Don't be that team that really hamstrings your franchise for many, many years. Don't make the wrong move. That's what I'm basically getting at here. Don't do anything.
So what's the wrong move? What do you mean by that?
The wrong move is just trading guys just to trade them. To say, hey, we want to see something new. Like they did with Jordan Poole.
And that's why I'm frustrated with that trade. They literally just said, we'll take anything for Jordan Poole. And they took something which most people thought was getting bought out, and that's Chris Paul. And then I had to attach a pick to it.
Yep. So just don't make the wrong move. The wrong move could be, say, JK for, I don't know, Alex Caruso. You know what I'm saying? Like, I wouldn't do that.
I wouldn't.
Now you're going to get smaller and older. I like Caruso.
One of two things has happened.
I like Caruso, Shasky. Don't get me wrong, but imagine making a move like that.
Yeah, but you have to also acknowledge one of two things is happening with Jonathan Kuminga. He's either going to get extended $30 million a year, give or take, by October 20th, or he's getting traded. It's one or the other. That's what's happening this year.
Can JK be a Jalen Williams for you in OKC? Not necessarily the same player because Jalen Williams hits some three and whatnot.
Fourth, guy.
He's like the third option on OKC.
You know what I mean?
But this team needs at least a third option, right?
Yeah,
if I can find a two option, they're very different players. Yeah. But I'm saying the impact. Can he have an impact like that? Jalen Williams has an impact on OKC.
Yeah, but impact. See, what I would say is that they have a clear second right? And then the Warriors don't. So he might net you a clear second, which to me is harder to find than that third or fourth player.
Do you think JK can net you a second option?
No, but I think he's the best you got. To me, he's the only staple piece that feels enticing to other people. And it's got to be the right team.
That's a problem. Because I'm saying, can JK be my Jalen Williams? Knowing that, hey, we still need to make a move for a second option. That's baked into it. But can I give complimentary pieces for Andrew Wiggins? Can I get some pieces for Andrew Wiggins that would net me back some valuable, serviceable NBA players? I don't know. Let's go to David Fresno. What's happening, man? You're on the roast.
Good morning. My two favorite sports talk people. Good morning. Good morning. Hey, I love y'all, but I got to disagree with KD. The notion that you guys don't think KD and Steph can help, put us in that top tier. I think you're underrating Steph as a teammate. Now, I know KD has not worked with other superstars, but he's played his best with Steph, and Steph is the best superstar teammate any other superstar can play with. So, yeah, how you get KD, I don't know. Obviously, Kuminga and probably Wiggins can get a max contract, but if he can somehow get those two on the same team again, I think that does put us in that tier because all last year, the biggest problem for the Warriors has been inconsistency at that number 2 option. Where's that going to come from? Now it's coming from different players. So KD, you know what you're going to get. Now, I know him and Booker put up great stats, but the chemistry wasn't there. And with Steph Curry, I know they're older, but he is so easy to play with. And if KD can just let go whatever ego or negative feelings he has and wants to come back, I would definitely trade Kuminga and Wiggins because Kuminga, yeah, he's young. You don't want to get rid of young piece, but he's an unknown piece. Now, if you want to go into a season with unknown as opposed to known with KD, that's on the Warriors. Now, you're going to say, well, what about the rest of the team? Well, that's why you have a front office. You have to figure it out. You need to get younger, but we do have younger. We have Moody, who's still on the roster. I think he could be a valuable rotating player. You have, Pajewski. Like, you do have young pieces, but what they have to do is get a consistent number 2, and that is KD. If it's a possibility, you have to exercise that option. And this notion that, oh, man, we're KD and Steph, we're still looking at 8. No, we're not. You're in the top tier because you look at the West, the top tiers, they do have consistent 1s and 2s and Jokic and Murray. And you see when the Timberwolves are doing good, both their two top guys are playing well. If you have two consistent, players giving you production, you're going to be in the mix. So, yeah, if KD's available, you got to check it out.
Dave, good call, but I disagree with the latter of your call by saying you need KD and Booker have been solid all year. They got yours. Phoenix got swept in the playoffs.
And they were hovering around the box all year
long.
But we keep coming back to the same thing.
AD and
KD's
LeBron,
not
AD
here.
Spinoni, AD and LeBron. I mean, they got swept in the first round.
KD's not coming here and playing with Draymond.
You think that ship is sailed? They did the podcast together.
Come on.
I'm saying, folks, if you're in your car radio, I said that with a smile on my face. After what happened this past year,
it would be rich irony if KD played next year as a Warrior and no Draymond and no Klay were here. Because going back 3 or 4 years ago, no one would have seen that, right, on their bingo card.
I don't think KD wants to be in that situation either. Not with this fan base. Not with the way KD gets talked about around these parts.
Bonte, it's time for you to do the legal.
It's just, if I'm KD, I'm saying, hell no, I don't want to be part of that. Because he does care about what the fan. Now, that's a player we know is on social media, and he's active. And he's aware of what Warrior fans, of what they say about him. He does. He brought up media members in the podcast. Remember that? Brought up media members and what they were doing. It wouldn't work with KD here. It wouldn't work. It's not happening, Chasky. I'll give you this. There's a bigger chance of LeBron playing for the Warriors than Kevin Durant. I'm rolling with Eddie Johnson with this one.
By the way, Shams Charania, Bronny James, is just going to stay with the draft. I don't think he's coming back to college. He
got cleared for 505, huh?
He got medically cleared for everything, and the indications are he's going to stick with the draft.
Did you hear the Warrior big board came out, and Bronny James is number 1 on it.
What's their picks? Because they didn't get their pick because it was top 4 protected if they got. Yeah.
I think it's 53 overall.
And with the 53rd overall pick in the NBA draft,
the Warriors select.
Can you guys name 5 prospects this year? Like legit prospects? Couldn't name one.
Again from UConn.
The big guy who was in the title game that got ran out of the gym.
Zach Edey, Purdue.
Who also played baseball in high school at 7 feet tall.
Who's Steiny's guy from Tennessee?
Oh, Dalton Connect.
Dalton Connect. Yeah. You got him. That's 3.
Connect 4.
Bronny James.
Will Collier.
Will Collier is Isaiah Collier.
Isaiah. Collier. One's Will, one's Isaiah.
So we got that. We got that down.
And then there's a Nemhart for Gonzaga.
Filipowski, Duke. What's his name? Filipowski?
Kyle Filipowski, yeah.
But whatever his name is. So there you go. You got 5. We got there.
It's a who's who of prospects right there.
It's might as well draft.
Like seriously, like who are these people?
Oh my God, might as well draft Bronny.
Well, I mean, you'll get a 3-and-D guy who doesn't shoot the 3 or play D. But he might net you LeBron.
I'm looking at ESPN.com and they got Draymond's face. Draymond calls the Knicks playoff run a fluke. Maybe he was right because the Knicks got blown out last night. Blown out. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and AC1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget that you can also watch this every single day on our YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter streams, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, a great savings dividend, open a First NorCal first-class money market today. Let me have some fun, Chasky. Let's have some fun. That sequence before halftime yesterday, to me, I may be wrong here, but I felt like the series is over. I feel like the series is over now.
Really?
I just, when this happened, I couldn't believe it. I was like, wow. I don't think Minnesota has a shot at coming back and winning this series.
Edwards knocks the ball with a turnover. Nice Denver D. Porter at the other end, and he tries and he gets it to go. Beating the clock. Court length. That's intercepted. Murray good at the goal. Got it! A big time 3. 8-0 run, a Reggie Miller run in the final 15 seconds of the first half.
Look at Jamal Murray. Jamal Murray staring at Kevin Harlan as he's making a call. So Anthony Edwards hits a 3. They're down 7, 56-49.
And it felt like they were
right back in it.
Yes.
Coming back after not playing well at all. And KCP hits a 3 with about 20 seconds left. Anthony Edwards, first of all, he shouldn't have made his move with 10 seconds left. He should have waited, made sure, and ensured that the T-Wolves got the last shot on the first half. He fumbles it. Porter goes out. He's wide open for a little cherry-picking dunk. Then they try to hit the whole run again, and Murray steals it, and it looked good the whole way. I was like, oh, my God, he's going to make this.
I thought the same. I got up out of my seat.
I was like, oh, no, he's going to make it. I don't think I've seen a sequence like that. And they go from up 7 to up 15. They end up winning by 8.
And it felt like they were in complete control in the second half. Even when they were making mini runs, it felt like they would always keep the lead somewhere between 13 and 9.
And they weathered they weathered the third quarter. Jokic got in foul trouble, 4 fouls. By the way, Reggie Miller stepping all over everybody on the broadcast yesterday.
I know nothing about that.
Yeah, I mean, no, Reggie Miller, Kevin Harlan's breaking down the scenarios, and he just steps right on them. Jamal Murray's like, hey, that's a game-changing foul, 4 foul on Jokic, and Reggie Miller starts talking about something God knows what. Like, Reggie, just pipe down a little bit. He almost stepped on Harlan's call right there.
Jamal Crawford's been really good. I've been very pleasantly surprised. I know he did a lot of work with the Bleacher Report live streams in the past, stuff like that. He's very good.
Very polished. Very polished. But that sequence right there, and I was all on Minnesota's jockstrap last week saying they're not losing 4 times in the series. Damn. Chaps humbled me, Shasky.
Well, the Timberwolves, that's a great example of a team that, let's say they lose. They got pieces.
They've got
pieces to flip. Naz Reid. They got Cat. They got Rudy Gobert. They got McDaniels. They've got guys and assets that they can move. They can get cheaper. They can get younger. They can turn an expensive part into multiple parts. They can flip for a big boy. They are a team that has assets. I look at the Warriors. They just don't have those assets.
So
they got KD, but we got Jaden McDaniels.
To me, they're a team They could get Brandon Ingram.
Well, they could get Brandon Ingram. I think Minnesota should call about Steph. As a Warrior fan,
passing on Steph twice in the draft,
right?
Only to trade for him 15 years later.
Why not? Why not? If I'm them, that is. If I'm the Warriors, I'm not picking up the phone.
What would you take? Okay, what's the deal? What is the deal? I'm not doing this. We're not doing this, but what is the deal look like for Steph Curry that you actually say, yeah, I'd do that?
Not one deal in the world. Not trading Steph.
What's the maximum amount of first-round picks you could send?
I'm not trading Steph. Don't do this, Shasky.
I'm just asking. No, I'm asking. Because I know there's rules on it.
Not 7.
Not trading Steph.
Anthony Edwards for Steph straight up? Would you do that?
Who? You? No, I'm not doing that.
Anthony Edwards plus the next 4 first-round picks from the T-Wolves for Steph.
I'm not trading Steph and Curry.
Well, I don't think Minnesota's doing that deal.
No, they're not doing it, but I would in that deal.
I'm not trading Steph.
Anthony Edwards, 5 first-round picks, and Ant-Man does a weekly on this show. But it's just you and him. Shasky has to sit it out.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. I'm not leaving out my partner.
Okay, so Shasky is back in on it now. Does that change it?
No, because Anthony Edwards will get us part of his documentary. We actually were in Steph Curry's documentary. Our voices.
Well,
our voices.
When Anthony Edwards and Joe Lacob team up for all the rings they're going to win, you'll be in his doc too, so you'll get to be in 2 docs.
Probably be fired by then.
Would you do a Karl Anthony Towns for Draymond, Wiggins, and a bunch of picks and Kuminga?
I like Karl Anthony Towns. Then I don't like him. He just
Gobert and Draymond on the same team would just be incredible.
Wow. Yeah, wow. Karl Anthony Towns just commits just some of the dumbest fouls in the world. Yesterday, you're fouling. Who did he foul yesterday? 50 feet away from the basket. Michael Porter Jr. Just ran into him. Just playoff game.
He is talented. Like gives you a number 2 option.
No, he is.
Gives you some post.
My gosh. He just is not consistent. He's not. He's like posing after every 3-point shot, which is like all right. I get why Anthony Edwards is the leader of that team. Yeah, I don't know about Catmandu, Shasky. I don't know. By the way, FP Santangelo, we'll ask him at 9:20. You want Karl Anthony Towns? FP will probably answer, does he back clean up? All right, that was a fun.
Quick aside as we transition to baseball. City Connects, there's 3 good ones. All the rest have been absolute, utter garbage. Baseball has some of the best uniforms when we go back into the history of the game that have ever been created, and they're overthinking it every step of the way. Cleveland just released their City Connect, and it's ugly. And Detroit did theirs, and it's ugly. The Giants have done theirs. It's ugly. All right? You have vintage classic uniforms that you can go back into the history of your organization. All of them have been around 100 years.
There's something about the word ugly that just feels very disrespectful.
Wait, what are the 3 good ones?
The 3 good ones.
The Angels.
Southside. The Angels are really good. Southside, Chicago, black with the white pinstripes are super clean with the Old English. I like the Miami Marlins sugarcane ones from Haiti. I think the Haitian ones.
Oh yeah, the Cuban. Yeah, Cuban.
I love Atlanta's because those are kind of like a throwback, even though they're not. The Atlanta ones with the A.
The Angels one is really good.
The Angel one is good. That's 4. Most of them have been pretty hideous.
Dodgers one, all blue.
Come on. And I actually like the blue pant look.
I like the Rockies.
Rockies aren't bad.
Yeah, the Rockies with the
Rockies aren't bad.
Cool.
Yeah.
You don't like it?
Nah.
They're not bad.
The Padres?
Padres one's not bad, but a lot of people don't like them, but they're not bad. Again, I'm telling you, the City Connects have been a giant failure overall.
Well, some people are still buying them, though. Right?
I see the City Connect gear at the ballpark all the time.
Oh, I'm sure.
Like, Shask, you'd lose your mind over how many of those orange G's I saw walking around the ballpark yesterday.
Ugly.
The G is terrible.
So ugly. He looks like a Gatorade G. Like, what are we doing?
San Francisco Gatorades.
No, you know what you see the most of are the logo of Vontae's hat. I see that in the stands
old school one.
all the time.
These hats are a hit.
I got that hat immediately. As soon as I saw it, I felt my wallet get lighter.
The reason why I got it, because I saw Lubbock. I say, Lubbock, is that fitted or striped? He goes, dude, it's a fitted. So I went to the team store like a week and a half later. They actually have some cool hats in there this season.
They're leaning into the 80s logo a bit this year.
And they need to bring it back.
Because with Melvin back and with Williams back, they want to trigger that nostalgia.
It's a matter of time for the Giants, because they're going to fall flat on their face with all these players and this record and this team. They're going to go back to the cocaine white soon because they need some money. They're going to go back to the cocaine whites. They're already ruined the cream jerseys with the names on the back. You're ruined a great jersey.
Make sure you don't miss that play,
I'm still livid that they put names on these jerseys. The creams they were perfect. Oh, well, we want fans to know the players. We want them to get to know we got no-name players. Well, that's a you problem, not a fan problem. Can you believe people bought that damn excuse? Well, we don't really know the players, Bonte. What? Anyway, that's my rant about the jersey. You got a rant about the jersey, Shasta?
We just ordered new city team jerseys, and I got you one. Pinstripes, they're pretty sweet.
At YBL?
Yeah, they're pretty dope. You like them.
You've been confusing me with that hat. I kept thinking you were rocking the Cardinals hat.
No.
FP Santangelo, coming up, brought to you by Pacific Coast Termite.
Americans pay about $5 billion.
I got a lot of love for you too, as you know.
This is Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
What is up, Steve? Hope you're doing well. Hope everybody had a good Mother's Day weekend. I saw Lubman at the park with his mom. He caught a foul ball for the first time in his life.
For real?
Yeah.
With his bare hands?
Bare hands, right, Lubman? Yeah. No, he's dialing up. Multitasking.
No, I brought my glove.
He brought his glove.
Oh, cool.
By the way, shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call into the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. I'm going to talk to FP in a second here about the Gigantes. They didn't win a series against the Reds. They won 2-3. That's right. 2-3 to start this 9-game homestand. I had a rough time on the East Coast. Had a rough time during that 10-game road trip where they got swept by Philly in all 4 games. Lost 2-3 to Boston. You beat the Rockets 2-3. You got smoked 9-1 in that final game, but you win 2-3 against the Reds. But the conversation is about the injuries, Shasky, the injuries.
I think the unfortunate thing for the early part of the season is that you have played some of the weaker teams in the National League, and you're significantly under 500 this early in the season. Like, you've played the Miami Marlins, you played the Washington Nationals, you've played Cincinnati, you've played Pittsburgh. Like, these are teams that aren't great, and Colorado. And so you're not great either. You're 4 games under. Now, it's still early, and early. Things can happen, but you were hoping to maybe get a little fat and happy against some of those teams, and it hasn't been as fruitful.
Well, speaking of fat and happy, you see FP posted the 4 seasons in Philadelphia?
I saw him also with a blanket, cold as hell, in Colorado. Yeah.
But he's been living the life.
This is a man who was up in Canada for some time.
I mean, he was nailing the Hello Kitty reads on the air radio.
Oh, really?
Saturday. I was blown away. I was like, but don't try to fit your big old head in one of those hats. FP. Oh, wait, we got FP on the line? Is that him snickering back there? FP! Long time no talk. We're just telling everybody out there on the roadways, man, how great of a job you were doing, man, and how you look so good in that Hello Kitty hat, and laying out in Philadelphia overlooking the skyline. I mean, what a life for you.
What's up, guys? Good morning. Thanks for having me on. How we doing? Miss you guys?
We miss you too.
I got beef with you, FP.
No, I don't have any beef with you. I'm just jealous. All right, what's the beef, Shasky?
All right, so this guy tells me, I don't even play catch anymore. I don't do catch. I don't want to do catch. I have no desire to do catch. Then I see FP playing catch with a kid on the diamond. About damn time.
Well, listen.
What happened there?
Let me say it for you, FP. The check cleared.
No, it was the Giants do fantasy batting practices, and there's a lot of clients from NBC Sports Bay Area, and it was really cool. They go, it's 9 in the morning, and they're taking BP on the field, and it's just it's the first time I've really been on a field in a long, long, long time. So, there were some flashbacks going on, but it was so cool. One of the dads had his son there, who was 9 years old. He said, will you play catch with my kid? And I'm like, of course. So there's really cool things you get to do. And it was nice to see everybody's faces with smiles on them. There were some good swings, too. Like, it was early in the day on, I think, Friday. Yeah, early in the day on Friday. And they were taking hacks with the machine on the field. And there were some guys hitting them to the wall in the warning track. And it was warm, right? It was a warm weekend. I'm like, oh, ball's carrying today. It's going to be a high-scoring game just based on the BP in the morning. So it was kind of cool to be out there.
So two things on that. All right, first part. I can shag flies anytime. So let me know. I will be out there anytime, and I'll do it for free. I don't want to even take swings. Just let me field some balls. It's short. Let me go out to center field, and I'll just shag some flies. Number 2. Do the guys shag BP these days? Like, back in the day, I know guys used to do it from time to time. We don't do infield, outfield like we used to pregame. Like, all that has gone away. When I see Jung Hoo Lee, he's almost ran into multiple walls violently and hurt himself a variety of times this year. And then to have him do it with the Cyclone fence in a game, I kept thinking, like, man, he just has zero familiarity with that outfield. Is that something the modern player does these days?
Well, yeah, they shag during batting practice, of course, but you're not going to power shag and run up into walls during batting practice. And what you can do as an outfielder, and I always used to do this, is when you go to a new ballpark, you do the full speed run on the track, and you find out warning tracks are never the same width.
Yeah.
So you have to find out is it 2 steps in a jump? Is it 3-step warning track? Is it a 1-step warning track? And then I got to get in the air, because usually when you get in the air, it softens the blow, right? If you know the fence is approaching, and when you saw with Slater the other night, like the fences have padding in them. All my friends say, well, he ran into the padding. How hurt could he be? But behind that padding is like the big poles, the posts of the fence. And sometimes when you run into the fence, you either get the pole or you get the fence behind the pole. But if you run into the padding with a pole behind it, it can hurt. So you take your steps, you measure your steps in batting practice in any park. And if you haven't been there in a year, you do it because you have to refresh your memory, and some warning tracks are wider. And with Jung Hoo Lee, like I keep having to remind myself when I'm doing the broadcast and I'm seeing him play that he's never been to these parks, because his routes are so clean. Denard Span, who I was around a lot, had some of the cleanest routes in center field I had ever seen, from point A to point B. Well, it's a clean route. A, you're ready for the baseball. You get a good break on the baseball, and then you know where the baseball is going to land. So it's just like running a good route in football, right? The quarterback knows where you're going to be, and it's the same similarity in center field when you're covering a lot of ground. I know where that line drive is going to land. I know where that fly ball is going to be. And instead of taking a circuitous route, you go from point A to point B. You're there, you make the catch. And Jung Hoo, so far this season, has been awesome at that. And I love the fact that he's playing hard. It just really sucks that his shoulder, and he's going to be out. I get dislocated and separated, mixed up all the time. But it's the one that's not the good one. Not that either one of them are good.
Yeah, dislocated is not good, right? So what are we looking at here, FP? It doesn't feel like it's just going to be a 10-day IL stint for Jung Hoo Lee. And like the Giants are last in stolen bases in Major League Baseball. They don't have a lot of speed as is. You're taking one of your more athletic players out of the lineup here. So what are we looking at here? Are we looking at 4 to 6? Are we looking at 6 to 8? We're looking at 8 to 12? This is not good.
So you're looking at a guy that went to University of Miami and barely went to class, and you're asking me to be a.
Well, I'm just asking. I figured you bumped around in the bigs for a second, FP, and had your fair share of injuries.
Here's the thing, Bud. Like, you don't know. The MRI is going to tell. And the MRI could say he needs surgery. Fingers crossed.
Oh boy.
The MRI could tell he's going to be back in however many weeks. You look at Trevor Story from the Red Sox. He dislocated his shoulder, and he's out for a long time.
Yeah.
So let's just hope it's the severity of this thing. And I don't know about you guys, and I'm not supposed to have favorites, and you like them all, and you're around them all, and they're all really nice guys. But man, this kid, I love being around him. His energy. I say hi to him every day. That's about all the communication that we have, right? Because of the language barrier. But the way he plays the game of baseball and the way he goes about it, and how he refuses to strike out, and how he's putting the ball in play, and he had some tough luck on the road trip where he's lining out a lot in Boston, and just. I don't know. I just enjoy watching him play, and it just felt weird, because he fouled the ball off his foot, that he missed a couple of games in the homestand, then he's finally back in there, and I'm super excited to see him play, and then he crashes into the fence. And you guys, I've never seen anything like this in baseball, and I was talking to my son yesterday. We're up in El Dorado Hills for my Mother's Day with my mom, and he says, the Giants always get banged up, and I'm like, not like this, not like all of this at once, and you're just like, what's going on? So now it's up to the kids. We'll see what happens. But man, I've never seen a team decimated, this quickly, with so many injuries all at once. And I mean, you're digging into your minor league system to places you never thought you'd have to go to just field a team, not to be competitive, but to actually have a roster. This is nuts.
No, I text you immediately. You and Flem doing such a phenomenal job Saturday listening to you guys as I was driving around, and as soon as Conforto ran down the first play, I could hear it in your voice. You're like, I don't know, man. Hopefully it's not a hammy. And then when we watch the replay, oh boy, that's a hammy. Conforto. Now he may be gone for a couple weeks here as you get ready to play the LA Dodgers, but a blessing in disguise. You brought up the youngsters. It was cool to see Ramos in right field. And he put on a show that Saturday afternoon game. And he's had a good stretch since he's been called up for Sacramento, FP.
I did not know he was bringing that to the party. I mean, there's guys that have a good arm, and there's guys that throw people out. And there's a difference, right? A guy could have a good arm, and you don't want to know where the hell it's going. But Vladimir Guerrero had a cannon. He was known for his cannon. Vladdy didn't know where it was going always. I mean, we would duck in the dugout sometimes on a throw to third base because he would just launch it. And we used to joke, like, if I was a third base coach, I would send everybody against Vladdy because he's got this reputation of having a great arm. But a lot of times he was wild and you didn't know where it was going. But to see Ramos make those plays in one hop and right on the money, and I mean, that was cool. And then Yaz fielded one off the wall perfectly and threw it on the money. And so, I mean, and then you put Ramos in left and he makes a play by the Pelican, and that was that was really cool. And I didn't know that Ramos had that accuracy, so that was cool to see. And he's swinging it at the plate. He had 108 mile an hour double and 105 mile an hour single the other day. So, I mean, it's cool to watch these guys get a chance. And Casey Schmidt with the walk-off yesterday, and he's been having great at-bats, by the way, with nothing to show for it. His approach is way different than last year. He's made the adjustment. He's looking to go up the middle the other way. He's not pulling off everything or just swinging all wildly at the plate without a game plan. He looks a lot different. He's playing shortstop well. So, I mean, there's some things to be excited about, but, I mean, bottom line is, I mean, it's fun to watch the young kids, right? Yep. But they're young kids. Yeah. And there's going to be times when we're all going to be pulling our hair out because they're stealing a base at the wrong time, or they're taking an extra base at the wrong time, or, you know, just the nuances of playing at the major league level. It's a tough place to learn how to play baseball. But, I mean, I'll tell you this, nobody is empathetic or sympathetic to the Giants right now. Every team in their division and every team in the National League, while they're not glad those guys are hurt, they're glad they're depleted. I mean, so no one's going to feel sorry for you is my point. And the way this season's gone and how this team is going, it wouldn't shock me that they take 2 out of 3 from the Dodgers. It really would.
Well, we get to see Yamamoto at some point in this series. Back to the fence thing, just out of curiosity. You know, in the 80s, the Giants had no padding on the fence, and then in the 90s, they put the green pad on there, and you could still get hurt running into the green padding. But at the ballpark now, where put the bullpen, they cut out these little like cyclone fence kind of spots where there is no padding for a variety of reasons, I guess, so other teams and broadcasters and media can look in, so the players can look out. Do you think they think about changing that? I mean, I still think he gets hurt, maybe not to the same degree, but like having that cyclone fence portion exposed right there, it clearly didn't help.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to go out there, but I would say that the cyclone fence might be softer than the padding. The one thing you don't like about the cyclone fence is in baseball, your cleat your cleat can get caught in there if you're jumping. Say if the cyclone fence goes all the way down. But that's just a little portion, and it's weird that Slater hit it and then Jung Hoo hit it. But I don't know. Like in my experiences, and I don't know how that fence plays. The cyclone gives more than the padding even. So I don't know. But that bar at the top,
yes.
And I'm watching the replay where that bar's sticking out a little bit further. I mean, this is all like second guessing, and you know, who knows what would have happened if he hit somewhere else. But yeah, when he was going for that ball, there's been times, you guys, when he's going for baseballs that I'm just like, I start to wince before he gets that play in Philadelphia when he was going 180 miles an hour into the fence and he just reaches out and the ball goes in his glove. He plays a fearless style of baseball, which you love. It just sucks that he got hurt, man.
No, it does.
And watching the replay, you couldn't see anything where you're just like, oh, ew, ugh. He just hit the fence and his shoulder separated.
FP, what do you make of Logan Webb the last 3 starts? Because I thought up until the last 3 starts, he was one of the best pitchers, if not the best pitcher in the National League, with the way he was setting the tone, eating up innings, using his stuff to really induce grounders. Last 3 starts been up and down, especially on the East Coast where he goes to Philadelphia and Boston gets knocked around. Friday night, didn't have his best stuff. What do you make of Logan Webb and this little speed bump he's having right now?
Well, yeah, I know he was sick in Boston. I don't want to make an excuse, but being sick is an excuse. And he was really sick in Philadelphia. We're talking IV.
Oh, really?
And he told me he was sweating so much on the mound. You remember the Sunday night game where he had the mock neck and the sleeves on? He said, I've never worn that before, and then I wore it, and I'm sweating through it. And he goes, I don't want to take it off because now it's, you know, it's going to look like I'm changing my mojo in the game. So he was really up against it. I would say, like, what little I know about pitching is that he's so change-up heavy right now. So I feel like sometimes when pitchers get so reliant on their change-up that they don't lose their fastball, but they might lose zip on their fastball where you got to use that thing and you get the sink. And you remember Logan when he first got called up, that bowling ball sinker was what you thought about with Logan Webb, right? The 94 with that nasty sink in on a right-hander's hand. And so he's not going to overpower guys, but it's more about the movement and the heaviness of the sinker. And when you look at his usage right now, I think it's like 43, 44, 45% changeups. So he's really become a changeup pitcher. And when I think of a Logan Webb, maybe 2 or 3 years ago, I thought of him as a really, a guy with one of the better sinkers in the National League. And that sinker's still there, but it doesn't seem right now as we speak that it has that bowling ball heavy, you're going to break bats, and if I'm a right-handed hitter, look out for the sinker kind of thing. And also, if you look historically at Logan Webb, he's been a slow starter. Like I looked last year, actually, when he got off to a slow start. His first 5 or 6 starts every year, maybe even more, are wobbly. Then he locks in, he comes Logan Webb. So am I worried about Logan Webb? No. But I love the fact that he's accountable with his quotes after the game, and he's accountable for his team. That's what leaders do, right? And they call you out and say, like, look, we've been playing dog blank lately, and we need to turn it up.
FP, 2 quick things here. The catching situation feels erratic at best defensively currently because of all the injuries. And then Matt Chapman, what's he got to do to get going here offensively? I know he had a decent weekend, but the guy will make a play in the field. Yesterday, runner on third, less than 2 outs. He's coming in, checks the runner, throwing on the run, just throws an absolute howitzer over to first base. Like, he makes those plays. And at the plate, I feel like he's getting overpowered left and right. Like, what's going on with him at the plate as a hitter right now?
I mean, there was 2 at-bats on Friday night, his last 2 at-bats, a fly out to center and a fly out to left, where he just missed them. And we talk about just missed them, what are you looking for? And what does just missed mean? Well, you heard the loud sound. He was on time. He just got under a few. And we were talking in the wrap that was the calm before the storm. At least that's what I was seeing. His foot was starting to get down early. Then he goes grand slam the other night. So I think he's close. And when you talk to Bob Melvin, Bob will tell you that he's just trying too hard right now. He cares maybe too much, if there's such a thing. And so when you sign a big contract, there comes a responsibility with that. And a lot of guys feel that pressure when you sign a contract. And when you're the new guy in a new market with a new fan base and new teammates, sometimes you try too hard to live up to that contract. And I think you're seeing that with Soler. You're seeing that with Chapman a little bit. But I'm liking what I'm seeing from his approach lately. He looks like his foot's getting down a little bit earlier. He's starting to get into a rhythm. He's starting to be on time. And when we're talking about Chapman, you guys, he's not a 300 hitter. I mean, he's not going to hit 320 or 300. He hit 230, 234 last year in Toronto. So I don't think he's an average guy. He's a guy that's gonna bear down with runners in scoring position. He's got pop, and he's a nice hitter that plays the hell out of third base. So I'm not sitting here hoping that Matt Chapman hits 320 for the Giants. I hope that he starts to lock in a little bit, relax, and we can see the real player. And a lot of times with players, and this is the case for me, April was always such just a scramble, right? You're on the road, you're at home, the game times are different because of weather, you're traveling. Baseball players are about rhythm and settling into the season. So now here we are in the middle of May, and you're starting to see him settle down and get used to being a Giant and what it means. And I just don't. I think he's going to hit a lot better than he is, and I think he's on his way right now.
FP, what's the schedule for you this week, man? You back on some games? What's going on in your world?
Yeah, I'll be doing the games Friday, Saturday, and Sunday against the Rockies at the ballpark, so I'm excited. And then, hey, it's beat the Dodgers. Let's go. Oh. Dude, this is the reverse locks of all reverse locks. Like, let's go. I have this weird feeling the Dodgers are so good. I mean, they are so good.
FP, the worst thing that happened to the Giants was they just lost a series to San Diego. They're going to look to take it out of us.
Let's go. I told you, man, the way this thing's going and the way baseball goes, or the way baseball just is, I would not be shocked if the Giants beat the Dodgers in 2 out of 3 in the series.
I would be shocked. Sasky's at the death stare right now.
Well, the Rockies had the worst record in baseball, and then they ended up taking 2 out of 3 or whatever this weekend. So anything can happen.
Anything can happen. And hey, you got some kids that don't know any better right now. I mean, let's go.
That's true.
And you got Hicks on the mind. I mean, he's been
Hicks
nasty.
Has been solid. He's been nasty. No doubt about that. FP, always good catching up with you, man. You sound great over the airways, man, as always.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me on. Have a great rest of the show. I appreciate it.
Yeah, hit me up for BP. Thank you.
You got to pay to play, Shasky. Pay to play.
That's okay.
You got the check. You got big money. You got big money. You roll it in dough, baby. Swimming.
Did you hear what happened in our games? We had a triple header on Saturday.
I did not hear what happened in the SVL.
Big upset.
I did not hear what happened.
Bronco team.
Tell me what happened. It didn't hit my cell phone.
Bronco team won. They beat Youth Gold. It was a great game.
Bronco teams what age?
11, 12s.
Okay.
And then our pony, well, some can be a little younger, but whatever. Mostly 11 and 12s.
Yep.
And then our pony team, we have 2 pony teams. One of them lost pretty emphatically. One of the kids got hurt. It sounds like he's okay. He got hit in the eye.
That's never good.
No, Prince was a little wild early on in the game.
Prince,
he throws really hard.
Prince. Tell his father I said what up.
I will. It was an accident. He throws a little too hard, but we walked 16 guys. We ended up losing 13-7. And then in the nightcap, it went to 10 innings.
Oh, boy.
We played 7. It went 10.
It's a long day.
It was a long day. 10 innings. We got beat by top tier on a walk-off sac fly, 3-2. It was a great game. Rami pitched his heart out.
Did you play against Flem's team?
They played Town, and I was talking back and forth with Flem. They played Town, and a guy who's on our team during the summer, Nick Bossman, shut them down. He's like, oh, this kid who throws sidearm is really good. I'm like, yeah, that's Nick. He's a gamer, hockey player, stud, absolute stud. So they lost a tight game to Town.
I just want you guys to talk about me the way you talk about Mike Florio.
So when you see Flem, do you make a beeline to him?
No, I always talk to his kid. His kid's very tall.
You talk to his kid first?
I look up at his kid.
You look up at his kid?
Plays third base. So I coach third.
For the peripherals, you're waiting on Dave to come around too, right? You're like, all right, where's Dave at?
Well, we're right there. We're usually, we're talking. He's holding court, and then I hold court. I talk to everybody. I talk to everybody in every league.
You do.
I talk to players. I talk to umpires.
You do talk to everybody.
That's what I do.
That's right. So don't get on me when I do it. You got to work the room, baby.
Exactly.
Got to work the room.
Exactly.
Farhan needs to take notes from us, man. I'll tell you, that's why I want Farhan on the show. I wouldn't even talk to him about baseball. I discuss working the room, what it takes to work a room, right? Like Shasky knows how to work a room. Jeremiah in Fremont, who's on the line right now, he knows how to work a room. And I got somebody. I'm going to play something on a certain individual who knows how to work a room. Jeremiah. What's happening, my main man?
What's up, Bonte? What's up, Joe Shasky? This is Jeremiah from Fremont, also known as the Legend Jerry, and you're listening to the Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Butcher Boy Joe Shasky, 2 Bay Area homegrown legends themselves, everybody. And I want you guys, everybody, to say it with me now. The best part of waking up is the morning roast in your cup.
Oh, give it to me.
Yes, sir. What's up, my man, Bonte? I haven't been able to call in, man. I've been working so much that I haven't been able to call in since my birthday, April 14th, the last Warrior game. And I know you guys have discussed it. We've discussed it at length. It's not going to be the last home game of Klay Thompson that we ever watched in the Bay Area.
I don't know yet about that, Jeremiah, but it was great to meet you and your family on your birthday. And I got the photo up. Jeremiah, we got the photo. I was looking through my photos yesterday.
Yeah.
But look, Jeremiah knows how to work a room. He worked me at the Gatehouse. You know how to work a room. I think I do a decent job at working a room, right? Spadoni knows how to work a room. We all know Sam Lubman could work a clubhouse. But I don't know if anybody, and this is why Farhan can take notes. He could. It'll help him. Dirty Guru Johnson knows how to work a room. Guru?
Of course.
And Guru
we just got yelled at by everybody because we were a little too loud.
Yeah, well, Dirty Guru Johnson also knows how to bump his gums. Whether it's the Cowboys post-game show or the Pittsburgh Pirates post-game show on 93.7 The Fan.
Tell me he didn't call in.
Well, I didn't know he was a Pittsburgh Pirate fan. Didn't they just do a show?
You didn't know this?
No. He said he denounced his fandom for the Pittsburgh Pirates. So Steiny and him did a show.
Is still Handy coaching there this year? Is that what's going on?
On what team he should root for in the world of baseball. Now, didn't Guru's end up
Steiny wearing a Washington Wizards quarters it, by the way.
Yeah, while loving the Minnesota Timberwolves because Chris Finch is from the same area. So, Guru, who did he end up?
No one. He couldn't get sold on anyone, so he went back to the Pirates.
He went back to the Pirates.
Yeah, he's back to the Pirates now.
Well, not only did he go back to the Pirates, he went back to calling their post-game show. And it's making the rounds on the internet.
How did you get this sound?
It made Talking Baseball's Twitter account.
No.
It's gone viral.
It's gone viral.
What? I got to look this up.
Daryl in California. Here, Spadoni, you got
I love how it's very broad. And all of California. I drive up and down California all day.
Guru talks about the Pirates, and boy, he's sick of the losing.
I don't know what a hitting coach has to do to get fired before 50 games, but if you want to find out, watch the 2024 Pirates. They're playing their ass off. This is just me again, Dan. There is no accountability. And McCutchen, you're in my Pirate Hall of Fame, but when it's time to play, you got to be serious. Quit smiling, joking all damn game, and then you get up there with 2 runners on, and you just have 3 of the worst swings I've ever seen. That's not leadership, and that's not veteran-like. This team needs a new coach. You can't get rid of all the players. And why we brought in Chapman, I have no idea. This thing is bad, and it's embarrassing, and I'm screaming on Mother's Day, and I hate it. Help me, Dan, please. I can't take it anymore.
I love you. I love you. Daryl?
And just like that, he's gone. Daryl Guru Johnson on Mother's Day.
Wow.
And to the Pirates. Now, they didn't win the game Saturday. It was a big delay, Paul Skeens Day. But yesterday, they lost 5-4.
Oh,
they lost 5-4 in 9, or excuse me, in 10. They gave up 3 runs in the top of the 10th. They scored 2 at the bottom of the 10th, but it wasn't enough.
I'm screaming on Mother's Day.
Aroldis Chapman got lit up. Gave up 3 hits and 3 runs.
Daryl?
2 walks.
Oh, my God. How many views does it have on Talking Baseball?
Oh, we'll get there now.
How many hundreds of thousands of views?
It has. Go ahead, Spadoni. You got it up? Oh, 97.4 thousand views is what I have.
Oh, boy.
But let me refresh it. Let me refresh the page. I'll get back to that in just a second, Shasky. But Andrew McCutchen batting 191. 191 batting average.
I got 98,000 right now.
Yeah, 98,000.
I got 115.9 thousand.
Talking Baseball.
There you go.
And they have no idea that guy's a sports talk radio host.
Daryl in California.
And that's not even the original video. Dan. That went 41,000. So add those together. Shout out math. That's like 156,000.
You're doing numbers. Mm-hmm. Thanks, Larry.
Just estimate. Estimate it.
Daryl.
And McCutchen 1 for 3 yesterday. 2 walks. He did have 2 walks. He got on base 3 times yesterday.
I'm screaming on Mother's Day, and I hate it.
The comments on it are also just
what do they say?
Fun.
Read.
Oh, everyone loves it.
One guy here is calling him the calmest Pirates fan. Let's see. We got another.
Imagine Pittsburgh Pirate post-game radio. And Guru's locked in.
A lot of this is what the Pirates do to people.
They don't even get 10,000 into games.
They do have a beautiful stadium.
Beautiful park. They drew 18,000 yesterday.
And it's pretty crazy because you think of Pittsburgh, right? The Steelers have had so much success.
Absolutely.
They've won Super Bowls. Penguins have won Stanley Cups. They got generational talent. Wiz Khalifa's been balling. Taylor gang. Oh yeah, the pierogies.
The steel industry.
And then you just had a cup of tea with Clint Hurdle and Co. and Andrew McCutchen, and then it's back to just disaster.
It's Bill Mazeroski. That's it.
No, the high watermark,
right?
No, the high watermark is Jim Leland chewing out Barry Bonds. That's the high watermark.
Well, it's Bonds not throwing out Sid Bream running around third base. It's one of the worst moments of my childhood.
Atlanta Fulton County Stadium. Well, actually, it's the best moment of our childhood because Barry Bonds hit us Sunday with the Giants.
I hear you, but I was rooting for the Pirates back then.
No, I was.
Andy Van Slyke, Jay Bell.
You know what? I was rooting for the Braves.
Bobby Bonilla. I hated the Braves. Hate the Braves.
The Pirates
always hated the Braves.
Pirates were sick. They were sick.
Doug Drabeck.
Oh, those uniforms.
Zach Smiley. I can name that whole staff, right?
I remember Smiley. No, I think it was Doug Drabeck. He went to it. They had a game against Atlanta in that series, Game 4, where they went 1-0. And he was just shoving.
Yeah, he's a baller.
Shoving.
He had a kid in the bigs. They had Jose Lind, Orlando Merced.
Who's the catcher? Starting with an L. Live.
Oh, not Petey Gavilla.
Rivera, no.
Larritz. Jim Larritz? No, that was Yankees.
I'm going to look that up. Pittsburgh Pirates. Wow. Bobby Bonilla. They were so good. They were so good. That's why it is disturbing to see how No, they had some good times with Andrew McCutcheon. Jeff King was there. He ended up being the Arizona Diamondback.
Yep.
I think he won a championship with Diamondbacks. Jay Bell. Jay Bell, yep. God,
that was a fun team.
Coach Buck chimed in because Coach Buck's a big baseball guy. Mike Lavalier.
Yes.
Lavalier, that's who it was. He was legit. Those Pirates teams were stacked.
I know, I'm looking at this team right now. Stan Belinda. What a name.
I loved his batting stance.
Yeah.
Remember his batting stance?
God. So many great names on here. And yes, okay, so Jay Bell, Carlos Garcia, Jeff King, Jose Lind, all we were named, Orlando Merced. Wow, so many great names. Bonds, Bonilla.
They lost 3 straight National League Championship Series.
In a row.
1990 lost in 6. Next 2 years, they lost in 7. Once at home, and then once on the road. Remember, they got shut out at home. I think they got shut out in Game 7 like 4-0. It was crazy.
I think the Pirates have all-time uniforms. All of them. Like, all of them.
Look at Barry Bonds.
Especially like their sleeveless ones.
Dude,
all their uniforms are sweet.
Barry Bonds, 1990.
Do you know Bill Mazeroski? Did you know that reference?
I'm aware of Bill Mazeroski, yes.
He made Mickey Mantle cry.
Yeah.
In 1960.
What do you have, like 14 home runs in his career?
Dude, Barry Bonds, 1990. 25 years old. 33 jacks, 114 RBI, 52 stolen bases. Struck out 83 times, walked 93 times, batted 300.
Yeah, now go to the year Terry Pendleton stole the MVP from him.
The next season?
Yeah.
1991? I thought Bonds did win 3 straight MVPs, so.
That was until he joined the Giants.
25 home runs, 116 RBIs, 43 stolen bases, 292 average. 92 Pirates. Barry Bonds.
So sick.
This is without Bobby Bonilla because he had signed with the New York Mets.
Yep. Still getting paid.
34 homers, 103 RBI, 39 stolen bases, 311 batting average. Unbelievable. Unbelievable numbers. And they lost to the Braves. Damn. Old school baseball. Loved it. Nothing like it.
So if I say to you, name some of the guys on that Braves team that they went up against.
Oh, easy.
Mark Can you Lemke? Do it in a fast 5 seconds?
Yeah, sure.
It's time for the...
Daryl?
Let's go back and forth.
I just go top 3 pitchers. Steve Avery, Tom Glavine, and John Smoltz.
Okay. What about...
Otis Nixon?
Look at you. Jeff Blauser,
Ron Gant.
David Justice, was so sick.
David Justice.
Yes.
They had Dion. Did they have Damon Berryhill at the time?
I think it was later.
I could be wrong. Maybe a little later. Maybe a little later.
Wohlers were later.
Maybe a little later. The little utility infielder.
Mark Lemke.
Lemke.
Yeah,
Lemke.
I love it.
Dude, I loved it. I loved the Braves, man. I did love the Braves back then. I'm not going to lie. Rafael Belliard. Terry Pendleton, man. Damn. He had some years.
I hate Terry Pendleton.
Yeah, they did have David Berryhill.
They did?
I just pulled it up. Jeff Blauser. David Berryhill was a backup catcher. Brian Hunter. Outfielder. Deion Sanders. Jeff Treadway. Wow, I remember him. A young Vinny Castilla.
Wow, before the Rockies.
And the
Roids.
Yeah, and the Roids. Kip Merker.
Merker.
Mark Wohlers, Mike Stanton.
Mark Wohlers. He was on that team.
He was on that team. He was on that team.
Wow.
John Smoltz. Steve Avery. I thought Steve Avery was going to be the one to pop.
Well, he was the lefty. He was sweet.
Game 7. He was sweet.
He went to the
Twins.
Braves, I believe, after that. The Braves to the Red Sox after that,
yep.
yeah. And wasn't as good. All right, my final thought is this. Look, no one roots for injuries. Nobody wants people to get hurt. The unintended consequence, the silver lining, is that we get to see some of the young guys, because I don't think they were going to perform well enough at AAA to warrant booting one of these other guys off the big league team. And so I'm here for it. Let's just see if Casey Schmidt's got something at the plate. Let's see if my guy Elliot Ramos has a little something. Let's see if Luis Matos can stick this time.
Wow, I'm just looking at Game 7, Twins, Braves, 91, Metrodome. Jack Morris, 10 innings pitched.
Yeah.
Struck out 8, 2 walks, 7 hits, no runs.
Kent Herbeck at first.
He went 10 innings, folks, in the Game 7. John Smoltz went 7 in the third. He have 6 hits, 4 strikeouts, no runs. Unbelievable. Unfreaking real. Curry Puckett with the "we'll see you tomorrow" Game 6.
So sick.
Plexiglass catch.
This is so good.
Come on, man. Come on. Nobody does it like us. Oh, my final thought is my anxiety is starting to kick in with the Warriors. I don't know where they're going to go in this offseason. We're like 26 days of counting. We can talk about the Niners as Nick Soares, but my anxiety with the Golden State Warriors and what they will do, what they won't do. Somebody's calling me here. Sorry about that.
Daryl?
My ADD is kicking in. It's not Daryl. It's not Daryl. Go ahead, Spinoza or Lubin.
My final thought is, kids, always bring your glove to the games. Yesterday at the game, Tyler Fitzgerald on a 3-2 pitch hit a foul ball up into the right field side that your boy here cleanly snagged with his glove. The first time I ever got a foul ball with the glove. Usually in the past, I've had to pick it off of bounds. But, yeah, bring your glove, get a ball. That's how it works, fellas.
There you go. Sam Lubin there. People need to lay off my guy Tom Thibodeau. All right. I don't know if it's Thibodeau, whatever the hell it is. Injuries are part of the game. Just like the Giants getting hurt. You couldn't foresee the Knicks players getting hurt. He demands excellence from the defensive and offensive ends, more so than any other coach in the league. So miss me with the injury crap. All right?
Well, Tibbs also demands you give a body part to play for.
Why? Because he asked you to play defense? Because that's hard?
As Derrick Rose.
That was a freak injury. Come on.
As Joakim Noah.
Please, Joakim Noah.
As Jalen Brunson.
Please.
Dante DiVincenzo. Or as Kevin Garnett calls him, Dita Vinny. He calls him Dita Vinny.
No.
I'll pull it for you.
Hey, did you see the Tony Soprano? In this household, Dante DiVincenzo is a hero.
That's right.
It was so good.
Along with Christopher Columbus.
It was so good.
Christopher Columbus.
It was so good.
That show did not age well with some of those references. Tim just running these dudes into the ground, man. It's actually sad.
Maximizing the talent that he has.
All right, got a couple game fours today. Mavs, Thunder, Celtics, Cavs. And then we got Giants, Dodgers. We've got Evan and Guru next, or is it Daryl in California?
Oh, Mason Miller, one of the top Cy Young / Rookie of the Year candidates, not Cy Young, but Rookie of the Year candidates from the A's, joining them at 12 o'clock.
Oh.
Some of the nastiest stuff in all of baseball.
Wow, we talking A's again.
Talking to Mason Miller.
Oh, back on board with the Oakland A's. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. At home, we're on the go. I heard that. At home, we're on the go. You'll get the fastest internet to all of your devices.
I'm screaming on Mother's Day, and I hate it.
Daryl?
It's Jeep 4x4 season.
to left center field. Can anybody get there? No! And this game is over. Casey Schmidt, his first hit of the year.
And it's the bottom part of the lineup that makes the difference today.
Yes, indeed.
Yes, indeed.
Yes, indeed.
Let the kids play, Goo.
Boy.
Let the kids play.
They came the way that a lot of people didn't see them arriving. How about that? I'm juiced. I'm excited about tonight. And when it was 3-0 Spadoni, Evan, I'm going to keep it real. I thought it was over. The first inning, the Reds got 3. They put up a 3 spot.
Yes, they did.
And I was like, you know what? Rojas is going to mow them down. Kudos to the kids. But just seeing Ramos, he looks like Reggie Jackson in his prime. I mean, dude's running balls down, got the collar open to the second or third button, hitting the ball. And Casey Schmidt, I mean, game winning. What else do you want, Evan?
Well, first and foremost, happy Monday morning to everyone in the Bay Area. Shout out. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Gerald the Guru Johnson, Spadoni, Carter behind the glass. Rocking here on a Monday with you from 10 to 2. I think that's what I came away from the weekend thinking about, Goo. I know there was some NBA playoffs, a lot of interesting matchups and games that are continuing tonight. The Golden State Warriors had a lottery pick that was there and then it wasn't there.
We'll talk about that.
We could talk about the viewing experience itself. We got, I think, the most exciting baseball player in the Bay Area right now coming on at noon by the name of Mason Miller. This guy throws 104 miles an hour.
Damn.
He plays for the Oakland Athletics. We're going to talk to him at high noon, so I'm looking forward to that. But I'm with you. Looking at the San Francisco Giants yesterday, it felt like they might have been dead in the water. But because of the Ramoses, because of the Schmidts, because of what is hopefully going to be with the Matoses and perhaps the Lucianos, there's at least a little bit of difference, a little bit of energy, something going on at Oracle that had not been there during the 3-8, 11-game stretch right beforehand. And now you got the dreaded Dodgers in town. And that's all I'm asking for, Goo, at this point, is to let the kids play, to let me see what's going on with some of these young guys, to see if they can give you some injection of life where there has largely been none this season.
Yeah, no doubt, Evan. I'm with you, and I'm just sitting there, and there was a different euphoria watching the Giants of, even if they lose the game, easy for me to say, and Giant fans might disagree, Evan, but I was like, damn, there's that word, Y-O-U-T-H, youth. This is what we talked about. This is what I thought we were going to see under Farhan. We got a glimpse last summer, but now with all the injuries, and let's talk about that ball Jung Hoo Lee tried to get. He almost got it. He didn't get it, but separated his shoulder. I don't know how long he's going to be out, but damn, they ran down the Reds. And I'm looking at the standings now, and what's the old, I think it's Yogi Berra, Evan. It's early, but it could get late early. If they're 8 back in the National League West with the first place Dodgers coming to town. So it's imperative. Yeah, you got to tell Ohtani, you got to take 2 or 3 tonight.
Exactly. Well, I don't know about 2 of 3.
Well, it won't be tonight, the next 3 days.
But you got to be competitive. I mean, that's why this series, I'll have my eyes on it. I'm looking forward to watching Hicks tonight pitch against Yamamoto, the two most, I would say, explosive offseason signings that each team signed, at least on the mound. I know Blake Snell actually threw an immaculate inning over the weekend in his rehab start, so hopefully he's going to be back soon.
Yeah.
4 perfect innings for San Jose, going to get ramped up, and then hopefully he'll be back. But right now, Jordan Hicks has been fantastic. He's been stellar. So he's on the bump against Yamamoto tonight, and I think it's a barometer series, right? Because we've watched the Giants now, and they're 4 games below 500. They're 19-23. The record is what it says they are.
Over 11-8 at home. You got that going for you.
Yeah, they can't win on the road, but they're playing better at home, sure. But here's the thing, Goo. This thing has to turn around, in my opinion. Otherwise, there's going to be a lot of lengthy, hard conversations at the end of this season. In fact, actually, last week, I heard Shasky on when he called in. Welcome back, Joe Shasky, here today. But he was talking about Farhan Zaidi and the job that he's done. And to me, that's another reason why you need to let the kids play. Because so far, your free agent signings this offseason have not turned into what you've wanted them to be in winning games. Your players that have been here under you before, whether you've acquired them via trade, whether you picked them up they have not, the veterans, led you to a place of even 500 baseball. So the kids, the farm system that you were brought in to help develop, to groom, to grow.
So we thought.
It's got to bear fruit, and it's got to be now. And I'm willing to give them some time to fail. That's where I'm at, Go.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm waving. I believe it's Vontae's mom. Yeah, the lovely Miss Hill.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, but I'll say this to that, Evan. Okay, I hear what you're saying. We spent a whole week last week of what's wrong with the Giants. There's just a feeling of despair. There's no excitement. Do you think Giant fan will be okay? And hopefully my math is off. There's 120 games left in the season. But what if the youngsters are manning over the next 10 games, they go 4-6 or 3-7? Do you think fans will be singing a different tune like, oh, we've seen enough this season? And there's a long way to go, E. I'm just wondering how much leeway fans are going to give this team while we see the youngsters kind of, carry the load, hopefully for not that long. Or some Giant fans may be like, hey, we want to see more. I'm just curious from a win-loss standpoint, can 3-7 get you to like, well, that's why Farhan didn't have them up. They only came up because, guys got hurt. So I'm curious to see how that plays out. Now, they could also real quick go 7-3, 6-4, and then you got something.
Well, I think that argument might have worked a couple weeks ago, but now you need them because it's
now
not just Jung Hoo Lee that's out with a separator dislocated shoulder.
Man.
Michael Conforto's on the 10-day.
Hammy.
Nick Ahmed's out. Austin Slater's out. Jorge Soler's on the shelf. Like, you need these guys. And this is what happens during every baseball season. I guess it gets glossed over because people don't think about baseball as being a sport where injuries happen. But inevitably, a guy's going to miss a week or a month, or multiple guys are going to be out for long stretches. This is where you need your farm system. This is where you need your AAA and even AA players to be good enough to step in and help you win games. And if you don't feel like those players can do that, well, then we got something bigger to talk about, which is, in my opinion, the amount of time that Zaidi has had to get the players, to get his group of guys to this point, to get his farm system to a position to help the Giants when, inevitably, injuries are going to happen. Whether it's to your pitching staff. They're even trying to get guys back. It's not just Snell. Yeah. They're still waiting for Robbie Ray to come back.
Cobb.
They're still waiting on Alex Cobb. I think those are all reinforcements that I feel good about. But if you're not even around 500 at that point, if you're not at 500, Goo, then I don't know what we're talking about. I felt like if the Giants were a 500 baseball club by this point in the season, they'd be sitting pretty. Right now, they're 4 games below 500. They got a Dodgers team coming in that has already taken the first series from them, might do it again.
Yeah, no doubt, Evan. And I believe, if my math is correct, they've had umpteen times to win 3 in a row this season, and they haven't. A win tonight, that's baby steps in the right direction. I am wondering, where is the win for Farhan if these youngsters can pull their weight, Evan? Do you got tough decisions when guys start to come back? Do you scale it back? I'm curious to see, like Ramos, and I know it's a short sample size, but Evan, you played the game at the collegiate level. Does he look overwhelmed? Not to me, not at the plate, not in the field. And it was just a feeling I had because I've been yearning to see the young guys play and watching them run down balls in the outfield and have good at bats. Again, it's early. I'm wondering, is the win for Farhan that, man, injuries might have propelled you into fans looking at you like, okay, this is what you're talking about because you were slow, but injuries made the youngsters get their turn. I'm wondering.
Well, I don't think there's any excuses at this point. I mean, this is year 6. So there's been excuses for injuries in the past. But again, this is why you look around the rest of, let's just say, the division, the NL West. There are up-and-coming young players on every single team, all of which that might not be superstars. I'm not even talking about superstars. I'm talking about players that can just help. I'm talking about players that can step in and fill a role when the Dodgers have injuries, when the Padres will get injured, when the Diamondbacks get injured. The Rockies are in a separate category. But right now, I think the Giants are in a position where they got to take series from teams that they're supposed to beat. And to their credit, they did that in Colorado. They did that against Cincinnati. This is a series against the Dodgers that I'm not necessarily looking forward to them taking 2 of 3. You'd love to do it. I don't expect it to happen. But I'm curious to see how far they are away because the Dodgers are playing arguably the best baseball of any team in the league. They've won 15 of the last 19 games. They're coming off a series loss against the Padres, but prior to had won 7 in a row.
Yeah.
This is a freight train. And the Giants are about to be in front of the tracks tonight at Oracle Park, and I want to know if they can stand on the tracks and take the lumps.
Yeah, look at you. Yeah, I see a light at the end of the tunnel. Pops always told me sometimes, son, that could be a train. And hopefully for the Giants, it's not a Dodger train. But to that point, Evan, okay, now we know a lot of guys are up playing because, the veterans are injured. Aren't you going to grade with a curve, though, if from a record standpoint, we see a 4-6 in the next 10, or we see a 7-8 in the next 15, if we see the young guys are getting experience, but yet maybe not the team-wide results. I'm kind of curious, and I expect the place to be packed on 3rd and King tonight. Dodger fans going to come out, but also Giant fans. So this is appointment TV, even with the NBA playoffs going on. But I'm wondering how, with what you just said, are you going to grade? Not asking you to be nice, but are you going to know at the end of the day, yeah, they're supposed to be 500, but a lot of the youth is up only because the veteran guys that we paid are out. Like the next 10, are you going to say, yeah, they went 4-6, but it was a good 4-6 because?
No, not necessarily. If you don't win games, it doesn't matter.
All right, I got you.
Now, they play the Dodgers the next 3, but you look after that, and they got winnable games. They play Colorado, and then your Pittsburgh Pirates.
Yeah. 6 in a row it could be.
By the way, you want to share some with the audience?
Nah. And the guys got me in the morning. I don't know how that got out, but yeah.
Well, it went
6 in a
viral
row,
yesterday.
you're staring 6 in a row in the face. I just like the youth component. I'm stuck with the Warriors on, people calling the shows and people writing articles, and they never say where they're really at. Because you got Steph Curry still with something left in the tank. You got Draymond Green. So you can never really do a full reset or a rebuild because you owe something to those guys. But now I'm watching the Giants, and because of injuries, I'm like, I got my popcorn. Bailey's about to, let's go. Let's see what is going to manifest. Can you guys play? And then on the other end of it, I'm like, how fair are you being, Goo, to these youngsters coming up? One, they didn't know they were coming up, but you got to stay ready. And 2, what if they don't have the team success? Are we saying, oh, okay, Matos, you went in a 2 for 20 slump, you can't play? Like, there's a fine line.
But it's like you're asking for the lesser of two evils, which is, okay, are we going to be mediocre and have veterans play, or mediocre and play younger guys? I think they're the same. I don't know if it makes people feel better about watching younger guys play because at least there's some unknown. I think people are clamoring for younger players, and we even saw it a lot this year with Golden State. People clamor for players that they don't see or don't know a lot about just because it's something different, just because they don't know, and it might be able to turn things around. But if I see the Giants get swept by the Dodgers, lose a series of the Rockies, and lose a series of the Pirates with young players, I don't care who's in the lineup. It could be Austin Slater. It could be Luis Matos. It could be Lamont Wade, who's actually playing pretty well this year. It doesn't matter. You got to win games. And that's why, if you're asking where I'm at, like where we're at with the San Francisco Giants is this. This season has got to turn around fast. Otherwise, I am putting Farhan Zaidi in the crosshairs because he's had ample time to do something with free agent money, with a farm system. He's had opportunity to prove why he should maintain his status as the president of baseball operations. And I don't personally think he's done a good enough job.
Yeah, and he's operating, Evan, I hear every word you just said. He's operating, I believe, from a place of desperation. And a lot of times in life, regardless of what field you work in, that's not a good place to operate from. Let me ask you this. I'm being proactive, and then I'm being pessimistic. Shout out Steiny, who we'll have him back tomorrow. Can't wait. He's texting early.
I'm interested to see what kind of mood sign he'll be
I hope he shot good. But I say that to say, Evan, let's say the Giants go, there's a June swoon. Would you be shocked? Because I don't know who the Giants owner really is. I know what Joey Lacob is about. I know what York is about with the San Francisco 49ers. We got examples. But if this thing got ugly with the injuries mixed in it, do you think we could see a change at the GM position for the Giants if this thing just really got ugly? Like if we saw a 5-15 stretch from the Giants.
Well, no one's getting fired in the middle of the season.
So that's off the table.
No, that won't happen. But it'll happen at the end of the year. It'll happen sometime in the offseason, I believe. You can't I don't think you can come off the offseason of spending or investing $350 million into a team that's already missed the postseason in 4 or 5 years and not make the playoffs. I know that we were excited about all the free agents and the talent that was coming in and the Giants throwing the kitchen sink at free agency in the offseason, Goo. But the first thing that I felt was you got expectations now. There weren't expectations before because it was a pretty mediocre team. And some people might feel like the talent level still remains mediocre. But there's expectations when you invest the kind of money that you do. It's the same reason why the Warriors are talking about dialing it back, is because you can't foot the largest tax bill in the history of basketball and not make the playoffs. You can't invest $350 million and not make the postseason, not even qualify for the wild card. We're not talking about winning 90 games. I'm not talking about winning 100 games. I don't think that's realistic for this team. I didn't think it was when we began the season. But winning 85, winning 84 games, which is what the Diamondbacks got into and ran the table, getting to the World Series last year, that is absolutely feasible for this team. And so far, it doesn't look like they're a team that has that on the radar.
I'm not arguing with anything you said. A lot of facts, and all facts for that matter. I'll say this about that and where the Giants are at. Evan, the beautiful thing about baseball is there's 162 game season. They got 120 left. So for me to kind of be Johnny overreact or Johnny jump the gun, me talking about Farhan losing his job, I get what you just said. You need the final result, the final tally. But again, it's early. He did spend. And now we're going to see the youngsters get some experience, and other guys, the veterans or the free agents we talk of, a lot are hurt right now. They're going to come back. So I am curious, what other new opening day do you get presented as you do tonight as the Dodgers come in playing good baseball? If you could take 2 out of 3.
888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. We saw a lot of the kids playing this weekend for the Giants. A lot of it was necessary. It's because of injury. But would you rather see these kids at this point? How long are you willing to give them? And as they begin a series tonight against the dreaded Dodgers, what are you looking for? What are you looking for from the San Francisco Giants right now? Because, Goo, over the weekend against Cincinnati, and this is something, too, about kind of the youth. For example, I think the Reds have a lot of, exciting young players. People probably,
De La Cruz.
Yeah, people know Ellie De La Cruz, most notably. They lost 2 or 3 to the Giants. Just because you have exciting young players doesn't always mean that you win. I would rather see the Giants and those young guys play together, play with chemistry, and play with consistency and sack together W's than, have an outstanding performance one night and wind up with an L. It's going to be hard to do against the Dodgers, but that's also, I think, part of the reason why I'm watching this series is because I'm watching to see how the Giants' young players stack up against the Dodgers' young players, not just their superstars. You're not going to be in Betts' league. You're not going to be in Freeman's league, Ohtani. Yeah. You're not going to have guys like that. But is your Casey Schmidt as good as Gavin Lux? Is Elliot Ramos someone that can play alongside and, show out? I thought he played well defensively this weekend. Is he someone that is going to all of a sudden turn into,
Give me somebody.
Your next big slugger? Probably not. But how can he help the Giants win? That's what it's about right now. You just got to get W's.
Yeah, all day long, every day. But also the rat on the table to me, brought to you by Atco early, Evan, is the money that you talked about Farhan spent. He made a decision, or they made a decision, to go buy items and bring those players in, as opposed to letting the youngsters come up and figure it out. So now I'm going to enjoy watching these youngsters. Everybody's damn near up but Luciano, right? So, when's he coming up? Maybe he doesn't. But Evan, what I'm watching is, okay, when does this experiment end? And I'm going CNN on you. The politics of it all, the politics of the money, the contracts that you spent, will that supersede what the Giants see if the young guys are moving and grooving? Can Casey Schmidt stave off Chapman? What does it turn into? Charlie Sheen and a platoon-like thing going on that we've seen under, Gabe Kapler. So I'm wondering if we're going to get, and how long it's going to take before we get those answers. Because what if they catch fire and it's done with a lot of these young and exciting guys, and then guys, the OGs, start getting healthy? Is it just, all right, good job, guys, see you back in SAC, train 747 back to Sacramento on Amtrak is here. I'm curious to see how that's all going to manifest.
The way that this ship is being steered, probably. I mean, that's kind of how it goes, right? They've leaned into more veteran, I guess, projectable players than some of their young ones. I also think it's a reflection of the young guys just not being all that great or being ready yet. You know,
Schmidt got his first hit.
Well, to me, I mean, the most exciting prospect that's risen through the ranks recently is this guy, Reggie Crawford.
Just promoted to AAA, I believe.
Yeah, he just got promoted to AAA. I think he
call him up.
Well,
I hear you.
he might be, but I think that's kind of where you're wondering where the season's going to go, right? Because you're right. What, they're 34 games in. It's a relatively young part of the season.
120 left. It could get ugly quick.
Well, that's part of it too. Is you got to figure out in the next month or so where this ship is going. Right. I mean, where is it going? Yeah. We don't know right now. I think it's still up in the air. There's still time for the Giants to turn this thing around, but there has to be some sense of urgency. And we've seen it a little bit at home, but the moment they leave Oracle Park, it's like, my God, they turn into a different team.
That's a great call.
The only difference to me between last year and this year, and Spadoni mentioned this, I think there's actually like accountability.
Wow, I love that word. It's real, and I think that starts with Bob Melvin, right? And Evan, I'm watching that game in the first. I forget who hit that ball where Jung Hoo Lee got hurt. But, Evan, I was like, you got to be kidding me. This is the hot shot center fielder you go get, and he's hurt, possibly with a separated shoulder. How long he's going to be out? I know you're not a doctor, so we don't have, exactly concrete time frame. But, Evan, why wasn't I feeling like, I said, oh, my gosh, now it's the youngsters that I've been clamoring for. So I'm not happy the injury happened. But normally when you lose your starting new hotshot center fielder in the first inning for what we think is going to be some time or weeks, you're like, oh, man, this is bad luck. But the sun came out for me because I got my own agenda wanting to see these youngsters. So we'll see, and it started yesterday. They got through it, but it starts really tonight.
Well, and they came back in a game that they had generally rolled over in whenever they've fallen behind most of the season. Casey Schmidt had a walk-off double. That's a big moment for him. That's a big moment for the young players. Ramos had a couple of outfield assists on Saturday.
Man!
Those are big plays. Also means the Reds are running themselves out of situations.
Dum-dums.
But you got to win those kinds of games. You got to beat those kinds of teams. The Reds had lost 8 in a row coming into that series. And it felt like after Friday night.
Oh, Evan, I said it.
Well, did you hear Logan Webb after the game?
I can't say it. I want to keep my job.
We'll talk about it on the other side because he lit a fire under them. And that's where I'm talking about with the accountability. That, to me, is the biggest difference between last year and this year in regard to the San Francisco Giants. And that might be the reason why they turned this thing around. But I believe they have to. Otherwise, there are going to be changes.
Yeah.
You tried to make big changes this past offseason, and so far it's resulted in a sub-500 record. All right, Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. 888-957-9570 is the number. Do you want to see these kids play for the Giants? It looks like we're going to have no choice. But how long do you want to see them for? What are you looking for as they get set to take on the Los Angeles Dodgers tonight, a team that has owned the NL West for the better part of a decade and a half? All right, a reminder that you can catch all 4 hours of Stein & Guru on the free Odyssey app. You can download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. We're back after this. That segment was brought to you by Safeway.
So I'm asking the great Rich Mitchell.
Head to Safeway.
Grounded to center field and hit well. Lee is on the move, and Lee is off the top of the wall. And Lee is hurt.
Well, he jumped up. He may have landed on the top of the fence, and if that's the case, it could be a separation. Let's take a look at the brilliant effort from Jung Hoo Lee. Watch the elbow catching the chain links coming down. Actually, it was the pad that jarred his shoulder.
It's the Guru Steiny Guru Steiny Guru Steiny show. Let's go.
Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. He'll be back tomorrow, hopefully in a good mood. How do you think he shot this weekend?
By the looks of the text, I'm going to say high 90s.
Wasn't feeling too confident about himself?
Yeah.
I mean, look, you're out in Eastern Washington.
Why did he say who it was?
It was so beautiful out there. Now it's foggy here in the Bay Area after it was a gorgeous, Thursday, Friday, a little bit of Saturday. Do you have a chance to see the Northern Lights, by the way? I know that's been circulating.
No.
Did you miss?
That's fake news. I don't believe the Northern Lights you could see from Cleveland, Ohio.
Dude, I'm like, wow.
No, seriously.
I didn't.
It was a geometric storm or something along those lines. But no, it was real.
So Eclipse Part 2, we had an Eclipse Part 2?
No. So an eclipse is a little bit different. So the geometric storm, there's like these little pulses that kind of fire out that create this pattern of light in the sky.
Okay.
An eclipse is when the sun and the moon converge. So it creates, in the case of the total eclipse, it creates unequivocal darkness for like 30 seconds.
Sorry, go ahead,
yeah,
Evan.
exactly.
Right. I know they're different, but when was this? When would I have seen
the
it?
Northern Lights?
Yeah.
This weekend.
What time? Or just
it would have been like 10 p.m. to 2 a.m.
Oh yeah, your boy.
Wait, you seriously didn't see people posting pictures of this? No, oh my God.
No.
Well.
No, but we're two peas in the pod today, Evan.
Yes, we are. Actually, I do have something on that in a little bit because you know me like the back of your hand. I swear to God.
We're brothers. Shout out Nancy. I hope she had your mom. I remember names.
She did have a great Mother's Day.
There you go.
She didn't pick up the call though. When I called her like 4 times yesterday, she didn't pick up.
No, you're kidding.
No, I swear to God. If she's listening, I don't hold it against you, Mom.
I'm out.
But I did want to talk to you and at least wish you a happy Mother's Day.
Evan, you couldn't get her on the horn?
No, she was busy. She had plans. She's more busy than I am.
Well, good for your mom.
I was working all weekend.
Yeah. Dude, we're going to play your call. You had a walk-off call. I'm so proud. Just remember me, whatever team you go work for, me and the kids need tickets.
Oh, sorry. Geomagnetic storm, not geometric. Apologize. Thank you, 415.
Daryl?
888-957-9570 is the number. We'll also get to your call in Pittsburgh yesterday on Mother's Day. But let's get out to Chico, talk to Big Al. Wants to get on our discussion. We're talking about the San Francisco Giants as they start their series tonight against the Dodgers. A barometer series, in my opinion. What's going on, Big Al? How are you? You're on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, great, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I want to talk about, the Jung Hoo Lee injury. It seems like it's going to be a pretty bad injury. And I think now's the time that the Giants should make a trade and maybe try to get that guy from Oakland, Ruiz. I think he'd fit in great, on our team. And, center field's going to be a glaring, problem if Lee's out for like the whole season or something like that. And, I'm done with Slater. So I think it's going to be a major concern, But that's my call. I really appreciate you guys, and hopefully the Giants could turn it around.
Starts tonight.
It does.
Got your rival.
All you can do is win games against who's in front of you. I'm not sure it's going to be against the Dodgers, but maybe they're able to shock us, Scoo.
Yeah, no doubt. And I'm not a comedian, Evan. I don't try to be, but I've had thoughts. But can any of the youngsters play any worse than Austin Scholarship Slater? That's what I would call them in a room and say, hey guys, you can play no worse than this. And I'm picking Slater out because right now it's not going his way, Evan. So, you could get Wally pipped, and hopefully that's what happens is now these kids come up and get some traction. But as far as center field, Matos could play center field.
Well, yeah, but you're not getting Wally pipped by Lou Gehrig. You're getting Wally pipped by Chuck Knobloch, or you're getting Wally pipped by a 4A outfielder. I think that's where a lot of people are at in regards to Slater itself. But the one thing that does concern me, Goo, not necessarily about the Giants and their record. It's young, but we're getting there to the point where the sample sizes do matter. And the fact that this offense has been as anemic as it is, I think the pitching staff has also underperformed, but they've been banged up a bit. The bullpen's been a little bit more shaky than I expected this year. The real reason why I would be concerned about this Giants team is because they quickly are losing interest, I think, with the fan base. And that's, again, a place where they've been for the better part of 5 years. It's the same conversation of, well, how do they get back into the news cycle? How do they get back into people's homes? Well, they did it by spending money this offseason, and they were rewarded. For example, I'll just go through the 3 weekend home series that they've had, right?
Give them to me.
Because we now got, 9 games to pick from. Friday through Sunday, when you're supposed to draw the most. How are you doing? All right, first weekend, opening weekend, there was buzz. There was excitement, right?
It's a party.
They drew 40,000. They sold out 3 straight games. That's what you want. That's what you want to see. That's where you're starting, right? The last weekend, late April, I think the Pirates were in town, Friday through Sunday. 36,000.
I'll take that.
It's not bad.
Right.
Still a little bit of a dip. This most recent weekend against the Reds, 35,000. So it's slowly trending down. The interest in the Giants, I believe, is gradually waning. And if they remain about 500 or below, it's not going to get any better. That's another reason why I think people want to see the kids and why I think they should be given some time to fail, because there has to be something interesting about this team. And at the very least, if it's not going to be wins and losses, it's got to be something new. It's got to be something of promise, and it's got to be something that you can at least envision a part of the future about.
Yeah, man, you told no lies. And I'll say this, nothing's worse to me for a regime to spend money on multiple players, Evan, get them in here, get excited. You read the press clippings. It looks like on paper it should work. You got a competent new manager in Bob Melvin. And for the majority of this early young season, the results haven't been there. And the questions are, why? Why is this not happening? And I know at the end of the day, the managers don't hit, the GMs don't hit, but it's been disappointing from a Giant perspective as far as production. And you watch them in every game, I'm like, okay, today will be the game. They score 5 or 6 runs. Okay, that'll bleed into tomorrow. And it hasn't happened. But I got to give the fans their love on those numbers you just recited. And what did you tell me last week, Goo? When you look at all of baseball, they were 11th. I know that's not 5th or 4th, but maybe by default, this is what has the family of 4 getting in the car to say, hey, let's go out on a Saturday afternoon or Saturday evening and watch the Giants because of the young pups. That could be a stretch, E, because the reality to me is just looking at the standings and talking about, hey, Giant fan, give me some good news. Well, I got some. You got 142 games left. You got 120 left. You're 8 back. You get swept starting tonight by the Dodgers and that machine leaves here and you guys are 11 games out. Well, already we know the biggest dreamer can't tell you, or might be able to tell you, the division's already, that ship has sailed. Now it's about wild card city. And Evan, at the end of the day, it becomes, who do you blame? Do you blame Bo Mill because on paper it looks like you got talent and it's not meshing? Then you could have Giant fan come in and say, well, that's why guys were stashed in Sacramento when we were told or sold that these youngsters were ready to go. And I just find it ironic, and hopefully it's a good ironic, that all of them are kind of up now. And I can tell you, Schmidt's probably going to play tonight. Matos is going to play. Like that excites me, but they got to go out there and do what you're talking about, stack wins. And this will be the umpteenth time again, not to be redundant, that they've had a chance to win 3 in a row, and they just can't get it done.
But that's why the road trip was so disheartening. I don't view individual games, perhaps moments are important that you can draw from, but you got to look at baseball in series. I mean, that's why you play 3 or 4 in a row, is because you got to see over the course of 3 or 4 days who the better team is. The Giants could win tonight. They could beat the Dodgers. Maybe they walk off tonight. It's a great win. Dodgers come back, bludgeon them tomorrow 12-0. What are we talking about?
Yeah.
You got to take series. And that's why this weekend was important from that standpoint. You got a walk-off win. You steal the series from Cincinnati. Okay, the series before, you took 2 of 3 from Colorado. You got to continue to stack series wins. A big reason why they're in the position they are, Goo, is because they have not been able to consistently put performances together, both at the plate and on the mound, or perhaps even in the field. Matt Chapman went 1 for 15 in the series against Philadelphia, made 3 errors. That's a bad series. Even though he came back this weekend, had a couple of hits, grand slam on Saturday, big knock yesterday. That's what there needs to be more of over the course of time. You can't have 4 terrible games, back it up with 2, and then revert back to playing as poorly as he did before.
No doubt. I work with a wordsmith. You're young. I put you in that category. Shout out Steiny, wordsmith. Evan, if I were asking you to describe where the Giants are today going into tonight's game, with the health being, the Red Cross being what it is, what word would you come up with about the direction of this, just how you're feeling about what's at stake in the next 10 games?
In the next 10 games, I am looking to see how the young players perform, because that to me is what I have to evaluate your developmental staff on, of what your farm system is and what they're going to be. Because again, when you have injuries, and there's 4 or 5 of which right now, just to position players, nevertheless pitchers, you need guys that are going to step up and fill in for them that can help you win. You can't fall off a cliff you're already teetering on just because young players are coming up. So if you're asking me what I'm watching the next 10 games, I am watching the Casey Schmidts, the Luis Matoses, the Elliot Ramoses. I'm watching young players to see how far they are along. Because if they're not far enough, and if they get exposed, and if they're in positions to where they can't help the Giants, well, then I have nobody else to look at than the person that brought them in, traded for them, just trying to groom them, drafted them, and that's Farhan Zaidi. If he's had 5 or now 6 seasons to present a farm system that can be one that can at the very least soften a blow of the amount of injuries that you've taken to your starting 9. If you can't have players in place that can do that, that's on you.
You have the ingredients for this to get real ugly and louder for Farhan. And Evan, correct me if you think I'm wrong. I think he's damned if he does and damned if he doesn't. You just talked about it. If these youngsters look overwhelmed and look not ready, that's already, that's bad. But then if they kind of excel or overachieve, it's almost like, well, what took so damn long? And then the right on the table again is, what happens when everybody's healthy? Do you send them back to sack? So there's so much at play. The ingredients for this to get ugly as far as a standing component and what your goals are and what you're trying to achieve, because you just said it earlier, there's no way in hell the Giants can have a good season and not at least be a wild card team. I mean, you went and used that credit card. You used it the way you did. You made those purchases on the items that you thought would help this team, and you don't have a 9th life. I feel like it's go time, and it starts tonight against the Dodgers.
Well, and taking a look at the wild card, I mean, it's not anything. You're not looking at standings at this point, but they're not a team. I'm looking at who's in front of them. So obviously the Dodgers, the Padres,
the Diamondbacks,
all those are teams that are right now also with ideas of making the postseason. Yeah. If you're not the Dodgers, you're looking at wild cards.
And Braves.
Cubs, Braves right now. I mean, there are some good teams in the National League, but I still don't think it's an excuse for the Giants not to make the postseason this year. With the amount of money that they invested, and that was the final thing, the final wall that had yet to be kicked down. All right, free agents, can you get a few? You went out and got people to take your money. You spent a whole hell of a lot of it. I think the second most dollars of any team not named the Los Angeles Dodgers. So if money's not going to solve your problems, it's got to be internal. And we've already had enough evidence in my mind that that's not going to be the case immediately. So how can these players step up? How can these players help you win some games? And are they going to be exposed against Los Angeles? I mean, Yamamoto's freaking good, Goo.
Yeah, no doubt.
This guy is absolutely electric.
I'm laughing, but yeah,
he's going to embarrass some hitters tonight if they don't show up.
But their whole roster is an embarrassment of riches. And that's why I think this is a great test. But, Evan, I want to take a second and give some credit to Lamont Wade Jr., Baltimore, Maryland's finest. I thought, you know what? I put him in the category of Slater and Yaz early on, or just coming into the season. Like, you know what, Evan? I'm kind of bored. And that kind of made me look at the youngsters and want to see them right away. But he muscled a 2-run homer yesterday. It was big to get them in a position to come back. He's batting .340. 2 home runs, 14 RBIs. And again, he's not perfect, but I think he's the guy these youngsters can look at and say, not he's one of us, but he's basically come out of nowhere. And Evan, where would this Giant team be without him? So I need to step back and give him kudos because I went in on him early. And Evan, right now, he's arguably your best player.
He is.
And I don't know if
he's your best hitter.
Okay, your best hitter.
He's your best position player right now. No, Lamont Wade's a good hitter. I know people aren't that excited about him, but I saw a dude turn on 95 above the zone yesterday.
I thought it was foul.
That's impressive.
Yes, sir.
He's a good hitter. Can you get another one?
Right.
Or can you get another guy to perform like
2,
one?
3.
Lamont Wade's the only hitter that I think that actually commands a strike zone with any form of consistency.
Wow.
And that's really their biggest issue on both sides. If you look at how many batters they strike out as a pitching staff versus how many they walk, it's not great. The ratio is not very high in relation to the rest of the league. If you look at their offense and the amount of times they strike out versus the amount of times they walk, they don't command the strike zone. You're going to see a Dodgers team tonight in the next 3 days that owns the strike zone.
Yeah.
That strike zone is theirs. They do not swing at pitches outside of it, and they bash pitches. They do damage on pitches inside of it. There's not enough players on the Giants right now that do that. And that's something you can't necessarily cure, but I also think that there's room for growth. For example, someone like Matt Chapman. Matt Chapman still hits the ball harder than the top 5% of the league. Well, can you stop chasing some pitches outside of the zone? Can you not swing and miss? Can your chase rate be below 35%? Can you lay off a breaking ball in the dirt? Casey Schmidt on line 1. I think the reason why he was able to get a walk-off hit yesterday
go ahead.
is because Sims missed with a fastball down the heart. Everything else was off the plate and he was swinging at.
No, good call, and he made him pay. But it sounds like what you're describing, Evan, is approach. And, tell me what you think here. When you talk about a team-wide approach, that falls on not on Melvin, on the hitting coach. Like maybe, what they're instructing is wrong, but when you see it team-wide, there's an infection. So I'm just wondering if that's where we start and we start hearing more noise if we don't see guys at the dish start to have better results in Giant uniforms at the plate.
888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. He'll be back tomorrow off his golf trip. In with Daryl the Guru Johnson, we got Mason Miller. Talking about electricity, talking about players to watch. I think this guy is it. Not just in the Bay Area, he plays for the Oakland A's, but also around baseball. There's no one else that has thrown as many pitches as hard as he does. He is appointment pitching, and he's going to join us at 12 o'clock here on 95.7 The Game. But let's get out to San Leandro and talk to Jonathan about the San Francisco Giants. What's going on, Jonathan? How are you?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Hey.
Awesome.
Hey, Goo, I just wanted to talk about Mr. Late Night, man. When I walk into, I almost called it AT&T Park. Excuse me for dating myself. Oracle yesterday. You took moms, took wifey out there yesterday. I'm wearing my Late Night jersey. And we're walking, and I see Lamont's up there, and boom, like you said, Guru, he hits it. There's just something about Lamont. We can't give up on our boy. And like you said, I like Stremski. I like the others, but there's just something about Late Night, and I was so glad to see him pull it through. And then to see the walk-off on extra innings on Mother's Day, talk about torture base. One thing that I was worried about is I'm a Dodgers fan, and boy, am I worried about this series like you guys are.
And you should be. And Evan, you talked about it. They're good. They got it all. And yeah, we'll see how it manifests tonight. But late night Lamont, I'm gonna start calling him that again. Evan, he's got an attitude about him. He's got a bravado like he belongs, or one of those things that I always talked about the Hall of Famer Gary Payton, different sports. As good as Gary Payton was, he was a Hall of Famer, Evan. He thought he was better than that. And I think that helps. And I get that from Lamont Wade Jr., man.
Lamont's he's a professional hitter. Like he understands what he is good at. You talk about approach, and this is why I don't think you can blame the hitting coach. And
Pat Barrow, I was going to.
I personally don't.
Saying, Evan.
I personally don't believe in blaming the assistant coaches. It'd be like saying the Warriors are bad on defense. Let's blame Ron Adams. Like, you need your players to play better. You need your hitters to hit better. What's up, Spadone?
Or like blaming Steve Wilkes, right, for the Super Bowl loss.
I Got to tell you, I'm built for this.
I didn't know where you're going with that. That was a 3 for the impression.
Yeah. Sorry about that. But
that was your Wilkes.
What about the piece? It was Grant Brisbee last weekend, I believe, talked about the Giants hitters have taken more fastballs down the middle. And I know, Evan, the game is about patience, but collectively, if Pat's telling them, hey, do more of that, and when the Giants do swing the bats, they're up there with the likes of the Braves and Dodgers. Again, Evan, I'm not saying fire Pat, but maybe that's something where, you know what, we're in a funk. If you see something, swing at it. It might be the best pitch of the at-bat you get. So, again, I'm not Rod Carew, but when I read reports like that to where the team collectively is letting a lot of, meatballs go down, you're watching, attack early.
I mean, I think in general, the quality of an at-bat largely points to how many pitches. I mean, if you're getting deep into counts, if you're 2-2, if you're 3-2, if you're getting more than 4 pitches per at-bat, I think you're working. The Giants they have too many quick outs. They have too many easy outs in the lineup right now. Lamont Wade, I think, is a perfect example. Even though sometimes he'll stare at a pitch down the middle, he'll leave one. He's comfortable hitting with 2 strikes. He's comfortable shortening up. Yeah. He's comfortable. He's not a guy that strikes out a lot. But you just don't have enough of those players. I don't think Lamont Wade is someone that jumps off your screen, but I really enjoy watching him hit. I don't know who else on this team right now is appointment hitting.
Wow.
There's some appointment pitchers. I want to see Hicks tonight.
Harrison.
I think he's electric.
Yeah, gave up 3.
Kyle Harrison
got back on the horse.
He's inconsistent, but at least he's young and he's promising. I mean, he hit the first bat of the game yesterday. He was all over the place.
I thought he broke a digit.
But in Colorado, he was spectacular, and that's not easy to do at elevation. But I think with the Giants right now, there's just nothing that you can kind of grasp that I'm going to expect to carry over night to night, except for someone like perhaps Lamont Wade Jr.
Yeah, and here I am in my mind, Evan, thinking about who they lost, Jung Hoo Lee, Conforto, never known to steal a base, not that he can't. And I wonder, will we see more of Melvin and the Giants offense try to manufacture runs? I could be totally wrong, Evan, but can we see some of these youngsters maybe get on the base path and go Ricky Henderson and try to steal a base, put pressure on the Dodgers and that pitching staff? We'll see, but I'm looking forward to it. Again, this is not how I envisioned it, but the bottom line is youngsters are here, and if you were an advocate that you wanted to see what was up on the farm or what was going on in Sacramento, you got it now, and it started yesterday, and it was awesome to see a walk-up win. And, Evan, I'm being real here early. Johnny jumped the gun just like I did with the Warriors lottery. We'll get to that. They were down 3. I was just thought they were dead men walking, and Rojas was in a zone early. I was like, oh, boy. And to their credit, Lamont Wade Jr. hits a home run. They come back and win it in extras.
They did. And look, you needed that win to take the series. And you right now got 2 series victories in a row. It's against Colorado. It's against Cincinnati. But that's where you got to start. That's where the Giants are at right now. Where are you at with the San Francisco Giants? 888-957-9570 is the number. I like seeing more of these kids. I want to see more of them over a period of time. But against the Dodgers tonight, Goo, it is a big barometer series. Where are the Giants? How do they stack up against a team that has been in front of them, again, for the majority of the decade, in a place I don't want to see them, but they just continue to roll. And the Giants, no matter if it's money, if it is, switching managers, does it feel like they're stuck? Does it feel like they're stuck right now in the same place? I wonder. 888-957-9570. Also coming up, we're going to get into the draft lottery with the Golden State Warriors because something needs to be revealed about Guru and his viewing experience.
And I wasn't by myself. I'm proud of people being honest. Even Bonte gave me hey, I didn't like it, Evan. We'll get to it.
Also, watching the NBA playoffs, specifically the Denver-Minnesota series.
Oh, boy.
I actually, it does make me feel a little more optimistic about Golden State. And I'll tell you why. Yeah, I'll tell you why on the other side.
I can't wait.
And, of course, we got Mason Miller coming up at 12 o'clock, closer for the Oakland Athletics. All that coming your way on the other side. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz or Daryl Gruber Johnson. We're back after this. That segment was sponsored by the Alameda County Probation Department.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
Chris Paul II.
GP3.
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Steiny.
Looney!
What do you think he's up to this summer?
Working out.
I hope.
Yep.
Trying to get back into shape. Warriors got a lot of time to work out. I mean, what do you think? I wonder what these players are thinking about watching these playoff series.
We don't know where Wiggins is.
Canada?
Yeah. But you saw something, you teased, that's a tease, people.
Yeah.
That you saw something in these playoffs that has you feeling a little excited.
Well, first and foremost, what do we really know at this point?
That the Warriors aren't in the playoffs.
We know that, but I'm talking about these series. I mean, everyone was telling me that Denver was done. They're dead.
Why
the dynasty's over.
That?
No, I'm not talking about you. There's a lot of people.
Everybody, the world.
Yeah, this entire show has been talking about how Denver's dead in the water. The Wolves are howling. They're next up. OKC and the youth movement is the way to go. And then a week later, we're right back to where we were before, which is, damn, I don't think anybody could beat the Nuggets.
It's incredible, Evan. I don't know. You know what? I'm a little disappointed in myself, and I'm not even mad at Minnesota and the players. But, Evan, this was their first time where they had prosperity. And we just thought they were the real Nuggets and knew what it took. So why was I and everybody else so confident that they were going to go home and the moxie, the pedigree that the Warriors used to have, we just sold Denver out. But Jokic, his energy was not there the first two games. I don't know what was going on. And all of a sudden now, I'm like, Minnesota's in deep, deep trouble.
I don't know if they're in deep, deep trouble. I mean, that's why you got the first two games, but the series has definitely changed. And it has me thinking about the Warriors. And look, if you want to chime in on the San Francisco Giants, we're taking calls on them too. We'll talk to Mason Miller, closer of the Oakland Athletics at 12. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. Okay, 415. How about this? Willie Mays on a Zoom call be effectively a better hitting coach for the Giants. There's your text of the day.
On a Zoom call. I'm going to give him a two.
Wow. On a Zoom call.
Yeah.
I think Willie knows how to do Zoom.
You know, wow. Willie doing good now.
He's 93. Shout out to him.
Happy birthday. It was last week.
Yeah, living large. But watching that series, Denver and Minnesota.
Here we go.
It does make me feel better about the Warriors and their chances to get, not to the mountaintop, but in a postseason series, you have to have multiple ways to win. And I think just being young and athletic, it's one of the reasons why I didn't give up on the Nuggets when they went down 2-0, is because you need to see what happens when another team throws a punch. And Denver has thrown their punch.
Man.
And now we'll see if Minnesota has a counter. I think when Steve Kerr, and I was listening to this last night, his comments about the play-in game, right? They would have felt confident if there was a game one loss against the Kings.
Damn, I didn't hear that.
Because there's an opportunity to counter in a 7-game series. If they can find a way to get to the postseason, I do think this is still a team that can counter, that can find ways to win multiple games. And the big reason also why I think the Warriors are not in a position where they have to, I don't know, go out and grab everything on earth like everyone is asking them to, is because we're also seeing that just because you're bigger and longer and more athletic and younger than a team like Minnesota is with Denver doesn't mean that's automatically going to win you a series or blow them away. The Nuggets have gone small. They put Aaron Gordon at the 5. They're playing Christian Brown. They're playing Justin Holiday.
And he's balling.
They're spacing the floor. There are multiple ways for the Denver Nuggets to win, and I'm not saying the Warriors are them. But watching that series does make me feel like going out and grabbing size and just getting random athletes all around, that's not necessarily going to get you to where you want to go.
I'm not even, man, I got goosebumps. I'm not mad at anything you said, Evan, but I will just counter with this. Evan, you are right in the scenario that you talk about, and maybe I missed that boat when I was trying to convey to Steiny why I felt like the Warrior way, their system would have bode well in a 7-game playoff. But that can only take you so far when you have 82 games to control where you are at, what position you guys have put your team in. So let's just say I work for a company for 20 years, Evan. I'm a top salesman or I'm a big wig, and the company goes under. I now have put myself, and it's kind of out of my control, in a situation to where I got one job interview to impress a new possible boss. And if I don't have the wherewithal to do that, then, Evan, I'm not going to be able to get a second chance to show my brilliance on a daily basis with that said company. Maybe I can go do it across the street or somewhere else, but my question to what you just said is, that's what I've been banging my head against the wall with. I wanted the Warriors to get in a position to be able to counter, duck and throw an uppercut. But when you don't, like they did, do their part to get out of that play-in game, who do we blame? Like, now it's about how do you avoid the play-in game to where all kind of stuff can pop off and we don't get to see the multifaceted Golden State Warriors roster because you put yourself in a position with losses to where you're in a one and done. So how do you get past that is my question, because I agree with you, but they put themselves in that spot.
They did, but Goo, you're also captain of the if Draymond Green didn't get suspended campaign.
No doubt, I'm still there.
So if he didn't get suspended, do you think they'd have a 7-game series?
Got you.
I mean, I do. So if you are of that belief, well, then I think they can get to a postseason series next year.
And I told you, and I think you see me 20 hours a week.
They have to. They better.
If they run it back, Evan, I'm not going to come in here crying. Like, I could see that. I could see that if they deem what they saw when they were fully at full strength, if that's what you decide to do, I'm not down on Wiggins like everybody else is. I'm exhausted, but I'll never call him a not good enough basketball player. It's just upstairs, and how do we get the engine firing more often than not? So if we end up seeing a scenario, and I think it's in play, Evan, to where Wiggins is part of this basketball team along with Klay and some tweaks on the edges, I could understand that. It's not the leader in the clubhouse for me, but I could understand that.
Well, I hope what I'm saying is not run it back and just see how it goes. But when I'm watching these playoffs, I still think that there are pieces on the Warriors that do matter. I mean, you talked about the pedigree that the Warriors don't have. I think they still have pedigree. I just don't think they have enough talent, or they don't have enough cohesion and chemistry, because over the course of this season, it was either suspensions or it was injuries, or it was too many old players, or it was a lack of young players.
You were full strength in Sacramento that night, and that's why that loss hurt me. I thought the pedigree button was disabled. Like, I get we want a series, but when you're prideful like the Warriors and you've achieved so much and you're at full health and the other team, the Kings, were not, Evan, I thought I just took it for granted they could hit that pedigree button because they've been in that situation where, you're watching yourself like you lose this, it's over. And they just sputtered. And that's what hurt me.
But when you watch Game 2 of the Denver-Minnesota series, did you think that series was over?
I did, Evan.
And what have we learned since then?
That
never series
count
is not
out a
over.
champion, no doubt.
Game 3, Denver came back and absolutely lambasted Minnesota. I didn't think the series was over, but it felt like the series changed. So one game, and that's the reward the Warriors get for not being able to get out of the play-in tournament, or at least get to a top 7 or 8 seed. Your reward or your consequence is if you have a bad night, you're done. That's why I didn't feel good about the Warriors' chances to make a run. It's because if you have one bad game,
it's a wrap.
You're out. You're sitting on your couch. If Denver has one bad game, they get 3 more chances or 4 more chances. So I think that's why the regular season has become more important to me than ever before. It's to get that second or third or fourth opportunity. The Warriors got bounced in a play-in game, and they got blown out by Sacramento.
I'll never forget it.
But I do think, and again, I keep thinking about what Steve Kerr said, if that's game 1 of a series, I'm not necessarily feeling bad about that game.
Well, let me ask you this. Since we've been talking about the Giants and the youth, and if the Giants should have went with the youth before spending the money on the credit card in regard to the free agents that they brought in, Evan, if you're not talking about being an advocate for running it back, what would you like to see them kind of do to try to get back to relevancy?
Well, I think there are pieces of their veteran core that they can either move off of or potentially trade. I mean, I still think the Klay Thompson negotiations or that decision is the biggest one because I think everything falls in line after that based on how much money you do or don't have to spend or how much money you're trying to save or move below, your taxpayer level. So Klay Thompson's number one. I still think that Klay Thompson is going to be on the team next year. But if they decide to move off him, I think there is flexibility for the Warriors. I think there is some more freedom to choose what to do, what path to go. I mean, to me, I think the only thing that we've talked about this a lot. I think the only thing that I want to see this summer is Andrew Wiggins be moved because I think that clears a runway for some younger wing players. And what we're seeing, I think, with Denver as well as Minnesota is that the youth is a positive. You do need it. You need young players. You need athletic players. You need long players. But you also need your stars to play like stars. And I think the Warriors have with Curry enough to, try and find a way to kind of piece together a regular season next year that I don't see any reason why they can't get 2 or 3 more wins than they did last year.
Man, I'm hearing that, but just hearing you say maybe the possible, which we all know it's realistic, Evan, the possible departure of Klay Thompson, and then if you and any other Warrior fans got their wish and there was no Andrew Wiggins, man, Evan, you're telling me 2/5 of your starting lineup are gone. Like who's going to be your 2? Who's going to be your 3? Like that's a big ask to kind of say everything stayed copacetic, but you lost Wiggins, who when last time you hoisted up the O'Brien Trophy, Wiggins was your second best player, and then a guy that can shoot you 38% from 3 is not on the team. And if he comes back, I just feel like if he comes back, he's starting, and I'm not opposed. Like, that doesn't bother me. But if you move off of that, you're talking about an offseason of trying to get 2 guys to put in your starting 5 and have that work for the first time. Like, that's risky.
Well, it is, but what's your other choice? I mean, just to kind of remain the same, to do the same stuff and hope that the results are different?
Definition of insanity.
Perhaps. I also think, and look, yesterday we saw the Warriors not get a first-round pick, which is, I don't know.
I thought they did, but go ahead. That's just me.
Well, why?
Put the Warrior logo on the envelope. You should. Had the Warriors came up 14 when Portland came, I was under the impression that logo would have said Warriors, and then they would have told us that goes to Portland and it turns into Portland. My question to you and the masses is, well, when the hell was the Warrior logo going to be shown? I thought when it was the Final Four and they went to commercial that they got it. And I'm dancing around in the living room sipping on mimosas on Mother's Day, but yeah, like, come on, Evan, they did that wrong, and I'm not by myself, and I'm not ashamed to say I thought the Warriors still had action. They tricked us.
Who tricked you?
The NBA. That Portland pick should have had the Warrior logo when it first came out, and it said that goes to Portland. But don't have us. I'm thinking we got action. And I'm not.
But that's where you're getting it wrong.
See, I'm not gonna lie. I didn't watch this live. I wasn't locked into the NBA draft lottery.
People thought, man,
bulletin board cards are being pulled out. But
I said, Laker made a call.
Who owns the Warriors pick?
If it's not top 4, it's Portland.
So when that pick is made,
it should be the Warriors, and then they turn it into Portland.
Well, actually, if you really wanted to do this right, you would pull the Warriors card, and then you would pull the Memphis card, and then you would pull the Celtics card, and then you would pull the Trailblazers card, because that's where that pick has been over the last 365 days. It's been in 4 different locales. Well, actually, since 2019. 3 different locales the last 365 days. So, Goo,
I thought they were in the top 4.
So you were celebrating yesterday?
Yeah, during the commercial, like, they want Steph to be back. Let's go. And I know, there's no Wemby in this draft. The fact that they would have got that shot in the arm, and then when they come back from commercial, and then I'm like, there's no Warrior logo. I'm like, oh, that hurt.
No first-round pick.
That hurt.
Well, but it was only the 14th pick anyways.
It's a wrap.
Well, this year is.
And then Atlanta wins, and they have no business winning.
Atlanta?
Yeah,
they'll mess it up.
And then did you see the cameo of our guy, Grant Liffman, at the table?
Rising star.
Oh, my goodness.
Fading.
I said, boy.
Like the Northern Lights.
Look at that.
A fallacy.
I'm
just
sorry, Evan,
there.
but man, they tricked me. I read it wrong, my bad, but boy, I wasn't by myself. I put it on X, and people said, Goo, I was with you.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
okay,
I thought because we didn't see, in something like that, you don't want to see your logo until last. And that's how I took it, like that bridge is still there.
But if they were in the top 4, then they would have been pulled, right?
See, that's where I get lost.
But you saw Portland first. I guess my thing is, I don't know, like, so there wasn't any discussion of the pick being traded or now being Portland's from who?
Now, I got to be careful here.
Because if anything, it would have been Boston. I mean, that was the last place it was owned,
and they
right?
had the little tea leaves that, if it were Evan, it changed to Guru, and they tell you why. I just thought early that if I saw the Warriors, I'd have been like, okay, we're done, and I can rest. But that thing kept going, and then I'm thinking, link up! Joey, they want Warriors back! Steph! Let's go. They don't like what we're talking about daily on the station because we're nervous and scared. And they come back from commercial, and I see those 4 teams, and I'm like, I did that twice. I'm hurt, Evan.
I'm actually glad they didn't get a top 4 pick. I don't think this draft is very good. Everything I've read about it says not to be excited about a single player that's coming out of this draft.
Now, what if you wanted to use that and trade it, then, E?
Use what?
Say they got top 4. Maybe there's a team out there that has identified one of these players from somewhere else that they feel like might be a fit, and you could put that pick with one of your current players and have that attractive be more
well. But again,
attractive.
If you luck into from moving from 14 to top 4 and you don't want that pick, why should I trade with you? If you don't want that guy in a year that you might not have another top 5 pick for a minute, why would I want that pick? I don't know. I mean, to me, I just think the Warriors dodged a bullet, honestly.
Well, there's a Uzi still facing them. You dodged the bullet, but you still got a machine gun facing you in regard to what direction you're going to go with these decisions. And if you get off of Klay, you need to replace him. Is that in-house? I don't think so. That doesn't make me sleep good at night. And then the Andrew Wiggins thing, that's the worst part. I wish Wiggins was just, he was getting old and you could see it and there was slippage. And that's why I mean what I say, Evan. From a basketball standpoint, if we went to open gym tonight at LA Fitness or 24-Hour Fitness and Andrew Wiggins was playing, we would get back in the car after hooping like, damn, dude can do a lot athletically. But he can't because he needs a jump start every other game, and nobody knows why. It's just, man.
Well, it looks like the 925's with you here.
No, I'm being real.
The Xfinity Mobile text line. We all thought that too. Me and my wife were dancing around the room.
Spadoni, were you under the impression?
To be completely honest, could not care less about this draft.
The truth,
and I think that's 90% of basketball fans right now. People are more interested where Bronny James, who's maybe a second-round pick, probably going to go undrafted, goes. That is a prop bet right now on DraftKings is where Bronny James goes.
Guru loves the kids. I got 3 of my own. I love Biddy and his baby sister like they're my own.
Shout out Nora.
Yeah. Nora. I love them. Little LJ. Come on, man. What am I missing?
You don't love Bronny James.
This kid is not really an NBA player, but your dad is so great. You're getting a scholarship, and maybe I do it with young Donovan, Milan, and Daryl, with my eyes closed. But Evan, what part of me hates the stench to hear that these teams are going to draft him because they want the services of his dad? I just want to rip the mic out and jump out the studio. And I'm not hating on you, Bronny, if you're listening, but this is wrong.
But nepotism kind of runs everything. I do think it's funny how we pick on Bronny James.
On my knees.
No, I'm not going to grab a cape for this kid, but I do think it's interesting how no one has issues with nepotism, largely. I mean, there's a few examples here and there in which someone gets something they're not supposed to. Dude, you ever go look at an NFL coaching staff? No. Go look at the San Francisco Niners coaching staff right now. You'll see about 3 or 4 last names that are pretty familiar.
But that's the dirty little secret. It ain't out front like this
the head
thing
coach.
is. Well, I was first one I thought about, but you know what I'm saying?
Didn't want to go there.
And I love the word nepotism, but that's kind of, it's in the bag.
But why are you going after Bronny then?
Because this is front, like, I don't need a reporting stand. He's going to go in the draft, of course. But if his name was Tom Thumb, he'd be in Europe. You know what? Let me be careful.
But if you were the LeBron James, or you turn into the LeBron James of Bay Area sports radio, right? And let's say Lil D wants to get into radio. Are you really not going to?
Oh no! See, I
keep that door open for him.
I'd be smiling
if it's your kid,
no doubt, and that's why I got to be careful. This is not anything against Bronny, and I love your dad. It's just when you're great at something like LeBron James has been, I guess this is what you get.
Yes, you get the world. You get it all.
Who does the Atlanta Hawks draft? LeBron James is Gardner. Come on up. We got a jersey for you. When does it end? Right.
Yeah, he's got some tools.
That's
a hoe.
I
don't know.
Tools. I like that.
This is from the 415, the Xfinity mobile text line. There's nepotism going around in corporate America every day. I know. We just don't talk about it because it gets swept under the rug and no one really cares. Oh, that's Johnny's kid? Oh, wow. Good for him. He's a hard worker.
That's what I strive for, but Evan, watching it play out, I don't know, man.
Via DraftKings, gentlemen, the Warriors have the 7th best odds to land Bronny James right now. So via DraftKings. So Lakers the favorite. Yeah. Bronny James to whoever, right? Lakers at plus 180. Then tied for plus 1,000. You got the Sixers, Thunder, Cavs. Then followed by the Knicks. Then you got the Clippers, Hawks, Heat, and then a four-way tie at plus 2,000 or 20-1. Warriors, Bucks, Spurs, Grizzlies.
But to Spadoni's point, this is what people are going to be talking about come draft night, not whatever prospect you thought the Warriors were going to take in the top 4.
I got you.
And that's why I think they dodged a bullet, because let's say that they don't, or they did get the top 4 pick, right, Goo? Well, that kicks their first-round pick down the road to next year, in which it's top 1 protected. So if the Warriors, God forbid, have a horrible season, they would have to have the number 1 overall pick to keep it. And if somehow that happens, then you just roll it down the line. So It's not like you trade the pick and then all of a sudden you get your top 4 and then you don't have to give one back.
Oh, okay.
And that's something I just think is interesting how.
And I wasn't on that. I can't front.
Did people really want the Warriors to get a top 4 pick this year?
I thought it was good news, Would that have not been good news in a time that you need it?
I don't really think so. 888-957-9570. There's also something about that pick that stood out to me. And I think it tells a story about where the Warriors were, where they are, and where they're going. And I'll talk about that on the other side. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. We got Mason Miller, closer for the Oakland Athletics. I think the most electric arm in baseball, coming up at noon right here on 95.7 The Game. By the way, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app. You can download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. We'll be back after this on 95.7 The Game.
Sports, man.
Hi.
Hey, it's Moses Moody with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
We need to start in 2, Moses. Maybe. Might need one.
I don't want to do victory laps while Steiny's not here, but Evan, I rode for Moody. I drove that bus. You know, I didn't say he was a Jag or a superstar, but Moses Moody is a player, and he could play on a top-tier team.
He can.
And here we are now. Looks like this is going, regardless of what they do, hopefully it's not in another uniform. Moses Moody is going to be a big part of the Golden State Warriors.
Well, he isn't a benefactor of nepotism.
That, man, word of the day.
It is.
I love it.
I don't know. To me, I don't get the hoopla surrounding the draft lottery for the Warriors, them not getting a pick. I guess not knowing that they didn't have the pick. That might have been a different deal. But I think they dodged a bullet, Goo, because the pick that they didn't have, so what turned into the number 14 selection for the Portland Trail Blazers, is one that I think if you take a look at how they got to that point, is also why the Warriors might need to do something similar this offseason, which is packaging a pick to bring in something that can help you now, but also potentially in the future. For example, that pick that the Trailblazers got was attached to Andre Iguodala in 2019 when the Warriors used Kevin Durant as a sign-and-trade piece to the Brooklyn Nets to bring in D'Angelo Russell.
I'll never forget.
They had to shed salary. Bob Myers sent that pick away with Andre Iguodala to the Memphis Grizzlies. That pick was then sent over to the Boston Celtics. The Boston Celtics then sent that pick to the Blazers. But what that pick brought back for the Warriors was D'Angelo Russell, which eventually turned into Andrew Wiggins and Jonathan Kuminga.
Man.
So that pick has done wonders for the Warriors. I know they don't have one this year, but in a way, I'm grateful for that pick because that pick helped you get a two-way player, a young, promising, up-and-coming piece, and most importantly, you're right, the 2022 championship. Wow. So
I feel a little better now.
Going down the road, that pick has done what it was supposed to do, and you can kiss it goodbye, and I'm glad it's not here.
All right. So you're not high on this draft at all?
No. I mean, again, I think we just talked about it, like LeBron James' kid is what people are going to be talking about. And in fact, actually, the more I think about it, I don't think anybody should draft Bronny. You know what? And if I was LeBron James, I would tell teams not to draft Bronny.
And here I go. Why, Evan? Why?
Because we will line up to bid on Bronny James as an undrafted free agent. That's what the James family should do. Don't draft him. As a second-round pick, you're locked into a certain deal. You can't make it. No. He's going to go undrafted. Everybody who wants him, a.k.a. who wants LeBron James, line up for his services and write a check.
Wow. I feel like that's going down now because his daddy can do whatever he wants. I don't think he's leaving L.A., but the Lakers know they don't want him to leave. And, Evan, he's going to be a future Laker. And all I'll say, so? I hate this part of me because it's not against the kid. Goo loves the kids. I got 3. It's just, it must be nice. That's all, Evan.
So what? Be the greatest player potentially ever?
The son of the greatest player potentially ever.
Yeah, it must be.
With the 8th pick, the Hornets take LeBron James' dentist. Yeah, come on down.
Look,
he's that great.
Well, I don't have any kids, but I would imagine that's the goal, right? Is to be so good at whatever you do or to be successful in your own life that your children don't have to struggle.
No doubt. That's called legacy. My thing is, I don't ever want my kid to feel dirty in regard to everybody knows you weren't worthy of the throne we're getting. You know what I mean? It's so sacred and special for these guys to even be the last man on an NBA roster and to watch Bronny, his prerogative, and Bron's prerogative, to watch him get a jersey when you kind of know, Evan, that should have went to somebody else. But hey, I get it.
But that's for the public, though. I mean, I wouldn't feel bad if my kid got something, right? I mean, you want them to earn it, but at the same time, if I can help give them something, why wouldn't I?
In the regular world, I'm all with everything you're saying. I'm getting goosebumps. But, Evan, when we're talking about a spot on a team or a spot in a professional league, and we kind of know he's not a top-tier prospect, it's like they didn't do this for MJ, son, and they played college ball.
Yeah, but why is it different in sports?
Shout out Marcus.
Well, but if Michael Jordan said, I'm playing and I want to play with my kids, someone might have been able to do that or might have wanted to do that. I just don't see the issue with it. I think that, and this is kind of a symbol of this draft, I think, is all the conversation is going to be about this kid. This is from the 415, the Xfinity Mobile text line. So much unwanted pressure and criticism for Bronny James. I kind of agree. I think people are coming down this kid's road unnecessarily. It's not his fault he's born into legacy like you're talking about.
And I'm not, I know. Help me, Evan. I'm not mad at Bronny. I love the kid, but I hate what it looks like. That's all. And you know what I mean.
But so it was funny. This weekend, I had the chance to do a few broadcasts for Santa Clara baseball. Dude. And Dave Stewart, Smoke was kind enough to hop on with us, but he was talking before the game. He presented this award to one of the seniors on the team.
MVP?
No. It was actually kind of it's called the Cal Hope Courage Award. It was presented to this kid named Cole Kitchen for Santa Clara, who had gone through a lot of tragedy. His brother tragically passed away due to a fentanyl poisoning.
Oh, wow.
And that was something that he had to work through and has since 2022, and it happened. And so Smoke came in to present the award to him.
That's dope.
Talked to his family, also spoke to the team, but he spoke a lot about legacy. By the way, if you want to read about that story, I think it's in the Chronicle. Ron Kroichek did a nice column on it. But Smoke was talking about legacy and how everything he did was to be remembered, it didn't matter. He wanted awards. He wanted championships. He's saying this all
out loud.
Of that. Wow. But it doesn't mean that you're arrogant. It doesn't mean that.
Not at all.
So to me, what LeBron James has done is create a legacy that his kid now can benefit from. And I can't be mad at either of them. I mean, that's the whole goal, right? Is to set yourself up and your family up for success.
Yeah. No. Oh, Evan, you well spoken, and shout out to the powers that be that came up with that award, because what you just described is real life, and for this young man to deal with that and still keep on is amazing. And shout out to Stu and everybody involved to even take time out of his day to go down there and talk to the youngsters. That's awesome. But it's all envy. And envy, I believe, Evan, is different than jealousy. It comes from a good place. So that's why I just put myself in Bron's shoes. I can't afford them. But I put myself in Bron's shoes, Evan, and thinking like, that must really be cool and lucky. But I was just looking at it from the other side. People that look at Bronny James or will look, and like Giannis's brother, do we really believe, I can't pronounce his name.
Thanasis? Or Alex? Which one?
Or Costas.
Yeah, Thanasis, the one that's on the...
Which one's the Lakers champ?
He wouldn't be on the Bucks team if he wasn't Giannis's brother. But that, we laugh at that. But this is going to be greater because I do believe what I've seen for Bronny, he's damn sure not ready, but your dad is so great and done so much good that you're going to be the byproduct of that greatness. When some could say, you know what, I don't think Sam Lubman should have got drafted. He's not good enough. And that's not shade at Sam. It's just the greater point is your dad can get you in any type of position in the world. Is all, Bronny for president. Like, where does it stop? Because your dad was so good in what he did.
But I guess I'm wondering, so Bronny would be taking a roster spot away from somebody if he's on a team.
That's all.
And that's what people don't like.
Yeah, well, that's how I look at it.
But if he really isn't worthy of that roster spot, you think he's just going to be, like he's going to be a 10-year vet because of LeBron James?
Giannis's brother. He'll never leave unless Giannis leaves.
Yeah, but Giannis has been in the league for a long time.
Yeah.
I mean, I also don't think, I don't know. I mean, the last roster spot on an NBA team is... I feel like there's a lot of players that could have that spot.
Yeah.
Not just players that are familial or, benefactors of nepotism, but...
We're going to hear your great walk-off call because I was sipping with my brother-in-law, Obama, over the weekend on X, on Twitter, and I heard this call, and I said, that is my dude. He's a future star. We're about to hear it, but before you play it, Evan, I got to tell you.
Yeah.
You're going to be sought out after, and there's going to be, just imagine if you were the new Bob Costas, and whatever team got you, you said, I want my brother to be the third base coach. Like, you got that, and you're going to do that. And I get it. But your brother could be a great banking investor, and because they want you so bad, you can get your brother to be the third base coach. I'm not mad at your brother, but it just speaks to how great you are, Evan. And the team just kind of gave you your brother the scholarship. That's all, E.
Yeah, okay.
He didn't earn it.
Well, this is from the Xfinity Mobile text line. I kind of think it's a bad example, but Luke Walton wasn't qualified for anything that was in the league. Wasn't he like a 2-time All-American in college?
And I'll fight them on that.
That guy was actually good.
Luke had some game to him.
Yeah, as opposed to...
He had minutes in finals games, too. It's not like he was a total
That's what I'm
scrub.
saying. Like,
he was
that's
a fine
bad
player.
comp to me. Luke earned that.
I think Bronny is the more interesting one because he averaged 4 points for a team that he couldn't really start for much.
When he was in high school or junior high, he was supposed to, we thought, like Jordan's son, you were thinking, okay, how strong are these genes? He's going to be the next. And it's crazy to even do that, and I hate to talk about it like that. But, Evan, I was intrigued when he was just, we seen this like Zion thing when we saw him first on the internet, and then, he paid off. He was a phenom. But Bronny, I love him. I just I wish I could do that for my kids.
Well, and I think in your own way you can. It's just not having the platform of obviously of a LeBron James, but also, for example, I think if one of your kids did want to do your job, you would be able to open the door for them. You would be able to present them with opportunities to then go earn it themselves. Just not at the level of an NBA roster spot, but it's different. I mean, it'd be more local, it'd be at the radio, on the radio side of things. But if one of your kids wanted to become a sports talk radio host, I don't think, I wouldn't be looking at it like, oh, well, I guess, this guy's coming in and taking a spot away from somebody who studied journalism kind of deal.
Yeah, and I get that. How about this part real quick? We'll wrap this up.
Okay.
What if I tell you I'm scared for Bronny, and I already am, because guys like myself are nobody, but other people, heavyweights in the media, Evan, tell me if you kind of grasp this. He's got a target on his back because people feel like maybe he wouldn't have got to the NBA if it wasn't for his pops.
I think there's also a lot of players that we either don't think are going to become NBA stars that do, or players that should be NBA players that fall out of favor.
But some would have to go to Europe. Some would have to go, and earn that to get back to hopefully that point of hope where Bronny's going to get it just because you want my dad's services, and here I come +1. I love it, but I don't love it.
Let's see what Big Smooth in Oakland has to say about it. What's going on, Big Smooth? You're on with Evan and Guru on 95.7 The Game. How are you?
Hey, and I wasn't even going to call, but, man, this take on Bronny, I blame it all on LeBron, who probably is a proud papa like all of us.
Yes.
But listen, man, I can say this for certain. Bronny was not better than I was. I had a cup of coffee overseas.
Oh, boy.
No way in the world. No way in the world Bronny was better than me. I'm not, listen, man, I'm just telling the truth. We should be able to tell the truth.
Wow.
Bronny measured this morning at 6'1". Let's keep it real. Bronny is not a point guard. You watched him play. Bronny had the privilege of being on some of the best high school teams in the world. Bronny is not a point guard. In all fairness, once LeBron declared that he wanted to play with his son, he messed it up. It could have happened organically. But once he declared that, he put a target on his son's back, fair or unfair. That's what happened. I'm not going to not tell the truth. Yeah, nepotism happens all the time. It happens in church. It happens in the acting world, entertainment. We all know it. But you got to be good enough, man. You're going to take somebody's jersey from them, and you're going to take somebody's livelihood. And if it's close, Bronny is going to always be resented by not just the media, but by other players. You come in, you take my spot. Players know in that locker room who was better. See, that's the thing. The truth serum is in the locker room. Everybody in the locker room knows who shouldn't be there. And I'm sorry, but Bronny's going to have to wear the heavy, what do they say? Heavy is the head that wears the crown. Hey, you want to put on that King James crown, and you're the son of King. Now, listen, his other son actually, ironic, his other son actually has a better shot.
No, we just talked about it. Yeah. Yeah, we did.
Yeah, it's not fair. He's 6'1". The kid is 6'1", man. He didn't get any of Bron's height, and he's not super skilled at a guard. How is this going to play out, man? How is it going to play
I
out?
agree, and a great call, Evan. It's not because I agree, but there was so much to that. And I like, Austin Rivers is catching hell because his father was the great Glenn Doc Rivers, and I've never had a problem with Austin Rivers. He gave you his all, but, you just watch his life in the NBA and watch him grow up and get out the game, Austin. And to this day, he's defending himself on, did I get here because of my own merit? That's all. And if this were Daryl, Donovan, or Milan, best believe, Evan, I'm doing everything times 10 that LeBron has done. But it is that when you're in that locker room and daddy is gone, did you really earn this jersey is my whole thing.
Perhaps, but okay, for Austin Rivers, by the way, do you think you had the heart to trade one of your kids? I think that's what Doc Rivers did. You
know what? I do because, you're still in the league and you're still blessed. And that's what I thought that was about. It wasn't, I'll see you on Christmas and I'll be you know what I mean? I'll trade you, Evan, but you ain't going to Mars. So I always felt like, what's really going on? You still are playing NBA basketball.
Would we think about this differently if this was canon? If this was canon,
but if Cannon was the number one kid coming out doing Zion Williamson things on the internet and dropping 40 in a game, it would be totally different because he was worthy. That's all I feel like.
I'm saying if it was the same situation, I do think we would be more supportive because that's our guy.
Okay, you know what? Wow. You know what? I think I'd probably get. No, Evan, I don't even think Steph would want to or take. Like, Steph would know, I believe, that this is part of what's coming. And kudos to LeBron and his family because they obviously don't care. And Bryce is the youngest, Evan, who looks like he may have his dad's body. But, just my 2 cents. But it's getting too much run as if this is organic, like Big Smoothie said.
Well, and of course, I think it all comes back to what has been, noteworthy about this NBA draft. What about the lottery was noteworthy? Outside of the Warriors not getting a first-round pick, I'm glad they didn't. I don't think there's anybody in this draft that can come in and help them.
You said that.
And I think that pick has ran its course. Again, that pick is responsible for being a part of a 2022 NBA championship. I think the Warriors can look at their draft capital moving forward like that, not mortgaging all of it, but using specific picks, specific pieces to bring in things that can help you become competitive again. I don't know if there's a draft pick out there right now that's going to help the Warriors all of a sudden become a title team. But 5 years ago, that pick was used to dump salary, to bring in players that could help. I think the Warriors have future capital that they can use this offseason to bring in players that can help both now and in the future to get them back to where they need to be, which is in the playoffs.
Let's go. I'm with you. I hear you loud and clear. And what's funny about this draft, Evan, is I keep going to the 2021 quarterback draft, that class that we thought there was going to be a 30 for 30, and everybody looks like they failed. You never know, but what if we end up seeing, 5 years from now or 3 years from now, this class produce, 3 future Hall of Famers in the top 8? I'm, having fun here. But that's the beauty and essence of sports is we think we know, but we don't.
We don't. And I think that's what we're also learning about the NBA playoffs is we do not know because a lot of those series have been flipped on their head.
How would Evan getting that?
I didn't give up on Denver.
I'm looking at you and I'm thinking you didn't. But can you agree, meet me halfway? A lot of people did. Like, why would we give up on the defending champs after 2 games?
Because of what it looked like.
And, man.
Especially game 2.
At home.
They got dominated at home.
Good word.
Without the defensive player of the year on the floor. And maybe people are taking something away from Rudy Gobert, too.
Yeah, he was there game 1.
But what I'm taking away from that series so far is that if a team has an ability to counter, if you have multiple ways to win, if you have pedigree, fused with some youth, fused with some versatility, you can be dangerous no matter how deep of a hole there is. And it makes it all the more important that you have to have a first-round series, that you have to have 7 games. You need to have multiple chances to bounce back because the Warriors, for example, have been, even in their championship years, they've trailed in series. They've lost game 1s.
Trailed Boston 1-0 and down 1-2.
And if that was a play-in game, they'd be done.
Yeah, right.
But that's not the way it works. It's best of 7. I think that's what's the great part about the NBA is the best teams tend to win because you got 2 weeks to prove yourself.
Man. And Evan, I've been watching, I don't know if the talk of inside the NBA going away or possibly going away. I don't know if it's affected how you watch. I'm watching last night and I'm getting sad. I'm seriously, nobody knew last night, Evan. I'm watching Barkley like, is this a last, how far are we going? Because once the final starts, they're done. But again, this is random out of left field. But with their uncertainty, their future, I'm watching like this was my Monday Night Football. You hit me with that one. But, we could be at the end of watching Ernie play off of Chuck and vice versa and Shaq and all that. So I'm watching with a heavy heart, and I say all that to say is the only time we've heard from the Warriors this playoff season was when Steph got his Clutch Player of the Year award, and it's just like it's still just weird that there's no Warriors at all, nobody talking. Dre's been quiet on the set in regard to the podcast, and that's why I like hearing them talk. Evan, even if I disagree, Draymond, that is, because you do get a Warrior feel to what's going on in the playoffs.
But even that award, the Clutch Award, I don't think Curry cared about it. I don't think Curry really gave a damn about that.
Which are 100%.
And he might care, but I think he does care about the gold medal because it's something that he hasn't captured yet. But I don't want to open up that can of worms, dude. But I'm looking at the playoffs through the prism of the Warriors as maybe they aren't perhaps as far away as they think. From a championship, they are far away. But from the postseason, I don't know, man.
I'm buying. I give you that.
I really don't think they're that far.
Well, and that's why if you just allow me to do for the umpteenth time, the Draymond not getting suspended, I'm okay. Because that means they would have qualified. They would have been a top 8 team playing a 7-game series.
I mean, even the best team in the NBA, the Boston Celtics, is dropping games. Cleveland came out and shellacked them in game 2.
That was wow.
So
and they bounced back.
And we're going to get another look at those teams tonight. But as we transition, I do want to get back into some baseball because we got, I think, the most electric arm in Major League Baseball. He's going to join us on the other side. His name is Mason Miller. This dude throws 104 miles per hour. He has thrown more pitches at 101 or north more than any team combined. This guy throws gasolina. And I want to talk to him about it on the other side, along with some of the pressure that comes with being naturally a member of the Oakland Athletics,
right?
Especially being good. I think there's a discussion to be had there. Also, we got news that Casey Schmidt, to stay along the baseball train, is going to join Willard and Dibbs coming up later on this afternoon.
Big hit, lad, man.
So we got baseball coming up on the other side. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. I got a couple of things written down, Gu, about the NFL. I think you and I are on the same page, and I want to let the listeners know why.
All right.
And so we're going to have that coming up as well. 888-957-9570 is also the number for the the Xfinity mobile text line. But coming up next, we're going to talk to Mason Miller of the Oakland Athletics. He's going to join us on the other side as we move forward here. That's what's coming up next in the game, presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. And a reminder that segment was sponsored by the Alameda County Probation Department.
Like a cobra!
Want a career with... Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz and Gerald the Guru Johnson. Let's get right to it. We have, in my opinion, the most electric pitcher in the game of baseball, and he happens to be in our backyard. From the Oakland Athletics, the closer, Mason Miller, joining us here on 95.7 The Game. Mason, thank you so much for taking time out of your day. How are you?
I'm doing well, guys. How about you?
We're doing fantastic, especially whenever you climb the hill in the ninth inning, man. And I think you've had a really interesting story. I myself am a Division III product, so I just want to say first and foremost, thanks for putting on for us. And I did want to ask, kind of starting out just where you've grabbed the attention of everyone, the velocity, the strikeout numbers, really the unhittability. Do you feel like right now that this is the best that you've ever been? Or do you feel like there's still room to get better?
There's always room to get better. Any player that's satisfied with where they're at or gets too comfy, there's guys out there that are hungry and always looking to take your spot. So, I definitely think I'm ready to get some more improvements out there, whether it's usage, mechanics, approach, any number of things. Just never getting too comfortable,
Mason, let me ask you this and first give you congratulations. Last year, this time, you guys were 9-34. You're 19-23 now. You guys play hard, but you start your season off with the news that the team is moving to Sacramento. Can you just walk us through the mindset of how you guys just focused on baseball and dealt with the noise off the field?
Yeah, we're on a unique position for sure. This is a difficult time for the organization, but we as players, fortunately, don't have to make any of those decisions. So regardless of how we feel about it, we get to the field, show up, and, try to win that day. And right now, that's today, tomorrow, this season before, we worry about any of that extra stuff that's down the road.
We're talking to Mason Miller here on 95.7 The Game, closer for the Oakland Athletics. Mason, you're also just named the reliever of the month in the American League last month, so congratulations to you. But last year you were a starter and then underwent the UCL sprain. I know you came back at the end of the year, and now you've been moved to that relieving role. What do you think is the biggest difference between being a starter and being a closer? Do you notice any difference in your mentality? What's the biggest difference between those two roles to you?
Preparation. That's the biggest difference. I think as a starter, when you're starting every fifth day, you come to the field on those other 4 days, you get your work in, you watch the game, but you're obviously not going in there. Any role in the bullpen, really, but especially the closer, it's like any single day you show up to the field, you could be getting in there that night. So just being prepared for that and wanting to be in that situation has been the biggest adjustment, but I kind of really dig into it. I like it. I like being locked in on the game. I like having a chance to pitch and affect the game any given day, whether it happens or not.
Hey, Mason, I got a couple baseball diehard fans. They're friends. We sit around and talk about the game, and offense is down around Major League Baseball. And a lot of people are saying, you know what? You're throwing 103, every other pitch, if not faster. They're saying a lot more pitchers are throwing the ball harder. You need to do something to the mound. When you hear stuff like that, what goes through your mind? Do you see more guys throwing more heat and making it more difficult for hitters?
Sure. I think you say swing and miss. Swing and miss is what gets people to the big leagues. It was what gets people paid. Keeping guys off base and keeping guys from making contact just makes you more of a weapon to your team. And in the long run, it kind of just bodes well for you and your career. I think I have a hard time seeing that changing, whether any changes are made to the mound or anything like that. I think swing and miss will still be valuable.
Mason Miller joining us here on 95.7 The Game, closer for the Oakland Athletics. When was the last time you felt like you had a difficult out? I'm not saying, there's a particular hitter or kind of hitter that you fear, so to speak, but with your stuff, it does appear, Mason, like if you execute your pitches, there's not really any bat that's going to be able to do damage to you. When was the last time you felt like you had a difficult out, and what is that like?
Yeah, I think, going into an at-bat, guys that can do damage. I've had success against guys, Soto, Judge, Henderson, any Seager, Simeon, any number of these guys can all do damage with one swing. I think just going into the at-bat and knowing that, execute a pitch and get ahead, kind of get them on their heels a little bit, and then you just put the pedal down, attack them, stay out in front. The sooner you put them in an advantageous count, the more of a chance you give them.
Mason, this might be a bit corny, but I love when I get a chance to talk to pro athletes, like the timeline. Can you share with us when you knew, you know what, I got a hell of an arm, I got action at playing in Major League Baseball?
I'd like to think it was before the draft, but I think throughout the journey, you have moments of confidence, moments of doubt, and it's just finding ways to work through that and, continue to find ways to improve. So, after getting drafted, I think every kid that gets drafted, it's like they're not dreaming of playing in the minor leagues. They're thinking of playing in the majors. So, if a team thinks enough of you to take a shot at you in the draft, I think that should be every player's kind of expectation is I'm going to play in the big leagues.
Well, as someone who started out at the Division III level, there are examples of stories and players that have made it to the majors. But when did that dream for you, Mason, kind of, become more of a reality? Was it when you got to Gardner-Webb, or when did you start to think that, hey, this is something I can do this, and I might be really damn good at it?
I think getting into pro ball was really the final test. I think every time you jump up a level, whether it's in college or from high school to college or college to the professionals, just comparing yourself and seeing how you stack up against your peers, and really just seeing how my stuff played against some of the best hitters, in our organization and around, complex leagues that first year after the draft. I think that was when I had a pretty good idea that, I'm going to have a chance to move fast and see where this thing can take me.
Yeah, speaking of which, Mason, you guys got action. You're one of the surprise teams, in my estimation, on this young year in MLB. The us against the world mentality, how much has that shocked you? And for A's fans listening, can you guys keep it up?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think this has been the expectation we've had of ourselves for a while now. We played better down the stretch last year. Just the way we started last year put us in such a hole and gave us such a narrative that was hard to shake from a lot of people's minds. We played competitive baseball down the stretch, and then coming into this year, we know the group that we have, a little bit closer knit than last year. Guys we know we can count on, and some guys in some new roles that are really helping the team. It's our intention and our goal every day to go out and keep playing competitive baseball.
A's closer Mason Miller joining us here on 95.7 The Game. Speaking of noise, I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you. There was a report last week from Ken Rosenthal about the interest that a lot of teams have in you, and naturally because of how good you've been, how dominant you've been. How much attention do you pay towards that? How do you try and keep that noise from affecting what you're doing on the mound, which is continuing to mow batters down at a pretty ridiculous rate?
Yeah, I mean, it's good to have that acknowledgement and that respect. But at the same time, I'm 100% focused on this group that we have here, and none of my feelings or actions will really affect the eventual outcome of this situation, whether it's maybe interested or not. So I'm just keeping my head down, keeping working, and remaining committed to this group that we have right here.
Mason, I saw you were born in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and I got to ask you, who was your guy coming up and your team that made you fall in love with the game?
Pirates, for sure. There was a lot of tough years in there, but a couple little exciting years there. I think around 2013 or so, we had a couple good seasons. But growing up, McCutcheon was my favorite Pirate, for sure. There's a lot of guys seeing Garrett Cole pitch at a younger point in his career. The stadium's beautiful. It's an easy to make a fan out of, a guy that loves baseball, that lives near Pittsburgh.
So how weird was that? The Pirates just left you, about a week or two ago, just seeing McCutcheon, your hero, on the field with you.
It's a surreal moment, yeah. I've had several of those moments, but, playing against the hometown team and got a save and finished out another game against them. So just getting that moment for me was really cool for both me and my family.
What do you feel like is the next step for you, Mason? I mean, you've been about as unhittable as any pitcher's been, if you kind of look throughout history, what do you feel like is your next step this season?
Staying healthy. That's the goal. It's something that has been a knock on me in the past. I feel great right now. I think we're doing really smart about for managing me this year and my usage. Just focus on this year, continuing to dominate and, holding up for a whole year.
Do you think that there is room for you in the future? I mean, do you want to get back into being a starting pitcher? Is that your goal long term?
Yeah, if the opportunity presents itself. The success I've had right now has definitely swayed that judgment a little bit. But, I think every pitcher wants to be a starter. You talk to any of them around the league. That's the goal, so we'll see.
Hey, Mason, let me ask you this before we let you go. There's a lot of injuries to the pitchers this year, starting pitchers, and I'm hearing a lot of people that didn't play or pitch say, you know what, it's the clock. It's the pitch clock. When you hear that, what goes through your mind?
That's something that we can't really control right now. That's kind of the game we've been forced to adjust to. I don't think that it's fair to really blame it on one specific thing, whether that's pitch clock, velocity, anything like that. I think it's a combination of things. The guys that have that in their mind that the pitch clock has had an effect, I'm sure it has. But that's the game we're playing now, and everybody's been kind of forced to adjust to that.
Is velocity always been a focus for you? I mean, you throw extremely hard, but I'm curious, and along those lines of the arm injuries and whatnot, everyone, it feels like from a young age, is trying to throw as hard as humanly possible. Was that your goal, or was it just to try and kind of become the best pitcher? I guess I'm curious, how much you emphasize velocity, especially when you were becoming what you've become, talking about how, moving from D3 to Gardner-Webb into the pros. How much of an emphasis was throwing hard for you?
It's an emphasis for everybody, but I think it was more of a byproduct of focusing on improving on the mound. And that just kind of came with it. The gains I made off the field, physically, nutritionally, all kind of reflected in that velocity too. So, yeah, I think any pitcher chases some velocity to a certain degree. At certain points in your career, that's the difference between, whether your career ends or if you get to move up another level. So, I think it's kind of incentivized that Velo might give you an extra chance that a guy that is thrown a little slower may not have.
Mason, I got to ask you, as a young boy, I grew up at the Coliseum watching Ricky Henderson and the A's win championships. And I'm just curious, when you play in front of, you're not playing in front of sellout crowds. Does that affect you, or how difficult is that for you and your teammates knowing, it's not a Dodger crowd or a Yankee crowd every night?
I think the day we get back into town after playing in some bigger crowds in front of some bigger crowds at bigger stadiums, I think those days might feel a little weird, but I think the adjustment clicks on pretty quick once that game starts. The competitor in us, it's a big league team on the other side of the diamond, and those games count just as much as games in Yankee Stadium or LA. So I think we know that and take pride in kind of defending our home field, whether there's people in the stands or not.
Well, best of luck continuing to do that, Mason. You've been nothing but spectacular so far. We look forward to your continued success. We really appreciate your time, and thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you having me.
That's A's closer, Mason Miller.
Yeah, a lot of Giant fans said he looked great in the Giant uniform. Hey, slow down. I mean, Giants, they have a better record than the Giants. Who saw that coming?
He looked good in a lot of uniforms.
Dude's incredible,
including the Oakland A's one right now. I mean, this guy is striking out batters at just an unfathomable rate. Like, he's impossible to hit.
You said he has a negative. You gave us the stat on the crossover Friday.
Yeah, but Uncle Louie reminded me in the YouTube chat that he's of the 48 outs that he's gotten, 33 are via the strikeout.
Man,
so I had a chance to watch him pitch. I went to one of the Pirates games.
Okay.
And he came in the ninth inning. O'Neal Cruz, your boy, who, by the way, I think has gone deep in back-to-back games. He's hitting well. And
I dropped him on my fantasy team, but go ahead.
Well, that's probably why.
I'm in last. I won it last year. Go ahead.
Oh,
yeah.
But Miller comes out of the pen. He starts him out with a couple sliders.
Oh, boy.
And I'm just sitting here thinking, that is so unfair to have 104 sitting in your back pocket
Evan.
and begin a batter with 2 sliders. He's pretty much just a 2-pitch guy at this point. He doesn't really throw the cutter much anymore now that he's come out of the bullpen. But the way that he can not just blow baseballs by guys' barrels, but also set them up, like he's a good pitcher, not just a thrower, which is the case for a lot of guys.
And you talked about it, asking him about, he was a starter. And I just like, as a fan, you want to see more. But man, right now this dude's almost Elliot Ness, and I know I keep using that. He's untouchable. But they got a good thing going. And what did I say their record was last year? Just 9-34 last year.
At this point, yeah.
They're 19-2. Just think about that, man. So I do wonder if they come, and Evan, I had to bring up the crowd. Because just think about that. With a lot of what we do and people do, actors, everything is about performing in front of a crowd, and not to have that on a nightly basis, but still be able to compartmentalize and focus on the task at hand. Kudos to all the A's right now, because they're a fun watch.
I don't know what else is. Right now, I don't know what else there is. It's interesting comparing them with the Giants. So they have about the same record, right? They've been playing, but what about why are the A's more exciting than the Giants?
Because they have a chip on their shoulder. They're up there swinging the bat to me to where I'm like, who's Joe Spadoni? And he's up there swinging like he's Roberto Clemente. Like, I'm going to show you who I am, dude, from Union City. They got that. Yeah, you guys thought we're dead type of feel to them. To hell, we're going to sack. But focus on us, Evan. And I just watch him go, you think I'm just talking first to third? And this is a guy that puts a lot of chicken on the other teams the A's are playing. And I'm like, oh. Okay, now I know who Evan Giddings is. Like, they got a chip on their shoulder, and I just don't get that from the Giants and the newbies that they brought in. And I'm not saying they're doing it on purpose, but you could tell when you love the game of baseball, when guys are not just the results, Evan, if this is crazy as sound, but if they're mentally invested, if they're pissed off, they're not, on base. I get that more from the A's than I do from the Giants. And I'm being as real with you as possible.
But I'm also hearing someone like Bob Melvin say we're playing terribly. I'm hearing Logan Webb talk about on Friday night after that loss, it's dog bleep, what we're doing right now. That may not be a chip, so to speak, that he's bringing, but I think that's at least understanding of what you haven't been doing. Wow. That's something we didn't hear from until the end of last season, and that was throwing card players under the bus. I don't think that there's been enough accountability in the recent years with the San Francisco Giants, but at the very least, I can look at this team and say they understand what's not happening, and they're not afraid to voice it. They're not to publicize it.
No doubt. When I heard Logan Webb say that, I was like, holy crap, because just hearing you talk right there, Evan, I went back to at the end of the year, the Dodgers series, I believe, when Webb went on a little walk, a little stroll in the park pregame with Kapler, and I was like, okay, everything's fixed or rectified. Obviously, it wasn't. They had a Pasoy problem. But, yeah, Evan, you got rid of Kapler. He was your fall guy. So you would think guys would be ready to go. And to hear Logan speak on, and let's be real, he's a pitcher once every 5 days. He's watching his guys get ready and what they're doing between the lines. I appreciate that stuff. But I guess the bigger problem is, do I start looking at Bo Mail like, you got to get your house in order, because if you're watching this and it's not up to your standards, it shouldn't take Webb saying that. You should be doing that.
But I do think it demands a player. I do think it demands a leader to call out your team and say, you're not playing well. What's happening right now is not acceptable. Because I think someone like Logan Webb does understand where they've been at this point each of the previous few years. And he can say, I got to put a pin in this now.
Wow.
I got to call out my team now to make sure that we've talked about the next 10 days are very important for this team. Because if you don't get some victories, if you just kind of sit in the mud, if you go 3-10 like you did the last 10 games, well then I don't know where this team is. Then you got to think about adjustments. You got to think about, I don't know, moving guys. Like the Giants right now, are stuck below the middle because they're 19-23.
8 games back of the division if you're into that already.
People on social media this weekend were on Friday night talking about trading guys.
Oh,
we're not even 40 games in at this point.
Right. Yes. So let's just say this. Last year didn't help, Giant fan. They're upset. They had the 107. But you know what I mean, Evan? Miss me with all that. I feel like it's the message. They want wins. They want a contender. I don't blame them. And again, the one thing that Farhan doesn't need me to defend them, I was here and I didn't see any of the Soler, Snell. All those things caught me off. Even Chappie, those caught me off guard. And I was like, okay, Farhan, you did something. But just because there's activity and no achievement, you can't get those misconstrued. So I think for Melvin and Giant fans, I know it's the Dodgers-y, but it could have been Colorado or the Pirates. This is a big series. You just cannot get swept.
No, you can't, but that's where we're at, right? You just can't get swept. You got to take one game. You got to get 1 of 3. Compared to the Dodgers, who are coming in, they're pissed off because they lost to the Padres 2 or 3. They're trying to get all 3 games.
Yeah, I don't know if people watching Dodgers Padres, but it plays well on TV. Yeah, I'm just saying.
Well, because that place was packed. And I do think Oracle is going to be jacked up tonight.
Okay.
I do think it's going to be packed. Now, it might be a lot of blue, but there's going to be a lot of fans there because they want to see the best show in baseball.
And Ohtani. Throw at him.
Well,
I didn't mean,
that we won't be.
Where is Santangelo?
We can't just be.
What out of him? The ball?
Oh, yeah, I'm down. Your boy had a bad weekend. I'm down bad.
You want to talk about it?
Send a message. That's all. Play hard. Joe Morgan. Will Clark.
Win the game. Win a game.
Well, there you go.
That's how you send a message.
But Logan Webb, when he said that, I was like, I appreciate that. He called them all out. This is horrid.
He was also talking about himself, too. He didn't pitch very well in 2 starts on the road.
Well, you're right.
He pitched well over the weekend. Finally, or on Friday night, I should say. Got back to it, but they lost.
Game, no doubt. I'm like, this was the game I penciled in the win. Yeah.
They penciled in the series. They got 2 of 3 from Cincy. And now they got to try and find a way to get one against, I think, the best team in the NL, or one of. I think the Braves are also in that conversation, too.
And Willard and Dibbs are going to have Casey. Like, Schmidt's probably going to feel no better than he is today. He needed it, too.
He did.
He needed it,
I think the young guys needed that. They needed something to cling to hold on to say, like, this is why we should be here. This is why we should be called up. It's because we can come through in spots like that.
Yeah. I'm not advocating violence, guy. That just slipped out. But send a message. Just play hard is all that I'm trying to get over to. Yeah,
sweet chin music.
Chin music. What is it?
Except Mason Miller, you can't play that with 103. You kill somebody.
Well, he doesn't.
I know.
He's not effectively wild.
So good.
Man.
Yeah, he can actually command a baseball.
That's the only reason I didn't go pro. I was scared to get hit the curveball.
That's the reason?
Boy, I would bail.
That's the
I was
reason.
Serrano.
The only reason.
Yeah.
Pedro.
We'll find out the 31st for the 95-7 game softball game.
You think Monte is still going to be an umpire for that game?
He just can't. And the closer we get to it, I'll call. But if the strict, you got to go.
Play.
You're a lefty, first base.
Yeah, we'll put him at first base. I would put him in the outfield.
No doubt.
He's an athlete. He's going to play in the Warriors World Tournament. Why can't he play in our softball?
He had a good showing. I wasn't there, but I saw the video. Yeah, you got to get out
like I'm Kobe or LeBron.
He's quick feet. Like I'm Kobe or LeBron.
Boy, 2 greats. Bronny. Who's the Bronny? I wish I had a Bronny.
You do. You got 2 boys. What do you mean?
But I'm nothing to give to him. Like, I want to be Bron to have something to...
it's like you do have 2 kids.
You're like crapping over your kids there.
No, never that.
Crapping on their pop.
Yeah. Oh, come on, Good. You made something of yourself.
Well...
I mean, you're not the...
I'm fighting for my life,
maybe the greatest athlete to walk the earth, but...
Daryl?
Who is that? Oh, is that on the call? Actually, we're going to play that on the other side is what we're going to do. Daryl the Goober Johnson had one of the best rants about a baseball team that I have ever heard. We're going to play that on the other side on 95.7 The Game. I also do, I do want to get back into the playoffs, Scoob, because, again, I just feel like they are revealing of how far people perceive the Warriors to be away. And whether you're watching Denver or Minnesota, OKC and Dallas is tonight. And in fact, the Dallas-OKC series might be one that gives some Warriors fans hope. I'm not sure if it does, but...
Get to see Luka. Dude, him and they're hurt after... Dude, just... Oh, my God. They're both studs, but I'm almost hurt every play. It's a tough watch,
888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Simons or Daryl the Goober Johnson. We'll be back after this. Big thank you to Mason Miller hopping on with us at the top of the hour. You can rewind on the free Odyssey app and check that out. By the way, you can download it directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. That segment, by the way, was sponsored by Robert Half. We'll be back after this on 95.7 The Game.
Robert Half research indicates 9
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Evan Giddings in for Matt Simons or Daryl the Guru Johnson. No, I wasn't thinking about betting the Nuggets to win the series when they're down 2-0. I was about to bet them to win the finals. It was like a 16-1 odds at that point.
Tell me you're fired.
So, well, you can't fire in California. But my buddy, who lives in New Mexico and can fire, told me that he was going down to the casino.
Oh,
it was whatever night of Game 3 it was. And so
Friday night.
Yeah, sprinkle a little something for me on the Nuggets to win it all. And I thought he put it down. So right now, I was, before yesterday, I was on cloud 9. They come back to win Game 3. And I text him, I go, all right, bet's looking all right. And he goes, oh, sorry, I couldn't make it to the casino last night.
Oh, boy, Evan, you might need to slide me his number.
I am pissed.
You trust him, though, right? Because I got some friends that would have made the bet. They'll tell you that, and then you find out later.
Well, that's true. No, he actually didn't make the bet, but I'm mad at him because if you thought that they were going to come back and win the series, and it was more so just a hedge, the odds are pretty good. I didn't think that they were dead, but, they could still lose the series.
No doubt. But, Evan, if you watch Jokic's energy the first 2 games at home, it seemed like he had lost his dog or something. I'm pointing out Jokic in this instance. I can go to everybody. But it was just weird. And Minnesota capitalized. One of the games was without Gobert. And then Friday, Jamal Murray in Denver sent a message. You text a thread. Denver went small. They had an element of doing that. And good God, I don't think, and Minnesota's so young in this, that it's bigger than Anthony Edwards. We know he's going to show up, but Carl Anthony, he's been a pussycat. He is not getting it done. And hey, I'm going to be real with this one, Evan, about Cat. Yesterday was Mother's Day, so it was hard for me, and it's been a while, and I know it's hard for him, so I'll leave that there. But, Evan, I feel like Denver's figured something out, and you know what they are and who they are? Defending champs. They're going back home where they lost both playoff games. I don't think Minnie has a chance. And I can hear Steiny tomorrow, you done flipped. Come on. But that's how I'm feeling.
I do like the Nuggets in the series. But again, I think in relation to the Warriors, it just speaks to, Denver's not a small team by any means. I'm not saying that they went small and took Jokic off the floor, but they were playing less Michael Porter Jr.
Go ahead.
And playing more Christian Brown. Justin Holiday's getting in.
Hitting. Whop.
They are spreading out the Minnesota Timberwolves because the Timberwolves are bigger than them.
And that's what they've done, Evan.
They've spread them out. And the Timberwolves had not been able to respond, nor has anybody else named Anthony Edwards been able to hit a shot.
They got, you're beautiful. They got some things on the social media where Gobert and Cat are in space. And it's just it's not fair because that's not their thing. So they went and got something and pulled the trees out, Evan, and now they got action. And I just don't see it changing by, what is it, tomorrow night, I believe?
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll see.
It is strange how they had 3 or 4 days off, and then it just completely flipped. I don't know if Jokic and Murray needed the rest.
Do you think that was the worst thing that could happen to a young Minnesota team, having them many days off when it's going good?
Well, I don't know about Game 4, but I thought Game 3 would be a letdown game because that's a young team. They're playing in front of their home crowd with a chance to basically ice the series.
The kill shot.
That's a lot of pressure for a team that hasn't been there before.
And that got ugly. Aaron Gordon is Kevon Looney in his prime on steroids. Evan, if I'm a GM, I don't care what my team's how it's going to be constructed. I need an Aaron Gordon. And they asked him, when did you stop being selfless? I don't know if you caught that question post-game. And he says, I play with Jokic, the most selfless superstar ever. And I said, damn, if that ain't, because Jokic ain't Russell Westbrook trying to break the triple-double record. You know what I mean? Where it's all about you. Aaron Gordon is a problem. He's strong, long, active, and he's carved out a niche. He's a problem.
Jokic more selfless than Steph? So, on the court, he has more assists.
I'll call it a tie. No, I have no problem putting.
I think Curry's as selfless of a superstar as you've ever seen.
I'll give you that. But you know what I mean? It's still an award for Jokic if you're up there with Steph. But Aaron Gordon hadn't played with Curry.
How much of when the MVP conversation came out, how much of that for you was the fact that they were down 2-0? Now, do you look at him like he did deserve the MVP?
Oh, no. It had nothing to do, and I meant it when I told you guys Friday. It had nothing to do with where we're at and what point of the season, Evan. It stops for me once the final 82nd game is played. It's over. It's what have you done then? And I'm not saying Jokic was worthy. I just thought a guy averaging 30 points that led his team like SGA did to the number 1 seed. He's young and upcoming. I was like, just as far as a campaign for a rival, break this young man off his MVP, 36-6, didn't get it. But I would never say, oh, Jokic is not MVP worthy. He was on fire last night. Friday, too. Fred Astaire.
Yeah, and I think Doncic and the Mavericks have been that way, too. That's why they're leading in the series, playing tonight with a chance to go up 3-1. It's interesting looking at Minnesota and OKC because last week they were both the flavor of the week. And we were talking about the Warriors and needing to just lean wholly into getting younger and faster and more athletic. And I do think they need to do that to some extent. I do think that their average age, for example, needs to be lowered. And I don't think that going out and getting a tailor-made, surefire superstar is the way to roll. But I also don't think that they just have to blindly go sign 7-footers because we're seeing from Minnesota, just because you have size, just because you have length, doesn't mean that the overall talent level and the cohesion I think that Denver has isn't enough to even be down 2-0 on the road, and they look like they have complete control of this series. So if I'm the Warriors, I think in a way I'm watching these two series and kind of thinking that, we don't have everything we need, but maybe we're not as far away from a Dallas. They're far away from Denver.
Yeah.
But maybe they're not as far away from a Dallas team who could make it to the conference finals as you think.
No doubt. Well said. And I'll say this about that. Tell me if it sounds like I'm living in the past, but when you have a decade to where you win 4 chips and you do it without a Kareem or a Jokic, and you kind of, Frank Sinatra, you do it your way. And how many times have Steiny and I and you got into, are you watching the playoffs? Are you watching the playoffs? Yes, we are. But can you really sell your soul on trying to be something that's new to the game? Now, Denver's won a title. Or do you stay true to who you are and again, try to, do some things on the edges, Evan, and tap back in to what made you a 4-time champ team-wide? You can't just say we want to be Minnesota and Denver. Well, guess what? That's unrealistic, and you're going to strike out just trying to get a Jokic. You know what I mean? But you can try to fine-tune that motion offense that was some of the best and most beautiful basketball you've ever watched. You can try to get some guys to help reinvent that or jumpstart that. But if you let Klay walk, I need you to tell me who's going to fill those shoes in regard to shooting the 3 ball.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you there. I mean, I don't think the Warriors need to get ridiculously bigger than they already are, but they definitely need more shooting. You need one or the other, I think. You kind of have to choose. I think Minnesota is so good defensively because of their size, but those guys aren't able to help you as much on the offensive end. OKC doesn't have as much size, but they spread things out and they put 4 or 5 shooters on the floor at one time. So I think the Warriors kind of have to, ideally you'd love to have both, but I do think they have to choose which sort of direction they want to move in. And I wonder what other people are taking away from these series in regards to the Warriors. At 888-957-9570. Let's get out to Austin and San Jose.
Our guy.
Oh, he might want to come down your road, Goo.
Okay, he does all the time, but he does in such a respectful way. That's my guy. What's up, Austin?
What's up, man?
Guru, man, happy Monday. I always come down here.
I know.
Man. That. But you got people in San Jose running into each other. You just mentioned the pride of Billy High, Aaron Gordon, to Looney. I mean, come on, man. That's not even that's disrespectful, man, to even mention. Now I know we don't have the championships yet that Looney has, so I'm not disrespecting Looney either. But come on, man. Looney's never been as good as Aaron Gordon.
My God.
Never will be.
Austin, let me just add this. Tell me you heard the steroids part. It's what Kevon Looney would be on steroids. Everything that Gordon is doing is times 10 because he's athletic. I said he's Aaron Gordon on steroids. That's the biggest compliment I could give him.
No, I will say this about the two of them. Both of them are skilled. They both were brought up in very good systems. I mean, Looney went to UCLA, so I'm not putting down. I'm just saying, you got to give more. Aaron Gordon is a fantastic
He's
player.
incredible.
I mean, from where
He's
he
incredible.
was to where he is now. I mean, but listen, the other thing I wanted to say was, Evan, man, this illusion that you still live under with watching the playoffs and somehow projecting the Warriors as being more favorable. I don't see that at all, man. I don't see any measures to where you can say the Warriors. How can you put the Warriors in a better position than when they're the 10th seed versus teams that are playing in the playoffs? I think the Warriors have got to go out and make major moves. You guys keep saying, I think it's a media thing. You guys keep saying Klay. You bring back Klay. I don't think the fan base is really feeling the media out here. I think you guys are disconnected from most of the fan base. I think people realize that if you bring back Klay, what are you really doing? He can't. I mean, you bring back a guy and pay him that much money, you still got to go out and get somebody else. So what's the point in bringing a guy back at that salary when you still got to go out and get other pieces? That's the part I'm not hearing, guys. Please help me. How does that work? I'll listen.
Well, if you lose Klay, you're going to have to replace him. So, I agree, Austin, that if you bring him back, you also need some other – you need other pieces to put around him.
Regardless. We've established that.
They need upgrades no matter what.
There you go.
No matter whether Klay's here or he's gone or Chris Paul's gone. I mean, it doesn't matter to me. I guess I understand what you're saying about, their relation to the playoff teams. I don't know, Austin. I feel like the Warriors right now what's working in these series to me is versatility. And it's not necessarily just one thing. It's not necessarily the youth and the, athleticism that we were talking about a week ago running the league rampant. It's not OKC and Minnesota's league necessarily. Denver's got something to say. Dallas has something to say. So I feel like there's a lot still to be learned about this postseason, and the Warriors have a lot of time to figure out where they fit in that.
Yeah, no doubt. And I'll get back to the Looney thing in a minute, the comparable. But, Klay Thompson shot 39% from three, Evan. If you lose Klay Thompson, Austin, you got to replace that player or his position with a guy that can shoot the three ball. And the only other name I'm hearing right now that Warrior fans want out of here is one Andrew Wiggins. Let me interest you in his 40% from three. So let's just say Warrior fan got their wish and both of those guys were in different jerseys. Again, it's hard, Austin, right now, but I need to know who would be coming back because Klay can still do what he's best at. And that's what this league is about, and that's shooting the three ball. And Klay doesn't need me to defend him, but I will. If you put Klay in a system where the spacing is better and more attention has to be garnered to other guys out there on the floor, then he can get back to an assassin. And I'm looking at the Warriors now, and outside of Steph, Klay doesn't have that. And if you put Klay in for the juncture of the season that he was in where there was no Curry out there, the spacing was crap. So I'll just leave that there. I'm not letting a guy that can shoot 38 to 40% from three get up out of here if I don't have to overpay him. So we need to see how all this is going to play out, how much he's asking before we just say night-night. And then also, I felt like, everybody has a doppelganger, I was saying Aaron Gordon has carved out a niche in this league right now, and the growth is incredible. But those offensive rebounds against the Lakers in the closeout games to where Denver kept missing, but he went, Kevon Looney got the board, kicked it out to Murray, and Murray it was reminiscent of what the Warriors used to do with Looney. So I was just saying Gordon is the glue guy, does all the dirty work, but can create, now take it to the rack, slam on you, all of that. And now we're shooting threes. So that was the ultimate compliment to Aaron Gordon is he's a problem, Evan. And I think I'm not going to go one of a kind, but Boston doesn't have an Aaron Gordon. There are so many of these top tier teams. Minnesota doesn't have an. He has carved out a niche to where man, this dude is badass.
Yeah, I think he is the guy that can swing a series, depending on how he plays.
Draymond Green on steroids. You think Austin would have liked that better?
Well, Draymond Green he's kind of in a different category, I think, than Aaron Gordon. But Aaron Gordon is a guy that, he wasn't this kind of player early in his career.
At all.
He developed into that guy, and Denver
problem.
has gotten the most out of him. I think he's also just a great fit for what they do. Like, Draymond Green's a perfect fit for what the Warriors were defensively.
But then you got 3, if you want to say 2.5 or 2 holes now in our starting 5.
I mean, I think Aaron Gordon is to Denver what, I don't know, Andrew Wiggins was to the Warriors a couple of years ago.
I give that to you all day.
They're different players, but from the standpoint of, if Aaron Gordon plays like he played last night and doesn't miss a shot or misses one shot, it's going to be virtually impossible to beat Denver.
Yeah. And he had a good series against the Lakers. The Lakers had no answer for Gordon when it counted. Those offensive rebounds, and that's why I keep bringing up Looney. Is Looney, hey, Klay, you miss? Guess what? You're going to get a second and third chance because I'm going to bust my ass getting the offensive board, and that's what Gordon is doing for Denver.
Well, and he is a bruiser, right?
Bruiser.
I mean, he just bullies the hell out of you. I don't know if there's a player on the Warriors that can do that.
And I think that's why, and again, people call me prisoner of the moment. I think that is why Denver had the success against the Warriors that they do, is quietly as Jokic, Murray, Porter Jr., I get it. It's what the KCP, but Aaron Gordon is what we don't have.
They don't have that. I mean, even if Klay Thompson comes back, I still don't, and this is where I will agree with Austin, I don't think they have enough shooting, even with Klay Thompson.
And we both said that you still got to add if you bring Klay back.
Yeah, or some players have to get better at shooting the 3-ball. I mean, part of it is, like, why I think Denver is so successful right now against Minnesota is because they can put guys that are at least 3-point threats around, whether it's Jokic or when they're playing with that second unit and Gordon's at the 5. Even like Michael Porter Jr. took 4 shots last night, but you do have to respect him because he can hit a 3
all day.
So, and he didn't really, I don't think he even closed for them last night. But the Warriors don't have enough threats on the perimeter. I don't think they have enough shooting threats outside of Curry and Klay. And those two guys, based on their standards, have been a bit below what they used to be. So you need to find more shooting. Someone like Moody's got to be a better 3-point shooter next year. If Wiggins is on the team, he's got to shoot the 3-ball better. Kuminga's got to improve his shot.
Yeah, I go to NBA TV, Playoff Central. So right after the games, Evan, you can see everybody do their post-game presser, and it's lengthy. But Steiny's twin, Finchie, was up at the podium, and I was like, this is why I just love listening to guys that know what they're talking about, talk ball. But they were talking about what was up with the offense, and he said, and I believed it, and then I watched the game as I went to bed again. He said, guys, Minnesota, the ball sticking. Like, guys are trying to do too much with the rock on an individual basis as opposed to the ball hopping. So, again, I don't know how legit that is, but I expect Minnesota to come out because those first 2 games, the ball was, nothing faster than the pass. And then here was kind of like, not guys feeling themselves, but let me just survey the land and let me do my thing. And Denver caught on to that quick and fast. But the Aaron Gordon, Austin, I was giving him the ultimate compliment. He's badass right now.
He is. This is from the Xfinity Mobile text line, 510. Wiggins on steroids and a high-protein diet. That's what Aaron Gordon is.
Well, that ain't happening because Wiggins ain't getting that thick.
No, he isn't. But I think, again, from the standpoint of who swings a game, who swings a series, I think a lot of people do look at Andrew Wiggins like that. The idea of what Wiggins is not what I see from him or I've seen consistent enough. But from that standpoint, I mean, I don't know, Gu. I still think I would want to move him this offseason, at the very least, just to clear a runway for a few of your younger players. And
what does that do for I hear you. What does that do? And I know it's hard because we don't know the answer to the team success component. Like that, all I'm telling Warrior fans that want Wiggins gone, be careful what you ask for because what comes back in return may not be up to par.
That's
and they
true.
may have the age part of it. Oh, he's 24. But they ain't shooting for it. You know what I mean? You can't put him on the other team's best offensive player.
Well, you can't. But even Wiggins, some nights you can't put on the opposing team's best player.
Yeah, because some nights he's a 0.
Well, that's what I'm saying is that, yeah, ideally he should be your Jaden McDaniels or your Nickeil Alexander-Walker. He should be your guy that can at least make it difficult Like Jamal Murray's been fantastic the last 2 games.
Oh, man.
But he's hitting tough shots.
McDaniel guarded him to where it should have been a video of how you guard, how you play defense. And Murray 1 foot hits a shot. And I'm like, what can you do but tip your cap? McDaniel played great. Reggie Miller was even pointing it out. And Murray just stepped back, floater from about 15, 18 feet. And I'm just like, sometimes you tip your cap, Evan. Good offense beats good defense.
Yeah, and those players on the other end for Minnesota are not making the shots they were in the first 2 games. I think Denver's woke up. And I just wonder, I think it's, in regards to Golden State, again, Goo, it's a lack of shooting and it's a lack of athleticism. And those are 2 things that they need, that really that the league is telling you that they need more than anything else. And I think have to be the priorities. If that means Klay has to walk in order for you to use that money elsewhere or to have a chance to go out and get someone that can help you in those 2 areas, then I'm open to that. But I think for a reasonable price or, I don't know, somewhere in the ballpark of $20 to $25 million, that's why I do think that Klay Thompson's still going to be a part of this team, because I think that there's a number that they can find, and I'm not sure that there's a number elsewhere that's worth Klay Thompson uprooting himself to go out and try and find.
No doubt, and I'm with you. So it's about the money, and it always is, Evan. But when you talk about the ramifications, if Klay Thompson's not a part of the Golden State Warriors, that's worth about $100 million. And that's why I just want these playoffs to come and go so we can get to the nitty-gritty of it's go time, when we're going to get the Allen Iversons, the answers to these questions in regard to Klay. You staying, you going? Wiggins, is he going to be a Warrior? Is Kuminga? Because if you're telling me the Warrior team that we saw looked like it was hard as hell to create a shot against a Malik Monk-less Sacramento King defense in the play-in game, how the Warriors offensively looked like they were in straitjackets, that has me petrified. And we won't know until we know, Evan, what direction Joe Lacob is going to drive this Ferrari and what not if it works out, what he's going to try and do to have it work out.
I still don't have a great feel on it, to be honest. I'm not sure whether he's going to double down or whether he's going to try and make big changes, because it feels like from the fan base, and 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Groover Johnson. If you feel like a big change is what they need, I don't know if it means a move or a shakeup or kind of stripping this thing down a little bit. Obviously, money's important to Lacob, but I do think, Goo, for example, if there is somebody out there that he felt was gettable, a big name or a superstar that would help the Warriors, I do think he'd be willing to go back into the tax. Because I just think that's the kind of guy he is.
Yep. And you've done it this long, Evan. I know it sounds crazy. Don't have me balance your checkbook, but you've done it this long and you got something to show for it. Why would you just cut the water off now? And I know we talk about the second apron and all those terms, but good God, Evan, I feel like if Joey Lightyears can get another star or badass next to Steph by Malcolm X, any means necessary. Future or no future.
But
that's just how I feel.
At what cost is, I think, the other question that they have to wrestle with. At what cost are you willing to go out and get a superstar?
Okay, to that point, real quick here, what was the cost of not making the playoffs? Like, there's no dollar sign I could put on it because I didn't think it was a reality. But just think about Warrior fans right now, and we know how I'm dealing with it. We know what's that cost to Joe Lacob and not getting that gate of having 2 home games in a series?
I think it hurts your pride, right? I mean, pride is, I think, a lot for him as far as what he needs to be, where this franchise is trying to get to. But I want to also, I think, use that to kind of get into where we're going next, which is, how are the Warriors right now looking at themselves? Are they feeling more confident watching this series? Are you feeling more confident? Are you feeling less? Do you even care about them? They're on the back burner right now. There's a lot to answer in Golden State, and we're going to try and get into it on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan for Steiner with Guru. Back after this on 95.7 The Game. That segment was brought to you by Express Employment Professionals.
If you're ready for a new job,
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Evan in for Steiny with Guru.
Yes.
So I'm going to go Odessa. Friday Night Lights doesn't do it for you?
It's one of the best movies ever made.
But what the NFL has coming this year, primetime games or a primetime game on Friday night, you feel like they're taking away from the kids?
Yes, they are. That's for high schoolers. That's for happy hour. Football's, and I get at the end of the year, all depending on when Christmas and New Year's Day, you get the Friday or Saturday games. But to just come out and do that to the kids, I just don't like it, man. Goodell, just whatever figure it is, if you meet it, you can get the NFL. Good God.
Well, we're going to find out what the primetime games are. That comes out on Wednesday, right?
There's
NFL
leaks
schedule.
already, yeah.
Yeah, we already know that the opening game on Thursday in week 1 is going to be Baltimore, Kansas City.
Yeah.
How come the Niners ain't in it?
Well, you got me there.
Well, usually it is the defending champs against.
Oh, well, there
I think
you
last
go.
year was KC against Detroit. But I don't know. I mean, look, I'll watch that game. I'm looking forward to it. But I do wonder, like, how many primetime games you feel like the Niners should get this year?
I'm being
do they
real.
deserve?
My number 7. I'm going
7 of 17.
So I'm going there. I think they're going to be a fixture on Thanksgiving night, that night game. I think they get that.
What about if they play on Friday?
Sunday nights, I'm going 2. I'm going to go 3 Sunday nights, 2 Monday nights. So I'm going to say about 6 or 7, yeah.
I would like that. Honestly, I just want to see the Niners in the spotlight as much as possible. I mean, we're going to watch the games, obviously, maybe get down to 1 or 2, depending. But the Niners deserve, I think, just as many primetime games as the Chiefs, even though they lost to them.
No doubt about it. It should have beat them. Woulda, coulda,
we got to stop doing that.
No, but it played out twice. You do understand. It's one thing to get beat 20-3, Evan, and it's like, oh boy, or 9-1. But when you're in a game and you pick off the great Patrick Mahomes right after halftime, come on, man.
Well, I don't know if you have a rant about that, but do you mind if we get to your rant that you went on yesterday?
Before we do, can we? I want to just take a back seat to you because I'm all over.
I was trying
and
to
you're
throw it at you.
driving. I'm throwing it back at you. And I told you I was with my brother-in-law. I call him Obama. And I was on social media in the car. We were driving, get some charcoal. And Grandy, if you can help me out, I know you two are hot shots and future. You're going to be play-by-plays for some entity, some teams. Pro, it's good basketball, baseball, hockey, all of it. But can we hear Evans' walk-off for the Santa Clara Broncos? This was incredible, and I was critiquing it like I didn't know you. So, Grandy, can you play it, and then we discuss it after?
8th pitch of the at-bat. And Brigman lines it down the left field line. Here comes 1. Here comes 2. Lewis is rounding 3rd, and he's going to come in and score as Santa Clara walks it off with a 6-run 9th inning. A miraculous comeback against LMU as the Broncos steal game 1 of the series.
Evan, that's a Grandy. You got to be proud of your roomie. That was great, man.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Dude, I'm like, that's like, I was like, dude, your head's getting too big, but still, Evan, that was a great call.
No, it was a really fun game, honestly. It was a great series. Because of that game, they got to win on Sunday. Well, yeah. I appreciate it. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. And that was the last home series of the season for Santa Clara. So it was also the last baseball broadcast that I'll do for college for this year. So got some time coming up.
So no playoffs for them?
They have a chance to get to the postseason if they win the conference tournament.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
But that's in Las Vegas in 2 weeks, and then they'd go play a regional somewhere else. Like last year, they played in Fayetteville,
Dude, you nailed
Arkansas.
it. I was sending that at the Grandy to every MLB. I better be careful here, but there's some in the Bay that could use your help.
We don't want to dig down that road.
Yeah.
We did talk to Oakland A's closer Mason Miller earlier today. He was fantastic. So that's what's going on there. But no, thank you, man. I mean, it's like I love doing play-by-play. I feel fortunate I get to do it in an area that I'm familiar with and a lot of athletes that I've gotten a little close to. None on the professional level yet, but that's the goal one day.
But just say that was Brewer versus the Giants. That's how it goes, Evan. You would have called that game. That's what's dope about it. Like if they called you, you could do it.
I think so. Yeah. Well, baseball.
You and Grandy.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, look, it's like riding a bike, right? I mean, so let's say because you're You got a little bit of time coming up. You don't mind me throwing that out there?
I got vacation.
Yeah, vacation coming up, right? So the moment you come back off vacation, it's not like you need a day to get back in the saddle. You know, you'll be right back on. Everyone wants to hear Guru.
Yeah.
And this is just what you do.
Like, I think I could do hoop. Here comes Grandy forecourt. Looks in the post to Johnson. Gives it to Johnson. Johnson back out to Grandy. Grandy dribble drives. Pull up. In and out. Giddings with the rebound. Here they come forecourt.
In and out. Please, I'm hitting that.
You better touch rim.
Yeah, no doubt. Dude, I love it, man. I'm the guy that judges the announcers.
Well, I appreciate
They
it.
bring something, and you guys got it, man. Keep going.
Thank you, man. Do you mind if we get to your call now?
Well, yeah, go ahead, man. Evan, I didn't know this was going to get to California.
Dude, this went viral yesterday.
Well, I
didn't
didn't know
get to
it was.
California. You made the call from Northern.
Yeah, but it was in Pennsylvania is where they heard it.
Yes.
I didn't think I would have to come in and, some people here hit me up coming to work like, and I was like, how did you know?
But I think it's relevant because last week we were talking about the fandom stuff, right? So you're back on the bandwagon because Skeens is pitching. Did you have a chance to see him Saturday, by the way?
Of course. He was Kerry Wood like Bonte used.
Ooh, I like
he texted
that.
me electric. Left with one run, and the relievers came in to walk 6 straight guys. So those runs went to his ledger.
Yeah.
So we'll leave that alone.
That hurts.
Yeah, there's a meme of him standing on the porch of the dugout like, who the hell do I play for? Anyway,
6 in a
I saw
row.
it all. They won 10-9.
But not on Sunday.
Yeah, no. Bases loaded, no outs, couldn't get a run home, and the Cubs were trying to give them the game.
So that's what frustrated you so much to the point that, because, we don't have so much of an outlet all the time to express how we feel about the teams that we fall in love. So this is what Guru had to say yesterday. This is on 93.7 The
And
Fan,
before you
correct?
go, O'Neal Cruz was up 3-1. The count was 3-1. Bases loaded, Evan. The pitcher was erratic. The team can't collectively hit. 3-1. To me, you take that one for the team. You don't swing if you're Babe Ruth. You see if this is not going to be a ball so you can win the game. And if it was a strike, I would say, hey, if you want to watch that next pitch, I'm okay. We cannot hit. We need this win bad. Just don't be selfish. He swings on a 3-1 pitch to pop it up, and I had it.
And this is where all of that pent-up tension went.
I don't know what a hitting coach has to do to get fired before 50 games, but if you want to find out, watch the 2024 Pirates. They're playing their ass off. This is just me again, Dan. There is no accountability. And McCutchen, you're in my Pirate Hall of Fame, but when it's time to play, you got to be serious. Quit smiling, joking all damn game, and then you get up there with 2 runners on, and you just have 3 of the worst swings I've ever seen. That's not leadership, and that's not veteran-like. This team needs a new coach. You can't get rid of all the players. And why we brought in Chapman, I have no idea. This thing is bad, and it's embarrassing, and I'm screaming on Mother's Day, and I hate it. Help me, Dan, please. I can't take it anymore.
I love you.
Oh,
I love you.
There it is.
Daryl?
Nah, but Evan, that's just
You left him speechless,
me. Yeah,
Gil.
that's me, man. I don't call when it's good. Just bad sports is not fun, man.
Well, it's because you love the team.
Yeah.
Well, and McCutchen.
Well, and so Mason Miller.
And Mason. Yeah,
How
Mason. That was his favorite
for him
player.
to talk to him.
That is pretty cool.
And for Kutch to even be around that long.
That's
dope.
I remember back it must have been like 2010 or 11. I went to go see Tyson Ross. He went to Bishop O'Dye's, local kid, Oakland, pitched to Cal. He was making his debut for the A's.
I can see him now. I know.
And the first batter he faced in the show was Ken Griffey Jr. First guy, it was 40-year-old Griffey. Had a little bit of a boiler.
Yeah, no doubt.
Old Seattle Mariners Griffey. But still, the first batter you face is Ken Griffey Jr. I wonder I don't know what it'd be like to face either your idol or just meet him first time you get to play against him.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, it's got to be awesome. Here I go aging myself. I don't have to, Evan. But it's got to be better for the youngster because the old guy knows what you represent. Like Jason Tatum has a picture of LeBron James, and I think Tatum was like 7 years old. It was after the game, and it was young Bron, and then they got the picture when he's dunking on LeBron, and all that symbolizes for Bron is he's been around, still great, but he's older, Evan. So I'm sure Kutch was like, it's awesome to meet you, kid, but just a reminder, I've been around this piece a long time.
A lot of people probably got Kutch as their favorite.
Yeah.
Even from Western PA.
Yeah. He's from Florida.
Well, no, but I'm saying if you're a Pirates fan.
Yeah, gotcha.
But, Goot, so it's just funny. Like 2 weeks ago, you were off because of the ownership, right? They bring up this exciting prospect.
Getting swept by the A's and going 2 for 39 on a road trip. So it had something to do with the players, too.
That'll do it, too.
Yeah.
But that was yesterday on Mother's Day. Yeah. You just couldn't take it.
I couldn't. I had to dip out and make a call, and there was nothing at stake for me but serenity of just letting my anger go. You know what I mean? I didn't know it was going to, 2 people caught me. Those remain nameless.
Well, I think about 100,000 people caught you.
Anyway,
it went viral.
It was just therapeutic. And had you not, they snitched on me, I wouldn't even brought it up. But Evan, that's just, it hurts, man.
Well, it's 2 very different calls. Like I wouldn't have brought up the Santa Clara one, but you liked it. So
oh my God, it was great.
And I thought this was great because that's who you are. Well, I know you don't like listening back to yourself.
Yeah, but
is that something, by the way? I feel like whenever you listen back to yourself, you always hear something you don't like.
Well, that's
like I don't just sit there and listen to myself.
Doesn't believe me. I listen to on the way home. I have a commute. I listen to every show every day, and my mistakes are just
our show.
Yeah, our show every day, and I'm just like, let them talk. Quit stepping on them. Talking to myself. But Evan, throughout my whole career, man. And that's what I'm calling it. Even on the weekends, the Thursday night after the games, you got to put on that game tape to try and get better. Some stuff you can't, you know what I mean? The dumb laugh, cutting you out. You learn some stuff by watching game film. That's all.
Well, as long as you don't injure yourself.
Well, there you go.
Which, by the way, was it the boss that put out a question about that? Was it over the weekend?
He put out this. What I saw from the boss. This is fantastic. He went to buy some Doritos, and it was $6, I believe, in 26 cents.
Here at the cafeteria?
No, in the store by his house.
Okay.
And he said he took them back and said, this is ridiculous.
You can return chips?
No, he didn't buy them. When they told him the price, he's like, I'm out. But I'm like, have you bought eggs lately? Whatever you try to buy, it's out of control.
I thought it was just a poultry problem.
Well, the only thing I don't hear people complaining about the price is grass. I get no complaints from all my people that love grass.
What kind?
About how much it costs, but everything else. You seen gas?
Artificial turf?
Oh boy.
Oh, gas?
Yeah.
Well, there's actually there's a couple cheap spots in the Mission, but largely it's like $5.5,
There's no cheap
$6.
spots in the city.
No, there's not.
Okay, he said in the Mission. Tell me where. Give me the Addy.
Well, I don't know how quality the gas is. Like that's something you also got to think about too, right? Because the caddy you can only put premium in, right? Or maybe not.
Look at Grandy.
Put the bottom of the barrel in there.
Go ahead.
No, so some cars you got to put better gas in there. Yeah. Other cars you could just put whatever,
You better be careful.
Petrol.
There you go.
But
good luck with that 10 cent you're saving, huh? As the end, everything else you just run it in the ground.
Something else we were discussing before the show was about this. I don't know, just how much injuries take away from sports. And it's taken a lot from Bay Area teams. I know right now, because I was just looking at, for example, like the Giants IL list.
Give it to me again.
Michael Conforto's on the 10-day. Jung Hoo Lee just dislocated his shoulder. Rob Ponja is saying that he might be out for months, potentially, if he has to get surgery. Slater's on the shelf. Ahmed's on the shelf. And then Soler, I think. So what, they got like 5 guys in the IL right now. And it takes away from the viewing experience, even though I think it presents an opportunity for younger players. But injuries in sports.
This is Evan. Oh, boy.
You're hot on this.
Yeah, because, again, there is no fix. And I just think about the careers that injuries have robbed. I think of Grant Hill. We could just go to Penny Hardaway. We could go on in every sport. Bo Jackson. But you never get it back, Evan. And it's just, to think a week ago we were talking about the Giants when they were relatively healthy. Soler doesn't even play an everyday position. He's on the IL. I'm watching Conforto. I'm going, is he going for 2? Some comes up with his hammy, and now all of a sudden the kids are on the farm. But I think of the Warriors when they lost to Toronto. Had Klay not got hurt, woulda, coulda, shoulda, and Durant followed that up with his torn ACL, we're talking about a three-peat. And the reason I bring that up, Evan, is I knew the Warriors were better than Toronto, but injuries are so effing just unapologetic that I don't think as fans we just tap into the gravity of what it's really doing. And let's just say this injury to Jung Hoo Lee is more serious than we thought. All I'm saying, buddy, is it changes, the trajectory of seasons. And not even that if that's not enough. Careers, Evan, and there's nothing we can do about it, but it's like Bo Jackson. Just what if he didn't get hurt against the Bengals that Sunday? Are we talking about him as one of the best running backs to ever do it? But I just hate it. There's nothing that can be done. And the thing about this with the Giants, because I'll never advocate to be happy over an injury, do you think there could be some type of, oh my gosh, silver lining in all of this if the youngsters do their part? And I'll just let you answer.
Well, hopefully,
because
yes.
It's eating at me.
Yeah, hopefully there is somebody that you find that can be a part of your future. Someone that you didn't expect. Somebody that takes their opportunity and just runs with it. I mean, but also think you can just broaden the injury conversation. Like looking at the Indiana-New York series. Looks like the Knicks are breaking down left and right.
Who can be mad at him? Right. No, four guys out or hampered.
Yeah, and I do think it was funny the Steiny was putting Thibodeau in his top 5 coaching category. Thibodeau just runs his team into the ground every single year.
Yeah.
Is that good coaching or is that just a ticking time bomb?
Well, if we're judging him on like the best to ever do it, he's never won one. He's never been in one.
And maybe it's because
are you telling me you think
45
Brunson
minutes a game?
Okay. All right, I got you.
I mean, look, injuries are a part of the Warriors, and I think that just has to do with age. But the war of attrition is, I mean, I just feel like teams like the Knicks are going to lose.
Yeah, he doesn't operate with Tibbs real quick. There is no load management in his life. Like, he doesn't get, you know what I mean? So I was laughing as they were just plowing through the playoffs thinking they would be good, but do we really have the science to say, or is it just common sense? Hey, Tibbs, if you don't play these players as much, they got a better chance of lasting, and the more you run them into the ground, you got a better chance of them getting injured.
Well, unfortunately, all around in the playoffs, fortunately, there hasn't been a big, massive, I think, series-swinging injury. Maybe you could argue Kawhi in the first round for the Clippers.
I like that one.
I mean, I think that's one that sucks just because I want to see Kawhi Leonard play basketball. But outside of that, at least the stars have been able to stay healthy. If Jokic goes down tomorrow night, I would hate to see that. I don't know if there's anything in sports that I dislike more than an injury to an impactful player, to someone who determines an outcome.
So with that said, can I give you, if Greenlaw didn't get injured in the Super Bowl, the Niners win, just saying you could process that and say, I can see what where you're going with that.
Maybe.
That's how big that injury was, Evan.
I mean, Greenlaw had the big pick against Green Bay, right? So, I mean, he might have been able to make a play. I don't know if in a football game, an injury like that is big enough for me to say that's the difference.
But all those 3rd and 4th and 1s for Mahomes, had he been out there, even with Bosa crashing, that's a whole nother story. But you got to like your chances with him out there, that's all. And the Niners did themselves well by trying to fill that spot, but the game changed when you see a guy running on the field and bam.
I think it's the feeling of, did we get beat at full strength? Or did we lose because of an excuse? Or did we lose because we just got beat? I think it's the conundrum a lot of people were kind of moving between last year with the Warriors. All right, did they get beat? Or were they not together? Did they lose because of off-court?
I'll go with the latter. Yeah, they're not
chemistry.
Together. Yeah.
This year, was it because of Draymond Green, the suspensions and not being able to find themselves? Was it because Kerr couldn't, grasp a rotation? It wasn't because of
injury.
I thought it was more because of basketball reasons this year.
Yeah, and the suspension is number one for me.
That at least made me feel better of how they, measured up. But I also think for basketball reasons, they can get back in the mix. And I'm seeing more and more in the playoffs that as these series get longer, there has to be different counters and different ways to win. And I just don't know if a team like Minnesota or Oklahoma City have different ways to beat their opponents outside of just trying to basically outrun them.
You know what? I love that. And what if I said to that this? They're so new in this, Evan, that they're finding the answers out to those questions. And it may cost them. OKC may get to the finals. I would be shocked. Maybe they beat Dallas and lose the next round. But my point is they're learning what it takes to get hit in the mouth and be able to come back with a counter.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be valuable moving forward, or perhaps later in this series. I mean, if look, Minnesota kicked the crap out of Denver 2 times in Denver.
What was that about?
Or maybe they go in Game 5 and get the W.
All right.
This is from the 415, the Xfinity Mobile text line. This is a good point. Yeah, Giannis.
Oh, no doubt. And it's happened twice for him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Embiid was hampered in the first round.
Good call, man. But, yeah, I just hate him, and I wish it was like a video game for all the gamers out there. You could turn injuries off, Evan.
Tony Pollard, this is from the 650.
Well, that really changed that game.
A couple years ago.
Jimmy Garoppolo.
I think football, there's more of just like an inherent association with injury.
But if McCaffrey goes down, everything has changed in the hood.
Oh,
you know what
yeah.
I mean? That's one of those catastrophic ones.
But maybe it's just because those kind of the big injuries are, I feel like they're less prevalent in basketball, certainly in baseball, outside of maybe pitchers. But in basketball, when there is an injury to a big player, I think it stands out more because you don't necessarily expect it. In football, it's unfortunately could happen on any play.
Right.
But, I mean, it feels like, dude, I don't know, like the way that injuries affect how we view sports, it feels like it's becoming more rampant, like it's getting increasingly worse. I don't know. I mean,
the Knicks was a great pool.
Well, I haven't seen sports, I haven't watched sports for as long as you have, but, I mean, how often did you have to consider injuries? It feels like even before 10, 15 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, it's part of it. And it's every play. And that's why, Evan, when my team is up certain amount of points and you think it's over, it's like you're playing two things. Yeah, and you can't live scared, right? But you're playing the injury bug too, which could happen in a blowout, Evan. And it's just like, oh, did the guy get up if it's football, from the tackle? Is he okay? And then it's just something that I hate, but it stinks. And the Giannis comp was excellent because Milwaukee had no chance. And I think that saved Doc Rivers' job.
Really?
Yeah, he ain't happy Giannis got out, but I think you can't fire him not knowing how you look fully loaded, right?
That's true. Let's clean up a couple of super chats from the great Rich Mitchin on the daily. $1.99. Oh, twice. Appreciate that. So $4.
What's this about?
Can't stand Kuminga and trade everybody but Steph, TJD. Oh, and Moody has been attached. I feel like last week it was just Steph and TJD, but this time it is also Moody. So there's that. When we come back, we got the Too Short segment. You ready?
Let's do it. Short dog.
If you want to get any calls in or text in, Xfinity Mobile text line's open. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson. We'll be back after this on 95.7 The Game. And what's coming up is presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. That segment was brought to you by Express Employment Professionals.
If you're ready for a new job,
Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, one last segment, too short segment here on 95.7 The Game. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Gerald the Guru Johnson. Gone all around the bend today, Guru.
Yeah, you think Steiny is back in town? Think he's...
But he said it was a getaway day today. So either he's flying back from Spokane or he just got in. But
he'll be fired up tomorrow.
Dude, they had to make a trek from what it sounded. I'm sure he'll explain it all tomorrow, but that place is out in the middle of nowhere.
Man, I just want to know what he shot because he went on.
I don't know if he'll tell us.
I forget what part of the country, Evan. He shot bad. Goff. I want to say North Dakota, but Bonte and he and I had a show together. We thought he needed to speak to somebody because he was so despondent when he came back for like that week. It's like, dude, don't ever go shoot that again.
Well, we're looking forward to having him back. He can talk to you about it for 4 hours, I'm sure.
There
tomorrow.
You go.
And I'm excited to see what he's kind of taken away from the playoffs. But we also, there was something that kind of came across the ticker goo, and one of our Odyssey partners, Tim Kawakami, you can check out the Tim Kawakami podcast, or TK podcast. He was talking about, in his latest column on The Athletic, about
two things.
Well, two things, but Klay Thompson, how close he feels like the Warriors aren't. He said 55% he thinks he's back.
Man, 55. So that's interesting that he would, that's better than half, 50-50. So
I feel stronger about it. I don't necessarily think the Warriors are in a better or worse place predicated on the outcome. So, like, if Klay is gone next year, I think there's more flexibility. There's room for the Warriors to get creative and try and, I don't know, empower a younger player or maybe use that money to go out and get another piece. I think there's things that they can do, and based on that move, I'll know whether or not they got better.
Okay.
If Klay's still on the team next year, I think that it's valuable because of what he brings, his shooting, his leadership, his pedigree, though he's not the same player he was and has not been as good even since coming back from injury. So that's the spot that they're at. But I just think that the Warriors want him back. If I'm stating the percentage, if I'm slicing the pie up, I think it's 75% chance that Klay Thompson's back.
Okay, and I'm going to go 85. And the reason I'm going 85, Evan, the fact that Joe Lacob looked at Draymond Green as a brother, and that meant something to him, getting something done, whatever, dinner, and why they had the dinner, I don't care. It worked out. That bodes well for me to make me think that Joe Lacob is not going to have Klay Thompson the odd man out. So I'm at 85%. But also, I've told Warrior fans this, even if, and I'm assuming Klay's going to re-sign, you still have to hit the plus button on the calculator. You still have to add something to this team. That could be through Kuminga, Wiggins. I am protecting Klay and the fact that he is part of one of the best components of this team, and that's his ability to shoot three-pointers between him and Steph. So you can't just lose that and roll the dice and we'll get something back that'll work. That's just me. But Tim Kawakami also said in regard to teams in the Bay, teams in the Bay right now are currently not in the playoffs. And Evan kind of shocked me here. He says he doesn't like the chances of it doesn't look like any of the teams are headed in the right direction as far as a title. And that blew me away because I'm like, TK, what about the Niners? I thought that's what this season is about. Not that they'll win it, but it's going to be hell to pay if they don't get to the NFC Championship or back to the Super Bowl. So am I wrong on my computer in regard to the Niners? And that's why a couple weeks ago I tweeted out, boss was asking one word for each franchise. I said pressure for the Niners. You have to win it before this window is closed.
Well, there's a lot of people that expect them to be in the same place.
Me too.
Maybe the interpretation is the Niners aren't any closer than they were from last year, because I think they're by far and away the team that has the best chance to win a title of all Bay Area teams, and it's not particularly close. I mean, the Niners were on the doorstep of one last year.
Had to lead.
I think they should feel just as good about their chances this season. I don't know. I don't think they got better this offseason, but I don't think they took a marked step back.
I'm totally with you. I am. And the fact that none of Debo or Ayuk, got traded, that didn't happen. So all you need now is health is wealth. And, we'll see if your new wide receiver helps. But good God, Evan. Now, I know that we talked about Greenlaw. He won't be ready week 1 or probably week 5. I don't know what is, when he's coming back, but I got the Niners as one of 4 teams that can win it.
And
Chiefs
I think if
being
Brock
one,
Purdy's...
Niners.
Wait, sorry, what?
No, one of 4 teams that can win it.
Who are the other 3?
Chiefs, Niners. Who to have? Bengals. And there's one more team, Jets.
The Jets?
Yeah, with Rodgers healthy.
Wow, so your contenders next year are Kansas City, San Francisco, New York, and Cincinnati.
Yeah. I wanted to put Baltimore in there, but I still ain't sold.
I think Cincinnati has reason to believe they can bounce back.
If your boy stays healthy.
Burrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would put Baltimore in that class, though. Right. I would. Yeah, I think they're a very good team.
I did that to kind of piss you off.
I know.
It didn't work.
Well, it pissed me off them losing the NFC Championship game last year. Yeah, they'll be the opening game on Thursday night, and we'll see who's on the Friday night slate.
Yeah.
I just also don't like where it falls in the week because, I don't know. You get an extra day of rest. I just feel like there's so many money grabs at this point that they're just trying to play as many games on as many days to take as many eyes and as many viewers as possible.
And now the rat on the table is NBA used to be Christmas Day. Now NFL is, park their car there. So yes. I'm not saying I'm mad at it, but I'm just like, Goodell, he would have a football game at a funeral home if the dollar was right.
I think he would.
You know what I mean?
I think if someone paid him enough money, he would do whatever he could. Let's clean up this final call here before we get to the crossover on 95.7 The Game. Rich is out in Fremont. What's going on, Rich? You're on with Evan and Goo. How are you?
Hey, guys. What's up, fellas? Thanks for taking my call. Okay, listen, I'm totally against trading anybody, and I'll tell you why. Because everybody else that calls in, they're saying, let's get rid of this person, let's get rid of that person, let's go big, let's go bring in a veteran. I'm going to tell you the one reason why everybody that called in is missing the main factor of why the Warriors season has happened the way it did. The age-old proverb is, there's no ability, there's availability. And you had Wiggins, who wasn't right in his mind, or things were going on, so he wasn't there. You had Chris Paul, who broke his hand, and he wasn't there. And then you had Draymond Green, who got suspended, and he wasn't there. And then you watch this team lose a vital part of their coaching staff right in front of them. That should have been a mental block from basketball and make it very difficult for them to basically carry on as if like this season was a normal season when it wasn't. Okay? So when you add all those factors in, that tells me as Joe Lacob, we don't trade anybody. Okay? We keep everybody here on board and we move forward because last season was an anomaly. Now you can't expect what happened this season going forward to what happened last season. The only thing you can expect the next season is health. And that's the reason why you keep everybody here. Okay? Thanks,
I hear you, Rich. And, I had to tell Steiny because he's like, Goo, you're going to be mad if that happens. I said, no. And again, it's not the leader in the clubhouse for me. Shout out PGA, but I'll take it.
Well, what's taking me aback is we actually just got a piece of bombshell news right before we got to hit the crossover. But I do want to report it. According to Adam Schefter of ESPN, the Lions are signing Jared Goff to a 4-year, $212 million contract extension that includes $170 million guaranteed. Wow.
That's got to be a record.
So that's $53 million per year on average.
170 guaranteed.
170 guaranteed. What
do you think Brock Purdy's doing right now?
42.5 guaranteed per year.
If you're Brock Purdy, what are you doing right now?
You're jumping up and down, celebrating. But you're licking your chops.
I was going to say, you don't have the skins in the wall that your boy has. Jared Goff, who's went to a Super Bowl, Evan, an NFC Championship game, but I guess
Purdy.
You do. No, dude.
They beat him to get to the Super Bowl.
170. Guaranteed 50. Man, oh, man. I wonder what this does for Dak.
And I think Jared Goff is a good quarterback. Wait, what'd you say?
What about Dak? They're acting like they don't want to sign him, but good God.
How about we ask the boys about it on the other side?
Yeah, let's do it.
Mark Willard and Dan Dibley will be in on the other side. The crossover's coming your way next. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Gerald the Guru Johnson. Back after this, that segment was brought to you by the Alameda County Probation Department.
Want a career with purpose, great pay?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Whew, people are getting paid left and right.
Man.
Jared Goff, the newest member of the $200 million club. $212 over 4 years. That's, I think, where we got to begin the crossover. Mark World, Dan Dibley. With
Marin
Daryl Johnson. What's up?
Shout out Cal Berkeley.
Well, and quietly, he may or may not owe me a good piece of that because and I don't even know if you know the story, Evan, but back in the day, this was back when you were doing nights, Guru, with
I remember
with Zachariah.
Yeah, no doubt, Slenderbrook.
Yeah. All right, whatever.
Well, he's still around.
He sure is. Darn it, he sure is.
Shout out.
Yeah.
Willard's like, what's going on?
We had a field trip. It was a Martin Luther King Jr. birthday Warrior game, and we all had a field trip. And we went out there, and JT the Brick, who is no longer on the station.
Vegas.
He had a nice 10-month run.
Still with us.
Yeah, exactly. RIV, rest in Vegas. And he actually was, we met him in the bar, the old BMW club at Oracle, and the credit card was out. And so he's buying drinks for everybody. And, your boy, I like a free drink. And so I'm about 7 deep, and I look over and I see Jared Goff. And so I walked over and I said, "Hey, Jared, Dan Dibley. I went to Marin Catholic." And I did the recreation, which, has lived in infamy. But I told him, hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Oh, boy.
And here we are. And Mark said this to me on the walk earlier. These are the brighter days that were ahead. And here they are.
Yeah, that news broke, and I just looked at him and I go, "You were right." That's all I can say.
There were brighter days
ahead. There were brighter days ahead, although I don't know that Jared was in a state of clinical depression when you were talking to him. Something tells me maybe no. But,
he was a little bit on the ropes. And he was by himself in the BMW club, and I walked up to him, and he looked at me, and I could tell that he was in need, not of a closer, but he was in need of somebody to pick him up.
Well, I wonder if at the press conference he'll name you and be like, there was this guy back in the BMW club that really gave me
7 years ago.
Yeah, it gave me the pep talk that I needed.
Yeah.
I just think it's funny when we shout out Marin Catholic as if it's like, man, from the humble beginnings of, but Marin Catholic. Actually, not that humble beginnings, but yeah,
right.
Good
Life's
for him.
good. Yeah.
Life has always been good.
And the real humble
life was good. Then it was better. Well, now it's great.
And the real humble beginnings are the fact that his dad was a pro athlete.
Yeah.
Jerry Goff, who, and he grew up with all of us over in Marin. So I knew Jerry as a kid. And he's the same age as my brother Doug. So, damn, he's got to be 60 now. But when you have a dad who is an elite athlete, that kind of helps.
Bronny James on line one.
Yeah,
I went in, but I didn't go in on the kid personally. But on the Guru computer, I got $200 million at least for Brock Purdy if he just is the Brock Purdy we saw the last guy. 200 waiting on you, kid.
He's cheering. Probably.
He's cheering.
Yeah, probably. What was the non-guarantee on this? 212?
Yeah.
53 per.
This conversation's over now.
53.
The whole would you give Brock 50? Well, if you're giving Jared Goff 53, then
no doubt,
you're giving Brock more.
And Dibbs asked, where did we have Goff as a top quarterback, top 10, 12?
Good player.
Sign of the times.
Sure. Listen to my tone.
Shut up, Prince.
Good player. He's a good player.
Nice little player.
He's a good player.
Been to a Super Bowl.
Nobody's losing their mind over Jared Goff when he's coming to
I'm losing it over 170 for Jared Goff.
But I mean,
who's a damn good quarterback, but you're not the best.
I mean, Deshaun Watson's getting 235.
I forgot that one.
He's not Jared Goff right now. Not even close.
Man.
So,
well, they got better when they got Joe Flacco. Think about that.
Joey.
Deshaun out, Flacco in, and you got better?
And they got better.
Wow.
Yeah. Although he threw a lot of interceptions. That was kind of fool's gold.
Flacco?
A little bit.
The Flacco thing was a little fool's gold.
Yeah.
I look at this is a fun prediction. 3 years from now, C.J. Stroud gets what?
Boy.
$300 million.
I was going to stop
guaranteed.
I was going to say
over 2 years.
255.
I mean, really now.
We're going there, right?
70? 70 a year?
Yeah.
Well, Burrow makes the most non-guaranteed 63. Is that his per year?
No, I don't think that. Burrow, 63?
I thought it was in the 60s. I could be wrong, but
Really? I thought that it was like
he has the most guaranteed though.
He has the highest 3-year AP. Yeah, average per year 62.9.
275 is what I'm looking. Annual basis of 55 a year for Joe Burrow.
Wow. Over 5 years. I'm just looking at the first 3.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, but 5 years, 275. That's what the Bengals have control of. So annual is 55 per year.
Not too bad.
For Burrow.
I mean, I think also the 170, the guaranteed money, is also probably the baseline for Purdy as well. I mean, that's about 42.5. But if you're Purdy right now, you're sitting there thinking, yeah, this is good. It's pretty good, but this is where the negotiations start. Anytime we have a conversation beyond this year, it's, okay, take Jared Goff, and then we can move up, depending on what happens this season. Yeah, I don't think he really needs to have a spectacular top 5 MVP season to even ask for that at this point.
I don't think the Niners are in a space of arguing it either, by the way.
Chad Jordan, a couple months ago, is going to reset the market.
People are like, why would you say that? Because that's just what it is. Right. You're not going to hide from it. Are you going to hide from it? Let's see if Brock doesn't notice that he's any good and that these other guys are all making 50 to 60 a year. Hopefully he's got an agent. I know he looks like Milk and Cookie Monday, but no, he's a football player. Got a dog in him. He's got an agent. He's got parents. He's got a girl. He's got he's aware.
And got a payday coming.
He is aware.
You stay upright, it's Benjamin's.
Yeah. Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, there's no way around it. So,
well, it's interesting because we all shared on our thread the highest paid wide receiver room in the NFL. I think Grandy actually put it out first or whatever, Lucas and whatnot. And the Niners are number 1 in wide receiver room, how much they're making. And so as we talk about the future of Brock Purdy, if Brock Purdy's going to suddenly get 50 or 55 a year, what does that room look like?
Well, that
one less person.
Probably, but it's a little quirky too because that was based on cap hit, and Debo's cap hit right now is
28, right?
Monstrous, and it would be much, much less next year. Like, for instance, the quirks of that list, the Eagles were 19th in wide receiver room money.
But how can that be?
Exactly.
Cap hit. Yeah.
So it's all based on
It's
not just based on the contract, it's based on the timing of it. Because if you're the Niners are number 1 and you're like, they haven't even signed the Ayuk extension yet. So where are they going to be like super duper steroid 1 if they give Ayuk an extension? Maybe. Or maybe Debo's got 1 more year.
Right.
And then it resets a little bit.
Either way, it was interesting. Guru brought up something that I think Kawakami had taken.
Oh, kind of shocked me.
Yeah, had taken a pulse of, which was the fact that not many teams appear to be close to a championship. And it sounded like he included the Niners.
Yes, sir.
So,
and I was like, oh, hold on. Because to me, that's where I got the car parked for the Niners. That's what I think of their roster and what they're going to do.
Kawakami said the Niners are not close to a championship?
No, he said no team in the Bay Area, citing that, the Warriors weren't in the playoffs. And right now on his radar, I'm paraphrasing, no team was ready for a title.
Does he mean in calendar year 2024?
I read it as maybe the Niners aren't. I read it as maybe he doesn't think that they're closer than they were last year. I mean, you could say
I don't know how you could be closer than they were last year without actually being.
You had it. Yeah.
You're
in overtime.
You're in overtime of the Super Bowl. So, yeah, I'd have to look at it. But obviously the 49ers are knocking on the door of a championship.
That's
not an opinion.
I think they're the only team that really has a seat at the table.
Niners, Chiefs, and whoever you want to put as your third, I'll be okay with it.
I mean, the Giants could be close to a championship in Sacramento with all these guys. Once they all go back down to Sac, Schmidt and Matos and Ramos. I mean, they're going to look good in Sacramento here in about a month.
Though? I'm sorry. I watched that game juice yesterday. Does Ramos look overwhelmed? And I know it's early, but it's where was the kid at? But I'm not happy anybody got hurt, but now you got them all up at one time.
Casey Schmidt coming up in 15 minutes, by the way.
By the way, is that exciting to you?
I swear, I would rather watch something not fail. I would rather, if I'm going to get the same return, ROI, return on investment, from Casey Schmidt than I am Chapman, give me Schmidt all day because I can trick myself into saying there's not a large sample size or go to Chapman's years and see you know what you're going to get, good or bad. Give me the newness, the possibilities.
I may well just be completely myopic here, but I am always scratching my head when I hear actual fans of a team. And I know you're a Pirate fan.
Go ahead.
But you see it. You watch it. You're in. Like when I see a fan go, because the Warriors fans have done this too. Just play the young people.
See, I'm not.
I don't ever understand that at all.
It's not.
Like, I grew up, that's what you do at the end of the year when it's over.
And you stink.
Right. I don't understand that. Like, as a concept, I don't understand it. Because to do that in the month of May would suggest you're white flagging it already. And I'll be the guy, I'll take this
been hard on them.
I will be the idiot who still thinks it's not over. Why are you giving up after 42 games?
They got 120 left.
No, they're not that good. But it's 42 games. And you want to just hand out River Cats jerseys? For what? Why? I know you're like, well, so they can develop and so we can see them. Well, first off, if you want to see them, Highway 80 is right there.
Evident I got
okay?
it.
Yeah,
It's
shout out to
right there. Okay? So you can do that, but you're giving up.
No,
why are you giving up already?
Mm-hmm.
We're not there yet. I mean, now, there are individual conversations. Why would you not bring up Ramos and you're pounding your head against the wall with Slater?
Yeah, no doubt.
Okay, fine. Let's have that convo. But this catch-all...
No, it's not over.
I'm like,
now.
give up.
Yeah.
Just call them all up. Send everybody who's making money down.
See, I never said it to that. That's extreme.
No, but there's a lot of that.
Yeah.
There's a lot of that.
I would say that's wrong.
From people who I consider actual fans of the team.
Yeah.
I'm like, on May 13th?
No, that's wrong.
You just want to shut this down?
Yeah.
This is actually potentially a real blessing in disguise, especially for those of you who want to play the youngs. Here we are. Not because
they have no choice.
Not because they turned their back on the signings, but because they're all hurt. They're all hurt. So here come the kids. But, enjoy it while it lasts. They're not staying.
Even if they ball out, that's what I was asking Evan. Like
there's not enough room.
You think Soler is going to be ready and they're like, stay there. Ramos
the politics, because they paid them, supersede.
Not even
if
just
they
politics.
wanted to.
Like, he's a big leaguer.
The money.
He hits 35 home runs sometimes. Like, it's just we're not there yet. There's so much time.
So would you talk to all the newbies, the youngsters, put them in the room and say, you know what? As good as you guys ball, you're going back on 8.
Well, they know.
Okay,
that's the reality of it.
Force your way up.
Yeah.
I think that's always part of baseball.
Because you can be on the roster, not start every day.
That's true.
But if you're a young person, you don't want to have them up here and have them not play every day.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. This is the crossover. And did you know it's tick season? Lyme disease is transmitted through the bite of infected ticks. Visit ATCO Pest Control's website today to learn more and take control at atcopestcontrol.com. I think ideally you find something or someone that you would like to keep around, but to ask, 3 or 4 young guys to just supplant what is supposed to be everyday starters or DHs, however you want to slice it, I think is unrealistic. I mean, ideally, this is where you find out how good not the next wave is, but injuries are going to happen in baseball. Whether someone misses 2 weeks or 2 months, you are going to need these players again, probably later on this season. So if they play well, for example, in this series against the Dodgers, I would feel confident that if, Lee's going to have to miss an extended period of time, which it looks that way, then at least we're not taking a massive step back at his position, and you're not feeling like you have to completely recalibrate, for example, your order to try and find a new leadoff hitter, and then that means you got to find a new 9-hole guy. It would make me feel better about those kind of conversations.
I just think we're also acting like these guys haven't been given a chance, and they've gotten a lot of at-bats. Matos was up a ton last year. Casey Schmidt came up and caught the whole fan base for 2 weeks. And he couldn't hit again for 3 months. I mean, I want to ask him today. We're going to ask him this year in 8 minutes. Like, I want to know how that experience, how he feels it affected him.
He said it after the game yesterday.
Yeah,
he brought it up, though, and I said he ain't forgot that.
Of course not. Of course not. Like, I mean, that's the whole, that's the thing that I think teams are looking at sometimes when fans are like, well, just call them up. It's like, well, you have to pick your spot on that, because you can damage them if they come up and they can't hit and their confidence goes south. You got to be ready for the big job when you get it.
Yeah, and he's bounced back nicely this year with what he's done in Sacramento. And, I know he struggled here early on in his recall, but and we'll ask him about the big hit yesterday and the walk-off.
It was a big one.
It was a huge one, not only for the team, but for him as well, because that's the knock that he was waiting for. Was he 0 for 10 before that?
Couldn't believe the pitcher.
I think 11.
Yeah. 11, yeah.
That part of the plate.
He had whacked a couple balls yesterday. Right at people.
Baseball.
But yeah,
that's
he was
baseball.
0 for 11.
Yeah, so nice little eruption for him. And I'm curious to see how they look over these next 3 games with the young guys. And, I was trying to share my thoughts on the thread, and it's hard to really put that into a text and, back and forth. And I'm chasing after the baby and all that. But I do think that this is a big series for Farhan. Not that they have to win these games. They don't have to beat the Dodgers. They don't have to win the series. But how do these guys look in the big moment? And it's a small sample and all the rest of it, but I don't want to see any of the young people come in here and be overmatched.
Yeah, no doubt. But what if they show promise? Are we going to double back on Farhan and say, well, what? You had all this? Why did you go spend on the credit card? Why didn't you empower them to, I was asking Evan today is, what's the win or lose for him? Because if they don't ball out, then you made the right decision because they weren't ready. But if they, just real quick here, Matos or Ramos, if they ball out, and no shade at Slater, wouldn't you want to rather be a part of the 40-man than go down and play every day in AAA? Wouldn't you want to have that Slater spot? Wouldn't that be growth if you're one of them youngsters?
Are you asking, do they want to be here? Of course they want to be here.
No. But is it realistic to think they could supplant what a guy Slater struggling?
It's not unrealistic.
Okay.
It's not unrealistic.
One, not everybody get a spot, but one.
But I would argue, where's Slater at? 40 at-bats? How many at-bats?
It's about right, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got a hard time believing the organization has put damn near a decade into this guy.
Right.
And after 40 at-bats, they're going to be like, we're out. We're done. We didn't like the way that you started your first 40 at-bats when we never faced any lefties. It's not making excuses for him. I just don't think the organization's going to do that.
And I love Wilmer Flores, but I just hate seeing lineups where he's the 4-hitter. It's not his fault. You know what I mean? It's like, damn.
Totally. That's what was it Eric Carroll?
Damn. Evan 4, Flores, and I love him, but
was either last year or the year before, it was a national game on the weekend in San Diego. And Karros was like,
I like you.
Like Wilmer Flores is a good player. Like that, he can't be your third hitter.
Right.
That can't be your third hitter.
Yeah.
He's not even an everyday player. He's not.
And you've got him in the heart of your order.
Right.
Exactly.
Because you have to put him there.
Right. And then you went and got guys that you thought you were going to put there, and now they're all hurt / underperforming.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean
it's not been a good lineup.
I think that's the bigger issue, and I hope someone like Schmidt in a couple minutes can also, speak to, I don't know, to me, it's not necessarily about the series, and I mean, you'd love to beat the Dodgers, but moving forward, it's about taking series. I know that yesterday was maybe made some people feel weird because they were down, but you took 2 of 3 from the Reds. That's a series you have to win. You took 2 of 3 from the Rockies. That's a series you have to win. After that, you get the Rockies again.
And Pirates.
You got to continue to win series.
Right.
It's not just, all right, can we string 6 in a row together?
I hear you. But they haven't won 3 in a row all year. Here's another crack at it.
This stupid series. I hate the fact that they're at home against the Dodgers. We haven't even started yet, and I bet most Giants fans are like, dude, can we get one?
One, exactly.
Can we get one?
I said just don't get swept. Worst case scenario.
I hate it.
You got Casey Schmidt coming.
Casey's coming out.
Yeah,
he's got to be in a good mood, too.
Well, we're looking forward to hearing that. And we got to cut this short. But thank you, boys.
We'll be listening.
Talk to you tomorrow with Steiny on 95.7 The Game. Warren Dibbs with Casey Schmidt coming up next.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibbs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these 2 homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, one of them's going to call in here in literally 2 minutes, so that's fun.
And listen, he captured the hearts of everyone in the Giants fan base for about 2 to 3 weeks last summer. And then he got a big league tutorial. And now he's back, and maybe this one will be different. That's actually not a bad cadence for a young player. That's very, very normal. Maybe I should say this before he hops on. I got nothing against the young players. We're all screaming for homegrown talent.
Right.
All of us are. I get that. But is that where many of you have arrived? And am I crazy for feeling like that's a white flag? You could liken this to the Warriors even. You know, Moses Moody Brigade. What is it? What's the thing that as a fan makes you go, hell, screw it, play the young people? I don't think I'm ever there. Unless it's September and you're 28 games out. But like, why? What is the give up thing? What is that? Why would you do that after 42 games?
Well, you look at the situation and you realize that they're probably not good enough to do what you want them to do. And so why not get a whole big sample of the young guys? And I'm more in line with you as far as, 42 games in. What are we really doing when you have 120 left to go? You're not really going to wave the white flag. They're not. And, you're in a spot where, 3 games out of the wild card, if that?
Yes.
I don't even know what the number is, but you're right there. So I'm with you, Mark, but I do think that fans, the default is to, this team's not good enough. Let's see the young guys.
Yeah. San Francisco, they're 2.5 out.
2.5, okay.
In the wild card.
Right.
And who isn't? I
totally.
I get it, but what an odd thing to do. Or odd conversation to have on May 13th. Yeah, just hitting to me, I guess that's the silver lining of this whole thing. I hate that the Dodgers are coming to town and the Giants have half their regulars hurt. That stinks. But if you want the young people to get a look, this is the way to do it. Not by waving a white flag, but because you have to.
Right.
And all right. Like, what better measuring stick for your young players is this? Get to face Yoshinobu Yamamoto here in a few hours.
All right, go get it.
Let's do it,
Let's go.
I mean, so anyway, from that perspective, I dig it. But the whole concept of just hand the keys over, to me, feels a little bit quick. Let's talk to one of them right now. This is awesome. Casey Schmidt walks him off yesterday afternoon on Mother's Day. Joins Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game the next afternoon as the Dodgers come to town. Hey, Casey, what's going on, man?
How's it going? Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, good swing yesterday, dude.
Thank you.
Yeah, take us through the emotions of now coming back again this time, and let's be real. Like, it had been a few games, and you hadn't got the hit. You had some loud outs yesterday afternoon. What's that feel like? Because I think you might speak for much of the lineup when, guys start to press a little bit.
Yeah, no, definitely. Definitely those last 2 games were a little frustrating for me. From the hitting standpoint, just kind of hitting balls right at people. But, I definitely wanted to make it a big emphasis this year to, make sure I don't, try and change too much. I feel like I'm in a good spot right now, and just to kind of just trust that process that, those are the correct kind of swings. Those are like the correct outs, to just kind of trust it, for me. So that's, kind of what I want to focus on, and not let things spiral, and just kind of just relax and just kind of let things flow.
How much did last year help you when you get recalled this year in terms of what you're talking about, the approach and the maturity and just the perspective of having come back up now to the big club and knowing what you've been through?
Yeah, I definitely think that was a huge thing for me. I went into the offseason with a clear head and just kind of worked on everything. And but the big emphasis for me was to just kind of just stay relaxed, not try to do too much, and just do what I need to do in order to help the team win. I think last year I just kind of started pressing a little bit, and when things would go wrong, I'd line out or, strike out or whatever. I'd let it kind of get to me, and I'd try to, change too much. I'd kind of overanalyze it. I would kind of sit on the iPad for, a couple minutes and just look at my swing and just try to figure out what was going wrong when where there was a line out, that's the correct swing. You can't do anything about, someone standing right there. They can only, just try to hit the ball. So, like I said, for me, it was just I just want to let things happen and not try and do too much and just kind of relax and just play the game.
Casey Schmidt with us here on Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Casey, when you came up last year, it wasn't just a lot of responsibility. It went so well, there was a lot of attention right away. In any way, was it too much too soon for you?
Maybe a little bit. I feel like for me, I was just kind of just focused on baseball, and that's where I want to be. Is just be focused. But yeah, like you said, it was crazy just kind of getting attention like that. Coming up. But I mean, at the end of the day, my main focus was just kind of just going out and winning, and that's going to keep being my main focus, just going out and doing everything I can to help the team win.
Well, you helped them win yesterday, Casey, and in that moment, you hit another ball hard, and you see it soaring out toward left center, and you're thinking, I'm sure, like, wow, this could be the thing. When did it hit you that you had just gotten a walk-off at home to win a series?
Right when I think it was like halfway to second base, I hit it and I was like, oh, please, no, don't catch it. I hit two hard hit balls earlier in the game, just right at someone, and I hit it and I was like, oh, please, just fall, please. And then it fell, and I was so excited that that we ended up winning the series on that.
Casey, can you take us to what it feels like right now in Sacramento with all of you guys, right? There's Matos, there's Elliott, there's Marco, who's not up. There is, I'm sure you may know this, there's some frustration in the fan base that they haven't gotten to see a lot of you guys. What's the feeling for you guys?
I mean, for us, we're just kind of just trying to handle things as best as we can. We don't control we don't control things. So we just kind of go out and play, and wherever we are, we just try to help that team win any given day. So I mean, I think just not overanalyzing anything, and I think at the end of the day, just kind of just go out and handle business. And we all like really bond together, and it's a great group of guys down there in Sacramento, and we have a lot of fun. We have a really good team down there.
How do you stay patient when you're doing so well in AAA, and you don't obviously want to root against guys in the big club because you want the big club to do well also, but at the same time, you're playing great and you're waiting for your chance. How do you continue to stay focused and patient knowing that your time may not come right away?
Yeah, I think you just kind of just go out every day, just treat every day as a new day, and just go out and play. I mean, for me, I'm not focused on anything else. I'm just focused on where I'm at and just focusing on playing and just getting better and just trying to help the team win at the end of the day.
Casey, if I take the answer away from you, I'll play wherever they'll have me.
Nice.
If I take that away from you, shortstop, third base, like what's your vision?
I'll play wherever they'll have me.
Whoa, hey, time out.
Yeah, I thought I took that away, Casey. I thought I was in control here.
That's where it is.
Yeah,
wherever they want, I will go.
Well, but of course. But is there a comfortability somewhere a little bit more than other spots?
I mean, for me, I'm working at all the spots, just making sure I'm getting my work in at short, second, third, wherever it is. So just kind of sticking to a routine for me is huge, just to make sure I stay comfortable at those spots.
Yeah, and you've got Marco playing a lot of short down in Sacramento. Is it challenging for him to try to just get those reps? And you're over at third, and is it difficult for Marco to try to really focus on being the shortstop? And you've got you being a shortstop as well.
I mean, I'm not too sure. I mean, we trade off days. I go a couple of days. He goes a couple of days there. Yeah, I mean, we just go out and we work, and we all just try to get better at the end of the day.
I'm looking at your game log from last year. It appears that you played in 5 Giants-Dodgers games, and by my count, you went 4-1 in those games. What is your experience with the Giant-Dodger rivalry and how it might feel different?
it's just a lot of fun. There's a lot of energy behind it. Yeah, no, it's a crazy series. It's gonna be a lot of fun. I can't wait to get things going.
Yeah, I'm sure the energy tonight will be crazy out there, and it's a spot where you're coming off of a nice series victory. How important is it for you guys to go out there and just continue to try to stack series wins, getting into a spot where you can start to climb up in the wild card?
Yeah, definitely important. I mean, just take it game by game. Just kind of go out there and try and win every single day. And I mean, that's what everyone wants at the end of the day. Everyone wants to win. Everyone wants to be winners. So I think just focusing on winning is just a huge thing, and just focusing on kind of just getting after it as well.
Casey Schmidt with us here on Willard and Dibs. Casey, what is the level of pressure that you guys are feeling right now with all of the veterans hurt?
I think for us, we're just kind of going out and playing. Like I said, we're trying to go out and win every single game, and not try and do too much. And I think it showed yesterday. It was a great team win yesterday. We came back from a 3-0 deficit, and we got things going. So I think for us to just continue to do that, it's a huge thing, and it just shows that there's no quit.
How tough is it when you see your starting center fielder go down in the first inning and you know that the injury is a pretty bad one? How hard is it as a pro to just refocus yourself on the task at hand?
Yeah, no one ever wants to see someone get hurt, so that's a tough thing to see. But I mean, yeah, it's definitely crazy. For us to come back and win that game as well, it was a special feeling.
Casey, have you heard of this Ohtani guy?
Yeah, I've heard of him.
Okay, well, you're going to walk out on the field tonight, and it's all of these River Cats, and there's Shohei Ohtani and Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman. In any way, is that overwhelming?
For me, no. I don't think so. I think you just kind of just go out and play. You play baseball. I mean, at the end of the day, that's what it is. You just kind of go out. You just try and win every single game, and I mean, let whatever happens. And but I mean, just not have no quit. But yeah, I mean, it's like I said, it's gonna be a really fun series. I'm really excited to get things going.
I'm sure there's extra juice just being in San Francisco and not Sacramento, but when you see the Dodgers on the other side and the crowd will be animated, Dodger fans, unfortunately, will be there as well. Do you as a player get a little bit more adrenaline when it's a rivalry game like this one?
Yeah, a little bit, but for me, I just take it game by game. Like I said, I'm not trying to go out and do too much. I'm not trying to let the adrenaline get the best of me, and just at the end of the day, I just want to win. However it happens.
Casey, what's the scouting report on Yoshinobu Yamamoto?
I can't tell you right now.
Okay.
Nice.
All right. That's fair enough. Well, what about this then? Before you go for your hitting work, which I know is coming up, we like to do something at the end with our big, huge, fancy guests like you called the Big Finish. You ready for a little fun on the way out the door?
All right, hit me.
Okay, Casey, 2 categories. You pick one. Do you want to play Schmidt's Creek or Pitches Get Stitches?
Let's go Schmidt's Creek.
I love it. I worked hard on these. I'm glad it was a tough choice for you.
Dibs really put this together here. Now, this is going to be San Diego local talk, where you're from. Okay, first one is your favorite beach activity.
Surfing.
How long have you been doing that?
A little bit. I haven't gone in a while, but it used to be something that I really enjoyed doing, especially in the off season. But I kind of shied away from it for now.
Are you any good?
I mean, I'm okay. I definitely have my shares of eating shit. Oh, sorry.
No, we'll allow it.
No, yeah.
It is Schmidt's Creek after all.
Yeah, we can handle that on our end, and actually we enjoy it very much. I'm not saying do it again, but that was funny.
My bad.
No, good. Our YouTube audience just fell in love with you. They just fell in love with you. It's all good.
Yeah, and in general, you can always go with Eat Schmidt, by the way, in case you want to make that happen. That was fantastic. True. Yeah. No doubt. We want to know about the better Mexican food? Because we're very proud of it up here in the Bay Area. Is it better in San Diego or better in the Bay?
Oh, okay. I can't answer this one, guys. Come on.
Which means we know what your answer is, Casey. You can say it.
You can tell us. I mean, you're already cussing on our show. You can keep it real with us, Casey.
An accident. Oh man, I will say this: my favorite place in San Diego is Lolita's. Lolita's is my favorite.
I mean, Casey, you could answer it this way: do you think French fries belong in a burrito?
Oh, 100%.
Okay, then you're picking San Diego over San Francisco.
Oh, wow.
That's
okay.
Yeah, there's no problem.
Where is Lolita's? Is that in Chula Vista or is that in a downtown spot?
I think there's 3 or 4. There's one right outside of Petco. There's one in Chula Vista. And I want to say the other is in like El Cajon, maybe.
Okay.
Casey, SeaWorld, San Diego Zoo, or Tijuana?
I'm going to go with SeaWorld. I love going on Journey to Atlantis.
It's a good, wholesome answer.
Yeah, it is. Really solid.
I love that ride.
All right, last one, simply because we built it this way, but what is your favorite or the best play on words using your last name that you've heard?
Like what? Like, I need an example.
In other words, Schmidt's Creek, or Holy Schmidt, or okay. when I surf, sometimes I eat Schmidt.
That works.
Stuff like that, Casey.
I like
Schmidt like that.
That ball got Schmidt on.
Oh! You kind of Schmitted on that ball in extra innings yesterday.
Oh my God, that's kind of my favorite one.
That's awesome.
All right.
Well, feel free to Schmidt on a couple more tonight against the hated Dodgers.
Sounds good. I'll try.
Casey, you're a ton of fun. Thanks, man.
Thanks for having me on.
All right, there he is. Casey Schmidt, everybody.
New favorite Giant, everybody.
And hey, Dodgers, eat Schmidt.
Totally, right?
That's my new motto.
It's great. It's risky because you know me. Schmidt. I'm the one guy who's dropping Casey bombs. Totally.
Did anyone else
be careful.
Like for our listening audience, I don't want to just like dismiss what's going on out there.
Right.
But if you watch on YouTube, like we literally joke, if anyone swears, you get to hear it.
Totally.
You in Radio Land, you don't get to hear it. So like YouTube was in a Willard and the show's just getting started, kind of a sleepy haze sort of a feel. Wow, that woke him up. Hey, what's going on, YouTube? How you doing now?
Casey Schmidt, am I right? And I'm looking at Grandy out of the corner of my eye, and Grandy's so quick on pow, boom, yeah, swivel, dump, back to work.
Grandy does good work on that.
Very well, yeah.
Can't get it past me.
Well,
you can try. Don't try. But
you can try it when you're guest hosting. I learned that's if you want to sneak. I shouldn't tell this.
No.
Secret. If you want to sneak one past the goalie, do it when the guy who usually runs the board is not on the board. I'm driving around listening last week when Shasky was out, and Spadonuts is over there in the chair opposite Bonte, and somebody said something. It was a caller. Said something. And Spadoni goes, dump, dump, dump. Dump, 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 dump. He said it like 8 times. And I'm listening on the radio, so I'm like, I can hear you say dump, which means it didn't happen.
Yeah, you didn't get there.
It didn't happen, so I don't know who was running the board, but it wasn't him.
Oh, my God.
And so we got by the goalie.
That is so funny. I mean, Friday would have been the day.
It would have been a good day to do it.
Yeah, your boy, the Grandy Man, was in for you.
All right. Can we take some calls? That was fun. All of you out there in Radio Land, eat Schmidt and give us a call.
Totally.
888-957-9570. Is that where you are? Is it just time to hand the keys over to the young people? Is that what we're doing? And also, experience Dibs the wonder of Bodega Bay at iconic Inn at the Tides.
Oh, yeah.
Enjoy a walk on Doran Beach and take a dip in the heated pool. By the way, it's really nice. I've been in it. It's phenomenal. Special midweek rates starting at $249 per night. Breakfast is included. It's delicious. Book your escape at inatthetides.com. It's Willard and Dibs.
Hey, it's Willard.
And Dibs.
For Safeway. Head to Safeway for amazing digital deals and BOGO.
one into left center field. Can anybody get there? No! And this game is over. Casey Schmidt, his first hit of the year.
And it's the bottom part of the lineup that makes the difference today.
Yes, indeed.
That ball got Schmidt on.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, do you subscribe to this theory in life that, like...
I can't answer until you tell me.
I know, so I was setting it up.
Sorry about that. I felt pressure to answer.
I have to feel good about how I want to ask the theory, because there's a few ways to do it.
Take your time, because my partner on Friday did a 9-minute setup at one point.
Really?
You want to think that I was
going to say
Dibber?
Your
boy,
you needing me back so that your partner talked less. I did not have on my bingo card.
Nobody did.
Yeah.
But your boy, and I don't want to thumbnail it because he gets mad.
You're gonna thumbnail it, so just thumbnail it. Okay?
I mean, your relationship is already ruined.
He wants Steph Curry traded.
Oh, he does?
Yeah, and I'm saving you the 9-minute setup. It was a wonderful setup.
But he's rolling his eyes at you, so he feels misrepresented
because he didn't want me to thumbnail it.
No, but you know what you just did, potentially?
It was an encapsulation sensation is what it was.
No, it was a misrepresentation sensation. Randy,
both were.
Randy, I'm a big, speak for yourself.
Dude, you got 9 minutes?
No, just yes or no. Do you want Steph Curry traded?
I don't want Stephen Curry traded, but I made a case, and I can still make the case that it would be the best thing for the organization.
Okay. I don't see
it. It was a great case.
Yeah.
I was juror number 8, and I did fall asleep.
You did.
But... Now
he was like, can we get some voir dire up in here so that I could say something stupid and get myself dismissed?
Seriously.
Can we get some voir dire?
He was great, and I'm only making fun of him because I told him privately how great he was, and his case was wonderful.
How come you don't do that after our shows? You don't call me and tell me I'm great after our shows.
I actually do.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You walk out of here, and you won't even walk with me to the car.
That's accurate.
Yeah. I won't walk with you either, but
anyway.
But still.
Anyway, you're about to set something up.
Well, no, do you subscribe to, some people call this everything works out, or everything happens for a reason, or things will happen in due time. You know, these stupid things that people say to people when things are tough.
Fatalism.
Do you subscribe to this?
I mean, I do, but honestly, if I took a step back and looked at things rationally, no, it's nonsense.
Well, I don't mean the whole everything happens for a reason, but here's one thing, for example, I think we've all experienced this. We've all experienced this. And I have to sift through which one I want to pick if I were going to give you an example. But the thing that happens in your life where you're like, oh my God, this is awful. This is terrible. You could be crying. It could drive you to tears. It could be awful for your family, your job. You're in at least a temporary state of depression. And then 2 years later, you look back on it and you're like, oof, best thing that ever happened. Tell me you haven't experienced that at least 20 times in your life.
For sure.
All the time, right? Yeah. Okay. So, the sports example I always use is Steph Curry's ankles. Warriors don't win all those rings if he doesn't hurt the ankles. Period. I firmly believe that. Kevin Durant never plays for the Warriors. Andre Iguodala never plays for the Warriors. Their finances never play out correctly. If Steph's ankles weren't in a spot where he was able to accept a 4-year, $44 million contract.
Right.
If he doesn't accept that, none of that stuff happens. You know what I mean? Jimmy Garoppolo's torn ACL. No Nick Bosa. You don't get Nick Bosa. So it happens in sports all the time. Might it be happening for the Giants right now? Dibbs, they're all hurt. They're all hurt. They're all gone.
What do they have, 8 guys on the IL?
Well, let's see. Let's count them up. So Conforto.
Yep.
Solaire.
Lee.
Well, about to be Lee. Slates.
Yep.
Bailey just got back. He was
Murphy.
There. Murphy. Forgetting anyone else? Snell, sure. About to be back. So,
and I won't even go to the Cobb and Robbie Ray because those are too easy. I'm talking about guys who have been playing who are no longer playing.
Right.
That's a quick 6 right there. And 3 of them got hurt yesterday in like an 8-minute span.
Jung Hoo Lee is, as I've put it a few times over the last few weeks, he has been one of the only things so far this year in Giants baseball that makes me smile. He has been one of the only things. The crowd chants his name. He has been, honestly, the only player. Like, there have been other players who've played well. Lamont Wade's played well, etc. We could do this with a few people. Jordan Hicks pitched really well. Kyle Harrison's really starting to come on. Like, they're Doval, there are people. But Jung Hoo Lee is the one where, forget the numbers for a second. If you've watched the games, you're like, I dig it. I dig this. I like the 5-year deal that they signed, all of it. There's a lot of positivity around that, and he makes people chant at the ballpark, Jung Hoo Lee, Jung Hoo Lee. Well, how about now? Based on, and this is not anything to do with specifics because I don't know them for him, but our guy Doc Pandia wrote about the shoulder dislocation in a general sense. And to put it mildly or briefly, here's what you're looking at. If it is something that after the MRI is deemed to not need surgery, generally return to play is 6 to 7 weeks. Okay? So you're talking about a month and a half.
Right.
At a minimum.
July 1st.
If it does need surgery, we're probably looking at Jung Hoo Lee missing the rest of the year. This is an unbelievable kick in the shins to the Giants' popularity, watchability, in the standings. This is absolutely devastating news. But what's it going to lead to? Next year, what's it going to lead to? What is it? What avenue does it create for these River Cats that you want to see? What happens? What happens because of this? Is Elliot Ramos an everyday outfielder? Do we find that out because of this? Is Luis Matos an everyday outfielder?
Right.
Do we find that out because of this?
Or are they not?
Or are they not?
That to me is as important as, obviously you want them to be, yes, you're the guy, and now you're going to be on the team next year, but to have that knowledge absolutely is important and it's powerful. And I looked at the injury and I've looked at the video time and time and time again, and I can't imagine, and the MRI will determine more than my eyeballs can, but to me, that one looks like he's going to need surgery. And if he doesn't, then good on you. You're a young man, and hopefully it's not a torn labrum, which is what I had. And, when I tore my labrum and my shoulder, it had a recurrence of injury about 14 more times. And at the 14th time, when it wouldn't go back in the socket, then I had surgery. So if he's in a spot where the labrum's torn, maybe you just shut it down now. I'm not saying you give up on the year, but a shoulder injury like that, and that one looked, so dramatic.
Yeah, it was not good.
It looked terrible.
Yep.
And immediately he goes to the ground and he holds it. I'm just hopeful that it's not totally torn and that, 6 or 7 weeks and you quiet that down, he can come back and play. But that's July 1. That's still missing like a good third of the year.
Yeah. More than half the lineup is out.
Right.
So, that does. It changes whatever expectation or even hope that you had. And it didn't feel like a lot of the fan base was running on expectations and hope right now anyway.
Right.
You're 19 and 23. The Dodgers have come to town. I can't remember, and I'm even going to put this into last year and the year before. I can't remember in my adult life the last time the Dodgers came to town and the morale leading into the series felt like this. Literally, the majority of fans that I talk to, their goal for the next 3 nights is get one. Forget nothing like it. There's your new motto. Giants baseball, get one. And I don't even know if people are hoping for that. It's almost like, come on, man, you got the River Cats against the Dodgers?
Right.
What are our chances? Yamamoto, are we even going to get a hit tonight? But it's baseball, and you don't know what's gonna come out of this.
Right.
This is a dark cloud right now.
Super
this is
dark.
A really, really dark cloud.
And it's weird because so many fans have wanted and clamored for the young guys, and now you get the young guys, and you get them in a way that you didn't think that you were going to get it, and you didn't want to get it this way with Soler out and Slater out, and Jung Hoo Lee gets hurt yesterday. But if you look at the lineup tonight, or even throughout the course of this series, you might have 5 or 6 River Cats in the lineup. And I count Sable in there, and you've got Wisely and Schmidt and Matos and Ramos. You might have a team that is completely your AAA lineup from 4 weeks ago.
Well, gosh, you got to figure that,
you're playing the lefties tonight.
Right. So you got to figure Matos and Ramos are both in.
Yep. Lamont Wade probably leads off.
Right. And maybe Wisely does play second base. I imagine Tyro would still play. But yeah, you're going to have Casey over at short. You still got Chappie.
Yep.
Chappie's in there. But yeah, you're going to have at least 4. You're going to have 4 cats.
Right.
I think.
4 cats for sure. And, as you get through the series, you're going to see a lot of cats. And that's why I was saying on the thread, and I didn't explain it great, and Grandy came immediately over the top.
You don't need to apologize for your thread. He just disagreed with you.
Apologize.
Yeah, you're like, clearly, I didn't know this because I was off in Wonderland, but
sure,
the two of you clearly had some damage done to your relationship on
We had
Friday.
a great show.
And that's fine.
He had a great show.
We've had great shows and come out with relationship damage. It happens. It happens. Right? Have you ever gone on a great date, but there's some damage there? Like there's
right.
So I don't know what the hell happened between the two of you, but it felt like it came out. Like I didn't look at that as a thing. He just was like, I disagree with you.
I took it as a thing.
Tell everybody what he disagreed with.
He disagreed with the notion that I was saying that I think that this is a big series for Farhan, and it doesn't mean that the Giants have to win these games, but these young pups, they have to come in and look like they belong in some way.
Now, why? Why would they have to do that between now and Wednesday night?
Well, it's not like a make or break, but this is a big moment for the whole make the kids play or let the kids play movement. And, this is Farhan's baby now, the farm. And 3 games will not determine everything about these guys or Farhan, but in this moment against the Dodgers at home, I think that it's important that these youngsters don't look overmatched.
Okay, but these guys are largely not even his picks. Schmidt was.
Right.
Ramos was not. And correct me if I'm wrong, Grandy Lucas, will you look up, was Matos a Farhan guy? I don't think that he was. I don't think that he was. I think he's been in the system for quite a while.
For me, it's not as much about him drafting them as this is his team. This is his farm system. So, if you didn't love these guys, you could have Joey Barted them, and how's that working out for you? But these are guys that you continue to have in your farm system, and Farhan's now been here for a number of years, so by proxy, these are his guys.
By the way, like Joey Bart, I know it's become a popular thing to like, oh my gosh, Joey Bart's in Pittsburgh crushing it. He's hitting 205. Is it like
how many homers? 5?
3.
Oh, only 3?
Yeah.
All right.
They call it a Bart dart. He had a little weak. He had a little weak when he got there, but he's not even starting for him.
I have an answer for the Luis Matos question. He was signed as an international free agent in July 2018. Farhan became Giants president of baseball ops in November of that same year. So he is not a Farhan guy.
The only Farhan guy who's up from the minors this week is Casey Schmidt.
As far as who he's drafted.
Right.
But again, I would assign these guys to him. If he's been in the organization for 6 years.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you there, but like for me, there's 2 words that go here: draft and develop. And so he didn't draft them, but yes, he's overseeing the development of them, or as you're pointing out, move on from them if they're not going to be the guy. But that's not, to me, that's not like, let's grab one person. And I know he's the president of baseball ops, but he is not the only scout in the organization. He is not the one who is overseeing every minor league. They have a director of minor league operations also. Kyle Haynes, I think, is his name. And you know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to put every single person in all the minor league systems and be like, all right, Let's see if the lights are too bright, and if they are, like, okay, immediate. I know it's popular this week. I know a lot of voices on our station have decided it's time to start using it's time to fire. Fire them. They're 19 and 23, fire them. Some people felt that way before the year. I get that. I just don't, I'm not going to whittle it down that sort of way. There are holes in his game. You're not going to hear me say otherwise.
Right.
You have in the past, you won't now. There have been a tremendous number of mistakes, and this is a lifeless organization right now, and that is on his watch. So I'll agree with you completely there. I'm just not going to go into this series and be like, if Matos and Ramos and Schmidt don't look good, that's a bad 3 days for Farhan. That feels a little too bottlenecked to me.
For me,
you know what I'm saying?
I know exactly what you're saying, and I'm not saying that they should fire him. I don't think that they should, and I know that they won't until the end of the year, unless this thing really craters beyond control. And I think all these injuries now, they've given Farhan a little bit more leash, honestly. If the Giants go out and they win 7 of their next 28, and it's a complete disaster, and Lee is out for 7 weeks, and Soler struggles to come back, and you don't have Murphy, and you don't have Slater, and you're playing a lot of these AAA or 4A guys, and the Giants season completely goes off the rails, I think that gives Farhan a little bit extra leash because of the injuries as an excuse.
Maybe. Let's go live to the other room to Dib's best friend, Mark Grandy.
My guy.
For this Giants lineup against Yoshinobu Yamamoto.
Yep. Official lineup tonight against the Dodgers. Yastrzemski's leading off. Estrada, Chapman, followed by Lamont Wade, Flores, Ramos, and the final third, Sable, Matos, and Schmidt with Jordan Hicks on the bump.
Jordan Hicks on the mound against Ohtani, Freeman, and Betts.
Sable, Matos, and Schmidt.
Yeah.
Sack.
Ramos, too. All 4 they're going to hit in a row.
Yep. Ramos 6, Sable 7, Matos 8, Schmidt 9.
4 sacks in a row. Yeah.
Blake Sable's our best hitter.
They're like a little river of cats.
Totally.
You know what I'm saying?
That's a 3.
Yeah, at the bottom of the lineup there. I didn't think it was a 3, but I went for it. It's
I liked it.
Yeah.
And you sold it. It was well-paced.
No, it was stupid, but it was meant to be stupid. Yaz leading off. You want to know the real bummer of all the bummers with Jung Hoo Lee getting hurt is we're going back to life without a leadoff hitter again.
Yeah, I thought that the biggest bummer is what he does in center field. Because when there's a drive or a high fly ball or anything in the outfield that might be in the center field vicinity, and then, the camera goes up to find the ball, and then gradually you come down and you look at the fielder, and he is a lot of fun to watch patrol center field. And I'll miss that.
He's incredible. He's absolutely, that catch in Philadelphia, that might be the highlight of the year for this team.
Wow.
I know.
I mean, the Chapman Grand Slam, was that Friday?
Yeah, this is a home run.
No, but for him to do that.
It's incredible. But,
and the Casey Schmidt walk-off was pretty good.
But the wow moment, the wow factor, that's all I mean. I don't mean it was the best moment. It was just a catch in center field. But like the wow factor highlight, I got it. That stands out to me as like, what the hell was that? That was incredible. Nobody thought he was going to get to that ball.
No.
Let alone catch it. So that was incredible. That's the lineup. Golly.
Yep.
Yoshinobu Yamamoto, the guy the Giants were salivating over, is coming to town for his first game against the Giants, and the River Cats are facing him. Damn.
Yeah.
You want to hear the Dodgers lineup?
No.
Okay, I won't do it.
Yes.
They have a player with 11 home runs hitting in their 6th spot on the order.
Is that Max Muncy?
No, it's Teoscar Hernandez.
Oh, that.
But Mookie Betts, Shohei Ohtani. Mookie Betts, Shohei Ohtani, Freddie Freeman, Will Smith, Max Muncy, Teoscar Hernandez, Lux, Pages, Outman. So you get to a couple of guys. You probably
go through those names again and then yell when you get to
the first. Ohtani's your plucky little 2-hitter.
Get the first name that you get to that wouldn't be the Giants' 3rd hitter. Read them again.
Betts.
Yes.
Ohtani.
Yes.
Freeman.
Yes.
Smith.
Yes.
Muncy.
Yes.
Teoscar Hernandez.
Yes.
Lux.
Yes.
Pages.
That one.
Yep. The 8th hitter.
Pages. Sorry, Granny.
Just call him Pages. Yeah. Whatever. I don't even know who he is.
I don't know who he is either.
Yeah.
Rookie.
Look at Lucas correcting Grandy.
League best Luke. Baseball too,
He's probably going to put one in the drink tonight.
Yeah.
And I'm going to go get it out of the ocean.
Shoot.
I'm not enjoying this at all. I don't like the Dodgers are in town. The Dodgers are in town.
Right. You're supposed to feel the fever of the rivalry, but what you said about everything you've heard from Giants fans, and I kind of have the same feeling about the just get one. Are there going to be just get one chants tonight? Just get one.
Instead of Jung Hoo Lee?
Right.
Don't get swept.
Dude.
Don't get swept.
Oh, my God.
Don't get swept. Are they going to be drowned out by the chants of actual Dodgers fans? That's actually my thing.
It's a great question.
Yeah, thanks, Doc.
How soon until we get the first wave tonight?
Oh, God.
And we talked about this last week, and you don't like it, but...
Would it be inappropriate?
Totally.
Is it inappropriate for me to green light mild violence?
Yes.
It is, right?
Yes.
Okay, then I won't.
I can do that.
Okay.
It's in my lane.
All right, so what?
It's wildly outside of your lane.
I'm not a violent guy.
No.
But like...
And you're going to mildly green light violence.
What should Giants fans do if they're sitting next to Dodgers fans who try to start the wave?
Politely ask them to not do that. Excuse me, sir. You're blocking my son's view. We're looking for Lucille. Gotta hit it.
Of course you
Hit
gotta
that
hit it.
S again.
Presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking. No compromises. Okay, still ahead. You got to hear what Stephen A. said about Kevin Durant. But we do want to take your calls, 888-957-9570. I have a bigger question about youth movements in sports. And this encompasses both the Giants and the Warriors, for that matter. We'll do that coming up. It's Willard and Dibs.
Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain brings over 6 decades of plumbing expertise.
Odyssey FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
I'm okay. I definitely have my shares of eating. Oh, sorry.
No, we'll allow it.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I'm really thankful for Casey today. I really am. First of all, let me get that going.
Yeah, it's about time.
It is. It's Monday at 3. Cheers. I'm very thankful for Casey. That was a giggle that I needed today. I needed that giggle from Casey.
That was pretty good.
So if anybody else wants to call the show and swear, don't, but
if you feel like you have
please
to.
don't. Please.
Yeah, don't. Wink, wink. Don't do that.
No, I wouldn't.
Because it's not.
Oh, come on.
It's not right. It's not okay.
No, it's wrong.
It's not allowed. Okay?
This is actually going to be in alphabetical order.
Oh. Just so stupid.
Casey
who the hell would do something like that, right?
I don't know.
Casey was great. Casey was a ton of fun. You want to know something? This is completely random thought. I didn't even, this just popped into my head. And so stream of consciousness. Do you know what bugs me sometimes or frustrates me is a better word about sports and athletes is we live in this day and age of so much attention and social media captures everything, right? That everybody is so guarded that they're like, they just don't feel like they can speak on anything. Like, Casey Schmidt should not be scared to say that Mexican food in San Diego is better than in San Francisco.
Right.
I'll say it. It is. And this is an amazing food city. And it's my home. And I know all kinds of Mexican places here that I love. But, that's what San Diego does. We do pretty much all of the other food better. But, that's what they do. They focus all of their energy on it. Now, personally, I don't want French fries in my burrito. I'm not that into it.
I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yeah, it's called a California burrito.
Okay.
And it's all the normal stuff, and then there's fries in there.
Yeah.
It's a little much for me.
Well, when you asked him that, I didn't know where you were going with it because I wasn't aware that was even a thing.
Big time San Diego thing. You get burritos, and you get California style or a California burrito, and there's fries in there. Now, I didn't really get down to San Diego much in my 20s.
Eat it.
Right. It was more of a 40s thing when I worked there. And so when I tried it, I'm like, that's going to be a no from me, dog. I think I've grown out of this. I feel like when I was Casey's age, I'd have dug it. So clip what Casey said. Let's ask him again in another 25 years. See how he's doing then.
Right.
I don't need fries in my burrito. If I'm going to get loose at a restaurant, I'm going to do it one of two ways. We don't need to do both at the same time.
Yeah. Interesting, though, because I've had breakfast burritos a bunch, and I do like potatoes in the breakfast burrito, but I've never...
It's different, though.
It is.
Those are like the home-style potatoes.
I've never had a burrito with French fries in it.
The fries in there.
Right. And now it's probably not the time for me in the midst of this diet I'm on.
How's it going?
It's going great.
Where you at?
We're 23.
You're still at 23.
We're holding the 23,
That 24th pound has been very stubborn.
Well, and again, it's the weekends. Ladies and gentlemen.
The weekend.
The weekend. Yeah, so... you gain the 3 to 4. I was out at the Town FC soccer game yesterday at St. Mary's College.
And they got food there?
Forge Pizza. So your boy had a couple of slices.
Okay.
And maybe a couple of high noons. And so, and as Rennell taught me, the great Rennell Brooks Moon, it's not a cheat day, it's a reward day.
I like that.
Yeah.
And
she shared that with you.
Yes,
and,
packaging matters.
You shared it with me, yeah.
You know what else you need? You need a dog. We need more dogs.
Yep.
You need a dog because... I would have had a bunch of slices of pizza this weekend that I never ended up eating because someone left the box.
Oh, come on.
Too close to the edge of the counter.
Come on.
She ate like 2/3 of a large cheese pizza.
Sorry about my dog. Hey, cut it out.
Yeah, exactly. Cut it out. And she did so, I'm told, I wasn't home, I'm told she did so in about 6 seconds. That's the most amazing thing with the dogs.
Speaking of dogs,
what do you got?
We have a developing story in Cleveland. The Cavaliers are going to be even bigger underdogs today because Donovan Mitchell has been ruled out.
Ooh.
Game 4 in Cleveland today. The Cavs down 2-1. That game tips off in about an hour. Yeah. Donovan Mitchell is out against the Celtics.
Happens every year, man.
Yeah.
The war of attrition and who stays healthy. You want to spend a couple minutes on this? Like, holy hell!
I was about to ask you if I could. I was going to issue an apology to everybody in the state of Colorado and the Denver Nuggets because I took out my pen last week and I got a piece of paper,
Sharpie,
and I wrote you right off. I thought it was done. I thought it was a gentleman's sweep.
Yep.
I thought it was going to be T-Wolves win Game 3, the Nuggets win Game 4, and then it's going to be a wrap like Saran tonight, but Denver done woke up, and they made that thing a series.
Well, they made an adjustment is what they did.
Right.
And Minnesota has not been able to adjust back. And so when Steiny gets back tomorrow, let's spend the day making fun of Finch because he's got a complete crush on Finch. And Finch...
Well, they're friends. They went to school together. That's why he has a crush on him.
I don't care what the reason is. The bottom line is the man's getting out-coached. He's getting out-coached. Or maybe he just doesn't have the horses to do what Denver is doing. Denver's going smaller, and they're spreading those guys out. And Towns and Gobert on the court, like this is one of the reasons you don't do that anymore in the NBA. Like, I get it. It's fun to be tall. We've all got tall envy here with the Golden State Warriors. Our tallest player is 6'5", I think. So we've got tall envy, and we look at Twin Towers and go, man, right? And one of them's a defensive genius, and the other one can nail a three. And so these are talented, highly paid basketball players. But if you have the right sauce, then they can be a liability. And that's what happened in games 3 and 4 in Minnesota. Denver scored every time they touched the ball.
Right.
Pretty much.
Yeah. I mean, including a 63-footer at the end of the first half, the buzzer beater from 60-plus, which was just kind of I guess symptomatic of what that entire game was. But we'll see if there is an adjustment to the adjustment. But we saw it here with Golden State. You can go small and beat the bigs if you do it right, and that's what Denver did.
If you've got the people, and they're all like in their prime and everything, and that's what's going on with Denver. Jokic is he's incredible. He is absolutely incredible. And in games 1 and 2, he looks shook. I've never seen him in recent years look like he looked.
They all look shook.
Right, but Jokic is the MVP. You're like, you're not supposed to look like that. Like, he couldn't get things off around the rim. And then, back to being his old self in games 3 and 4. So, you know what they say? A series doesn't start until a team wins on its own floor.
Yeah, which means this thing hasn't even started yet.
Hasn't started yet. Now we got a 3-game series starting in Denver.
And you feel like the winner of this is going to win the West. No disrespect to Dallas, but the Dallas OKC feels a little bit more like the JV version of the Western Conference to me.
Dallas has some people's attention. Dallas absolutely has some people's attention.
Sure. And I don't think that either one of those teams beats the winner of Denver and Minnesota.
I agree with you, but they were a trendy pre-playoff pick too. If you were looking for like who's the dark horse, it was the Mavericks, and them getting games 2 and 3. I mean, Luka said everything hurts. He hurt his knee again. That's what he said at the end of the game. So we'll see. We'll see how that one sort of spins out and if that affects the future of the series. But I give Dallas a whirl. But I agree with you. Like, this weekend, put Denver right back in the favorite chair.
Man, right? I mean, you're not wrong, especially when you look at what happened to New York with Indiana flipping that thing and making that even, and Boston looking more vulnerable than we thought that they would. Feels like Denver could be the team and back in the catbird seat if they win tomorrow.
Let's go back to Mark Grandy. He has got this Giants factoid.
Yeah, this comes from our insider, Giants insider Alex Pavlovich. The City Connect jerseys have apparently arrived at Oracle Park long last, a month into the season.
Tomorrow night. Ooh, that could change everything.
Yeah, I'm sure it could. Yeah.
I forgot about that. That's why they're losing baseball games. They don't have their thingamabob. They don't have their je ne sais quoi. They don't have their mojo. They do now.
Yeah, they do.
If they win 8-2 tomorrow night, it's a thing. It's a thing. If they win tomorrow night, it's a thing. Agreed?
Oh, yeah, I'll give it to you, Mark. Absolutely.
What kind of odds you give me on the Giants winning 2 out of 3 in this series?
I would give you probably 4-1 odds against.
That's it?
They're home.
And tomorrow's a lock. We already know they're winning tomorrow with these jerseys.
Exactly.
City Connects. Yeah.
City Connects, yeah.
I was hoping for a bigger number, and I would have made you a bet.
I'm looking like for what, 8-1?
I'll do that, yeah.
Honestly, the real odds are probably 4-1. They're underdog tonight.
To win the series? They're going to be the underdog all 3 nights. How are they not going to be the underdog? They're playing the Dodgers.
Well, they got Logan Webb on a Wednesday, right?
Sure. The Dodgers have a pitcher, too.
Right.
Yeah.
But not Logan Webb.
No.
I mean, we're talking about Logan Webb here, kid, at home.
All right, listen. I never got to ask my question, which I'd like to ask.
Okay.
Which is this whole, like, when it doesn't look good and you just want to stop playing and play young people. The Warriors did this. Fans did this. Some fans did this. I hear Giants fans doing this. Let's talk about that because I don't understand it. We're sponsored by Meineke Car Care Centers, 888-957-9570. Play the kids' time in your mind? Let's hear it. Willard and Dibbs.
Brought to you by Meineke, your one-stop shop for total car care.
Franchisor SPV LLC.
I'm a Giants fan.
Trade him! Damn it, Farhan.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, am I off here?
Yeah.
Tell me how.
Sorry.
No, that's fine.
I just playing the percentages.
People are like, what do you do? Here's what I'm getting at, man. When I'm a fan of a team, I don't ever get to the bleep it, play the kids until like the season is like over, out of reach. I would never do it based on how bad it looks in that moment. Do you know what I mean there?
I do.
I'm not disagreeing with any of you who think the Giants look like absolute junk right now. Agreed. Acknowledged. Are we good there? Agreed and acknowledged. They look bad. And we've reached a spot where it doesn't matter anyway. They're all hurt, and so the kids are coming up.
Right.
But this thing that happened even to the Warriors, come on, Willard and Dibs, they're not going to win. They're old. Play the kids. I would never, ever get there when there's a chance, even if it's just a chance. Like the Giants season is not even in the area code of over. They're 19-23 on May 13th. They do not look good. But is this a wild card team? You could I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility.
Well, the Padres are the third card right now, and they're 22-21.
Okay.
So your standard for being the third wild card is 500 right now.
Well, you're going to have to win. Yeah, you got to win more games than you lose.
Yeah.
But that's not out of the question.
But you don't have to win 90. You probably can get there winning 85.
Sure. Or be in it.
Right.
So, but is that, am I on an island? Am I in the minority?
No, you're not.
I don't ever want to see a team do that just because I don't like the way they look in that moment. Do you know what I mean?
I know exactly what you're saying, and for me, it's not a blanket statement of, well, this is not going well, so play the young guys. In other words, bring them all up and play them all and get rid of everybody. But I do look at certain players, and Austin Slater's been the big pincushion for Giants fans, and 39 at-bats is all he's had this year. He's hitting 128, and he has not looked good. He's got no doubles, no triples, and he's got no home runs. He's driven in one run. So for me, it's not about a blanket statement of pull the plug on the year, bring them all up, play all the young guys, give me Wisely, give me Matos and Ramos, and bring up Luciano and all the rest of it. I do look at it, though, from individual player standpoint, and right now Austin Slater's the one guy, and I know he's hurt and they're all hurt, so right now is not really the time to talk about it. But going forward, I look at it on an individual basis. And if you have a veteran who is struggling, and he has been struggling now for more than just 39 at-bats, that's where I think you can start to bring young guys up, give them a chance to play, and let them go out there and see what they can do. I think that's okay to do.
I'm only okay with it if an organization looks at it and goes, he can help us win.
Right.
That's for me, but that's a very important distinction, I think.
Yeah.
I think. The distinction is I don't ever get to the spot where you're like, oh, just play him and see what he can do. Let's see what he can do. I don't want to let's see what he can do. If you think he can help you win, then let's do it. If you don't think he can help you win, don't do it until winning doesn't matter anymore. We're not there yet. We're not even close to there yet. So that's what I don't understand. And I felt this on and off with the Warriors season too. It's not that anybody is sitting there thinking, hey, they could go on a run. They could win it all. I didn't think they could win it all. Did I think they could beat the Kings on a Tuesday? Maybe. Could they get into the playoffs? Could something interesting happen there? They won more games than they lost, a significant number more than they lost. That's not see what he can do time, if you ask me. That's never, I don't ever want to be a fan of a team that does that. That's why Guru lost his bananas for the last 3 weeks about the Pirates. There are teams that are perpetually in this state of, well, let's see what he can do. Because nobody gives a rip if they win. I don't ever want that for these teams. This market is too big. These teams have had too much success at certain points in their history. I don't ever want the team to just be like, let's see what he could do. Try to win. And if you fail, then you can go see what guys can do against Major League pitching.
But that, to your point, is September. And if you get to September 1 and you're 10 games out of the wild card, then, okay, we can start to bring up Whisenhunt, and we can start to look at all these other prospects and see what they can do in 4 weeks of Major League Baseball. But you're not there in May when you're 2.5 games out of the wild card and you're facing the Dodgers. I do think that the Warriors comp is an interesting one because they did play young people this year. They played Podziemski. They played him a lot early, and they played him throughout the year, and it's because he earned it. Right. He showed that he was going to help you contribute toward winning.
They thought it could help them win.
That's the thing.
Exactly.
And TJD, same thing. When they went to him, and fans want to say that they should have gone to him earlier, well, they thought that was a time where he could contribute to them winning, and he did. He played well, and they won some games, and that's why they went to him there. And baseball's a little tougher because it's individual, and also you get to a spot where you've got guys like Austin Slater who are all out of options. So if Slater's not hurt and you're going to make a move for Austin Slater, you're saying goodbye. That's it. Slater is gone, and that's just the way that goes.
And I know a lot of people are like, fine. I'm fine with that. But I don't, like, that's just not the way, it's not the way an organization operates.
Right.
And there's plenty of time for that. That's the other thing. Like, there's plenty of time for all of this. One thing we also never think about, or I shouldn't say never, but very often we don't, is that the right thing for the player? Is that the right thing for the player? We had a whole conversation. I'd love to actually have this conversation with you, but Ephraim and I last night had a whole conversation about like the whole LeBron and Bronny thing, and the only perspective anybody ever seems to talk about it, well, LeBron wants to play with his son. So, you got to draft him. It turns out he's not 6'4", he's 6'1". He scores 5 points a game. He had a heart condition. He's not very good college basketball player, but his dad wants to play with him. Has anybody ever stopped to ask, is that's best for him?
For Bronny.
Is this the best thing for your career to just go firing into the NBA?
No, of course not.
Even though you're not ready for it, and some team's going to waste a pick on you because they actually just want your dad on their team. Is that the best thing for Bronny?
Of course not.
All right, so let's do this with these kids too.
Right.
Like, is now the right time? You mentioned Carson Whisenhunt. Like, why is Mason Black up rather than Carson Whisenhunt? Because they have decided that now could be damaging if they bring him up and he gets shelled by Shohei Ohtani. It's not good for the psyche.
Right.
They need the psyche to be bulletproof, quite frankly, to be a pro athlete.
Especially a pitcher, a young pitcher. And I think about the Bronny James part of it is interesting, but nobody wants to think about what's best for him because I don't think that many people look at him as a guy who's going to be an NBA player anyway. So this might be the only way that he gets a sniff in the association is if he rides dad's coattails, and that's a conversation for a different day. I know Evan and Guru earlier today were talking about that and nepotism and the whole thing, which is interesting. And Evan actually kind of put Guru in a spot where Guru kind of admitted that, I'd do the same thing for my kid if it was radio, and if Guru was the LeBron James of radio, and he might be, and, being able to give your kid a leg up to get a job in your business, I think we all would.
Yeah, who wouldn't do that?
Right.
Who wouldn't do that? But I think there's a larger conversation to ask if sometimes, in this case, the dads are thinking a little bit too much either about themselves or watching this through their lens. I saw a quote over the weekend from Brendan Rice, Jerry's kid.
Yeah.
And he was talking about his dad. And he's like, my dad was hot.
Yeah, I saw that.
About me getting picked in the 7th round. And he said, my dad said, they're going to feel us. And I went, us? What do you mean us? Jerry, you're in your 50s. No one's going to feel you. And is the best thing for Brendan, who's already got to deal with I'm the son of the greatest of all time, is the best thing for him to have you running around on Instagram, grandstanding the fact that you all are ticked off that he got drafted in the 7th round. We're all going to show you. Like, dude, chill the pressure. These kids have so much on their shoulders.
Right.
And the fact that his last name is Rice is already a massive burden, quite frankly. It's a massive burden. His older brother's name is Jerry Rice Jr.
Yeah.
It didn't go well for him to walk in and be like, hi, my name's Jerry Rice Jr. I'm a wide receiver. Everyone's like, oh my God, I bet you're like the best thing that's ever happened.
You better be.
Turns out he's not. And now he, I think, works for Hewlett-Packard or something like that.
Wow, there's a poll.
Something.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
For sure. And I think the pressure for these baseball players, like you mentioned Carson Whisenhunt, and you look at what he's doing in Sacramento, and he has a 7.01 ERA. And that's partly why he probably didn't get the call and Mason Black did, because
he's not ready.
He's not ready. And as he's gone through the system and now he's at AAA, he's struggling. And I do think that it's a little bit of a blessing for Ramos and Matos and even Casey Schmidt that they're getting the recall now, Brett Wisely as well. They're getting recalled out of desperation and necessity. So the pressure is a little bit lessened because, A, they are only being recalled mainly because of need, and also the idea of a born-on date. Once these guys come back, you mentioned it before, they're probably going back down to AAA. When you get healthy players come back and take their rightful spots.
Maybe.
You would figure, unless you do something so profound that they cannot help but keep you.
Well, in theory, someone, if your point is you're bracing yourself for Jung Hoo Lee to be out for the year.
Yes.
Well, then someone stays.
Yeah.
There's a roster spot.
I suppose maybe it'd be a utility spot if Fitzgerald plays more outfield at that point.
Like I would say there's a healthy chance right now that Matos is going to stay for the rest of the year. Or Ramos.
Right.
But Matos is playing center field tonight. And I've seen a couple people bat this around on social media today. That's a little bit of a nod. There's a little something there that Matos is playing center and not right.
Right.
Yaz can play center. He's actually pretty good at it. Matos came up last year. They didn't like his defense. They didn't think he was ready. So Yaz could play center and Matos could play right. And that's a little bit less risky. But they're giving Matos center because I think maybe there's a little bit of there's a shove there. Maybe they know. I bet they do know. Like maybe Jung Hoo is out for a long time. And the thought is today, hey, let's see if you can you do it. We worked with you now for 8 months on the defense that we didn't like last year. Are you better now? Go take center field and see if you can keep it. We'll see.
Yeah, because you're right. Yaz can very easily go in there and play center, but he's one of the best right fielders in baseball. Yep. So you don't want to weaken two spots, although him in center is probably not weakening it. Maybe he's not as good as Jung Hoo Lee, but you don't have that luxury because Lee, I think Lee is going to be out for a pretty profound amount of time. I don't know when we're going to get the MRI results, but we'll keep an eye on that when it possibly gets released. I don't know if that happens before the game tonight or post-game. I would imagine in the coming days or day, we're going to find out more definitively about how long he's out.
No doubt.
And I think you're right about the indication that, go out there and play center. Show us. You got the Dodgers here, the best team in baseball, and you're going to be in there. We'll give you the series, and you show us what you can do out there in center field.
Should be easy to play outfield against the Dodgers. Just stand on the track.
Oh, man.
And wait.
Your sarcasm it's biting.
Wow, this team. Look.
You mentioned it last week that you didn't expect to be this sarcastic at this point of the year.
No doubt.
And it actually has only gotten more.
I cannot get mad at what the Dodgers have done. I can laugh at the rules. The deferral of 98% of a contract is funny. But I can't get mad at it without feeling like a hypocrite. If you were a Warrior fan when Kevin Durant was here, then you don't get to say this Dodger thing is unfair. Because that's how the rest of the world felt while we were hanging out on Market Street with parades. That's how they felt. You get to the end of the year, the Warriors lose one playoff game, they win a ring, they celebrate, and the rest of the world's like, good Lord, that wasn't even fair. And that's what it feels like pitching to this lineup right now that's here tonight. That's what it feels. It's like, that's not fair.
Right.
That's absurd. You're kidding. Mason Black is just going to, okay, top of the first, poof, Betts, Ohtani, Freeman. What? Not fair, but.
Betts, Ohtani, Freeman.
What are we doing?
Are we talking about 3 Hall of Famers?
Dude, oh, for sure.
I mean, I don't know if Freddie Freeman's a for sure yet.
For sure.
I'd have to check his numbers.
I'm telling you right now, they're all going.
Famer.
Yes.
Due up for the Dodgers. 3 guys from Cooperstown.
Dude, you get the first inning, you're like, did we get out of here with 2 runs or less? I'm happy.
Coming up, Mantle, Mays, and Ruth. I mean,
seriously.
What are we doing here?
Skills and Vallejo is what we're doing. Hey, Skills, you're on with Willie and Dibby.
Yo, what is up, Willard and Dibby? I just wanted to call about the Giants real quick. Last year, I called the 49ers going to the Super Bowl in Week 5, and I was right. 2019, I called the 49ers going to the Super Bowl in Week 2, and I was right. So this year, when the Giants went out, got Chapman, got Snell, so on and so forth, I had that same feeling, and I bet my friends $5,000 they would go to the World Series. And I had no doubt that I was right, except for one player after the other fell to injury. You know, it started on opening day or second day when Wilmer Flores fell in the dugout. Now Bailey, most recently Lee. And I'm starting to feel for the first time that I'm going to lose this $5,000, and I'm a little upset about it, but it is what it is. I just want to share that with you guys. Thank you. Have a good day.
Okay.
Skills.
Thank you very much, Skills. Did he say that he bet $5,000 with a friend for the Giants to go to the World Series?
Yes.
Major bag alert. Major. Did he also not get odds? I don't even he bet $5,000.
That's a great question.
Thank you. I would, if you bet $5,000 that the Giants are going to go to the World Series, I would hope that if you're right, you get $150,000.
Yeah. You would hope. But
Freddie Freeman is a 7-time All-Star and has an MVP award.
Okay,
he's going to the Hall.
Yeah, I'm looking at the numbers right now.
His MVP does not count.
It counts.
It doesn't count
because it was COVID.
It doesn't count.
That's mean-spirited.
His OPS that year was 1102.
Oh, that doesn't count either, does it?
Well, it was only for a third of a season.
60 games.
Yeah. I mean, it counts. You were the best player that year.
Yeah.
Or that third of a year. That's all.
That's all. Yeah. I like the Baseball Reference. They do a similar batters thread at the bottom.
Yeah.
And similar by ages. And his similarity score for the first 12 years of his career is Eddie Murray.
Oh.
Hall of Famer. And then his 33-year-old year comp is a guy who should be in the Hall of Fame. And I'll give you one clue, and you tell me who I think.
Wait, his comp at what year?
At this year, 33 years old.
Freeman?
Yeah. I'm wagging my finger at Mark right now.
I don't even know what.
Rafael Palmeiro.
Oh, God.
The finger wag. He should be a Hall of Famer, too, Palmeiro.
Yeah, but obviously.
Yeah, he's not.
More famous for.
Obviously.
Saying things in court.
Right.
That didn't.
With the finger wag. So, yeah, you're probably right. Hall of Famer.
Okay.
So the Dodgers will go Famer.
Yeah.
And then after that, it's just.
Good,
like bunch really of good players.
Really good, and then really good, and then pretty good, and then I've never heard of him.
But he's probably good.
Yeah, and then whatever, he's batting ninth.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm being told the Dodgers actually are going to hit their pitcher tonight just to make it fair. Batting ninth, Yamamoto.
Yeah, this is what it felt like to everybody else when Kevin Durant was on the Warriors. This is what it felt like. So, anyway... The larger issue for me is just I tend to believe that when a fan early on in a season says, bleep it, let's see what the young guys can do. When a fan says that at a point where we are, which is 42 games into 162. So what are we? We're largely sort of kind of at the quarter pole, if you will, just past the quarter pole. When a fan says that at that point, I think you're speaking mainly from frustration.
Of course.
Which is Absolutely, you're right. We're all very frustrated. But I don't want anyone, whether it's a sports team or myself or anyone in my life, like making major decisions from a place of frustration. You'd like to try to do it in a calm, intelligent way. And people turn things around. People have crappy starts and then turn things around. You know what I mean? Tiger's Masters, that first year that he won it, you'll know this off the top of your head. Thursday, round 1. What did he shoot on the front 9?
I think on the front 9, it wasn't 40, but
I think it was.
First year he won it.
Will you look it up?
Yeah.
The Masters in, 1942 or whatever it was when he first won it. Doesn't it feel forever ago?
It all does.
Yeah.
It had to be like 2000, right?
2000, 2001, somewhere in there, something like that. But anyway, I think he shot a 40 on the front 9. And then he won the Masters by a gazillion shots. So, like, that's actually where the Giants are right now. 1997.
Yeah.
What did he shoot on the front 9?
I'm pulling it up. He was 2 under after the round.
Yeah.
John Houston, your leader, at 5 under.
Yeah, played very well in the back 9.
Paul Stankowski.
Oh, my gosh.
1 back.
Listen to these names.
Paul Azinger shot a 69.
Yeah. Tiger's 2 under.
Yeah.
But what did he shoot on the front 9? Pull that card.
Okay.
Because after...
It was a 40, you're right.
Yeah. Shot a 40.
Hey, it's Tiger.
He went 40-30.
Yeah.
We call that a Jay Norwood.
So he went 4 over on the front. He went 6 under on the back.
Right.
Maybe the Giants are about to win 8 in a row.
Okay.
No, but like, it sounds absurd. But
it is absurd. Tiger then went 66, 65, 69 to win by a dozen.
But like
a dozen.
Right. And the Giants are not to baseball what Tiger Woods is to golf. But you get my point.
I do.
Just not time to have that conversation yet. But we can all meet in the middle for a second. We can meet here at the, guess what? The young guys are going to play now anyway. But for the right reason. Which is that they need them to.
I think that the mantra for all Giants fans should be Arizona, Mark. The Diamondbacks won 84 games last year, and they won the National League pennant.
Right.
84-78 pennant.
Right.
So, I mean, can you make that like your mantra? Before we start to punt on the whole season, just realize that the Giants are only like 4 or 5 games behind that pace.
Do you know how the Giants have 19 wins right now?
Yeah.
Remember when the Nationals won behind Max Scherzer 3-4 years ago, whatever it was?
Yep.
It's the same number of wins the Nationals had in their first 50 games.
That's right.
19.
FP told us that.
Yeah, 19-31 in their first 50. Won the World Series. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Speaking of Kevin Durant, wait until you hear.
Who are you?
This. Next on Willard and Dibs.
I can't wait to hear that. But in the meantime, while I wait, I want to tell you about Fremont Bank, which is my bank. It's a family-owned bank, and I feel like I'm a part of the family. I'm going in there tomorrow to do a little bit of banking, which is what you do at a bank. And I'm not sure which of the 22 branches I'm going to choose because they're all like children to me, Mark, and you don't love any Fremont Bank branch more than the other. But when you go in there, you definitely love being there because they make you feel like you matter. They built this bank 60 years ago, and it's actually built on relationships that benefit our communities. And they're a top local corporate philanthropist. They keep the money local, and they reinvest the dollars, my dollars, into the businesses and the organizations and the activities that make our Bay Area better. Home ownership is strong here in the Bay Area, and if you need to borrow money, Fremont Bank has the money for you, and they keep the deposited money close and in the community. It's Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Safe like repair, safe like replace.
Do you think a
that ball got Schmidt on.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, if you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. While you're there, make sure to check out the Morning Roast. React to the report that Kevin Durant's unhappy with the Suns. ... More on that in a second. While you're also there, check out Casey Schmidt, who says sometimes when he surfs, he eats Schmidt.
I'm okay. I definitely have my shares of eating.
There it is.
Not. We'll allow it. We'll allow it.
We had no choice.
And by we, I mean you and I, but then Grandy is the gatekeeper.
He didn't allow it.
No, and nor should he allow it, which I don't know where we are with the FCC, but you watch any cable show and there's S-bombs, and you watch even like inside the NBA, we're all like pouring one out for the end of an era that might be coming, but those players in the postgame, you hear Draymond on NBC Sports Bay Area, they're bombing it up. Well, so why can't Casey Schmidt, why can't he drop a bomb?
Certain hours of the night, there are words you're allowed to get away with.
I knew you'd know this.
Well,
as a
no,
teacher.
but I always have a much more sort of like, let's have a conceptual conversation about this for a second, just a second, because I want to get to the Kevin Durant thing.
Yeah.
What makes a cuss word a cuss word?
It's the perception of the cuss word.
That's what I mean. Like,
so when we say the word Schmidt, for example, not Schmidt, but the actual word.
Right. Like, what is the difference between poop and Schmidt?
Right. They're both 4-letter words.
Granny's
he's on edge. He hates this.
Let's move on.
He hates this stuff.
But I've always wondered this.
No, you're right.
I've always wondered. Like, I get it when we're talking about derogatory terms, when we're saying things that are just it's like hate speech. But if
this is not hate speech,
right?
But
if you're just talking about a random inanimate object that we've all decided is an inappropriate word, why?
Let's talk about the C word. And I won't say the C word because we're here in America, but if we were in Scotland, that word is like jerk or nerd.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Oh, you stupid C? You're 5 minutes late, you see?
I don't like that word.
I don't either. It's because we have been indoctrinated to think of that word in a certain way. But if you go to Scotland, that word is completely different.
But that's still, it's people or it's a body part of whatever.
I'm
talking about.
No, I'm with you, though, in terms of the concept
why
of it.
is the S word a cuss word? Why?
Why is the F word a cuss word? It's a made-believe word.
It's something that I enjoy doing, actually.
That got crazy.
I got some news. You guys want some news?
Badly.
Let's go leak past Luke live with this update.
Draymond Green is on Inside the NBA tonight on TNT.
Oh, for their last ever broadcast?
Oh.
No, there are reports out there, and we've been talking about it for a week, but yeah, there are reports out there that the NBC proposed deal is about to be accepted, and that will be it for Inside the NBA. But okay, Draymond with the fellas tonight, huh? That's the deal. What's is it a doubleheader tonight?
It is.
Are we getting Mavs Thunder?
You are.
Game 4?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's a good one.
That's the second game.
All right.
And the first is the one we gave you the health update on earlier.
No Donovan Mitchell.
Didn't Draymond sign a deal with Turner for after his career?
That is correct. He's under contract.
I mean, where does that wind up now? If they're off to NBC?
It's a great question.
Yeah, man. Sorry about that, new media.
Yeah, Draymond.
Looked like you got.
Draymond, well, he didn't get got. I would say TNT got. And you have to pay a bunch of people to not broadcast. But still, yeah, the big question
Draymond's platform go bye-bye.
Well, the big question for all these guys
go bye-bye.
is are they free agents if this happens? Charles Barkley has already confirmed that he is. But he had to push hard for that, and he was in a position to do it. And I don't know if the others were. So Kenny, Shaq, obviously, Ernie, that's different.
Right.
I'm sure that contract does not allow him out. So all four of them can just be like, we're just going to go get jobs with NBC now. I'm sure it won't work that way. And so, in one way or another, it's not going to be the same.
For sure.
And it may not even be close to the same. It may not mimic it at all.
So that's a bummer.
Yeah.
It's a real bummer. Okay. Also, one other reminder before we get to the KD thing, which is that the Dwight Clark Legacy Series and the Dwight Clark Award and all the money being raised to help former 49ers in need. We've been talking a lot about this. We will be out there on Thursday at the California Theater in San Jose, where Brock Purdy and Alex Smith and Steve Young and Jeff Garcia will all appear. And we'll be talking to those guys. And who knows who else. There will be others in attendance for sure. Dre Greenlaw is going to win the award. We're going to try to get as many of these guys on as possible. We're going to be in the building, okay? We got tickets. We got tickets to give away. And so we're going to do that within the next 25 minutes. Within the next 25 minutes, if you'd like to win a pair of tickets to see the Dwight Clark Legacy Series and a roundtable leadership discussion with those former and current 49er quarterbacks, Brock Purdy, Steve Young, Alex Smith, Jeff Garcia, hosted by our friends Matty Mayoko and Jennifer Lee Chan, all at the California Theater in San Jose. If you would like tickets, this is Thursday night. Stay tuned. We'll be giving away tickets in about 20 to 25 minutes from right now.
This is one of those events where you think about going and then you actually go and you realize how unbelievably awesome it was to be there. You get a QB forum. You get to see Willard and Dibbs live doing their thing. You get to rub elbows with some of the great athletes for the 49ers.
Big time.
It's a must-have.
Big time, big time. So really cool thing, very unique. I guarantee you've likely never been to something like this. We've got tickets to give away. And Luke, how are we doing it? I know we got multiple pairs, right? Are we doing 2 pairs today?
We are doing 2 today and 1 tomorrow. We have 3 total pairs.
Okay, so you got a real shot here. We got 3 different pairs of tickets that we're going to give away. And then before the KD thing, Grandy, what do you got? What do you got on Jung Hoo?
Yeah, an update from Jung Hoo Lee. The Giants have officially placed him on the IL. Jackson Reitz is now active and available. But Jung Hoo Lee had an MRI today. He'll meet with a doctor tonight to discuss next steps. The Giants say they will have a better idea of timetable and rehab options tomorrow. So look out for a Jung Hoo Lee update tomorrow. Tomorrow. Okay, but nothing in terms of any clues on that. Haven't seen anything. Just that he's had the MRI.
Yeah, I did say I saw that Alex Pavlovich said on NBC Sports Bay Area potentially season ending. It's just devastating.
Yep,
it's absolutely devastating. But it's the way it's going so far.
Right. And when you look at the video, and I've seen it now probably 15 times, each and every time I watch it, I think worse about it, just based on the violence.
Yeah, it was a lot.
It was a lot. And just the vulnerability of where his arm was, the speed and the force of the collision, and then the immediate recoil and him going to the ground and going right to it.
Staying there.
It's staying there.
Yeah.
So, I mean, man, our thoughts are certainly with Jung Hoo Lee. And if it's going to be the season, that sucks for this year. But, you know, what do they have him for 4 more years after this?
Yep.
So that I'm not saying that that's good news, but at least you're not dealing with a guy who's going to be gone. You know,
not like an opt-out situation,
right?
Okay, so this is always one of our things on this show. I try to work through the words that we hear from our sports teams and instead look at their actions. Grandy and I were having a conversation earlier today about this with regard to Marco Luciano. You can keep telling me that he's an amazing prospect, but your actions suggest right now you're not that impressed. You wanted to give him the job on opening day. You didn't. Then the guy that you did give the job to got hurt. Did you call him up? You didn't. So your actions are suggesting you're not that into Marco Luciano right now. All right, let's do that with Kevin Durant. I think it's funny that the Suns' general manager and new owner have both made public comments with regard to running it back and making everything all about Kevin Durant. And in a way, that action in and of itself should tell us a story, because the cadence of the Suns offseason has been intense. They get swept out of the playoffs,
And then immediately there's the Shams report. Kevin Durant didn't like his role. You have him standing over there in the corner. What the hell's that all about? James Jones holds a press conference immediately, openly begging for Kevin Durant to not be mad. Boy, we think that the whole world revolves around Kevin Durant. And nobody's ever been able to maximize that potential ever in the history of his career. Not the 2 rings he won in Golden State and not the MVP that he won in Oklahoma City. Those 2 teams don't know what they're doing, but we do, and we're about to figure this thing out. ... Frank Vogel, you're fired. ... Championship coach Budenholzer, you're hired. All of the actions are telling you what? That Kevin Durant is livid. And you are acting quickly to try to change his mind. And with your finances being the way they are, my contention, this is not a fixable situation. So what does that mean? What does that mean with regard to the availability of Kevin Durant? Let's dive into this a little bit. Stephen A. Smith, with regard to the state of Kevin Durant's mind.
Here's where Mike Wilbon didn't go into the details that all of us covering the NBA are fully aware of. Kevin Durant in Phoenix is a problem. It is a problem. We don't see it because the stats are there. Him and Booker average 27 points per game and what have you. But they say Kevin Durant is never happy. They say that he went more than a month without even talking to the head coach. They say that he doesn't look happy there. And all he wants to do is play when the game starts and tip-off time arrives. But when it comes to ingratiating yourself with your teammates and getting along with everybody and stuff like that, he just lives in his own world. He's not hated. He's not despised. He's not doing anything negative. He's not being somebody that's two-facing and behind people back doing stuff. No, that's not who Kevin Durant is. But keeping to himself. Why does that matter? It's similar to what he was doing in Golden State before he ultimately departed, which is what was driving Draymond Green crazy, which is why they ultimately got into it on the court in that Clippers game and what have you. Because you hear stuff, you hear about the level of unhappiness, et cetera, and you get tired of it because when you don't want to talk and when you don't want to answer questions, you don't want to lead in a very visible way, well, that forces other people to have to step up and take on a level of culpability that they don't want to stomach. And so because of all of that stuff, that's the untold stuff that's going on in Phoenix. There's more than that. Make no mistake, it's not all on Kevin Durant, but that's a big, big part of it.
Okay, first off, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. How did all that grab you?
It grabbed me like what you were laying out, where Kevin Durant is clearly not happy with the situation. The situation is broken in more ways than just the head coach and Kevin Durant's role. You look at the financials of the Phoenix Suns, and you realize they've got to make some sort of a move unless they want to run it back and pay a gigantic tax bill, which I don't think that they want to do. I think they hired Bud to have a veteran coach come in and try to calm the seas a little bit. But Kevin Durant is a guy who he's not afraid to bounce around. He's been in, 4 different situations already, 5 if you count Seattle. And if he's in a spot where he doesn't think it's going to work, he's going to find his way out of there.
You know what's interesting and a little bit of a wet blanket in hearing the conversation is when Stephen A. goes, it's very similar to what happened in Golden State.
Right.
So you're like, okay, does that mean it would be that way again? Have we reached, and I know, before I even ask this, I know some of you are going to be like, duh. Have we reached a spot where you're just like, Kevin Durant's never going to be happy? It doesn't matter where he goes. He's never going to be happy.
Well, think about where he's been and how he's been. He was in Seattle. They moved to OKC. They're a really, really good team. They're an eyelash away from a championship, and it falls apart. And eventually, Russ leaves, he leaves, James leaves, they all leave. And he goes to the place where the team that beat him, and he wins 2 championships, and they go for a third. And in the beginning of that third season here, you already could see the discontent, and you could see that, what are we not playing with joy anymore? Whatever happened to joy? So even though you won back-to-back titles and you were a back-to-back finals MVP, he still wasn't happy. So you go to Brooklyn and you try to make it happen there, and you assemble another cast of stars gone by, and it doesn't work there. And so then you force your way out again, and now you go to Phoenix, and you again join other great players, and it doesn't work there, and you're not happy. So I believe that that's probably the way this is going to go. What would make him happy? You've been on a super team and won.
Yep.
Didn't make you happy. You got your own thing in Brooklyn. Didn't make you happy. You went to Phoenix for a fresh start. Didn't make you happy.
Don't forget Oklahoma City.
That's what I'm saying. Your first place.
Yeah, you won an MVP.
Right. You went to the finals.
You went to the finals.
And you weren't happy.
And I blamed that on Russell Westbrook largely. My uneducated thought in looking at it. Because I think Kevin Durant, and this maybe is at the core of some of his issues, most of the places he goes, save the Warriors, forget that one, put that over here for a sec. The other places, I think Kevin gets worn out because he thinks that he's got a better idea of how to win than the people around him. I think he is a much higher IQ basketball player than Russell Westbrook. And I think that drove those two apart. Then he came to Golden State where IQ basketball was the deal.
Right.
Nobody's playing higher IQ basketball than the Warriors 6-7 years ago. Nobody. Maybe in the history of ever, but certainly in the last 20 years. Nobody's doing that. And you got Draymond and Steph and the way they're playing ball. Klay.
David Livingston and David West.
No doubt. And so it works, but it's also maybe in the end just a little too much emotionally. Draymond, the love for Steph, right? Okay, so I'm going to look for maybe to be able to do this on my own terms.
Right.
And he still hasn't been able to find the group around him to do that. Kyrie Irving, probably the best matching teammate, yet it all happens at a time where the pandemic drives a complete wedge between him and the organization, and it just never gets off the ground. Now you go to Phoenix where everyone is totally miscast. You have a coach who seemingly just gets immediately fired everywhere he goes. And here we are. So, when you lay it all out that way, I do feel like his discontent with the Warriors came from a different place than his discontent with other teams. Therefore, is there an openness to a reboot? And the best I can say is maybe.
To me, it depends on one thing and one thing only, maybe two things if you throw Steve Kerr in the mix. But for me, it depends on how he really feels about Draymond Green and playing with Draymond Green, because Draymond Green is a demanding teammate. Draymond Green is probably an exhausting teammate. And, Kevin Durant lived through it. And you go back to a place where you won 2 championships and you had your biggest injury of your life as well. You put it all out there. You were hurt and you put your Achilles on the line for this team, knowing that there was a pretty good chance that thing was going to blow, and then it did. And then you end up leaving and you missed a whole year because of the Achilles. I don't know if the emotional baggage of going back there would be too heavy.
I don't know. That's also a long time ago, and everything is different now.
Yeah.
It's all different now. With every individual you just mentioned, all of them are in a different space. So would it work again? And before you go, Mark, the Suns have already said they're not trading Kevin Durant. I think if you feel that way, you're making the mistake of thinking that they're in control. They're not in total control. One more from Stephen A.
Which is why you've got to disband this group. They're not a big three. They're big three in money. They're a big three in name, but they ain't a big three in level of production. They were the worst fourth quarter team in the NBA last year. They got outscored by 11.6 points for 100 possessions. Well, guess what? That schematically, in terms of Frank Vogel, that's number one offensively, because defensively the man knows what he's doing. But evidently, they were one of the poorer defensive teams, particularly in the fourth quarter. They just didn't get it done. And in the end, when you get swept in the first round and you've got those kind of problems, I'm talking to America. I'm not speculating. I'm not guessing. I'm talking to you as somebody that covers this league. Most of us in the league who cover the NBA know this stuff has been going on in Phoenix, but it's far more is far more problematic than we gave noise to it about as the season progressed. Once the season ended, you heard more and more and more about what happened. That's why they got a championship coach up in there with a 5-year deal, giving them more than $10 million a year, because you're making that investment, because you know more changes have to come, and you have to have that person in that position that could facilitate.
I mean, if you just, and I suggest this for everyone, because very few people listening to our show right now are Phoenix Suns fans. Go take 20 minutes and dive in on the internet to the Suns situation. When you're done, I defy you to come out of there and think that they can run it back. They can't. They literally can't. It would be the stupidest thing ever to wait another year, go fire the same players out there who don't fit with one another. You won't win. Rocky, you can't win.
Right.
You cannot win, and all you're doing is letting everybody get 1 year older, 1 year more frustrated, another year of insane money out the door, and trade leverage could go flying down with any one or all of these players in that process. You're not trading Book. That's your guy.
Right.
You're not trading Beal. Nobody wants the contract.
He has a no trade clause.
You have one way out, and it's trading Kevin Durant.
But it's the least desirable way out. I mean, trading.
But it's the only way out.
Right. Unless you do want to just, double this thing down and wait until the deadline and make a move. But you're right about the leverage and the tradability of these guys. Kevin Durant's no spring chicken. He's going to be 36, so...
My point exactly.
Right.
You want to get something for him? You still can. Stephen A's point about the numbers is so accurate. Everyone goes, hey, Durant and Booker, 27 a night each. Fool's gold. It's a cloud. Fly right through it.
Yes, but Durant, if wherever he goes, he can get you 27 a night on a good team.
Right, but it's got to affect winning.
Right.
It's got to affect winning.
And he has.
Yes.
He's affected winning before. It just depends on what team he goes to.
And they're so good that they won more games than they lost this year because, in the NBA, largely you're playing teams night in and night out that you can handle
right.
when you have that kind of talent. But in no way, shape, or form is that going to win a ring. And if you are Kevin like this, to me, now you're in a spot where Kevin's age is to the Warriors' advantage because Kevin's time is ticking. And if you want something else and you want to take a shot at something else, you're not waiting another year. You don't have it. You can't wait.
Yeah. And Kevin's making $106 million over the next 2 years. So as far as Kevin making that big money, this is probably it. He needs to go somewhere in the next year and make a real push for winning another championship if he can.
All right, let's keep talking it out. We're sponsored by Robert Half. By now, you've heard us talk about the Dwight Clark Legacy Series. We were just talking about it about 20 minutes ago. Just an awesome event. We're going to be there. We're so excited to be there to do our show Thursday, starting at 1:45 on the crossover. We'll be there in San Jose at the California Theater. Brock Purdy, Steve Young, Dre Greenlaw, Alex Smith, and many, many more will be there. They will speak. We expect many on our show. And you can be there with us. We've got some free tickets to give away. We'll tell you exactly how to win and award the tickets right when we come back after these messages. This is Willard and Dibs.
Robert Half research indicates
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right. The tickets to the Legacy Series in just a second, but I have to, I got to do something for me here for just a second. This is totally selfish, but I don't care. I'm doing it.
Do it.
I'm doing it. I am so freaking proud of these kids. I just got the text, and I want to congratulate the Tam High golf team. They were out at Tilden Park in Berkeley this morning. They just placed third out of 22 schools in the NorCal sectionals, so they're moving on. They're moving on to the next round. They're
Number
going
3.
to NorCal Regionals next week at Berkeley Country Club on Monday. My guy broke 80 again.
So good.
He and his teammates, even they had a rough start to the day. They had one of their teammates oversleep. And the day started with everybody run. You're driving. You thought he was driving. You're driving. And they went over and they literally, like this kid's parents, I guess, are maybe out of town or something like that. They had to go over there and like they just laid on the horn in his driveway at like 6:30 in the morning.
Ooh.
And finally he woke up and they gussied on over there and they did the damn thing. And they did it.
So great.
They did it. I'm so excited for them. We're eating good tonight. We're eating good tonight.
Medium rare.
Well,
I'm gonna eat it.
He's gonna want my mom's meatballs recipe.
Okay.
But that takes a minute. So like we won't do it tonight. We might do that Friday. Tonight I might do like there's some chicken and pita, a little Greek type action. But anyway, whatever.
That's so great.
He gets as much dessert as he wants tonight.
Yeah, he does.
Let's go. So anyway.
The only thing better than advancing in your high school postseason event is being able to do it during the school day when everyone else is at school.
That's right.
But that's the beauty of golf, because I coached a lot of high school volleyball, and we would go to the NCS playoffs all the time, and those matches were at 7.
That's correct.
Which means you went to school.
Not this kid.
Not this kid.
They had a shotgun at 8 in the morning. Not that kind of shotgun. Not that. Stop. Anyway. No beer involved. But anyway, shotgun started at 8 o'clock and fog delay. So they didn't play till 9. And yeah, man, they just came off the course a little while ago. And that's Monday.
Yeah.
When you're on the golf team.
That's awesome. That's what you do.
Yeah.
Attaboy. Good job, Abe.
And Andis Brown on YouTube says no hummus. And I'm going to say yes hummus. Yes hummus. Cucumber ranch, hummus, yellow rice, chicken, pita bread, and broccoli. What are you doing? That's the deal. That's how we're doing it tonight.
Yeah,
what are you shrugging your shoulders for?
Because you're going to put ranch in there. You got to go with the tzatziki.
Ranch. That's what the cucumber ranch is. It's tzatziki sauce.
I've never heard it called cucumber ranch.
That's because
you have cucumbers separate from your tzatziki.
I know that you're on the Safeway campaign with me.
Big time.
But I'm going to claim that I know the ins and outs of that place more than you.
I'm going to claim that I was at Safeway more recently than you are.
Ooh.
I was there today at 10:45. Were you there after 10:45?
No, but I will be.
Yeah, good call.
Dude, the over-under is on 1.5 every day, and I often hit the over.
I go every day now because, as I tell my 20-month-old daughter, I'll see you in the aisles.
Yes.
And I let her today. She was, sorry to everyone who was trying to push their cart, and the human roadblock is in their way.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah.
Anyway,
no awareness.
We're eating good, and yes, we go to Safeway a lot.
Awesome.
Do you go to the Dwight Clark Legacy Series? We're about to find out. Excuse me. The event is going to be hosted by Matty Mayoko and Laura Britt of NBC Sports Bay Area. The roundtable will include, and the theme is Natural Born Leaders. Steve Young, Jeff Garcia, Alex Smith, Brock Purdy. This year's winner of the Dwight Clark Award, he goes by the name of Dre Greenlaw. We'll all be there, plus other surprise guests, and I'm not talking about Dibs, you and me.
Right.
But we'll be there also, and we'd really love to see you. It's going to be held at the California Theater in San Jose Thursday night. That's May 16th, this Thursday, beginning at 7 p.m. And we've got not one, but 2 pairs of tickets to give away right now. So here's what we're going to do. Contest line, please don't call the caller line. You'll lose. But callers 8 and 7, not 7 and 8, callers 8 and 7. Do you see what Lucas did there?
I do, but it's going to be hard for him to answer caller 8, then caller 7, but I'll let them work it out.
In no particular order. Granny, was that you or was that Lucas's handiwork?
That was Luke.
Or was it Matt's?
It wasn't mine.
Okay, you don't know. Look. Anyway, callers 8 and 7, 87, for Dwight Clark will each win a pair of tickets to Thursday's event. It'll be incredible. Please only call right now if you are able to attend. Thursday night, 7 o'clock in San Jose. Contest line, here we go. Here it is. 415-523-4652. 415-523-4652. One more time, 415-523-4652 for tickets to this Thursday's Dwight Clark Legacy Series, all for a great, great cause, and should be a whole lot of fun. Callers number 8 and 7 are winners right now.
And you need to call and you need to be there. This is going to be an incredible event. Great annual event, and obviously for an amazing cause. And to be out there with Will and Dib, it's something you want to be a part of.
I can't wait, man.
Yeah, me either.
I'm really, really excited.
Although I was a little bit, not put off, but just put in check about the dress code email that we received today. I don't know if you saw that.
Oh, I did not.
Oh, there's a dress code.
For the event?
For those attending the event. Because our boss asked our contact about, attire.
Yes.
For those of us in advance.
Okay.
So your boy's going to have to put pants on.
Oh, you need to wear pants.
And not jeans either. Your boy's going to dress up a little bit.
Oh.
Which is out of the ordinary for me.
Do we need to wear a tie?
You can check the email. I don't want to get into too many specifics. It's not a tie. A tie is not required.
Okay. Jacket?
Oh, yeah.
Required?
I think so.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh.
And Phil Collins, no jacket required.
What about for ladies?
Don't know.
Okay.
Again, I'll refer you to the email, and then you can follow up with, look. You have to look good.
Okay. All right.
There you have it.
That changes everything. I don't know if I can make it.
Yeah. That's what I thought, too.
Can I wear my golf hat?
Probably not.
Right.
You're going to have to comb your hair.
Oh,
makes one of us. Yeah.
All right. Good luck, everybody. I can see everybody calling. Callers number 8 and number 7. Cannot wait to meet you. And if you get these tickets and you don't come say hi to us, we're never going to talk to you again. So there you have it. All right. 888-957-9570. If you would just want to call like a regular person to radio talk shows. Javi Lopez is going to join us in about 20 minutes. We'll keep talking out Giants baseball, the frustrations there, the injuries, the Jung Hoo Lee, the Farhan Zaidi, the Dodgers in town, all of those things. But off the Stephen A. sound with regard to Kevin Durant, and without playing it again, if you're just joining us, it basically confirms Kevin Durant, ill-fitting, not happy at all. Teammates not happy with how the roles sort of fell all the way around. And then add in the financial situation, and he suggests that you've got to break up the Suns. And I agree with him completely. And there's only one way to do it realistically, and that is to move Kevin Durant. But when you hear that, Kevin unhappy, ... again. We've done a lot of discussing in the last couple of weeks whether or not Kevin Durant is somebody you want. Is he gettable? What would that cost? What about from this angle? Just that emotional side of Kevin always seemingly not being happy where he is. Does he fit back on a team that has Draymond Green on the roster?
Only Draymond and he know that. I mean, how did it end? We know that there was a blow up. We don't know the exact nature of how bad it got behind closed doors. We do know that when Kevin Durant's time here was up, he moved on. And there wasn't any additional back and forth that was made public about Draymond and Kevin Durant. They never, went back and forth. It seems like when they saw each other on the court, it was more than congenial. It was friendly and all the rest of it.
Yep.
And, I think that the two of them, if they can put whatever happened in the past, if they can let bygones be bygones, then I don't see why Kevin Durant can't come back here and try to give it a go again. For me, the interesting question is, why is Kevin having such a difficult time enjoying wherever he is? That is something that I don't know if anyone can answer.
Well, here's what I wonder about his time with the Warriors. Here's what I really wonder. And you said only Draymond and Kevin can answer that. And I would say only Kevin, actually. Only Kevin can answer this. Now that you've left and you went and experienced other things and you wanted to try to do it your own way and it didn't work, do you now look back on your time with the Warriors more fondly? This is one of those relationships, and we've all had them, where you're broken up, and then 8 years later you look back and you're like, why did we break up? Why did that go so? I can't even remember. Like, there was never any, it wasn't dramatic. Do you look back on the Warriors if you're Kevin and think, man, I actually had it pretty good? And my guess, and this is just a guess, but knowing now that they are 36 and 35 and 33 and 33 years old, what was the big four, now that they're there and they have openly talked so much more about the time that they have left and enjoying that time, and we ain't done yet, and trying to win one more, whether it's realistic or not, I don't even want to get into that right now. I want to get into, do you think that all four of them simply look at an opportunity like this differently because they know, dude, you have almost no time left. And in fact, with the young talent that now exists in the NBA, everyone's going to doubt whether adding Kevin Durant would even be enough anyway. Everyone will doubt that. But literally, I can look at all four of you and do the Princess Leia. You're each other's only hope. You're literally each other's only hope. How else are you going to put together a viable shot at moving through the playoffs if you're Steph Curry, if you're Draymond Green, if you're Kevin Durant, and even if you're Klay Thompson? And yes, this may call for Klay to take that cockamamie contract that none of us think he'll take. If you really, truly want to give a shot to a playoff run one more time, I think I could make the case that you are all each other's only hope.
Yeah, I mean, the Warriors would have a few other possible targets. You mentioned Brandon Ingram before as a guy who they could go out and get. And would he fit better for the next 2 years than Kevin Durant? I don't know. I don't personally think so. I think Kevin Durant would be the fit. He knows how to play with these guys. They've won together before. The big question would be health, obviously, and durability with the ages you just mentioned of these players. And Kevin will be 36 in September 29th. So right before the season actually opens, you'll have Steph at 36, turning 37, KD at 36, and Draymond and Klay, if he does stay in that scenario under that contract. It would be exciting at the very least, that's for sure. And the mechanics of making this happen would involve the Chris Paul contract being guaranteed and accepted. You probably would have to part with, I know, at least another player. Maybe it's Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah, I'm still
and
going.
Maybe it's a pick or two. Whatever it is you have to give up, it would be worth it for a couple of years to see if you can make this work.
I'm going right back to the deal that we put on social media when I said it 2 weeks ago. And I got, there were tons of people that were like, that deal looks great. There were so many more who were like, there's no way in hell. Why would the Suns do that? You got to understand the spot the Suns are in. They are up a creek. And the number one thing, by the way, that they don't have, if you just want to talk about basketball, do you want to know what the Suns don't have? They don't have a point guard. They do not have a point guard. They tried to give the job to two people who aren't point guards.
Right.
They need a point guard, and they need to clear money. I have an idea that can give you both. His name is Chris Paul, and he will expire in 1 year, and you can get all kinds of money off of your books. You're probably not going to be any worse for wear in the standings. You can put Andrew Wiggins and Moses Moody and a couple of draft picks on your team too. You can do that, and I think that's a viable deal. I know that people are like, Suns aren't going to do that. The Suns, in my opinion, don't have much choice.
They don't, yeah. Yeah, and even if they took Chris back and they cut him, then you could go out and find a way to get a different point guard. And I think that's the most. Ramona Shelburne joined us, and she said it's not about taking Chris the player, it's about taking Chris the contract for whoever would possibly want to trade for Chris Paul. Because, yeah, you can trade $50 million in KD and you get $50 million back, and then you take $30 million of it and you just wipe it off your books, and therefore you have a big-time savings, and you get below the second apron as well.
I just think also, don't you agree that like Joe Lacob has spent 2 years being like, it's time to cut some money?
Yeah.
There's no way he says no to this.
Right.
There's no way he's a showman. There's no way that you don't do this if the opportunity presents itself.
Agreed. And he wants to be below the second apron, but he wants to win more than he wants to be below the second apron, I believe. And especially after this year where we're not going to be a lottery team. Our goal is to never be in the lottery. And not only were you in the lottery, but you weren't really in the lottery because even your team placard didn't get shown. You got the 14th pick, and they didn't even do you the honor of putting your sign up there. They went straight to Portland.
They did. They just gave it straight to Portland.
They went straight to Portland.
Oh, my gosh.
So, yeah, you are a lottery team. And Joe Lacob knows that, and I'm sure it burns him every time he thinks about that, or he puts on one of these sports channels and he sees NBA games, and it's like, God, we should be playing in these games.
I mean, you're talking about money and winning, but I want to add like one more sort of like tweak to that. Yes, I do think that the Warriors probably think that that's somewhat of a winning group. I think a lot of people would disagree, because it's still a really old group. It's still a very old group. But what I don't think Joe could pass up is the fact that it's such a show. Like, how do you turn that down? I could argue that the Nuggets or Celtics could win the NBA title. Let's go with the Nuggets, because it would be 2 in a row. The Nuggets could win the NBA title for the second year in a row. And the Warriors could be the team that all the national TV networks want next fall.
Right.
If Kevin Durant's on the team. That is box office team A, 1A, period. They would be the team, at least to start the year. And as an owner who's financially tied to all of this, how do you say no to that? I don't think he would. I think that they can put together the package. I think they can do it without moving Jonathan Kuminga. And quite frankly, even if they had to move Jonathan Kuminga, I'm not 100% sure that they're closed to that. I know Ramona told us that that is just like pretty much off the table, but we've heard plenty of others say the opposite. I don't know where the Warriors are on that. I'd really hate to see him go, but like I said, I don't think there's any way that the Warriors pass on the opportunity to be the show of the NBA again.
Well, especially when you think about what the window is. And, we all want to maximize the Steph Curry window. And it's 2 years right now. He's under contract for 2 more years. And then who knows what's going to happen. Retirement, extension, play elsewhere. It's going to be one of those 3, you would imagine. He either signs an extension and stays here, or he decides he wants to play elsewhere, or he just decides that he's done playing basketball. You don't know what Steph Curry's going to do. I don't even know if the Warriors know what his plans are.
I don't know if Steph knows.
Right. I mean, you look at 2 years, though, and you think, how can we possibly make one last cut at this? And if it's Kevin Durant, even if it costs you Jonathan Kuminga, I think you probably make that move.
Oh.
I would.
Oh.
That might be what it takes.
Well, remember now, the Suns can't take back more money in a deal. I don't want to get into all of those stupid weeds, but the Suns can't take back more money than
what they give up. Not even $1 more.
Yeah.
Neither can the Warriors, though.
Right. I don't even know how the hell that works. How do you line the money up exactly right?
Well, I think the Warriors would have to get out of the second apron first, which changes the rules on how you can make these contracts.
So that deal would just have to be kind of held for a little while into July.
Right.
Yeah.
And you'd have to work that out.
Doable. Always a way.
Exactly.
Always a way.
And I think for me, the fundamental first question that the Warriors have to ask themselves, and I'm sure they already have an answer, is Jonathan Kuminga touchable or untouchable? And I would imagine that inside the building down there at Chase Center, they know how they feel about Jonathan Kuminga. I don't think that there is, I don't think that there's confusion about whether or not they think that he's going to be tradable or not.
No, I don't think there's confusion. I think that they would be very, very hesitant. It would have to absolutely blow them away, but maybe the name Kevin Durant does. Maybe it does. I just look at it this way. If Kuminga were in the deal, don't you think the Suns would be like, oh, we're doing that for sure? Like if you're offering the Paul contract, Jonathan Kuminga, probably a draft pick or two, and you'd have to do more financially.
Right.
So it's like, my gosh, is Wiggins going too, or are you sending out Moody? Are you talking about either of last year's rookies?
Maybe Kavan, who's making 8. He's a guy who I think that can sweeten a deal. Gary Payton's another one. I mean, you're dealing with just contracts at that point and numbers. Ideally, the Warriors would keep Gary Payton the second, I think, and rework his deal. Kavan's the one I'm worried about.
I mean, totally fake conversation that I'm making up out of thin air, but if you were able to do it and go, the Warriors want to send Wiggins, but the Suns are like, no, Kuminga. Who blinks first?
Probably the Warriors, if they want Kevin Durant that badly. I mean, it depends on how you feel about Jonathan Kuminga. And that's where fans are already lining up to burn me at the stake. And other fans are like, yeah, Dibs, I agree with you.
Well, sure.
The idea of trading Kuminga. He is a very polarizing player,
no doubt,
among the fan base. Some think that he's going to be the next greatest thing in history, and others think that he's an overrated player.
Javi Lopez is coming up in like 5 or 6 minutes, so let's squeeze Miguel and Hayward in. Hey, Miguel, what's going on? What are you doing?
Hey, what's up, you guys? Oh, nothing much. Just driving to work. But hey, I like the topic that you guys are talking about right now. Man, I would do this trade in a heartbeat. If I gotta get rid of Kuminga to get Kevin Durant, I would do it ASAP. Man, it would just send a good message out to the Warrior players. You know what? We're back to winning championships and we're back in the playoffs. And just like you said, if the Denver Nuggets win the championship this year, they're definitely they're definitely going to be there like in the Western Conference Finals, and the Warriors are going to be right there too. So, if I'm the owner, I got to pull this trade because Curry only got 2 more years, and that's all I have, you guys. I love y'all show.
Miguel, thanks. Appreciate it. I mean, I know what a lot of people, we've been over this a whole lot. A lot of people are like, my God, like you can do this, but boy, this 3 years from now, you are a hot mess. A bunch of retired players. You have no picks. You got no assets. You got no Kuminga. You're a total hot mess. And I understand that. I do think it's a little bit of acting from fear, though. Because right now, whether we think so or not, none of us have any. There's nothing that's guaranteed 3 years from now.
Right.
I have no idea if Jonathan Kuminga is a 1 or even a 2 in 3 years. I really don't.
Right, and you also don't know if Joe Lacob would have the ability to lure a free agent at that point. Maybe it's Anthony Edwards in 3 years from now when his contract is, you know what I mean?
Right.
It's a player who is yet to even think about his own free agency, and maybe the Warriors can reboot it that way. You just never know.
Okay, the injuries are taking over the Giants. Marco Luciano has not been called up. To what level should this be about the kids versus the veterans? Are the Giants in a spot where they are still in go-for-it mode? And how are we feeling about Farhan? These are the questions we will be asking Javi Lopez. Coming up next, we're presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises, Willard and Dibs.
And it's Dan Dibley here.
I mean, how many Giants this year have gotten invited on to any of the local shows after only one hit?
Wow, right?
Casey's got one hit, and he's already done an appearance. Good for him. That was well timed.
Indicative of how this year has gone, I suppose. I mean, there haven't been a lot of really big hits this year.
Well, even Logan Webb said it. They're playing like dog, Schmidt.
Yeah.
Yeah, so...
I liked it. I liked the way he did that, too, because he thought about answering, and then he kind of paused, and then you could see his brain...
He's like, I'm going for it.
Well, he's like, I don't want to say this, but it has to be said. Should I say it? What the heck? I'm going to say it.
Logan Webb, Friday night.
Dog, to be honest, as a whole. Just can't. It's frustrating. It's not good enough.
Yeah. Dog Schmidt as a whole, to be honest.
Right.
Not good enough.
And thank you, Logan, for taking the words out of 28,000 mouths of fans who have been at these games.
Well, yeah.
Totally.
I mean, look, the whole thing, and this is why I love Logan Webb. Logan is dying to be this team's leader. And what you just laid out, I think that's what he was doing. He's like, is now the right time to do this? Yeah, it's the right time. We have got to ask more of ourselves. Javi Lopez joins us on Willard and Dibs. Javi, Logan Webb says they're playing like dog Schmidt. What word would you use?
Well, I mean, I think you got to lean on what the ace tells you. I just, I'm not impressed with what's going on, and I know they're not either. But, if Logan Webb says that's what they're playing like, he's got a better pulse of it than I do. So I got to go with that guy. But if I'm rating it on a 1 to 10, I'm giving him I got him at about a 5 right now.
Yeah, and I guess it's hard to say what's the fix when you've got so many of your regular players out due to injury. But aside from that, what do they need to do better to be, more like a 7 or an 8 in your mind, Javi?
Well, I mean, again, you're only as good as your starting pitching. I think that's the narrative for baseball, and it's as old as time. And you need to have a good start. You need to have a guy go out there. And then I think one of the things that's snake bitten the Giants a little bit is that they'll get a good start, and they blow that start. They don't get the run support that guy needs, and next thing you know, it gets into the bullpen, and they'll just they're not able to pull out a victory. And I think that's what kills baseball teams in general, but with the Giants specifically. When you've built the team on pitching and defense, at least that's what you're trying to do in the offseason, you can't lose good starts from guys, and they've done that a little bit too often this year in these past 2 months.
Javi, the Giants lineup tonight, 6, 7, 8, 9 are all guys who, as of 2 weeks ago, were River Cats. What can realistically be expected of these guys against the Dodgers this week?
Wow, that's a great question. I mean, they got Yamamoto coming in tonight. The guy's been electric since after that first little game hiccup that he had. He's really been great. And I think when you're looking at those guys, you got to find a way to be aggressive, hunt fastballs, hunt the pitch in the middle. Don't pick a zone. I feel like that's what some of these younger guys kind of end up doing. Hunt the fastball, get it. That's the best way. I was told when I was a young player, when I got to hang out with some of the position players, when I'm learning how to pitch, they said, I'd be like, hey, how do you hit breaking balls? And don't miss the fastball. So that's kind of what you got to get to. Keep the pitchers kind of on edge by attacking early. But I feel like they're going to have to play the game a little bit. And I think Bob Melvin's going to be okay with that. I think I wouldn't be surprised if you got a runner on that you see a little hit and run action or a maybe I wouldn't say a bunt, but maybe just giving up that hit to the other side to move the runners along, because the Dodgers are going to come with fire and out of that bullpen and out of that starting rotation. So you need to score early to give yourself some time to settle in. But, I bet you he's going to play the game with those guys at the bottom of the lineup.
And on the other side, when you're going up against a lineup, and Mark and I were kind of joking earlier about the fact that their 1, 2, 3 hitters are all Hall of Famers. What do you do as a pitcher when you're going up against a lineup that vaunted?
Yeah, I mean, they lead the world in everything, right? So far this year, I think they lead in WAR, they lead in OPS, they lead in all those things, and they're not really getting production out of, I think it's probably left field and center field are the two, if you want to call it, holes in their lineup. So it's pretty impressive what they're able to do. And I think as a pitcher, you got to go out there, and again, it's not so much, you got to pitch to the park, which is great for the Giants because it's a pitcher-friendly park. But when it comes time to really get it out, you have to pick the pitch that you're able to execute the best. Maybe not so much the pitch that the hitter has a tendency to miss, whether it's a slider and you're a sinker ball pitcher or vice versa. You have to throw the pitch that you can execute the best, and then after that, the chips fall where they fall. But I think that's where you want to see the game call. And I think with if Bailey's catching, I haven't seen the lineup. I'm not sure if he's behind the plate tonight after being sick yesterday. I think he's got a good idea of that. I really do think that this is going to be a big test for the Giants when you're facing the Dodgers. You haven't beat them yet this year. You got them at home. It's probably going to be a pretty packed house, even though it is a weekday. But you got to try to find a way to get on the board early, and you got to just get those guys. I feel like the best pitching out performances against the Dodgers, especially this weekend when they lost to the Padres 2-3, they put them in holes. They were 0-2, 1-2 counts. Just put them on the defensive, and you're not going to get the big swings typically that you would when they're ahead in the count.
Hanging with Javi Lopez, Willard, and Dibbs. By the way, Javi, no, Patrick Bailey is not behind the plate tonight. Blake Sable is going to be the catcher, just to let all of our listeners know that's what the lineup looks like. Bigger picture stuff, though. You know this. The fan base is very, very frustrated, and therefore their ire goes to the top. And so how would you suggest to a fan they can actually evaluate the job that Farhan Zaidi has done?
Well, I mean, I think when you look at it, the big picture, you went into the offseason, you knew you needed a middle-of-the-order bat. You got one. Soler. You needed to go spend some money. The Dodgers spent $1 billion. You finished second in spending cash. You went and got Chapman. You went and got Lee. You went and got Blake Snell. So the pieces were put in place. I felt like he's checking the boxes for the front office. You got to give the ownership group cleared all that money to be spent. Now you're seeing it rear its ugly head right now, in a sense that you never want to test your depth, but now you're really testing it when you had a lot of guys knowing in the minor leagues that just weren't proven yet. And much like you mentioned with the lineup, when you're looking at it, 6, 7, 8, 9, being guys that were river cats, and the proof is in the pudding now, and these guys really have to step up. I think for Farhan, I don't know what else he could do at this point. You can only factor in for so much injury, and to have it all snowball within the first 2 months of the season, I don't know if that's a fair hand to be dealt. But on the same, fans are entitled to their opinions, and trust me, he hears it and he understands what's going on, the frustration. I think if you want to silver lining it a little bit, they're not, you don't want to get into the wild card and divisional races, but I will just for fodder here. You're 2.5 back, I think, 2.5 back in the wild card. All the teams are kind of beating each other up, and all the teams that you're going to have a chance to hopefully pass are two of those teams are in your division in Arizona and San Diego. And I don't think either one of those teams have really established themselves yet. And, the Dodgers are off and running. That's kind of what everyone was expecting. But it's going to be who's going to finish number 2, because I definitely see 2 teams coming out of the West and possibly 3 by the end of the way this one shakes out.
Yeah, and it feels like this is a spot where, if you can just get one, or maybe even you win the series against the Dodgers, that'd go a long way toward down the road. Looks like bad news for Jung Hoo Lee. Nothing official yet after the big-time shoulder injury. But if he's gone for a really long period of time, is the answer in center field in the building, or do you see them having to go outside to try to bring somebody in to man that spot?
Well, I think they would obviously give the opportunities to the young bucks. I think Matos would get some pretty good reps out there. They're going to go with Ramos. I think that gives you a little more time with Yaz to see what he can do, see if he can kind of get it going. He had flashes last week, and then he got cold again. But you need a leader. You need a guy. You need production, like we talked about. The Giants are going to outslug you. at this point, especially with the roster that they're throwing out at you now. So if you can get 3 runs, you have to. If you can get to 3, you gotta find a way to win that ball game. So I think the option may be other places, but they're definitely going to look internally for now. I think there's a few names out there that I think have opted out of some contracts, minor league contracts, and it'll be up to Farhan and the front office to figure out if that's where they want to go. But it's the opportunity that these young bucks have wanted. They got long looks in spring training, and Matos and even Luciano in particular. And this might be the time. It's Tom Brady says it, that when you get the opportunity, don't miss it. And this is their shot right now. And I hope that that's kind of what the Giants are preaching. This is your shot. It's time to go.
We're talking with Javi Lopez. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. Javi, this is a little bit of a 1-2 punch question. Here's the first part. When you're a player, how much does the crowd matter to you?
Well, am I at home?
Yes.
It matters.
Yes.
if I'm at home, yes, it'll lift you up. There's no question. I think it's very important for any player to have the support of a fan base and rooting you on. I think that gives you that little bit of extra edge because if they're pumping you up, they're going to be burying the other team, and that's what you want.
Okay, but what about when it gets a little bit flipped? So, in other words, what if you're at home and the road team is filling almost half the building?
Sure, that could be frustrating, and there's no doubt about that. I think, it'll be interesting to see how many blue jackets we see at Oracle Park tonight. But yeah, it can be very frustrating as a player. You want your fan base. You always want to put your best foot forward, and you want to play for a tremendous fan base, and the Giants have that. To have hopefully they don't. It's not. I don't think it's reached the point where they're turning on them. Again, this is so early. I don't think. Again, injuries. There's just not much you can do about that. Now, if it was just a bad product consistently with underachieving players or bad players in general, then you can make that argument for me. I feel like when you have so many injuries and guys just haven't hit their stride. I don't know what that would affect. I don't know how that would affect a player right now. I think you always want to play at home and for a great fan base. And if it's full of Dodger blue, it wouldn't shock me at this point because the Dodgers are so in a different stratosphere right now as far as the baseball team's concerned. But you really in a game like this, in a early week series like this with your rival, this can change a lot of things. I mean, they're 8 games back. You want to hope you can at least win a couple. That'd be fantastic. Definitely get one at least. You can't lose it. You can't lose the division in the first couple months, but you can put yourself in a tremendous hole. And that's what the Giants need to avoid.
Does it feel like the rivalry has, I don't know, lost its luster is probably too strong, but right now you mentioned it early in the week and the Giants have all their youngsters here and the Dodgers have this juggernaut. Does it feel less like a Giant-Dodger rivalry tonight?
Yeah, I can understand that impression. I think it's when you look at that lineup and you're like, they're running out Ohtani and Muncy and Betts and Freddie Freeman and all the guys like you mentioned. You can go down the line and you have Hall of Famers or at least definitely a bona fide MVP and All-Stars. And the Giants are running out guys that again were at AAA and some guys that are still trying to establish their big league careers and some other guys that just haven't gotten it going. So maybe the star power isn't there the way that maybe you kind of were used to, maybe in the Buster Posey days, Madison Bumgarner days. But I would hope that when it comes to rivalries, I feel like it's more for the fans than it is for the players just because so many guys change teams so often nowadays. But it does matter. It does matter when you put on that uniform and you look across and you see that Dodger blue that you want to go get them. And I think that's where the coaching staff comes in because now you've got Bo Mel, Matt Williams, and Pat Burrell who have played in this rivalry and had big moments in this rivalry. And I think that's who you kind of lean on to kind of keep your focus and keep you coached up in those moments.
Javi, great stuff. Wonderful to have you. Giants and Dodgers. Here we go. Thanks, man.
Man, anytime, guys. I appreciate you.
Okay, there it is. Javi Lopez on the Giants, the Pups, the injuries, the Farhan, the Dodgers, and those were leading questions. I don't know what the hell this ballpark's going to look like tonight.
Neither does he.
I'm pretty sure I'm not going to like it.
Neither will he.
Let's put it that way.
I think that those were fair questions. I don't know if they were leading questions because, they, as a home player, and you realize that maybe the crowd in your own building is not as much behind you as normal, that's got to be a little bit unsettling. And at the same time, he's right. When the crowd is really live and they're supporting you, it's a win-win because they're supporting you and they're also going to get on the other team a little bit and make it harder on them.
Well, here's maybe an interesting conversation to have with what's going on. And again, it's organic. It wasn't purposeful. But the bottom four in the order tonight were all River Cats a week and a half ago. All of them. So Sable is there. Ramos is there. Matos is there. Schmidt is there. Okay? And Casey Schmidt joined us earlier. You can go to the Odyssey app, YouTube, wherever, and take a listen to that. It's pretty funny. It's pretty funny when he talks about surfing and sometimes he eats Schmidt. Anyway, so check that out, how he likes his burritos, all those things, the important questions.
Right.
The Giants clearly started this year, I feel. They clearly started this year with a singular goal, and that was to reconnect with their fan base. It wasn't just like, let's win. I know that that's at the base of all things. But if you look at the way the Giants went about their business, let's spend a bunch of money. Let's get some name value in here. Blake Snell, Matt Chapman. Let's get a middle-of-the-order guy who can pump home runs out to left field, Jorge Soler. And even the Jung Hoo Lee signing, this is going to be your guy. Like, this 5-year deal, longest one they've ever handed out. Exciting, young, unique player, Jung Hoo Lee. Then what else do they do? Let's hire a former Giant as our manager. And then he hires his coaching staff. Let's hire a former Giant and another former Giant. Let's get Matt Williams, Pat Burrell, Bo Mel. Let's get them all in here, and let's become something that our fans can identify with. Has it worked?
No.
I mean, 888-957-9570 are, if you're a Giants fan, their efforts to connect with you, have they worked or not?
I don't think that they have, but I don't know if you can necessarily place the blame on Farhan Zaidi just yet. And I thought Javi gave a good answer to that because what did you want Farhan to do? You wanted him to go out there and spend. You even said it last year. Mm-hmm. If this team is not top 10 in payroll, I'm going to be angry. And I said, Farhan, I don't think that you have the ability to go out there and land a big fish. And, well, they did that. And they signed Jung Hoo Lee to a 9-figure deal. They got a couple of the Boris 4. They got the prized pitching free agent outside of Yamamoto, Blake Snell. They brought in Matt Chapman. They brought in Jorge Soler. Jung Hoo Lee was an exciting international prospect. They spent a lot. They brought in a lot, and they have put out, going back to March, Mark, a more exciting team than they had last year. You mentioned the staff hirings. I think that is important, and it was intentional and profound to bring in Bo Mel and Pat Burrell and Matt Williams. These are not accidental hires. These are qualified guys who definitely make an impact to the fan base. Has it worked? I don't think that it has. I don't blame the efforts. And if Soler was healthy and if he had 8 home runs or 9 home runs right now, we'd all be singing a different tune. And if Blake Snell was healthy and getting people out, we'd think differently. If Matt Chapman was hitting higher than 210, we'd think differently. They tried to do the right thing. You and I always have a debate about process versus results. Mm-hmm. I believe that the process of the front office was the right one. You brought in exciting players, known commodities, forever Giants, and you tried to become more attractive to your fans. The result has not been that. Attendance is up a tiny bit, and I think tonight's going to be indicative of the fan base maybe not being totally invested.
You know what? I'm going to go, and I hate this. I'm going into tonight's game. You're a golfer. Let's do a golf analogy.
Okay.
I'm going into tonight's game the same way I go into the back nine when I shot 48 on the front.
That's not good for you.
So, like, you're just like,
who gives a rip?
Well, no, let's go have some fun. Whatever.
Right.
Whatever. And by the way, that's usually when you'll play well because you relax.
Right.
And you divorce yourself from the results and all of that stuff. And so maybe you'll just have some fun. But that grinder, like, let's get it mentality, I just don't even know how a Giants fan can have that tonight. And that's a disaster to me. That's a disaster. That's a real loss. It's interesting. You brought up the whole top 10 in payroll thing, and I think our minds go, well, the way they spent this offseason, they're automatically in the top 10. Do you know what number they are?
Probably 8.
They're number 10.
They are number 10.
They are number 10. Now, you want to know why the Ohtani contract, and again, Durant's Warriors were not allowed to be mad, but do you want to know why the Ohtani contract ticks everybody the heck off? Ohtani and Yamamoto came in about, it felt like, and maybe it was more, but it felt like it was about a week and a half apart.
Yeah.
And the two contracts together totaled about $1 billion. $1 billion. Do you want to know where the Dodgers are in payroll?
They got to be number 1. They're paying $1 billion to two guys.
They're not number 1. What number do you think they are? Try again.
Probably 5.
Keep going.
Lower? 7?
The Dodgers are number 7.
Number 7, wow.
The Giants are 10, and the Dodgers are 7. Watch the two lineups trot to the plate tonight and tell me how the hell the Dodgers' payroll is only $28 million more than the Giants. Answer number 1 is none of Ohtani's money is on the payroll.
Right.
That's answer number 1. But that's not all of it. That's not all of it at all. The other part of it is that they've got some people in that lineup who are homegrown and not making a ton of money, but giving you a bunch of output. So I do wonder this also, though, if you're really down on the connection the Giants have made with you, the fan, that's usually the same person who's like, I want to see more of the kids. Are you finding what's about to happen over these next couple of weeks exciting now, even though it's forced? They're forced to play the kids. Are you into it? Like, I can only answer for me. I already feel loss, and it hasn't even happened yet. I hate that Jung Hoo Lee is going to be out. I hate that Soler is out, even though he grounds into a double play when someone's on first base almost every time. Like, I hate that it's not a major league lineup. I hate that. It's too early in the season for me to be excited about that.
Well, you got no choice, unfortunately.
I know, but I'm still in let's win these damn games mode.
Yeah, I'm with you. But that being said, I am excited to see these guys play more regularly. And even though it's because of necessity, it's not out of choice, it's out of need. I'm looking forward to seeing Matos and Ramos and Casey Schmidt, friend of the program, now that we had a chance to talk to him. I'm rooting for him harder than ever before. And, Sable, we've seen a bunch already, and he's looked good in some spots. And so, yeah, I'm kind of excited to see it. And I look at this matchup tonight in particular, and I think what a big win it would be if the Giants are able to beat the Dodgers, this Dodger team. That would be really cool. If they just went out there and, put up a 5 spot on Yamamoto, and Jordan Hicks was able to go out there and keep this Hall of Fame lineup at bay, and you win it 5-2. That would be awesome.
That'd be like 5 runs.
But yeah, sorry, I got a little crazy there. Yeah. Oh man.
Oh God. Thanks,
That's coming.
Andy. Philmo Mike's on the line. Hey, Philmo, what's up?
Hey, what's up with it? Do I sound cool?
You sound so cool.
Okay, for sure. The phone was kind of tripping. Anyway, hey, man, Farhan, he kind of sucked, but at the end of the day, I do give him this. He tried. No, seriously, as a general manager, all you could do is try. You who knew, I think he did a good job as far as getting recognizable players, a la Matt Chapman, Blake Snell, right? As baseball fans, we know these names. That's like, okay, that's better than whoever the heck was there last year. You know what I mean? He brought up some youngsters. He went out and got Jorge Soler. Even though he's not African American, I identify with him because he's a dark-skinned black dude playing baseball, which is always cool to see, at least in my case, because I'm a big black guy. And he did what he did as far as Jung Hoo Lee, super exciting player. Like, in terms of what you asked, I love it. The results aren't there, but hey, they're way more interesting to me. Even the injuries. At least we got something to talk about, right? They're on the DH. How are they going to respond to that? I'm serious. It's in comparison to the last 2-3 years where we were irrelevant, very boring, super, ultra stale. We use that with the Warriors, not the super ultra, but I'm just saying they were. This team that they're providing is much more entertaining. They're not where we want to be, but at the end of the day, it's baseball. It's a long-ass season. Who knows what can happen? And you might find, not a diamond in the rough because all these players were good prospects, but you might find that one player that he might have had a rocky start, and then his career starts to take off a little bit more like a Ramos or a Matos and things of that nature. So I love it. In Casey Schmidt interview, he goofy like you did. He was laughing. He was laughing at all your shows. You had him. Hey, Tibbs, you had him in the palm of your hand, bro.
I appreciate it, Philmo. Thank you for the call as always.
Philmo, thank you. Yeah, thank you for reading the script that I sent you. See, Farhan's amazing.
Well, he tried, and that's kind of been my takeaway is the more we talk about it and the way you laid it out, I do think he tried to do everything that fans have asked him to do. Now, if it doesn't work, that doesn't mean he gets a pass.
No, he doesn't get a pass. That word is going to get everybody.
Tried.
He tried. Nobody wants to do that. We're not talking about trying here.
Well, when you're doing what he does, it's not like he can step in there and get a base hit. All he can do is bring in free agents that he identifies as guys who can come in and fit and hit and help them win. And if he identifies them, and they come in and they either can't stay healthy or they can't get the job done, it falls on him. So trying is not a way to say, well, it's okay, Farhan, you tried.
Of course not. But you threw one phrase in there that I take issue with. If they can't stay healthy, it's on him. I don't understand.
It's not on him.
It's not like Jung Hoo Lee's injury is not on Farhan.
No, and he's going to be here for years to come.
And Jung Hoo Lee was a good signing. Let me
Jorge
ask.
Soler is a guy who, he's had injury history in the past.
Sure.
So if you go out and identify that as a player you want, and he comes in and he gets hurt, well, it's on the player certainly because he's the one playing, but it's also on the president of baseball ops for bringing in guys who can't stay healthy.
It's not on anyone. He got hurt.
Right. But at the end of it, if this team ends up 70 and 92, but Farhan pays the price.
No question. But on an individual basis. So in other words, I think this is maybe the interesting question that Filmo brings up. And I know what my answer would be. Did Farhan have a good offseason?
I think so.
I do too. See, I thought, and the way I can assess that for me, the fan, is that at each stage, once something was done, I remember what I wrote. I'd be like, okay, great. Now do this. They got Soler. And then, and then
now get a pitcher.
It was Chapman. I said, go get a pitcher. You need another starting pitcher. And that was after Hicks. Because at Hicks, I was like, who knows how the hell that's going to go.
Right.
And they went and got Blake Snell. And you can sit here today and be like, well, what the hell did that do for anybody? He's had 3 starts. He's gotten shelled in all of them. He can't throw a strike. But he's still Blake Snell. He's still only had 3 starts. And he is coming back this week. And I remain completely optimistic because why wouldn't I be? He's still the reigning National League Cy Young Award winner. So I think, have my foot in 2 buckets at once. And that is to agree with you that your title is the president of baseball operations. Therefore, if the baseball operation stinks, that's on you. And that's just the way it works. Dems the brakes. I can also, at the same time, have an opinion that he had a good offseason. Except for that joke he told at the Blake Snell press conference.
Right.
That fell flat. But other than that, he had a good offseason. I'm glad he signed Jung Hoo Lee. I'm glad he signed Blake Snell. For some odd reason, I still sit here today glad that he signed Jorge Soler and Matt Chapman, because I think that they've been good baseball players through the years. These 40 games are not on their resume tape. But the story's not over yet. I think Filmo has a point. You can't rip Farhan for moves that you liked a month and a half ago, because it's not time to give up on that yet.
It's not time to, but if you get to the end of the year, you can rip him.
Yes.
And he can lose his job.
And we would be wrong then. And I'll be the first to say that if I was wrong. But if you go back to this offseason, when they signed Blake Snell, ask me that day if I thought better than 50-50 shot that the Giants are going to the playoffs. I absolutely did. Dave Fleming came on this radio station and forget wild card. This team can win the division.
Right.
That's how we felt. If you felt that way at the time, I would say it's too early now to suddenly say he had a bad offseason. You can feel he's had a bad tenure. That's totally different. I'm simply I am still glad that he did some of the things this offseason that everyone's been holding him accountable to do. He did them.
Right. And they may not work out.
They may not work out.
Right. But he did them. And that's where I give him credit, because I said many, many times that I didn't think that he could close a big name free agent, and he got Blake Snell, and he also got Jung Hoo Lee, a guy who has a multi-year deal and he's making 9 figures. These are things that he hadn't done. And so, yeah, Jung Hoo Lee, if he misses the rest of the year, that's not a Farhan issue. It's not his fault that, Jung Hoo Lee plays so hard that he crashed into the outfield fence. That's just baseball. That's pro sports. That's a bad break, literally. But if you look at the other signings, if Blake Snell has an uneven year, if Matt Chapman continues to strike out almost every time that he's at the dish, these are things that could end up costing Farhan his job.
It could.
Even though he had a good offseason. I agree with you.
Yeah. I just, the whole now we're in a spot where we're going to see what a lot of people have been asking for, but not by choice. And so I really do have my eyes on that now. This is going to sound like the most ridiculous positive spin you could ever imagine.
From you?
Yeah, right?
It's crazy.
No, I think this could end up being a blessing in disguise. People want to see these guys that get at-bats. Now they're going to get at-bats, but you don't have to have it happen at a time where it is, at the expense of a veteran being pulled off of the roster, or a player forced up the pressure that was on Casey Schmidt. There's no choice, in other words. This is not something the Giants sat down and decided to do. They didn't want by mid-May to have Matos in center field tonight. That's not their plan at all. But here it is. So, okay, dude, go do it. Everybody that's been clamoring for an opportunity, now you got it. It didn't come the way you wanted, so what? You got it. I'm a huge believer in that. Everybody gets their shot when it comes to pro sports. They get the shot that they deserve. And now it's what do you do with it? What do you do with it? So that's going to be the other thing. I'm not calling for these guys to be able to suddenly spin on Yamamoto tonight. I'm not going to be small sample size Steve. But Matos is going to get a hell of a run now. A hell of a run. He's going to get a lot of time. And if he can't do anything with it, I don't want to hear next year, come on, stick with the young guys. Let's see what they got. No, this is it. This is it. This is Eminem is singing for these guys now. Ramos too. This is it. Let's see what you can do. They got to take the opportunity. Morgan in Petaluma. Hey, Morgan, what's cooking?
Hey, how you doing? I just got a couple things I want to say. First, as an A's fan, it must be nice. Second of all, you guys are talking a lot about Farhan and how he tried and how important trying is. But as far as I understood, there's no trying in baseball.
Nice. That was the big payoff right there.
That was it.
That was Tom Hanks from league of their own.
I thought, no, I'm well aware of the line.
Oh, yeah, you didn't react.
I just thought it came way too soon. Like that was way too quick to go to the punchline.
In the call?
Yeah, Morgan.
Well, that's all he had.
Morgan, you gotta come up with at least 2 more sentences there on the build-up.
You're big about shoot your shot. It's all you got.
That's all you got.
That's all he had. Literally, that was the epitome of shoot your shot. It's all you got. Because that's just about all he had.
Oh, gosh.
And I do think you're right, though, when it comes to Matos and Ramos. And
this is it.
Even
this is it.
Maybe a little bit less of Casey Schmidt, but maybe Casey Schmidt, too.
But if you're
going to get 100 at-bats or 200 at-bats, whatever the number is going to be, if you're going to get a real run and a real look at it, well, this is your time. And, maybe for Matos, it's slightly different because he's only 22. But Elliot Ramos is coming up on 25. And that's where you get into a spot where you're getting a chance now in your mid-20s where you should be able to show what you're capable of doing. And this is where, you talked about how everybody gets their shot. You get what you earn. And you had me thinking about Trey Lance and what he got. And the shot that he got, he earned it in camp. Brock wasn't ready. And Jimmy was on the kiddie field. And so he played well enough in the offseason to where they were going to give him that shot. They didn't run out and find another Sam Darnold or, another quarterback to just throw in there.
No.
He earned the chance to go out there at least, and we don't know what the leash would have been. We don't know how many games he would have gotten, but he at least got an opportunity to go out there and get the shot that he earned.
I'm curious about the word earned there because let's think about that for a second because it is kind of an interesting point with regard to all of these teams and how they handle young players.
Right.
Trey Lance earned the start that year because he was the number 3 overall pick in the draft. I mean, it is now on record that Kyle Shanahan went to ownership that offseason and said, our best quarterback is our third stringer. I just want to let you know, our best quarterback was picked with the last pick in the draft. And so I'm not sure exactly what we're going to do with that, but that's our best quarterback. So if he felt that before the season started, I don't know that Trey Lance did earn that. He earned that in college by putting on tape enough so that the 49ers drafted him number 3 overall. And then pretty much for financial and political reasons, you're forced to play that guy. You can't skip him with the number with Mr. Irrelevant and then be wrong. So Niners lucked out, and that's another. By the way, I don't know why I didn't think of that example with regard to what's happening to the Giants right now. The 49ers found Brock Purdy through injury. Young player.
Right.
A couple people got hurt. All right, dude, here's the ball. The Dolphins are on the other side of the field. What are you going to do? Well, I'm going to kick their butt. Oh, wow. 2 years later, you're going to make $58 million a year. Sweet.
Sounds good.
I'm waiting for that with the Giants. If you really want to search the depths of my being right now for what hurts about the Giants, it's not that there's nobody exciting on their roster. It's that it looks like there's nobody exciting coming either.
Right.
The fact that Marco Luciano not only did not get the opening day nod at short, but can't get called up when then the shortstop gets hurt. The fact that guy, the guy we've been talking about for 4 years as the number 1 prospect for the Giants, the fact that he has not come up yet is devastating. It's completely devastating. And a farm system that really had moved through the rankings the last few years and had a bunch of players that felt like they might have an effect. Now suddenly you look at it and you're like, on the offensive side, who do we got? What do we got here? Schmidt was exciting, then he wasn't. Matos, largely disappointing. Ramos can't get out of there. Luciano, you've left him for dead, apparently. Hunter Bishop is not good at baseball. Who is it on offense that we're supposed to be excited about going forward that's in the system? I don't know right now. And that's a terrible feeling for a baseball fan.
Especially when you talk about these other teams in your division who have churned out prospects who are now at the major league level, and they're doing great. And yet you, as a Giant team, you got pitchers up the wazoo, but you mentioned it, the position players you haven't been able to produce. And that's why maybe I'm more excited about this series and this stretch than that I thought that I would be, because now it's a time to really see these guys in action. It's not sink or swim for Matos and Ramos and Casey Schmidt. It really isn't, but this is a great time to show what you've got. You got Yamamoto tonight, a great pitcher for the Dodgers. You're in the lineup against the Dodgers. It's the Dodger series, and you've got the pups, as Javi Lopez was calling them. And again, it's not sink or swim, but I think that you'll be able to tell just how ready these guys are for these types of moments over the next 3 days.
Anybody out there going to the game right now? Is anybody on their way to the game? We'd love to hear from you. 888-957-9570. And I would just love to pick your brain to find out what brings you to the yard tonight. And that sounds silly. Like, I don't mean it as if, like, why the hell would you go to the game?
Right.
Like, I wish I had tickets tonight. But what is it you are really excited to go see? If you're on your way to the game right now, give us a buzz. 888-957-9570. This is the part, and I've mentioned it maybe 2 or 3 different ways over the last couple of weeks, but this is the part right now that just, it breaks my heart. It breaks my heart, and this, if you really want something that you should be mad at Farhan Zaidi about, this is it. What I'm about to say, which is that he has been the overseer for an organization that has arrived at a spot that when the Dodgers come to town, zero competitive instinct takes over. The whole feeling of the fan base right now, I think, is like a sheepish grin. Like the Dodgers are here. Oh my God, we're going to get our butt kicked. I feel like people going to the game are going to look at each other over a beer and be like, phew, boy, here to see the show tonight. Let's see what Shohei does. Gosh, this lineup, it's too much. But that's the sound of the Giants fan base, and that is so not okay. It just is absolutely brutal. I know it moved recently. What are we now? Market 6? Market 5? Market
down
6?
to 5, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is Market 5. This is Giants baseball. This is not supposed to be the home of the inferiority complex. But here we are. Some of you are going to go to the game tonight. You're going to feel overwhelmed by the color blue. You're going to feel overwhelmed by the lineup that trots out there into the batter's box. This is not supposed to be the home of the inferiority complex. But right now it is. And that's what gets me above all other things. The answer that the Giants gave as to why Casey Schmidt got called up for the weekend and not Luciano, did you hear the answer why?
Yeah, I did.
The answer that they gave was, look, we haven't forgotten about Marco at all. In fact, you might see him on Sunday. But Casey's been much better against left-handed pitching, so we called him up for Friday and Saturday because we're going against lefties.
I'm not insulting Brock Purdy, but
I'm sitting here and I'm going, okay, look, if you just don't think Marco's any good, I get why you're not telling us. But if you're making decisions like that, like who's going to take over shortstop for the next 3 weeks of our lives, and you're making that decision based on who's going to pitch the first 3 or 4 innings of the ball games on Friday and Saturday of a weekend series against the Redlegs, I'm sorry. That means Gabe Kapler is still here. And I don't know why any of us give a rip who the manager is anymore. Because that's not Bob Melvin. That's not what Bob Melvin came here to do. Let's grab someone from Sacramento because this kid Spencer is pitching tonight, and we think he's got a 5% better chance than the other guy to get a hit off of Spencer. That's completely, it goes against everything that the fans have been begging for, which is just give the guy the position and let's see it. I wouldn't say that except for everyone's hurt. So now I really thought, you remember, I left here on Thursday,
right?
And I'm like, here's the silver lining. Luciano's about to get called up. And it was Schmidt.
I thought it would be Schmidt.
And I got nothing. You were right. You said it. And I got nothing against Schmidt.
Right.
But the reasoning is like,
it's as plain as the nose in your face, and they can't say it.
The number one prospect in your organization, and you passed over him because someone named Spencer was pitching, and you thought someone else might get a hit off of him.
Interesting when you put it like that,
I don't
because all these prospect rankings, all that matters is what they think of their prospects. And I think they're telling you exactly how they feel about Marco Luciano.
I agree with you.
And you look at his numbers in Sacramento, and his OPS is pretty good. He has one home run, Mark. One home run.
And people should know this about Sacramento. The Pacific Coast League is a hitter's paradise.
Right. Even this time of year when it's not yet super warm and the ball isn't traveling as well as it will in the next couple of months and whatnot. But his bat has not been very powerful. Casey Schmidt's been better than him in AAA. So that's why I thought that he would get the call. But the fact that there isn't any buzz even around Luciano. And think about that, Mark. They recalled, 5 different hitters from Sacramento, including Jackson Reitz, Reitz back again.
Reitz is back up. Sable is up. Wisely's up. Schmidt's up. Matos is up.
And Ramos
is up.
So that's 6.
Yeah.
If you count Sable, and I guess you do count Sable, although it feels like he's been here for a long time now, and yet you don't have room to even bring Luciano up at all. It's shocking.
Let's go to Josh in Livermore. Hi, Josh. What are you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? Just driving home.
Sweet. What's on your mind?
So I wanted to talk about these young guys with the Giants. I was pretty down when everybody got hurt and everything else. I was at the game Saturday, got to see the grand slam by Chapman, who hasn't done a whole lot. But with veteran guys, this might be the spark we need. I'm not expecting them to go undefeated or do anything crazy, but, they want a roster spot. They're fighting to be in the majors. So they go out there and play their hearts out. These veterans might see that and remember what it's like and get a spark. It's kind of like what you guys were talking about with the Suns. You got a bunch of big names, big contracts, and they're not gelling. Maybe these young guys help pick up the slack and get some of these older guys that, got the big contracts motivated to play some ball. And as we get healthy and Soler comes back and hopefully, Lee's not too banged up and he didn't tear anything with the dislocated shoulder, these guys come back and that vibe's there and everyone's starting to feel good and they can keep it close to 500 the next month or two while people get healthy. And when they come back, they're fighting for a solid wild card spot at the end of the year. And then we got motivation going into next year.
All right, Josh, I love your positive attitude. It's my favorite thing in the world. I have one too, and you didn't say anything there that sounds ridiculous to me. But all of that is, in my opinion, it's kind of for another day. This is a bad thing that has happened right now. The fact that all the Giants are hurt. This is not a good thing. Could it lead to something good down the road? Might we look back on it and go, oh, that's when Matos really clicked? Sure, that absolutely could happen. But the Giants have gotten off to a bad start, and if they want to stay in this race, this isn't like let's see what next couple months when everyone gets back. I think the urgency is higher than that. They're lacking talent. They're lacking talent versus the teams they're going up against. So this is gone from like a hard job to a Herculean effort that is now going to be needed from these pups. Boy, I hope they're amazing. But that would be quite a story.
For them to make the playoffs with the pups?
No, just for the Giants to now go on a run by bringing up all the River Cats.
I get that, but going on a run is not necessary in this watered-down National League. You just need to hang in there. It's a big league. Hang in there. At your 4 games below, and you've got the Dodgers, good team, and you got the Rockies, bad team. If you can keep winning 2 out of 3 against the bad teams and then only lose 2 out of 3, don't get swept against the good teams, you could just hang in there. There's help on the way down the road. I think that it's not a very good slogan It's not like hey, Giants baseball, just hang in there.
Yeah.
But I think that's honestly where you are right now with your roster.
I don't know, man. Like, when I say go on a run, I'm talking about in terms of the Giants. Like, I'm not saying win 10 in a row. I'm not saying any of that. I'm saying, can you play a stretch? Can you play a week of great baseball? You haven't done it yet.
Yeah.
You have not played a week.
Even a series of great baseball, right?
You have not played a week. And I know that you said the Dodgers are here, but then you get the Rockies and the Pirates, right? Do you see what's coming after that? Like,
you got Philly and the Yankees, I know.
The series after Pittsburgh goes at the Yankees, home to Philly, it's at the Mets, then home to Philly, home to the Yankees, at the Diamondbacks, at the Rangers.
Yeah, a little tough. Some good teams in there.
A little tough.
You're
going to head into that with a bunch of 24-year-olds and think that they are not going to throw a dirty curveball that you haven't seen before? I don't know, man. Good luck. This is going to be really, really hard. But I hope that a silver lining develops out of it. I absolutely do. All right. Plenty more time for your calls. 888-957-9570. We are sponsored by Meineke Car Care Centers, and this is Willard and Dibs. Did you have anything else, Rocky?
That was it. I just
all right, no, that was enough.
Brought to you by Meineke, your one-stop shop.
Wow, that's a great question.
That's a good question.
And that's a great question.
That's a great question. That's a great question.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Willard and Dibs, the show that asks great questions. I don't know how else to sort of encapsulate what we just heard.
Wow, that's a great question.
You're welcome, Javi, and thank you for a great answer. Javi Lopez and Casey Schmidt, both on the show today. Check that out on the Odyssey app, YouTube.
You can also check it out in like 15-ish minutes.
Oh,
there you go. How about that?
We made the Grandy lead off. That's always a little feather in the cap on the way out the door. That's exciting.
Yeah, I wanted to squeeze them both in, so edit it down a little bit, but you hear both Casey Schmidt and Javi to begin best of.
Nice. Here comes Grandy, everybody.
Yep.
Speaking of what's coming up here around the bed, first of all, Lucas has a little ditty about what Draymond said on Inside the NBA, where he is visiting tonight, getting ready for Dallas and Oklahoma City. We're watching the Cavs play the Boston Celtics. Boston up by a handful of points here early third quarter. But also this, did George Kittle just send a little clue out into the world? Did you see this?
No.
The NFL schedule comes out on
possibly
Wednesday. Now, did I already see that they announced the first two games? The opener on Thursday is
right.
Chiefs-Ravens. That's official. And then there's a Friday game, too.
In Brazil.
In Sao Paulo.
Correct.
The Packers and the Eagles?
That sounds right.
Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. So that's what we know. And then there's all kinds of other little things that people think they've leaked, but I'm not really sure if they're accurate or not. But George Kittle just put a picture up on social media of him talking on the field, helmets on, to Aaron Rodgers.
Interesting.
Are the 49ers playing the Jets week 1?
Boy, that's a great question.
That's the division they're lined up against, right? Is that accurate? Is that the division we're lined up against the AFC East this year?
Yep, and that game is at Levi's. They have the Jets and Patriots at Levi's. They go to Buffalo and to Miami. And I was throwing this out before about where would you want to go to catch a Niner road game this year. Forget Arizona, LA, and Seattle.
Your answer was the answer of a crazy person.
Was Buffalo.
Wow.
It's a great game.
It is freezing.
Don't know when that will be. It could be in September.
It could be.
Won't be that cold. Plus the whole Bills Mafia and the tailgate and watching these drunk idiots jumping through folding tables.
I get it.
I'm into it.
It would be an experience.
Lambeau would be number 2. I've never been to Lambeau. You have.
I've been there. It's great.
It's a full experience.
It's
and
unbelievable.
that would be my number. That would be my number 1 and my number 2.
Wait, give me the road outside. Forget the NFC West. Who are the other?
Buffalo, Green Bay, Miami, Minnesota, and Tampa. That's your 5.
I mean,
I've been to Tampa. I almost died in Tampa. I went for a run. It was one of those 90 days, 90 degrees, 90% humidity.
I've had some fun in Tampa. I've never been to a football game in Tampa. Did you go to a football game?
I was doing arena football. It was one of those Bob Fitzgerald's busy days, and so the dibber gets the call. Hashtag Fitz is crumbs.
Okay.
So I think I was doing the radio.
Stop it.
Yeah.
Don't talk about that.
Bob was doing, Olympics or something, bigger than the San Jose SaberCats.
I mean, Miami's not bad. That's not a bad roadie. Miami is not a bad roadie now.
I got shingles in Miami.
You did?
Yeah. That's when I was going through my divorce, and I told you the story. I thought it was bed bugs. I was there for the Super Bowl, and so I woke up and I had this crazy series of bites on my ribs.
Okay.
And so I was pissed. So I called down. I said, I'm going to need you to do something about this. I got bed bugs.
I would have paid so much to hear that wackadoodle conversation because you get mad at people on the phone now.
I was calm.
I've watched it.
I was calm. And I said, I think that there's a situation here. Can I get a new room, whatever? She said, I'll tell you what.
Angry, Jeff.
That's awesome. She said, bed bugs, huh? I'll tell you what, we'll change your sheets and we'll see if that helps. And so the next day I woke up and I had these bed bugs. I'm like, this is bad. I got to Google this. And I Googled it and it's like, dude, you got shingles.
Dude, you don't have bed bugs.
So I called back down. I said, sorry about that. It's my bad.
No, you didn't.
I did.
You called and apologized?
I called and apologized. Turns out it wasn't bed bugs. Anyway, that was the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Miami's
that's not a bad road trip.
Nope.
Some of us might have aged out of it, but it's not a bad roadie at all.
Yeah.
It's fun.
And I find Minneapolis is one of the underrated cities in our great country.
Great city, but I'll say the same thing as I would with Buffalo. If that game's in September, count me in. If it's in December, you can GFY.
Okay.
All right? That's just, we're not doing it. I'm not slipping on ice and breaking an arm because all of you have decided to move somewhere where there shouldn't be people.
That's enough for me, Doug.
It's like there shouldn't be people there in the winter. There just shouldn't.
Well,
the beautiful places, I got nothing against you, but like go outside. They're not supposed to be people here.
That's where my family's from, my dad's side. He's from the coldest spot in the contiguous 48.
And what did they do?
Oh, he moved.
They left.
He moved.
Because there shouldn't be people there.
He moved to Inglewood.
Now, there should be people there.
Yeah. He moved to Inglewood in like 1950. Like old school Inglewood.
Was Randy's Donuts open yet?
I don't think so.
Okay. All right. Then I'm going to give him credit for that.
There weren't even donuts back then.
Wait, what?
You had a pack of cigarettes and you shut the hell up in the morning. That's what you had for breakfast. You had a cup of coffee and you had a punch in the ribs.
A big omelet with a bunch of shut the hell up in there. I like that. There's some cheese and some shut the hell up.
Dad, what's for breakfast? I'll tell you what's for breakfast. You shut the hell up. Smoke up, Johnny, and shut the hell up.
All right.
Anyway.
Speaking of someone that people have wanted to shut up for a long time, he goes by the name of Draymond Green. Let's go live to League Pass Luke with this Draymond Green update.
And I'm going to just be a relay man. We're going to throw it to Grandy, who has the sound on TNT.
The look of a champion, I think Dallas. Dallas, to me, is the team that looks most ready to go. They got Luka and Kyrie. When Luka can't get it going, Kyrie seems to always be able to get it going. They know what it takes to win, especially Kyrie winning a championship. And they got all the pieces around to do it.
There you go. Dallas.
I do think this about the NBA playoffs. They're already a success and they're fun because we've essentially doubled from the beginning till now the number of teams we think are possible to win it all. How many people before this whole thing started would have predicted anything other than Boston or Denver?
You and I had this conversation, and
almost none.
I offered you Boston versus Denver or the field, and you said, well, if I could take Boston or Denver, you probably would take Boston or Denver.
Yes, I would. And then Minnesota wins the first two in Denver. They enter into the party. In fact, I think for a hot minute in Vegas, they were the actual championship odds favorite when they were up 2-0 against Denver. Obviously, they coughed that up, but that series is far from over. And then you add Dallas into it. I don't buy this, but just because they're the Knicks, they're getting a lot of talk. They're getting it because it's kind of a special season there. They won 50 games. They're the 2 seed. They're doing the darn thing. I don't think they're going to come out of there. Hell, I don't even know if they're going to beat the Pacers. But I don't think they're going to come out of the East. And if they do, they're going to get whacked by whoever's in the West. But I think you can. And by the way, we're leaving Oklahoma City out of this conversation. And we probably shouldn't. They're the 1 seed, and they had won 5 in a row prior to losing a couple against the Mavs. But they could win tonight and still be very, very much in this thing. You could easily make the case of 4 or 5 teams that have a legit shot to win the whole thing.
Boston right now is minus 145 to win the championship.
They're the favorite.
Odds on, and then Denver is about 4-1 plus 380. So if you think that Minnesota can still do it, they're 8-1. Dallas 8.5-1. Oklahoma City 13-1.
That's interesting. I'm surprised at Denver's number. That feels like a lot of value to me.
Plus 380?
Yeah. Dude, did you see what they did to Minnesota over the weekend?
Yeah.
I mean, these games, I know
they flipped the script on them.
Not only did they flip the script, though, like yesterday, that was a game acting like it was close. It wasn't close. They
was acting like the whole way.
And the one on Friday was a complete boat race.
Right.
And I know what Minnesota did to Denver before that, but recency bias. They made an adjustment, and Minnesota, in 2 games in their own building, was totally unable to answer. And if they can't do it there, how are they going to do that in Denver?
Well, they won twice in Denver.
I know, but that was prior to the adjustments that Denver has made.
Well, now Finchie and company, they have to adjust to the adjustments. And I don't think that playing in Denver is going to be as daunting for Minnesota as is the adjustments that have been made. I don't think the venue is going to affect them having already won there twice.
It's not the venue. It's just the fact that Denver plays really, really well there.
Yep.
And I think that
except in game 2.
Yeah, I understand that. But they got their wake-up call. They made their adjustment. And, they're so good.
Yeah.
When they are humming, they are so, so good. Okay, Grandy, what? You're leading off with Schmidt?
Casey Schmidt coming up first.
Casey Schmidt, wait until you hear what he says about surfing. You should stay tuned for that. It's all brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Best of the game with Grandy for a full hour. Thank you, Casey Schmidt and Giants, and thank you, Javi Lopez. And thank you to all of you for the engagement. You want to do it again tomorrow?
Yeah, sure.
All right, we'll do it again tomorrow. For Dips, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It is all you got.
That ball got Schmidt on.